wielding the will of the heavens, administering celestial retribution, commanding the thunder of the universe, and extinguishing the lives of mortals. Chapter 1. Thunderstorm in Stone Village. That night, the vast mountains were enveloped in an extraordinary tranquility. The prehistoric creatures and venomous serpents that often roamed under the cover of night had vanished without a trace. The ancient beasts that typically stood atop the peaks, howling at the moon, were nowhere to be seen. The entire wilderness lay in utter silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The usual clamor had dissipated, and this eerie stillness in such a wild world sent shivers down the spine. Stone Village, nestled within the majestic mountain range, was surrounded by towering peaks and deep ravines. At a glance, the mountains loomed grandly. Ancient trees soared skyward, and the land was teeming with fierce birds and colossal beasts, a scene untouched by time. A community of simple, diligent, and wise human beings resided here, their lineage rooted in the land of the wilderness. They bore the surname Stone, born of the great desolation, drawing sustenance from it, and ultimately returning to it. Life here was uncomplicated, devoid of the secular airs of the outside world, tranquil and serene. Of course, there were those in the village who had ventured beyond. The elder clan leader, Shi Yunfeng, had once journeyed to the distant ends of the earth with a dozen kin, witnessing the wonders of the outside world. However, a decade ago, among those who ventured forth, only he and another clansman returned, bloodied and battered. That man did not survive long after, leaving only Shi Yunfeng to carry on. Since then, the villagers have regarded the outside world with a sense of reverence, aware of its perils. Yet, alongside their reverence, there lingered a thread of curiosity, particularly among the children in their formative years, who were invariably intrigued by the unknown. The elder clan leader would occasionally recount tales of the outside world, intending to inspire them to grow strong, so they might better protect Stone Village. On this quiet night, Stone Village was shrouded in a soft luminescence, standing out conspicuously against the surrounding vague, towering shadows, evoking a sense of being in an otherworldly realm, akin to a pure land, radiating peace and harmony. Elder clan leader Shi Yunfeng stood at the village's entrance, conversing with several white-haired elders, his brow furrowed, and his demeanor grave, as if something significant had transpired. Tonight feels rather unusual. The air seems to have thickened, making it hard to breathe. Indeed, something feels amiss. I have never encountered such silence in the wilderness. Previously, the ferocious wolves reveled in howling at night, their cries echoing until dawn. Yet tonight, they are eerily silent. In recent days, the mountains have been far from tranquil. Last night, I was awakened several times, feeling a chill that penetrated to the bone. Surely, some ancient evil beast must have passed through here. Though the elders were already silver-haired, their spirits remained vibrant, their faces aglow. In that moment, they all frowned, contemplating the ominous signs that had emerged in recent days. I suspect something extraordinary has arisen deep within the wilderness, drawing the attention of some ancient remnants, all converging upon it. Shi Yunfeng pondered aloud, voicing his speculation. Could it be a treasure from the mountains? One elder exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The others, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of excitement, yet it quickly extinguished. Even if a treasure did emerge, it was beyond the reach of the humble Stone Village. They understood all too well that in the face of those overwhelmingly powerful beings, sheer numbers would avail them nothing. They could not even stir a ripple in the waters. Alas, such treasures undoubtedly belong to the mightiest ancient beasts. We shall have no chance at them. Let us return to our rest. I have a foreboding sense that something significant will occur in the latter half of the night. This oppressive atmosphere is truly unsettling. With the spirits of the ancestors guarding us, the village shall remain safe. There is no need for undue worry, Shi Yunfeng reassured, casting a glance at the massive thunderstruck tree at the village's edge. The elders nodded solemnly and departed. Shi Yunfeng gazed up at the sky, where a thick layer of dark clouds seemed to coalesce, impenetrably dense, evoking a profound sense of pressure. Tonight may indeed bring a thunderstorm, he muttered to himself, turning to stride toward his stone abode. The surroundings were eerily quiet, allowing the sound of breathing from within the stone house to be distinctly heard. A porcelain-skinned child lay sprawled across the bed, soundly asleep. The child was strikingly beautiful, fair and delicate, utterly adorable, with traces of beast's milk still lingering at the corners of his mouth, surely having indulged before slumber. Observing the peacefully sleeping child, Shi Yunfeng could not suppress a smile. He was reminded of the other children in the village, their youthful vitality embodying the hope for Stone Village's future. Rumble. As the night wore on, a thunderstorm indeed broke forth. The deafening roar of thunder resonated, causing a ringing in the ears and sending tremors throughout the vast wilderness, triggering a terrifying earthquake. The sound of raindrops cascading was alarmingly dense and relentless, offering no respite, as if an immense river had been overturned, rampaging to the utmost degree. A torrential downpour ensues, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, as bolts of electricity, thicker than mountains, descend from the heavens like ferocious, clawing dragons of thunder, instantly reducing numerous peaks to mere dust, obliterated from existence, while the void itself darkens, suffused with a faint scent of charred remnants. Such terror is unfathomable. A vast sea of thunder emerges above, as if a thunder god roars amidst it, unleashing an overwhelming celestial majesty that blankets the earth, causing all living beings to tremble and prostrate in submission. At this moment, even the formidable ancient beasts traversing this desolate wilderness quiver in fear, their spirits unsettled, and the very atmosphere dares not stir. Deep within the wilderness, several powerful and fierce creatures vying for mountain treasures exhibit expressions of astonishment, gazing skyward with eyes filled with reverence. Before such overwhelming celestial might, no matter one's strength, one is but a mere insignificant insect. The villagers of Schertsuin are roused from their slumber, with the cries of children echoing from many stone houses. Men stand guard beside their women, cradling their wives and children, softly offering words of comfort in an attempt to quell their fears. However, the thunderous roars are utterly terrifying. The mountains tremble, and torrents of floodwaters engulf the land like ferocious beasts, filled with the anguished cries and howls of feral creatures, steeped in despair and helplessness. At this juncture, upon a lightning-struck tree at the village's edge, a willow branch, resembling a celestial chain of verdant mist, emanates a gentle glow, safeguarding Schertsuin, rendering the area hazy, akin to a realm of immortals. The dreadful thunder, seemingly capable of piercing one's very heart, finally recedes from Schertsuin, isolated beyond the village's borders. Shi Yunfeng, pallid and shaken, steps outside, gazing upwards to behold an astonishingly terrifying spectacle. Lightning surges, coalescing into a tempestuous sea, as serpentine dragons of thunder writhe within the depths, causing onlookers to feel a tightening in their scalps. Legendary beasts such as the white tiger and vermilion bird manifest successively, stirring deep trepidation. Moreover, Shi Yunfeng glimpses grand palaces and ominous crimson blades, as if a bloody guillotine floats ominously within the tempestuous sea of thunder. Merely catching a fleeting glimpse sends a chill racing down his neck, as though he were on the verge of being severed from his own body. Already injured, Shi Yunfeng collapses to the ground, his pupils dilated, his chest heaving violently as he gasps for breath, his complexion ashen. He recalls from decades past a similar tempestuous day of his youth, when a towering willow tree bathed in the thunderous sea, entwined by lightning as thick as mountains, with countless branches transforming into blazing celestial chains, piercing the infinite sky, a scene of unfathomable terror. It appeared to be battling some unseen force within the thunderous sea, exhibiting an unfathomable display of might. Alas, the willow was ultimately cleaved, leaving behind only a charred stump, rooted in Schertsuin. Although these two scenes are separated by decades, they share an uncanny resemblance, both evoking unparalleled astonishment and similarly stirring the soul. Contemplating this, Shi Yunfeng momentarily freezes, his pupils widening as he entertains an improbable possibility. Chapter 2. The being beneath the straw mat in the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the darkness, the thunderstorm finally subsided. No longer roaring nor raging, the creatures of the vast wilderness emerged, taking deep breaths of the fresh air, foraging in the wilds, and relishing the rare tranquility. However, the majority of the wild beasts appeared listless, as if they had just recovered from a severe illness. The ferocity of the thunder had been so terrifying that many weaker beings could not withstand it, their hearts bursting, leading to immediate demise. Only the mightiest of beasts were able to endure unscathed, their robust bodies resilient against the onslaught. In Schertsuin, the villagers emerged from their stone houses, their eyes still heavy with sleep, clearly having had a restless night, with many unable to find slumber. The clansfolk buzzed with conversation, discussing the terrifying thunderstorm that had struck the night before, as if the heavens were weeping and the divine were howling in rage. The formidable celestial power rendering them acutely aware of their own insignificance. Having lived for so long, none had ever witnessed such an immense thunderstorm. The thunderous roars seemed to shake the very mountains and lasted throughout the night. An elderly man, with a pale complexion, expressed his profound emotions, his eyes still reflecting a hint of trepidation. It was evident that he had yet to recover from the ferocity of the tempest that had ravaged the night before. Thanks to the protection of the spirit guardian, the calamity was kept at bay, Otherwise, Shurtsuan would surely have faced bloodshed, clan leader Shi Yunfeng remarked gratefully. Glancing at the charred willow stump at the village's edge, his heart filled with appreciation. The other villagers shared similar sentiments, gathering spontaneously to offer their devout prayers and worship. The willow stood serene, and atop the blackened stump, a vibrant green shoot swayed gently, its tender buds poised to bloom, radiating a soft glow that soothed the restless hearts of the villagers, allowing their spirits to find tranquility. At that moment, a robust man approached, engaging in conversation with Shi Yunfeng. He was Shi Linhu, the leader of the hunting team and the prospective next clan chief of Shurtsuan. Chief, it has been some time since we ventured into the mountains to hunt. Our food supplies are dwindling, and we cannot sustain ourselves for much longer. Shi Linhu articulated the grave predicament facing Shurtsuan. To survive in the vast wilderness, food was indispensable. It was the very essence that sustained life itself. Unreservedly, it could be stated that food was the lifeblood of the villagers, directly linked to their survival. However, the mountains have been rather tumultuous of late. Shi Yunfeng hesitated. Rumors suggest that treasures from the mountains have drawn the ancient beasts, and should our hunting team inadvertently encounter those formidable creatures, the outcome would be dire. Chief, we have many mouths to feed. The children are in their growth phase and require nourishment. We cannot let them go hungry. We must find a way. Allow me to lead a team and venture forth, Shi Linhu proposed. Very well, but you must exercise caution, Shi Yunfeng replied. Rest assured, Chief, we shall not venture deep. Only scouring the periphery of the mountains. With vigilance, we should be fine, Shi Linhu reassured him. Ultimately, dozens of strong young men gathered at the village entrance. Led by Shi Yunfeng, as they approached the sacred spirit guardian, the thunderstruck tree, to perform earnest rites and prayers. They hoped for a successful hunt and the safe return of their kin. The women and children of the village also came forth, kneeling beneath the willow to offer their prayers, fervently wishing for the safe return of their hunting relatives. Beyond the protective embrace of the willow, an entirely different world awaited, filled with ferocious beasts and giant birds. Each hunting expedition was a gamble with death, a precarious dance along the edge of existence. Under the watchful eyes of the villagers, Shi Linhu, accompanied by the strongest men, set forth with their massive bows and broad swords into the vast mountains, disappearing into the endless wilderness. Uncertainty loomed over their journey, and Shi Yunfeng recalled the storm from the previous night, his brow furrowed with worry. He shook his head. For now, the only course of action was to patiently await their return, trusting that the spirit guardian would bestow good fortune upon the village. As the red sun dipped beyond the horizon, the golden rays of the setting sun bathed Shurtsuan in a warm glow. In the distance, the roars of beasts echoed, with tigers growling and monkeys screeching. Yet here, all was serene and tranquil, resembling a sacred sanctuary. On the horizon, towering figures suddenly emerged. The hunting team was returning, each member dragging massive prey, akin to small mountains, laden with their bounty. The villagers, who had been anxiously waiting, could no longer contain their excitement, erupting into joyous cheers as their uncertainties and anxieties vanished without a trace. Father, they have returned. My goodness, such an abundance of game. This is indeed a rare and bountiful harvest. With this, the village would not need to worry about food for quite some time. The people rejoiced, for hunting often meant injury or even death. If they could avoid it, it would lessen the danger they faced. The ground trembled as the beasts were dragged into the village, creating a resounding roar. The magnitude of this haul was extraordinary. Many beasts that Shurtsuan could not previously contend with were now among the spoils, leaving many elders astonished. Among them were the colossal horned elephants, the ferocious azure-eyed lions, and the double-winged pythons as thick as barrels, terrifying entities they would usually avoid at all costs. Yet today, all were brought back, a sight that left them in awe. However, what astonished the villagers even more was the discovery of additional items among the spoils. There were 2 straw mats, one lay beneath and one draped above, forming a human shape in the middle, suggesting that a person was wrapped within. In the vast wilderness, how could there be such straw mats enveloping a person? This was indeed perplexing. It was well known that in this perilous expanse, even the most agile beings could fall prey to the beasts. A motionless individual, shrouded beneath a mat, surely could not have survived. Shi Yunfeng could not help but recall the terrifying storm from the previous night. Linhu, he inquired aloud. The hunting team leader, Shi Linhu, stepped forward, gazing at the 2 straw mats with a grave expression. Chief, we discovered these when we ventured deep into the mountains. Perhaps due to last night's storm, many freshly deceased beasts were found in the mountains, their blood still warm, prompting us to act swiftly. As we dragged in the easily acquired beasts, we suddenly spotted these two mats in the distance. Upon approaching, we found a person wrapped within, covered in blood, seemingly gravely injured, yet still breathing. After a discussion, we decided to bring him back. In this wilderness teeming with beasts, we could not let him perish and become their meal. Shi Yunfeng nodded, recognizing the villagers' inherent goodness. They could not turn a blind eye to suffering. At that moment, another villager interjected, "Chief, there's something strange. Ever since we took the mats with us, the beasts we encountered on our return journey have kept their distance. Normally, they would rush toward us, eager to devour us. Yet today, they fled at the sight of us." Chapter 3. The Emperor What? Such a thing exists? Shi Yunfeng's heart raced. The beast's fear could not possibly stem from the hunting team, as there had often been grim tidings when they ventured out, tales of injuries or even deaths among the villagers at the hands of the beasts. Thus, it seemed highly probable that whatever lay beneath those straw mats was what had frightened the beasts. The villagers, quick to grasp the implication, began to regard the mats with a mixture of curiosity and reverence. In comparison, the mountain of slain beasts paled in significance, as all eyes turned toward the mats, silence enveloping them, the atmosphere thickening with tension. At that moment, a charming porcelain doll of a child bounded over, with big, sparkling eyes that twinkled playfully, exuding an endearing innocence. He approached the straw mat, crouched down, and extended his chubby little hand to grasp the mat that lay atop, as if about to unveil whatever secrets it concealed. Shi Yunfeng was taken aback, and the villagers widened their eyes in astonishment, having learned that the person wrapped beneath the mat could instill such fear in the ferocious beasts of the wilderness that they dare not exact their vengeance. After turning away cautiously, they had refrained from touching it, lest they provoke a calamity that could befall their village. Now, witnessing this fearless little one rushing forward to lift the mat, the villagers of Shurtsuan were thoroughly terrified. "Little one, come back!" Shi Yunfeng shouted anxiously, his face paling, revealing his deep concern. The village elders and their uncles and aunts also called out, urging the child to halt his actions and retreat. However, it was too late. Despite his tender age of merely a year and a half, the child possessed remarkable strength. With a sudden jerk, he flung the straw mat aside. To the horrified gazes of the onlookers, the mat, stained with blood and seemingly etched with the passage of time, soared into the air before landing with a thud on the ground. Simultaneously, the identity of the person wrapped beneath the mat was fully revealed. The villagers were at a loss for words to chastise the child, their eyes fixated on the figure lying atop the mat. In an instant, all the villagers stood frozen, gazing at the individual before them in a trance. Who was this person? His countenance, though somewhat pale, radiated a commanding presence. His thick, inky brows resembled two mighty dragons, majestic and imposing, as if they were about to pierce the heavens. The high-bridged nose evoked the image of a celestial spine, instilling a sense of grandeur, while his lips remained slightly closed, motionless. Although he uttered not a word, a voice of authority seemed to resonate in the air. His eyes were closed, yet they appeared to harbor two suns, burning fiercely, causing many villagers who dared to gaze upon them to feel a sharp pain in their eyes, leading to torrents of tears cascading down their cheeks, unstoppable. But that was not all. The very fabric of reality seemed to blur suddenly. In a hazy vision, the onlookers beheld the silhouettes of countless souls, vast and overwhelming, as if an entire realm of beings were bowing in reverence to the man on the mat. Weeping in sorrow, a grand sacrificial chant echoed, as if transmitted through the annals of time from countless millennia ago, with innumerable ancient ancestors kneeling in homage, praying and offering sacrifices, creating a scene of unimaginable awe. Yet in the next instant, these extraordinary phenomena vanished without a trace, as if they had never truly existed. The spectators were left dazed, struck by the realization that an entire clan was mourning for this one individual. What manner of being was he? The villagers, save for Shi Yunfeng, who had ventured beyond the wilderness and seen the world, could discern that the person lying there was undeniably exceptional. He seemed like a born emperor, revered by all beings, exuding an aura so powerful that merely lying there, doing nothing, could intimidate legions. The clan's people exchanged glances, some bewildered, especially the members of the hunting team, who appeared utterly astonished. When they had found the mat in the wilderness, they presumed the person within had already perished, for the mat was soaked in blood and covered the head, a sight typically reserved for the deceased. Out of respect for the dead, they had refrained from uncovering the mat, but later, Shi Linhu, with keen ears, detected faint breaths from beneath it, confirming that the person was still alive. Consequently, They hastily returned to Schertsuin without having had the chance to glimpse the individual's visage. Now, upon seeing him, they were utterly astounded. This was no mere injured soul they had carried back, but rather a sovereign among men. Chief, how do the lords of those grand tribes you spoke of compare to him? Shi Feijiao inquired, his voice trembling slightly. Though he was a robust young man, not easily frightened, he felt a flutter of trepidation in the presence of that man's formidable aura. Shi Yunfeng replied gravely, like fireflies compared to the bright moon, like mud compared to the stars. His lofty appraisal sent shockwaves through the crowd. For the people of Schertsuin, those great tribes were akin to mythical legends, and their ruling lords embodied mystery and power. Yet now, the chief had likened them to mere fireflies and mud. An unfathomable comparison. Lin Hu, you truly have brought back an extraordinary individual, the village elder remarked, pondering what this person might bring to their village. From his appearance, it seemed he had engaged in a fierce battle with terrifying foes, his battle attire tattered and stained with blood. The little one squatted there, innocent and harmless, his large eyes blinking curiously at the figure before him. Unafraid, yet a hint of sorrow graced his cherubic face. Grandpa Chief, why is this Uncle's clothing torn and covered in blood? Did a fierce beast of the wilderness harm him? The villagers, taken aback by his question, were at a loss for words. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that this man, merely lying still, could have dominated the wilderness. What beast could possibly harm him? Shi Yunfeng approached with trembling steps, drawing near to the man, taking the little one's hand, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. This uncle has been injured by foes and now requires rest. We must not disturb him, he said, gently leading the little one away, wary of waking the slumbering figure. The child turned back repeatedly, his face etched with confusion, gazing up at Shi Yunfeng. Grandpa Chief, I feel this uncle seems somehow familiar. Shi Yunfeng looked upon him with a quizzical expression. Having never met the man before and not having exchanged a single word, how could the child feel a sense of familiarity? Surely, the little one was simply being naive, feeling pity for the bloodied figure. Chief, what shall we do? Our humble mountain village cannot accommodate such a person. I worry that in time, issues may arise. Yet, they could not simply abandon him to die, for that would contravene the ancestral teachings of our clan. The villagers clamored, voicing their opinions, yet none suggested abandoning him to the wilderness. They were kind-hearted and simple folk, incapable of such an act. Shi Yunfeng found himself in a quandary, his gaze drifting toward the lightning-struck tree at the village's edge. Perhaps we should beseech the spirit of the sacrifice to seek its guidance, he proposed. In the 4th chapter, the spirit of Willow and Thunder, the clan's people, led by Chief Shi Yunfeng, carried the bodies of the beasts they had hunted to a grand stone altar. This altar, constructed of massive stones, was spacious and adjacent to the Schertsuin spirit shrine, imparting a sense of solemnity. At that moment, the altar was heaped with ferocious beasts, their blood staining the ground as it flowed along the engraved patterns of the altar. Cold scales, long, beastly fur, and thick, sharp horns gleamed with a chilling light, evoking a sense of dread within those who beheld them. This hunting expedition had been remarkably fortunate. In times past, Schertsuin had never had the chance to capture such terrifying beasts. With everything prepared, Shi Yunfeng led the clansmen to gather before the altar, comprising men, women, and children alike, all closing their eyes in earnest prayer. The atmosphere was grave, devoid of any sound, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The spirit of the sacrifice was the deity worshipped and revered by Schertsuin. Only with genuine hearts could it deter the fierce beasts and safeguard their land. At long last, the ritual concluded, and the villagers breathed a sigh of relief. The able-bodied young men of the clan began to remove the beasts from the altar, preparing to butcher them for their blood. Soon, the altar was stripped bare, save for the damp stains of blood tracing its surface. The captain of the hunting team, Stone Forest Tiger, along with Stone Flying Flood Dragon, lifted the mat and placed it upon a clean section of the altar, then retreated to stand silently behind the clan leader, gazing forward. Stone Cloud Peak took a deep breath, his heart fluttering with unease. For many years, the villagers had been venerating the willow tree, performing rituals before each hunt without fail. Yet the willow had never responded, standing quietly at the village's edge without partaking of the offerings. He recalled that decades ago, the village's spirit was not the willow, but a peculiar stone, from which half of the blood of the fierce beasts would be absorbed during each ritual. When the willow arrived, the stone departed, and since then, the hunting team had not lost a drop of blood. All spoils belonged to Stone Village. Will the spirit truly respond? Chief, since I can remember, I have never seen it consume offerings or communicate with us. Stone Flying Flood Dragon questioned, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Stone Cloud Peak felt a pang of sorrow. Could it respond? He too was uncertain. Not only Stone Flying Flood Dragon, but even he, who had witnessed the willow taking root in Stone Village, had never seen such a thing. Yet he knew the willow bore a spirit. It had protected this village for decades, and throughout its time rooted here, Stone Village remained undisturbed by fierce beasts. In a vast wilderness, although spirits existed to guard various tribes and settlements, even they could fall before the might of ancient relics. With news of entire villages being slaughtered by these ancient beings sending shivers through the hearts of many, Stone Village, however, remained a sanctuary, tranquil and serene, untroubled by any beasts, all thanks to the willow deity, the person upon the mat. Should they depart or remain, please make a momentous decision for Stone Village. We shall forever honor and sustain your greatness, Stone Cloud Peak proclaimed earnestly towards the charred willow. Simultaneously, he performed a grand gesture of respect, prompting all the clan's folk to join him in hushed prayers, hoping the willow deity would illuminate the path and direction for Stone Village. The scene seemed to freeze. The expansive altar, the still wet beast blood, the blood-stained mat, and a figure of remarkable stature clad in tattered, bloodied garments, ancient and untraceable, as if narrating tales of eternal desolation. A gentle breeze caressed the gathering. Men, women, and children alike fervently prayed before the charred willow, yearning for a response. Yet, the willow remained as silent as ever, shrouded in stillness, the only tender green branch devoid of its mystique, swaying innocuously in the wind. Just as the villagers began to lose hope that the spirit would respond to their pleas, the tender willow branch suddenly radiated a brilliant glow, exuding a soft aura. The branch elongated in the air, slowly approaching the mat where the slumbering figure lay. At the tip of the branch, a budding sprout released a green mist, from which a droplet of crystalline divine liquid fell, sliding into the chest of the sleeping individual, vanishing without a trace. The villagers, witnessing this spectacle, felt their minds swirl in disbelief. The spirit had indeed responded, and the movements of the fresh willow branch were evidently under the control of the willow's will. Buzz! Before anyone could react, the figure on the mat stirred. After the divine liquid entered their chest, a radiant light emanated. A sphere of brilliance ascended, exuding an aura of majesty, as if it could command the heavens, compelling all beings in the universe to bow in submission. None could discern the essence of this light. Before it, the villagers were overwhelmed with an urge to worship. Simultaneously, a green mist enveloped the figure on the mat, bursting forth with vibrant vitality. As if mending something within, the willow branch moved again, extending its budding tip into the luminous sphere. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the ground, a deafening sound that transported the villagers back to the previous night, when the ferocity of thunder and lightning seemed poised to resurface. Subsequently, the willow branch began to tremble. Slender bolts of lightning spiraled from the sphere along the branch, twisting and coiling like miniature dragons. Terrifying arcs of electricity burst forth, piercing the void. The villagers had never witnessed such a fearsome sight and hastily retreated to a safe distance, too frightened to approach. Amidst such terrifying thunderbolts, the willow branch appeared to revel in the experience, trembling yet increasingly sanctified. Before long, it became completely enveloped in lightning. The charred trunk began to flicker with arcs, emitting crackling sounds, and the air filled with the scent of charred wood. Witnessing this scene, Stone Cloud Peak's heart quaked. He understood that the willow deity had once battled against the tempest of countless lightning strikes, resulting in its transformation into a charred stump. Now, once again entwined with thunder, it displayed no fear, but rather an emerging resilience, bathing in the lightning, healing, and reviving. In a short while, the sphere of light began to gently descend, ultimately merging into the chest of the figure on the mat, fading from view. The lightning that resembled true dragons also dissipated, leaving only a resplendent willow branch, shimmering as though forged from divine gold. Those present felt an overwhelming sense that the willow deity had undoubtedly gained immense benefits from that sphere, evident in the transformation of the branch. As tranquility returned, the luster of the willow branch faded, appearing no different from an ordinary twig. The villagers exchanged glances, all eyes turning to the elder clan leader. Chief Stone Cloud Peak gazed at the swaying willow branch and the individual lying on the mat, breathing steadily, and made a resolute decision. Let him remain. Stone Village shall become his sanctuary. This is the message the willow deity wishes to convey to us. Chapter 5, Awakening. The figure on the mat remained, settled in the home of clan leader Stone Cloud Peak, adjacent to the massive charred willow. ready to seek the deity's aid should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Initially, the villagers were filled with trepidation, concern for the elder leader and the small one's safety, frequently visiting the chief's residence. As time passed, however, the figure on the mat remained dormant, and with the willow deity nearby, the villagers gradually relaxed, and Stone Village regained its former peace. During this period, they utilized the spoils from the previous hunting expedition to provide a medicinal bath for the village children. The bodies of those precious, fierce beasts, unattainable in the past, included creatures such as the Pishio, two-headed fire rhinoceros, dragon-horned elephant, Kuei beast, and two-winged flying python. Although this Pishio was merely a descendant of the royal lineage, its bloodline was not entirely pure. It still contained a portion of true blood, holding immense value. Furthermore, there were the true blood preserved within the dual horns of the two-headed fire rhinoceros, the horns of the dragon-horned elephant, the sinew of the single leg of the Kuei beast, and the wings of the two-winged flying python, all rare treasures. The villagers harvested these blood and bone medicines, sealing them in ceramic jars, then simmered them in a large cauldron, combining them with several ancient prescriptions from the village and adding various herbs to maximize their efficacy. The village children were initially resistant, as the sight within the cauldron was terrifying. Although the water had cooled and was no longer boiling, it remained scalding enough to cook a person. Yet, they could not resist one by one being tossed into the cauldron to temper their flesh and strengthen their physiques. The small one was given special care, enjoying a portion of the black cauldron alone, filled with potent herbs, heavier than those given to the older children. Remarkably, the small one seemed to relish the experience, drinking heartily from the black cauldron, and when pulled out, appeared tipsy, swaying and burping contentedly. Despite the children's protests, the effects of this medicinal bath were evident. Their strength had significantly improved. Among them, the most remarkable progress was made by the little one, for the clan leader. Shi Yunfeng had taken special measures to prepare a nourishing beast's milk infused with various blood and bone medicines, significantly enhancing his physical prowess, with notable improvements in both speed and strength. The village elders observed this with great satisfaction, recognizing that these children represent the future of Shurzhen. The stronger they become, the brighter the future of the village. As time flowed like a gentle stream, the village remained tranquil and serene under the watchful guardianship of the willow trees. With no significant events unfolding, the children gradually grew, each one brimming with vitality and vigor, infusing the village with a sense of liveliness. As everything progressed in the anticipated direction, however, there was one matter that weighed heavily on Shi Yunfeng's mind. It had been a full 6 months since the last medicinal bath, and the individual on the mat remained in a deep slumber, unresponsive. Initially, Shi Yunfeng harbored concerns about the lack of sustenance, fearing potential complications, but he soon realized that the individual did not require such things. Whether it was the divine liquid bestowed by the willow god or the inherent resilience of the individual, their conditions steadily improved day by day. From a pallid complexion devoid of color, they now bore a rosy glow, their features vibrant and resembling those of a healthy person. Moreover, their breathing was no longer feeble. Each day it grew stronger, accompanied by a unique rhythm that compelled one to instinctively synchronize with it. Over time, Shi Yunfeng was astonished to discover that his own old injuries had also begun to ease. Meanwhile, the little one, who shared the same dwelling, appeared radiant and full of life, energetically racing about with the older children without a hint of fatigue. One day, while the little one was enjoying the beast's milk prepared by Shi Yunfeng, his cheeks flushed and his long eyelashes more beautiful than those of any little girl. His large eyes squinted in blissful delight. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of rushing river water echoed, halting his actions. Though merely 2 years old, his senses were remarkably acute, and he quickly focused on the comatose individual. Curiosity piqued, he set down the clay pot and approached. The closer he drew, the clearer the sound became, almost as if a vast river was flowing with relentless vigor. To his astonishment, the sound that resembled rushing water emanated from the rapid flow of blood within the individual. He found himself bewildered. Could blood really flow so swiftly and powerfully within a human body? How could the body endure such force? Suddenly, a thunderous boom startled him, causing him to plop down onto the floor, his mouth agape and his eyes wide with astonishment. He was certain that this was the sound of a heartbeat. Yet it was overwhelmingly loud, akin to a drumbeat, almost deafening. This uncle's heartbeat resembles that of the ancient relics spoken of by Grandpa, the little one murmured to himself. At that moment, Shi Yunfeng rushed in, visibly anxious. Upon seeing the little one merely sitting on the ground, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The booming heartbeat resonated throughout the village, and he quickly surmised that it originated from the person on the mat. Contemplating the extraordinary events surrounding this individual, Shi Yunfeng's heart tightened with apprehension. Boom! Another resounding thud echoed, as if a colossal being were striking a drum with all its might. How terrifying! Shi Yunfeng regarded the one lying on the mat with trepidation, feeling a heaviness in his chest. Suddenly, the individual, who had been reclined on the mat, opened their eyes without warning, seemingly without any prior indication. Shi Yunfeng and the little one turned to gaze, and upon meeting those eyes, they were momentarily stunned. The depths of those orbs were ineffably profound, akin to the vastness of the universe, as if they encompassed all realms and primordial chaos. The black pupils resembled precious gemstones, exuding an unparalleled allure that ensnared one's very essence. They stood momentarily entranced, having never encountered anyone like this before, rendered speechless. While they were lost in their reverie, the individual on the mat had already risen to a seated position, turning to face the two. This sight sent Shi Yunfeng into a heightened state of tension, as goosebumps erupted on his skin, feeling as though he were in the presence of a prehistoric behemoth. Fortunately, the verdant willow branch visible outside provided him with a semblance of reassurance. The awakened individual gazed at Shi Yunfeng and the little one with a dazed expression, as if just emerging from a long slumber. The peculiarity in his eyes had vanished, leaving behind clarity and purity akin to a blank canvas. The three exchanged wide-eyed stares, the atmosphere thick with apprehension. Noticing the confusion reflected in the other's gaze, Shi Yunfeng felt a flicker of doubt arise within him. Taking a deep breath, he ventured to inquire in the tone of a cultivator, "From which ancient nation do you hail?" He believed that the individual's background must surpass that of a mere tribe, perhaps belonging to a legendary ancient civilization. From which ancient nation? The seated individual paused, as if sifting through the recesses of his memory, only to find an empty void. He could not recall, yet one thing remained clear. His name, Qi Tsong, Chapter 6, Memory. Qi Tsong. Shi Yunfeng softly uttered the name, feeling an inherent majesty in its resonance, as though it commanded an unspoken authority. "Pray tell, where is this place?" Qi Tsong inquired, sensing as if he had been in slumber for eons, with the sands of time shifting dramatically, only to awaken with a mind shrouded in fog, retaining nothing but a solitary name. At this moment, Shi Yunfeng recognized something was amiss. It seemed Qi Tsong had lost his memories. After a brief hesitation, he replied, "This is Shurtsuan, located in the boundless wilderness." Shurtsuan? Upon hearing these two syllables, Qi Tsong felt an odd mix of familiarity and strangeness, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Suddenly, he froze, as a flood of unfamiliar information surged forth in his mind. The name Shurtsuan acted as a key, unlocking the door to memories long sealed, revealing an abundance of knowledge. Names such as Shi Hao, the Willow God, Shi Yunfeng, Shi Linhu, Shi Feijiao, Ermeng, De Zhuang, Pai Ho, Wu Seike De Huang, and Qing Lin Ying echoed within him, accompanied by a series of ordinary yet warm scenes, all connected to Shurtsuan. Qi Tsong was astonished to discover that he had acquired precognitive memories, manifesting out of thin air, as if someone had predetermined them, ready to unveil upon activation. For instance, the charming little one before him, with remnants of beast milk at the corner of his mouth, would soon join his companions to raid a bird's nest, ultimately retrieving 3 eggs of the Qing Lining, one of which would be touched by the branches of the Willow God, resulting in a phenomenon of ancestral bloodline awakening. Moreover, Shurtsuan would face future raids and tribulations from Nikan, prompting the villagers to rise in retaliation, with the little one displaying extraordinary prowess, ultimately vanquishing their foes. These memories, from the current perspective, seemed destined to occur in the future, yet he was forewarned, an enigma indeed. All of this was triggered by the name Shurtsuan, as if it had stirred something deep within him, granting him foresight. However, the more recent memories grew increasingly hazy, and Qi Tsong was certain that there was more information yet to surface. Observing the individual claiming to be Qi Tsong lost in thought, Shi Yunfeng felt a twinge of suspicion. Could it be that he had heard of Shurtsuan? This was rather dubious, for Shurtsuan was remote and isolated, with few individuals aware of its existence, and yet Qi Tsong had remained in a comatose state. "Have you heard of Shurtsuan?" he inquired kindly, hoping to clarify the matter. Qi Tsong, snapping back to reality, shook his head. Naturally, he would not divulge the sudden emergence of future memories. He had never heard of Shurtsuan, yet the name resonated with a sense of familiarity. His eyes, pure as crystal waters, easily instilled trust. No one would suspect that such a blank slate, stripped of memory, could utter falsehoods. Upon hearing Qi Tsong's words, the elder, Shi Yunfeng, gave little thought to it. Half a year ago, when the village's hunting team discovered you, you were lost in the wilderness, gravely injured and wrapped in a straw mat. Lin Hu and the others brought you back, and you have since recuperated for a full 6 months. Though you have awakened now, your memories remain elusive. It is best you do not leave just yet. Stay in Shurtsuan for the time being, and whenever you wish to depart, you may do so freely. Upon hearing the elder's words, Qi Tsong felt a surge of gratitude. He was indeed in a quandary, unaware of his origins or his destination, alone with nothing but a name and fragmented memories of Shurtsuan. These recollections felt less like personal experiences and more like implanted knowledge, devoid of his own presence. Along with this came an inexplicable emotion that influenced Qi Tsong, evoking a profound sense of kinship when he gazed upon the elder, the small child, and the willow branches swaying in the breeze outside. His subconscious bore no resistance to remaining in Shurtsuan. Was there a better place to go than here? Thank you. Then I shall impose upon you, Qi Tsong replied. Shi Yunfeng waved his hand, smiling. It's no trouble at all. The people here are quite amicable, and you needn't feel apprehensive. He then inquired about Qi Tsong's health, and, after confirming his well-being, invited him to step outside and meet the villagers. Qi Tsong naturally accepted. Following the elder's lead, he approached the small child, instantly enveloped by the rich scent of milk emanating from the little one. Beastess milk? He mused internally, recalling that this child, named Shi Hao, shared his affinity for it. The small one gazed up with wide eyes, curious about the uncle beside him, still replaying the earlier scene in his mind, where blood flowed like rivers, and his heartbeat thundered. This uncle was no ordinary man. As the three exited the stone house, the radiant sunlight washed over them, infusing warmth throughout. Outside, a multitude of villagers had gathered, their expressions betraying concern over the earlier tumultuous commotion that had resonated throughout the village. Had the elder not restrained them, they would have rushed in long ago. Upon seeing Shi Yunfeng's smiling face, the villagers finally exhaled in relief. Having lived together for years, they could discern the situation simply through the elder's demeanor. Next, Shi Yunfeng introduced Qi Tsong to the villagers, who greeted him warmly. However, it was not Qi Tsong who exhibited shyness. Rather, it was the villagers who appeared somewhat apprehensive. Their faces bore a distinct air of reverence. For even though Qi Tsong displayed a calm and approachable demeanor, they found themselves ill at ease. The overwhelming awe from 6 months prior, when all beings had bowed in respect and the heavens had mourned, had left an indelible impression on them. Such scenes were foreign to the villagers. It is human instinct to feel trepidation towards the unknown. Qi Tsong keenly sensed the odd atmosphere. It seemed as though everyone was wary of him. Nevertheless, he feigned ignorance, continuing to greet them with warmth. It appeared that some event had transpired during the past 6 months that led to this current state of affairs. Perhaps intertwined with his own origins, Qi Tsong pondered, deciding to seek an opportunity to understand why the villagers held him in such fear. Thus he stayed, temporarily residing in Shi Yunfeng's home, which housed only the elder and the small child, devoid of women, ensuring no awkwardness. As days turned into weeks, Qi Tsong gradually earned the villagers' acceptance. Though his visage was as striking as that of a sovereign, he was amiable and often lent a hand in the village's daily tasks. Proving industrious, the villagers of Shurtsuan observed his efforts, and in time, their fear of him dissipated, embracing him as one of their own. Chapter 7. The Thunder Pool. At night, the bonfire flickered, and Shurtsuan was aglow with light, filled with a cacophony of cheers, conversations, and laughter. This rare celebration was held in honor of Qi Tsong's inclusion in the Shurtsuan family, with each household rejoicing. Thankful to the heavens for bestowing such an extraordinary young man upon them. He possessed strength beyond measure, surpassing even the mightiest of Shurtsuan's inhabitants. Shirlene, who had tested himself against Qi Tsong, and even with the ancestral weapon of the Shur clan, he found himself utterly outmatched. Be it the fearsome beast bone or the blood-stained ancient hide, none could withstand Qi Tsong. He required no defense, with his very flesh able to endure. Even when the ancestral weapon, under the command of Shirlene Hu and Shi Fei Jiao, glimmered with mysterious runes, it proved futile, inflicting no harm upon him. This outcome astonished many while simultaneously falling within their expectations. After all, this was a being capable of traversing the wilderness with ease, a figure beyond ordinary comprehension. Despite his amnesia, he was a force they could not hope to sway. Since his arrival in Shurtsuan and his participation in the hunting team, the villagers had not suffered injuries, always returning with bountiful hauls. With such an extraordinary presence in their midst, Elder Shi Yunfeng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Yet, He understood that Chi Tsong was still a man without memories, and should they return, he might not choose to remain. To strengthen the bonds within Shurtsuan, he proposed this grand gathering, which received unanimous approval from the elders. No village would wish to forfeit such a potent individual. All desired to keep him close. Seated beside the fire, Chi Tsong remained motionless, quietly gazing into the distance, seemingly lost in his own world, starkly contrasting the jubilant atmosphere surrounding him. The flames danced upon his regal features, illuminating them with a warm glow, while his eyes sparkled like stars, gleaming in the night. "Uncle, what are you thinking about?" the small child asked, his big eyes filled with curiosity. "Are you thinking of your family?" Chi Tsong was momentarily taken aback. Family? Did he have family? Perhaps he did. Yet all memories of them had faded into oblivion. Pinching the small child's rosy cheek, he replied, "I can't recall my family right now, but to me, you all are the closest to me." Indeed, Shurtsuan was a place of simplicity. Its inhabitants were kind-hearted, devoid of schemes or malice, fostering a sense of familial warmth and belonging. In every respect, Chi Tsong felt at ease, enjoying harmonious interactions with the villagers. Upon hearing his words, the small child nodded happily, then lifted a clay pot to drink several gulps of beast's milk, his face radiating satisfaction. Observing the child's delight, a smile unconsciously graced Chi Tsong's lips, accompanied by a flicker of tenderness. His memories of Shurtsuan continued to resurface, and the future of this child unfolded in his mind, filled with both sorrow and joy. It was as if he had witnessed a well-mannered, understanding child transform into a formidable force, stirring up tumult in the outside world, while simultaneously witnessing a young boy grow into a man of great stature through trials of joy and sorrow. At times, Chi Tsong would awaken from his dreams, startled by the terrifying visions that haunted him. The encroaching black mist that erodes the earth and all its beings, the grotesque bone spines, the blinding golden spears, and the charred, desiccated stumps of willow trees unfurled before him in a vivid dream. At this moment, Shikong could not yet comprehend the significance of these elements. Yet he sensed an intrinsic connection to them, for an emotion within his chest resonated with their essence. The bonfire blazed brightly as the tribespeople formed a circle before the altar, paying homage to the willow god, fervently hoping for blessings to ensure the prosperity of Stone Village in the coming year. This ritual had remained unchanged for decades. All the other tribespeople engaged in sincere worship, their hearts filled with prayers for peace. Only Shikong remained motionless, standing there with a radiant glimmer flickering in his eyes, faintly. It appeared as though the light was transforming into intricate symbols, emanating a mysterious power that allowed his gaze to extend into realms unseen by ordinary eyes. For several days now, Shikong had been experiencing this phenomenon, a sensation that an immense force was on the verge of surging forth, yet always just out of reach, as if a subtle barrier stood in the way. At this moment, the power within his pupils first broke through the so-called barrier, manifesting itself. He gazed intently at the charred tree trunk and the vibrant willow branches swaying in the wind, witnessing scenes he had never encountered before. A figure clad in white sat cross-legged amidst the charred wooden stump at the end of the verdant willow branches. Her garments were as white as snow, and behind her, an endless halo of flames blazed, as if 3,000 divine realms were emerging within the flames, whispering the sounds of ancient rituals. Undoubtedly, she was the willow god. It was evident that the willow god was at a crucial moment, the deity within her radiating light, absorbing a drop of indescribable liquid. This drop was astonishing, entwined with blinding lightning, a confluence of endless destruction and vitality, as if it contained a vast realm of thunderous energy, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Presently, the willow god had only absorbed about 1/3 of it. To completely absorb it would take at least a year, for reasons unknown. As Shikong beheld that drop of liquid swirling with thunder, a peculiar itch arose in his chest, as if something within him had established a connection with it. During his time in Stone Village, Shikong had learned from his fellow tribespeople about the events that transpired before his awakening. At that time, a radiant orb had risen from his chest, and the willow god's soul willow branch had plunged into the orb, deriving immense benefits from it. According to the villagers' accounts, numerous thunder dragons emerged from it, ultimately absorbed by the willow god. Once everything concluded, the orb returned to his chest. In hindsight, it was highly probable that the drop of thunderous liquid originated from that mysterious orb within his chest. Touching the itchy spot on his chest, Shikong began to scrutinize himself. At that moment, he possessed no so-called magical powers. His strength was purely that of his physical form. Yet the awakening of the power within his pupils allowed him to perform introspection. Under his gaze, this corporeal body revealed a terrifying potential, harboring a fearsome reservoir of power akin to an ocean, resembling a colossal treasure awaiting future excavation. Through flesh and blood, Shikong beheld that elusive orb of light, resonating with a thunderous liquid belonging to the willow god. Mist swirled, lightning intertwined, and chaotic energy permeated the air, revealing a glimpse of an ancient and profound square object. Akin to the tip of an iceberg, it was truly ancient, its origins difficult to ascertain. The surface was etched with images of flowers, birds, insects, fish, mountains, and fearsome beasts, many of which had long since vanished or become extinct, their traces nearly impossible to find in the world. Amidst the shimmering light and the thunderous roars, Shikong squinted slightly, recognizing this as a pool containing a treasure of liquid formed from condensed lightning, glistening and radiant, seemingly from the very dawn of creation. From the inception of chaos, a thunder pool, Shikong mused, somewhat astonished, realizing what the willow god had obtained from him, a drop of the liquid from the thunder pool within his own being. Chapter 8. The Secret of the Willow God. Just as he fell into contemplation, the thunder pool concealed itself, reverting to a luminous orb, sinking within his chest. Shikong once again attempted to gaze into the thunder pool, but found nothing visible. Only blinding light met his eyes. This thunder pool was peculiar, invoking an inexplicable sense of belonging, as if it were inherently part of him. He muttered to himself. Regrettably, he could not examine the thunder pool any longer, for he felt it might hold the key to his identity. Alas, he was still unable to access it. Knowing that fretting would bear no fruit, Shikong temporarily set this matter aside and turned his gaze toward the enormous charred willow stump. The willow god, shrouded in brilliance, was indiscernible in form or gender, yet radiated an enigmatic grace befitting the divine title. The halo behind her head seemed to encompass 3,000 divine realms, countless beings within offering prayers and reverence, an outpouring of sacred power, holy and inviolable. However, her face remained obscured by chaotic energy, rendering it indistinct. Shikong strained his eyes, yearning to discern the true visage of the willow god. For in his memories of Stone Village, her gender and appearance remained the most enigmatic aspects, leaving him profoundly curious. Crack! Symbols flickered and intertwined within Chitsong's eyes, even arcs of electricity bursting forth. In the night, this spectacle was striking. Fortunately, he stood behind the villagers, unseen by anyone. Although he possessed no magical prowess, his eyes were extraordinarily unique, awakening divine powers first, concealing many profound symbols within, which now erupted one after another, rapidly enhancing his vision and peeling away the layers of chaotic mist that obscured his sight. Soon, a naturally beautiful face began to emerge, the positioning and proportions of her features flawless and breathtaking, for which it was evident that the willow goddess appearance was truly unparalleled, unmatched across the realms. With just a few more breaths, Shikong would unveil the final layer of her mysterious veil and behold her true form. He focused intently, eagerly awaiting the moment of revelation. However, just as the moment hung precariously in the balance, the willow god, clad in white as snow, suddenly awakened from her process of refining the thunderous liquid. Instantly, the chaotic mist roiled, enveloping the area, obscuring even her figure from view. Witnessing this, Shikong could only smile ruefully. He knew he had failed. After this, the willow god would undoubtedly not grant him another opportunity. Why must her face be concealed by chaotic energy? He did not know. Perhaps only the willow god herself held the answer. With the willow god's interference, Shikong could no longer glimpse the interior of the charred wooden stump. All he beheld was a sea of chaos. He shifted his gaze downward towards the roots of the willow tree, seemingly anticipating some anomaly there, and indeed, he was met with a startling sight. A pitch-black, gaping hole lay directly beneath the root of the willow god, its entrance adorned with a profusion of runes, emanating a force of order that stabilized the surrounding space, solidifying the void, powerful and vast. Within the cavern, a stone bed cradled a being that had long since perished. At this moment, its remains continued to exude the principles of the great Tao and vital essence, as if undergoing a transformation. Flecks of flowing light converged, drawn to the intricately entwined roots of the willow, adhering to them before vanishing, absorbed as nourishment to sustain the charred trunk's growth. This process appeared to have been ongoing since the willow god took root here. By now, the remains of the being had already diminished significantly. Perhaps before long, the willow god would extract all the nutrients that could be drawn forth. Chiho was acutely aware of the nature of that being. He was a deity whose mere fragments of memory lingered within the annals of Stone Village. Decades ago, the god of willows waged a fierce battle against the dread punishment from the heavens, plummeting to the earth and establishing roots within Stone Village, not without reason. Beneath the village, a divine essence had once fallen, interred there, capable of providing the sustenance necessary for the god of willow's recovery, to swiftly regain strength and endure the tribulations of life and death. He chose this village as his refuge. At that moment, the ceremonial rites honoring the spirits concluded, and a grand banquet in celebration of Chiho was about to commence. His expression subtly shifted as he withdrew his gaze, the symbols within fading gradually, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary human. Shortly thereafter, a series of stone jars were brought forth, filled with stewed, tender beast meat mingled with the aromatic essence of spiritual herbs. The rich fragrance wafted through the air, enticing the senses and igniting appetites. This was merely a portion of their hunting harvest over the past month, and it was already so bountiful, reflecting the current affluence of Stone Village. With Chiho's inclusion, the hunting party could venture deeper into the mountains, capturing more extraordinary beasts. Their blood essence was extracted by Xianfeng and preserved in various containers, destined to lay the foundation for the children, while the bones were fashioned into weapons such as broadswords and bows, and the meat was prepared as sustenance. Any surplus was cured into jerky for future needs. For the heavens can be unpredictable and fortune fleeting. The villagers were all acutely aware of this truth. The bonfire blazed brightly, crackling with life, casting flickering shadows as cups clinked amidst the sounds of laughter and merriment. The elders gathered around, engaging in conversation with Chiho. It had been a long time since the village had enjoyed such a gathering. A feast only held its weight when the larder was plentiful. An elder remarked wistfully, observing the children frolicking about, a smile gracing his lips. They had truly encountered a prosperous era, and at an age of growth. Laying a solid foundation was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. In the wilds, a man cannot survive without a robust physique. Thanks to Chiho's assistance, our situation in Stone Village could never have reached such heights otherwise. The elders spoke with gravity, to which Chiho responded with a wave of his hand, asserting that his contributions were merely acts of gratitude. The elders, upon hearing this, shared a knowing chuckle. What wild beast would dare to challenge you? They would likely flee at the mere sight. After a month of companionship, they had come to grasp the extraordinary nature of Chiho, not just in himself, but in the treasures he bore. The tattered, bloodied battle garb he had shed, along with 2 blood-stained mats, had been washed countless times yet remained stubbornly stained, as if the blood had melded into their very fibers. With those stains present, the mats and garments were rendered useless, relegated to a corner of storage, untouched. Suddenly, Xianfeng, his brow furrowed in contemplation, voiced a question that piqued everyone's interest. Child, do you possess any memories of cultivation? I perceive within your physical form boundless potential, akin to a multitude of stars, seemingly without end, even more formidable than the most fearsome practitioners I have encountered. No one is born thus. It suggests that you are destined to be an immensely powerful cultivator. To recover your memories, perhaps we must delve into the realm of cultivation. In that moment, a glimmer of light flickered within Chiho's deep, onyx eyes. Even without the elder's inquiry, he had intended to approach the topic of cultivation soon. The reason he refrained from doing so in the preceding month was that he felt he had not yet fully integrated into Stone Village. To broach the subject of their cultivation practices then would have been somewhat presumptuous. It is crucial to understand that for a small village surviving in the wilderness, the methods of cultivation are exceedingly precious, vital for their existence, and not to be shared lightly. The elder's proactive inquiry about cultivation signified that he no longer regarded Chiho as an outsider. While Chiho could not recall the specifics of cultivation, a yearning for it stirred within him. Perhaps embarking on the path of cultivation would indeed facilitate the restoration of his memories. However, he lamented the absence of guidance. Uncertain of how to commence, he articulated this delicately, expressing his need for cultivation methods. Upon hearing this, the elder Xianfeng instantly grasped Chiho's intent. He instructed the others to wait and rose to return to his dwelling. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, cradling a collection of bone texts, his steps unsteady. Chiho promptly stood and approached, eager to take the text from him. It's nothing. I'm not so feeble as to be unable to carry a mere collection of bone texts, Xianfeng insisted, urging Chiho to sit while he placed the texts at Chiho's feet by the bonfire. The pile of bone texts, while not excessively numerous, was substantial enough to reach knee height. All the elders regarded the collection with utmost seriousness, aware that Xianfeng had once ventured alongside several villagers to distant clans. returning with these invaluable texts at the cost of blood and life. This constituted the entire legacy of cultivation methods that Stone Village possessed, a treasure beyond measure. Presenting them in their entirety was a testament to Stone Village's acknowledgement of Chi-Ho. I understand these texts are precious to our village, yet to your former self, they may seem insignificant. Nonetheless, this is all that Stone Village possesses. I hope it may aid you, Xian Feng remarked with a sigh. Chi-Ho expressed his gratitude profusely. This collection of bone texts was immensely significant to him, akin to a key unlocking the path of cultivation. Illuminated by the firelight, Chi-Ho lifted a bone text and began to study it. He possessed memories related to Stone Village, including knowledge of symbols and scripts. Each symbol engraved upon the peculiar beast bones represented profound ancient characters, chronicling a method of practice. It narrated how an ordinary person could condense their blood with runes, manifesting divine radiance, subsequently refining the essence of heaven and earth to nourish the flesh, ultimately stepping into the ranks of cultivators. Chi-Ho's gaze fixated on these symbols, and his pupils shimmered with a faint light, akin to the illumination of wisdom, astonishing those around him. He perused swiftly. Aside from a lingering glance at the first bone text, the others were scarcely glanced at before being set aside. The elder and the other villagers exchanged incredulous glances, finding it unfathomable that these texts, which would take them years to comprehend, were being assimilated by Chi-Ho in such a hasty manner. Child, you read with such speed. Can you truly grasp the details? One elder could not contain his curiosity and inquired. Chi-Ho remained calm as the bone text flowed past his sight, his eyes deep as the galaxy. If one were to observe closely, they would see a multitude of symbols flickering within, seemingly arranging themselves in intricate patterns. Indeed, I can, he replied. The elder, taken aback by the response, was rendered speechless. Soon, the pile of bone text dwindled. When Chi-Ho set down the last text, his eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance, as if a flame burned fervently within. What is this? Xian Feng exclaimed in astonishment, recalling an ancient legend, suggesting that only those who had cultivated to the utmost depths could unlock the divine secrets of their eyes, gaining unfathomable power. The sight before them, Chi-Ho, with his eyes reflecting the firelight, bore a striking resemblance to the descriptions of that legend. Suddenly, Chi-Ho stood, distancing himself from the bonfire, leaving Stone Village, and disappearing into the vast night until he was far enough away to sit in meditation. Xian Feng suddenly realized something and hastily gestured for the dancing clansmen to cease their movements. Everyone turned their attention to Chi-Tsong's actions and instinctively followed suit. They maintained their distance, remaining within the confines of Shurtsuan, granting him ample space while the elder clan leader upheld order, wary that a crowd too close might disrupt Chi-Tsong's focus. The little ones and the older children gathered together, their wide eyes fixated on the distant Shikong, their rosy cheeks glowing with excitement. They understood just how formidable this Uncle Shikong was. His blood flowed like a mighty river, and his heartbeat resonated like a thunderous drum, undoubtedly surpassing the tales of kings and nobles from the grand tribes that Xian Feng had recounted. Now, Shikong was poised to take that crucial step, destined to astonish the world. A low hum reverberated through the void, shaking the earth. Nearby stones were shattered into dust. A fierce wind swept through, causing the flickering flames of the bonfires in the village to dance wildly, akin to candles in a tempest. The clansmen of Shurtsuan were taken aback, never expecting such a commotion to reach them from such a distance. Before long, Shikong, seated upon the ground, began to transform. His body radiated light, intricate and profound symbols erupting forth, appearing as if forged from divine gold, exuding an intense metallic essence that enveloped him. The sound of a rushing river echoed, resounding with authenticity, its waves grand and imposing. The first realm of cultivation was known as blood mobilization, intrinsically linked to the essence of blood. The heart played a pivotal role in this cultivation phase, its contractions and expansions providing the impetus for blood to surge throughout the body. At this moment, Chi-Tsong's heartbeat was immense, akin to an ancient giant fiercely striking a drum, each beat deafeningly resonant. Such a powerful heart accelerated the circulation of his blood, causing the sound of the rushing river within him to crescendo. When it reached an extreme point, the mystical symbols surrounding him converged into his body, merging with his blood to give rise to divine radiance. As the blood mobilization reached this juncture, the earth trembled more violently, akin to an earthquake. The dark night sky suddenly filled with the sounds of startled birds and beasts. Simultaneously, pairs of scarlet eyes turned towards this direction, deep beastly roars reverberating through the void. The ferocious beast sensed the intense fluctuations of blood energy and, driven by instinct, began to race toward Shurzuen. This is bad. The beasts of the mountains have caught wind of the scent of blood, Xian Feng murmured, a note of concern in his voice. With Qitsong's abilities, even the true ancient remnants would struggle against him, wouldn't they? Remarked an elder beside him. Xian Feng shook his head, not feeling optimistic. Cultivation requires a serene environment, and the current tide of beasts posed a significant threat to Shikong. Chapter 10. The Revival of Ancient Methods. The mountains and fields shook violently, not solely due to Qitsong's practice of blood mobilization, but also because of the countless ferocious beasts trampling upon the ground. The cultivation method he had just invoked acted as a key, unlocking a multitude of wonders, stirring the vast divine energy hidden within his blood. Although only a fraction escaped, it was astonishing enough. This was a treasure left behind by him before his amnesia, inherently imbued with mysterious runes, far surpassing the esoteric knowledge recorded in the bone scriptures. At this moment, Qitsong's blood was remarkable, exhausting the mysteries of heaven and earth, naturally evolving into profound truths, the divine radiance boundless, the aura of life extraordinary, reminiscent of an ocean, with the fragrance of supreme blood elixirs wafting forth. To the ferocious beasts within the vast wilderness, this scent acted like a brilliant beacon, guiding them to this place. The clansmen of Shurzuen were filled with anxiety. Some had already gathered before the charred willow tree, silently praying for the spirit's protection over Qitsong's safety. A terrifying beastly roar echoed across the wilderness, reminiscent of a wild bull howling at the sky amid the mountains. A visible shockwave surged from afar, causing rocks to crumble, mountains to collapse, and the ground to fracture. The villagers had never witnessed such a horrifying scene. Their faces turned pale with fear. Even the strongest among them, Shilinhu, lost color. Shikong, they cried out in concern, for he remained seated in the open, devoid of any cover, shimmering with a blood-red glow, utterly motionless, seemingly entranced in his practice of blood mobilization, oblivious to the impending danger. In a moment of dire peril, many closed their eyes, too fearful to look. Yet some, like the little one, retained their gaze, wide-eyed and unblinking, fixed on the scene ahead. Suddenly, a rumble echoed, and the displaced stones unexpectedly halted just a foot away from Shikong, blocked by an ethereal barrier formed by a faint aura of blood that shielded him. In the next instant, a vibrant willow branch arched through the air, emanating a soft glow that enveloped the entire Shurzuen in a dreamlike haze. As the oncoming tide dissipated into nothingness, before the villagers could exhale in relief, a continuous wave of shadows surged from the distance. The beast tide had arrived. An uncountable horde of ferocious creatures. They showed no signs of slowing, frenzied by the scent of that precious blood. This was a torrent of flesh and blood, and the villagers believed that even the most majestic peak would crumble beneath its weight. At this moment, Shikong, seated within the blood-red radiance, opened his eyes, runes flickering, celestial light shimmering, as if concealing an immense and mysterious world. Whether it was an illusion or not, Xianfeng, the little one, and the villagers of Shurzuen all sensed a change in Shikong. He emanated an ethereal quality, seated there like a transcendent being. Initially, when he lay in slumber upon the grass mat, Shikong exuded an aura befitting an innate emperor. Later, upon awakening and losing his memories, although his strength was extraordinary, he was amiable and approachable, transitioning from an aloof figure to one of accessibility. Now, he had transformed from being approachable to possessing an almost celestial presence. This metamorphosis left onlookers in a daze, igniting their imaginations. Who was the enigmatic Shikong, and from whence did he hail? What illustrious past did he possess? At this juncture, Shikong spread his palm, his gaze fixed upon it, where a fierce bolt of lightning materialized, countless trembling strands of lightning swirling wildly, cleaving the void with charred remnants. It was terrifying. The lightning, radiant and resplendent, was capable of illuminating the heavens and annihilating the boundless earth. The clansmen of Shurzuen, unable to bear the sight, instinctively closed their eyes or turned their heads away. Xianfeng was struck with astonishment. How could Shikong wield lightning in his hand? Had he remembered his past? Was this a precious technique he once commanded? With a crackle, the thunder erupted, tearing through space and unleashing a terrifying force. Yet it remained contained within Qitsong's palm, as if he were the supreme sovereign, the unrivaled ruler of the lightning path. With a thunderous boom, the cataclysmic force within the lightning coalesced and collapsed, ultimately transforming into a seed covered in lightning patterns. So this is the essence of the Tao. That lightning pool is my Tao seed, he murmured softly. Upon unlocking the treasures within his blood, Qi mind expanded with knowledge, a cultivation lineage distinct from that recorded in the bone scriptures. To be precise, the two were entirely different systems. For the methods of cultivation they described varied completely. The system in Qi mind required him to seek out a seed belonging to himself, which would grow and evolve alongside him in the years to come, until they ultimately reached the pinnacle of unity in the Tao. Shi Kang had, at long last, acquired a unique seed that belonged solely to him, nestled within the radiant orb at his chest, an ancient thunder pool. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had long possessed the so-called Tao cultivation of practitioners. With the revival of this Tao seed technique, fragments of his past cultivation began to resurface. In that moment, Shi Kang felt as though he could encompass the vastness of the world within his gaze. His perspective expanded immeasurably, transforming him from a frog at the bottom of a well into an eagle soaring through the skies. His state of mind underwent a profound transformation, elevating him to a plane of existence far beyond the mundane, marking a qualitative leap from an ordinary individual to a formidable powerhouse. Shi Kang felt no discomfort, as if this was his destined state. He understood that prior to his memory loss, he must have been a supreme being. At this moment, the thunder pattern seed in his palm was a manifestation of his union with the thunder pool, and with the ancient arts revived, he could now wield thunder at will. The lightning coalesced into the seed, its blinding radiance fading, drawing the attention of the villagers of Stone Village, who were about to witness an unforgettable spectacle. Shi Kang cast the thunder pattern seed into the void, murmuring to himself, "Thunder is destruction, it is annihilation." In the next heartbeat, the void exploded, the seed erupted, transforming into a vast sea of thunder, where countless bolts of lightning took shape, hurtling forth into the skies. The entire night was illuminated, the ground awash in thunderous light, while the faces of the myriad ferocious beasts, filled with terror, were simultaneously revealed. The arrows of thunder rained down, impenetrable, against the tide of beasts, moving with such swiftness that they resembled streaks of light. Be it the tough-skinned, two-horned rhinoceros or the thunder-winged flying python, they were all pierced through, pinned to the earth. Every inch of the void was crowded, leaving no room for evasion. The monstrous beasts, once rulers of the wild, fell as if harvested like wheat. Mountains crumbled. A charred landscape emerged, and several towering peaks were reduced to mere plains, echoing with the cries of the vanquished, resonating through the night sky. As the sea of thunder gradually dissipated into the void, tranquility returned. The roars of the beasts faded as though the recent onslaught had been but a mirage. Yet the villagers of Stone Village knew it was no illusion, for they caught the acrid scent of blood wafting toward them on the wind. Chapter 11. The Ancient Legacy Seed. They stared blankly at Shi Kang, rendered speechless. Such a terrifying tide of beasts had been effortlessly obliterated. This was beyond human capability. It belonged to the realm of the divine. In the hearts of the villagers, they had already begun to venerate Shi Kang as a deity. Had he, before losing his memory, been a god of thunder? Undoubtedly, he was a divine being awakened by the ancestral texts of their clan, which had stirred the dormant power within him. Whispers abounded as the villagers speculated about Qi-Chang's possible origins. Some gazed toward the ravaged land where the sea of thunder had surged, recalling the towering mountains that had once stood there, now vanished without a trace. The terrifying tremors had shattered the clouds, dispersing the dark mists that enshrouded the wilderness, allowing the silvery moonlight to cascade down, blanketing the earth in a shimmering veil. Yet for ordinary folk, visibility remained low. What lay beyond? Even if they could not see clearly, they could only imagine the scene. A landscape strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowing, a veritable hellscape. The tide of beasts has fallen, flattened. Does that mean the earth is littered with their carcasses? Someone trembled to say. This remark ignited a spark among the villagers, their eyes meeting in shared joy and excitement. That had been a tide of beasts, and one could only speculate how many formidable creatures had fallen. Their bodies, bones, in essence, would be invaluable treasures for Stone Village. Elder Xianfeng's heart raced as he envisioned the possibilities. If they could extract the essence from those fallen beasts, it would lay an unshakable foundation for the next generation of Stone Village, particularly for the extraordinarily gifted Little Dot. It was known that even the special children of the larger tribes did not measure up to Little Dot at the same age. Yet the larger tribes possessed resources that Stone Village lacked, using various precious bloods and even the blood of ancient legacies for their children's baptism, yielding unimaginable enhancements. It had once been feared that Stone Village's poverty would hinder Little Dot's talent, but now the concern had vanished. In the distance, Shi Kang rose, the revival of the ancient arts rendering his demeanor entirely transformed, imbued with an ethereal aura. He did not immediately return to Stone Village, for not far ahead in the void, there loomed a colossal bovine beast, crimson in hue, towering over 10 meters tall and stretching over 30 meters in length. Its hooves suspended in the air, treading upon flames, bathing in the glow of fire, its entire body shimmering with runes, exuding an overpowering aura. This was a true ancient legacy, a creature of divine might that commanded the wilderness, capable of easily annihilating a large tribe, spilling blood for miles. Drawn by the alluring scent of Chichang's precious blood, it had followed the tide of beasts, lingering at the rear. The fearsome roar that had echoed earlier had emanated from it. The abrupt emergence of the Sea of Thunder had obliterated the tide of beasts, resulting in countless deaths. Truly shocking, this demonic bull. It had intended to retreat, yet the allure of blood was too strong. Consuming it might grant it a breakthrough evolution, allowing it to become the master of the wilderness and ascend to the pinnacle of the food chain. Thus, the demonic bull traversed the ground littered with the corpses of ferocious beasts, inching closer, seeking an opportunity to seize the precious blood. However, greed brought it face to face with Shi Kang, leaving it no choice but to approach. The villagers of Stone Village gasped in astonishment. Such a massive, fire-wielding bull was nothing short of a monster, striking terror into their hearts. Is that the fire-leaving bull demon spoken of by the elder? Little Dot exclaimed, eyes wide with awe. The fire-leaving bull demon, heavens! This was a genuine ancient legacy, possessing the power to upheave the world. They were overwhelmed, as this marked their closest encounter with an ancient legacy. In the past, they had never dared approach, for doing so could mean death. Even observing from afar required utmost caution, and opportunities to witness such beings were rare. Now, a true ancient legacy stood not far from them, instilling an unparalleled sense of awe. This was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Many elders stared, transfixed, at the demonic bull they had heard tales of since childhood, as legend materialized before their eyes, shaking their very souls. With a low moo, the fire-leaving bull demon trembled slightly, fear coursing through it at the sight of a humanoid figure whose gaze instilled dread within its heart, as if confronted by a true supreme being. It had never encountered such a powerful human. Until now, it had regarded humans as mere insignificant beings, akin to ants. This experience completely upended its understanding of humanity. An ancient legacy? Excellent. I am in need of steed. Come forth. Shi Kang spoke softly, his tone calm, yet imbued with an irresistible authority. His mindset had entirely transformed. The revival of not just the arts, but also a heart of a true strongman. The bull demon heard his words, and a tremendous wave surged within its heart. It was highly intelligent and understood Chichang's command. However, the fire-leaving bull demon was accustomed to a life of freedom in the wilderness and was reluctant to serve as a mount. No creature wished to be tethered, losing its liberty. Thus, it began to retreat, leaving scorched earth in its wake. Chichang's gaze turned cold, sending a chill down the bull demon's spine, intensifying its fear. How could there exist such terrifying beings among humanity? They are akin to celestial deities. Had I taken action, your fate would have been entirely different. Chizang remarked leisurely, having regained a modicum of strength, effortlessly suppressing this ancient relic. Noticing that the Li Huanyo Mo was still hesitating, Chizang granted it no further time. With a flick of his finger, he cast forth an ancient seed adorned with lightning patterns, distinct from the previous one, for it did not solely embody destruction. As it soared into the air, it swiftly absorbed the power of the void, subsequently exuding an aura of the Tao. Ultimately, it took root and sprouted into an extraordinary willow tree, shimmering with electric light, firmly anchoring itself in the void, with countless branches swaying, each composed of thunder. The Li Huanyo Mo, caught unawares, was instantly besieged by over 100 lightning branches, transforming into chains of order that extended endlessly, ensnaring the beast in a series of loops. Zzz. The electric currents surged, extinguishing the flames on the beast's body, and soon, this ancient relic began to tremble. Struck by the chains of lightning, its skin charred and marked with evident bloodstains. In the end, it even foamed at the mouth, rolling its eyes back in a fit. Thud! The massive Li Huanyo Mo crashed to the ground, producing a deafening roar that carved a great pit in the earth. The villagers in the distance gawked in astonishment, dumbfounded that such a formidable ancient relic had been captured so effortlessly. Chizang extended his hand, summoning the lightning chains that dragged the Li Huanyo Mo towards the village, leaving a deep trench in the earth along his path. Chapter 12. Celestial Antiquity. The ancient relic, the Nyo-Mo, was brought to the village square, lying there like a small mountain, rendering the villagers mere ants in comparison. Heavens! An ancient relic! Am I dreaming? Exclaimed one elder, trembling with excitement, his beard standing on end. Our village possesses an ancient relic? The others, still in shock, seemed as if trapped in a dream. Child, are you now a practitioner of the blood transport realm? Shi Yunfeng approached, inquiring. Chizang smiled in response. Indeed, I am a practitioner of the blood transport realm, but not entirely. Upon hearing this, the elder was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the deeper implications. Could there truly be a distinction among practitioners of the blood transport realm? Chizang refrained from elaborating, as this exceeded the elder's understanding. His exposure to the outside world was merely relative to the villagers of Shurten. The methods of the Dao Seed, even in Chizang's memories of Shurtsuan, bore no resemblance, as if they were a system long forgotten by the world. In truth, to refer to these memories as pertaining to Shurtsuan would be more accurate to say they belong to the little one, for the perspective in those memories was solely his own. Now, Chizang had witnessed the little one ascend to a formidable presence in the ancient nation. He had a sense that these memories were merely the tip of the iceberg, with much more awaiting his exploration. Subsequently, the villagers busied themselves despite the late hour. When slumber should have been embraced, all were too exhilarated to sleep, seizing broadswords and making their way to the site of the fallen beast to tend to the fresh corpses. Chizang lent his assistance, as many of the formidable beasts could not be managed solely by the villagers of Shurtsuan. Moreover, the stench of blood emanating from the beast tide could attract other ferocious creatures, potentially leading to casualties among the villagers. He needed to intimidate these unwelcome guests. A night devoid of rest passed, and, as the sun began to rise above the horizon, they finally finished dealing with the corpses. The blood essence of the beasts alone filled several vats, enough to provide the children with a baptism surpassing that of the great tribes, enabling Shurtsuan to cultivate extraordinary youths. The village chief, Shi Yunfeng, dared not delay, promptly preparing the materials for the ritual bath according to the ancient methods passed down through generations, set to commence soon. What? Another ritual bath? The older children lamented, feeling a chill run down their spines. 7 months prior, they had undergone a similar ordeal, the agony of which remained vivid in their memories. Now, merely 7 months later, they faced it once more, naturally trembling in fear. Only the little one remained silent, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he asked, "Is it the same medicinal paste that tasted so good last time?" "Indeed, little one, do you enjoy it?" Shi Yunfeng replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling the little one's hair. The little one recalled fondly the last time he was individually cared for and placed into the village's black cauldron. Due to his height, he had begun drinking the concoction immediately, gulping it down non-stop. When the others finally fished him out, his belly was round and full, and he was slightly tipsy, swaying as if intoxicated. Nevertheless, the taste of that medicinal paste was truly delightful, leaving him warm all over. "Yay, I love it." The little one's cheeks flushed, his eyes gleaming, causing the older children to feel a shiver run down their spines. The little one was indeed extraordinary, his talents unparalleled, and his appetite unmatched in Shurtsuan. This time's medicinal paste will be even tastier, I assure you, little one. You'll have your fill." Shi Yunfeng laughed heartily, feeling a sense of pride, believing the little one's future to be extraordinarily bright, perhaps able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the formidable youths raised in the ancient nations. If this were to come to pass, he would have no regrets, even in death. In the mountains and fields behind Shurtsuan, Chizang walked alone, surrounded by an absence of souls. He strode with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, exuding an aura of sovereign authority. Upon reaching an ancient tree, Chizang halted. This was an old jujube tree, its gnarled roots entwined, vines sprawling, having endured an unfathomable passage of time, imbued with an air of antiquity. Even a tree that ought to be ordinary could become extraordinary after weathering the ravages of time. Yet this was not the focal point. Perched upon one of the tree's branches was a striking bird, adorned with vibrant plumage, resplendent and unique. Chizang recognized it, for the little one often babbled about capturing the 5-colored sparrow, having been frequently amused by its antics since he could remember. The villagers were also familiar with this elusive creature, and the ancient jujube tree, before Chizang, served as one of its nests. "Did you summon me here with your spiritual resonance?" Chizang inquired calmly, his gaze piercing and perceptive, discerning the sparrow's extraordinary nature. It was no ordinary bird. However, regardless of the sparrow's intentions, he felt no fear at that moment. "Chirp, chirp." The 5-colored sparrow chirped joyfully, leisurely preening its feathers on the branch, unperturbed. Its gaze remarkably human-like, Meeting its eyes felt akin to conversing with a person. "It is I." The sparrow truly spoke, emitting a peculiar spiritual resonance that reached Chizang's ears, sounding distinctly like a human voice. "What matters do you wish to discuss?" The five-colored sparrow ceased its grooming, flapping its wings as if stretching. Chizang maintained his composure, patiently awaiting further elaboration. "After your restoration of some cultivation, I felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if we had crossed paths before, perhaps even sharing a bond. Akin to my feelings towards the ancestral spirits," the five-colored sparrow astonishingly declared. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have scoffed at such a claim from a mere bird, insisting it had a connection with them, a notion that appeared dubious from any perspective. Yet, Chizang believed it, trusting his instincts would not lead him astray. Thus, he humbly inquired about the ancestral spirits and the origins and history of the five-colored sparrow. The ancestral spirit is represented by the charred willow tree in Schertzuan. It has undergone numerous cycles of rebirth, only to encounter calamity and fall to this place, where it is once again born anew from the ashes of extinction. It turns out that the willow deity is also known as the ancestral spirit, a name that Shikong has now etched in his memory. The five-colored sparrow then continued, "As for myself, I'm unaware of my true identity, merely a fragment of soul, hailing from the distant era of the immortal ancients. Beyond that, I possess no further knowledge." Immortal ancients? Does that imply that I, too, am of that lineage? Could you perhaps enlighten me as to how many years ago the era of the immortal ancients was? Shikong searched his mind for any recollection of the term immortal ancients, but found nothing. His memories ceased at the point he was bestowed the title of Wasteland Lord, devoid of any reference to the immortal ancients. "It must be over 1,000,000 years ago," the five-colored sparrow answered, albeit uncertainly. "Over 1,000,000 years?" Shikong felt a wave of astonishment. Could it be that he is an ancient being who has lived for more than 1,000,000 years? Or the creatures of the world, like during the era of the immortal ancients, how do they differ from those of today? Shikong inquired, filled with curiosity about that ancient time. The era of the immortal ancients was an extraordinarily brilliant epoch. That much I can recall. In essence, it was nothing short of magnificent. Chapter 13. The Aggrieved Bull Demon. Shikong posed further questions regarding the immortal ancients, yet none yielded the answers he sought. The five-colored sparrow had clearly forgotten much, and simply knowing it originated from the immortal ancients was already a rare gift. As for the sparrow's earlier assertion of possibly sharing a bond with Shikong, it was merely an intuition akin to the sparrow's feelings toward the willow deity. "I wasn't meant to be here. However, when the ancestral spirit arrived, I instinctively felt drawn to it. Thus, I built my nest behind Schertzuan," explained the five-colored sparrow, which harbored an inexplicable fondness and trust toward Shikong, freely divulging its thoughts. Shikong nodded, sensing the sparrow's goodwill, and believed that in the distant epoch of the immortal ancients, his former self and this being must have shared a cordial acquaintance. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" The five-colored sparrow, once a formidable entity, had suffered unimaginable devastation, now reduced to a mere remnant of a soul, manifesting as the present five-colored sparrow. It flapped its wings, casting vibrant rays of color in the sunlight, a sight of unparalleled brilliance. "I wish to take you to a place where I have long sought something dear to me, yet it is fraught with danger. For now, only I can approach it. Perhaps when you have regained some strength, we can venture there together with greater assurance." "Very well." Shikong acquiesced, bidding farewell to the five-colored sparrow before returning to Schertzuan. Upon his return, he was greeted by the low, mournful calls of the firebull demon. Moo! Within that sound lay both fear and a sense of injustice. How carefree it once was, deep within the mountains, a sovereign among beasts, commanding the mountains, summoning beast tides at will, and feasting upon ferocious creatures that trembled in submission, awaiting its selection without daring to resist. Such a life was akin to that of a monarch, basking in splendor, a stark contrast to the current predicament. At this moment, the lightning chains unleashed by Shikong struck like searing brands, inflicting grievous wounds upon the bull demon, causing it to bleed profusely, having previously rendered it unconscious. Fortunately, the bull demon possessed thick skin and robust flesh, allowing it to endure momentarily. However, the scene before it shattered any semblance of calm. Its hooves trembled, and its body quaked, its gaze growing dazed. The humans were there, tending to fires, setting up cauldrons, one larger than the last, continuously adding water and herbs, clearly intending to boil copious amounts of fragrant beef. The most egregious sight was that of some sharpening knives, the sound of friction echoing in the bull demon's ears like a torment. Reflecting on this, the firebull demon felt tears welling up. Why had it hesitated earlier? A single misstep could lead to eternal regret. Being chopped into pieces and boiled in several large cauldrons seemed far worse than being a mere mount for that person. Suddenly, it spotted Shikong approaching from a distance, like a glimmer of hope. Mumu. The massive creature writhed in its struggle, nodding its head towards Shikong, lowering it increasingly, signifying submission, its eyes growing gentle like those of a lamb, seeking to appease Shikong, hoping he would spare it from being turned into broth. Shikong found it curious. Typically, ferocious beasts captured were brimming with wildness, requiring extensive taming to yield to human commands. Yet this ancient bull seemed to have surrendered without any resistance. Master. The bull demon projected its thoughts, addressing Shikong with utmost reverence, indicating total submission. Shikong ignored it, the lightning chains flashing, preventing the bull demon from even communicating its thoughts. An opportunity had been presented to it, yet it chose this path. It must endure the consequences, even if it weeps, bound by its inability to express its thoughts. The bull demon was thoroughly panicked, sensing that it had squandered its chance to become a steed, now facing inevitable doom at the hands of these terrifying villagers. Destined to be dismembered, not far from it stood a large rack, laden with the meats of ferocious beasts, each piece sending shivers down the bull demon's spine. Perhaps soon it would join their ranks. Could this truly be an ancient breed? It appeared so timid, a thought that puzzled the skin monkey, as it contrasted sharply with the tales told by the adults in the village. Perhaps it knows its fate and fears being placed into the cauldron, Big Zhuang solemnly speculated. A group of children squatted nearby, critiquing the bull demon. The fire bull demon could understand human speech, and their words chilled its heart. Poor bull, the smallest child exclaimed, endearing the creature with his innocence. The bull demon nodded with tears in its eyes, presenting no semblance of ferocity. Upon hearing the small child's declaration, combined with the bull demon's desperate demeanor, the children began to feel a modicum of sympathy for the creature. However, in the next moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as the small child made an astonishing remark that shocked everyone, including the bull demon. Can it produce beast milk? Laughter erupted among the older children, teasing the small child who was oblivious to the jest. No, I'm just curious, he replied, shaking his head. In that instant, the bull demon perceived the small child had transformed from a benevolent figure into a smiling fiend. It believed the child was advocating for it, only to realize the child's interest lay solely in beast milk. But the stark reality was that it was a bull. Where would beast milk come from? Must it relinquish even its final dignity before being cooked? The poor bull demon felt an overwhelming surge of indignation and sorrow, tears unspilled. At that moment, the water in the cauldrons began to bubble, as Shi Yunfeng and the village elders intermittently poured various ingredients into them, soon filling the air with an enticing aroma that was utterly intoxicating, especially from the black cauldron designated for the small child. The fragrance was so rich it enveloped the surroundings. This baptism shall rival that of the grandest tribes. Our children shall reap immeasurable benefits from such resources. One elder proclaimed joyfully, laughter spreading among the villagers. All of this was brought to the village by Shikong. Shikong and the villagers engaged in spirited discussions about the future of Shurtsuan and the details of the medicinal bath. To lay the most robust foundation, the blood essence of these ferocious beasts may still prove insufficient, Shikong remarked to the elder. Shi Yunfeng suddenly comprehended the intention behind Chizang's words. Casting his gaze towards the distant, expressive Lihua Nyo Mo child, did you not proclaim your desire to mount it? Chizang nodded affirmatively. Fear not, its size is considerable. With ample blood, simply let it flow, it shan't perish. Chapter 14, Bloodletting and Medicinal Baths. The Nyo Mo yearned to bellow, for it had been dragged by Chizang to the enormous cauldrons nearby, seemingly to commence a butchering akin to that of a skilled cook dissecting a cow. However, it could not utter a sound, as it was tightly ensnared by thunderous chains, which not only sealed its divine consciousness, but also restrained its entire being, rendering its formidable strength utterly ineffective. The villagers of Stone Village exchanged glances, perplexed by the exaggerated expressions of the Nyo Mo. Is it truly so terrifying to merely let out a bit of blood? With a swift motion, Chizang sliced open one of the Nyo Mo's legs with a blade of condensed thunder, causing a torrent of crimson blood to gush forth, cascading like a waterfall. This blood was extraordinary, exuding a resplendent aura in mid-air, its vivid red hue reminiscent of agate, taking the form of the Nyo Mo itself, roaring with ferocity. What potent medicinal properties! Truly, it is an ancient progenitor, Shi Yunfeng exclaimed, realizing just how remarkable this blood was. Chizang directed the blood into a large barrel, filling it before switching to another. The Neo-Mo felt its life force swiftly draining away, and upon seeing the dozen or more empty barrels awaiting their fate, it nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. At long last, this agonizing ordeal gradually came to an end, and the barrels were filled to the brim, allowing the Neo-Mo a momentary sigh of relief. Little did it know, the village women had brought forth large vats, which Shazang summoned with a wave of his hand, continuing the bloodletting process. It was only when the Neo-Mo's complexion turned pale, feeling utterly drained, that the bloodletting finally ceased. The clearing was now filled to capacity, with large barrels and vats brimming with ethereal, glowing blood, from which the silhouette of a remarkable Lihua Neo-Mo could be faintly discerned, roaring in fury. What a treasure! The villagers gathered around, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the precious blood, realizing that such an abundance of ancient progenitor blood could not only fortify the children, but also elevate the adults within the village. At this juncture, Shazang approached the Neo-Mo's head, disregarding its tear-filled gaze, and coldly opened a wound upon one of its horns, extracting a unique essence of blood. This special blood was vastly more potent than the copious amounts relinquished from its hindquarters, its efficacy beyond compare. Is this the spiritual blood of the Lihua Neo-Mo? Sure Yunfeng, with his discerning eye, recognized that the most valuable blood of this ancient progenitor resided within its several-meter-long crimson horns. Indeed, the medicinal properties are formidable. It can be utilized to aid the little one in establishing a solid foundation, Shazang elucidated. According to his recollections, the little one was endowed with an innate supreme bone, only to have it stolen away along with its precious blood. After regaining a modicum of his cultivation, Shazang scrutinized the little one's chest, discovering an unusual area that was evidently lacking something, presumably the former site of the supreme bone. To his astonishment, he discerned that this vacant region still bore the faint traces of profound and intricate runes, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Shazang's strength allowed him to glimpse this, while the little one, even upon embarking on the path of cultivation, would likely remain unaware of it. With such a constitution, the little one's capacity for endurance would undoubtedly exceed everyone's expectations. Thus, the medicinal bath prepared by Shazang would be exceptionally potent, perhaps even providing an opportunity for that missing part to regain its vitality. Subsequently, Shazang began to refine the divine substances within the precious blood, extracting clusters of golden liquid that dazzled the eyes, an extraordinary essence that enhanced bodily vitality even before being placed into the cauldron, leaving one to wonder what astonishing effects would manifest once it was truly utilized. Will this bull not succumb to excessive blood loss? Concerned murmurs arose as they observed the Neo-Mo's weakened state. Clearly, a living ancient progenitor held more value than a deceased one, with periodic bloodletting. Stone Village could enjoy a continuous supply of ancient progenitor blood. Even the colossal tribes with populations in the millions lacked such a privilege. If outsiders were to learn of this, envy would surely ensue. Upon hearing the villagers discuss its fate, the Neo-Mo perked up, attentively listening to the praises being bestowed upon it. Surely it will not perish. The vitality of ancient progenitors is far more resilient than we can imagine. That is reassuring. For reasons unknown, the more the villagers regarded the bull, the more appealing it appeared. Indeed, it was practically a living treasure. The Neo-Mo listened intently, noting that all the remarks were positive and encouraging. It felt a surge of emotion, for the first time perceiving the villagers as less irksome. Rumble. Several great cauldrons boiled vigorously as Shazang cast the refined divine essence into them, completing the formation of the precious elixirs. Approaching the black cauldron, he added a radiant essence so dazzling that it was blinding. This was the divine essence from the horns of the Lihua Neo-Mo, remarkably potent, worthy of being called a miraculous elixir that could awaken the deepest potential within. Finally, Shazang deposited seeds adorned with thunderous runes into the black cauldron, some vibrant with life, others steeped in decay, alongside various mysterious symbols. Once this was accomplished, the patterns on the cauldron activated, illuminating the surrounding earth, mountains, flowers, birds, and insects with brilliant light. While the faint echoes of divine hymns reverberated, leaving all in awe, the medicinal bath was prepared, and one by one, the children were cast into the cauldron, resulting in a chorus of anguish howls resonating above Stone Village. The eldest child gritted their teeth in endurance, their face flushed, while the younger ones cried out in pain. Only the little one remained silent, the commotion within the cauldron far more pronounced. Prior to placing the little one inside, Shazang inscribed several runes upon its chest, designed to channel the majority of the power to the vacant area where the Supreme Bone once resided. This cauldron of miraculous elixirs was beyond what the Little One could withstand alone. It required the assistance of the area bereft of the Supreme Bone. An hour passed, and the black cauldron trembled, radiating waves of precious light, its lid periodically jolting open as golden liquid splashed forth, the rich aroma intoxicating. Faintly, it seemed as though Li Huanyo Mo was attempting to burst forth, roaring with a voice so authentic it astonished all, accompanied by surges of thunderous light. Even the divine essence coalescing within the cauldron was affected, transforming into a thunder Nyo Mo. The lid shook violently, causing great concern among the onlookers that it might burst forth and spill the essence of the elixir. Chizang stepped forward, placing his palm upon the lid, sealing the gap. And thus, no further anomalies emerged. However, the commotion within the cauldron intensified, raising worries about whether it might explode. "This cauldron is extraordinary," Chizang remarked, his eyes shimmering with runes as he observed the black cauldron closely. Shi Yunfeng explained, "This is a treasured cauldron passed down from our ancestors. I had previously overlooked it, assuming it merely to be an ordinary vessel. Upon closer inspection today, it appears to be a naturally gifted alchemical cauldron." Chapter 15. The Withering and Flourishing of Flora. A naturally gifted alchemical cauldron? It may be more than that. Chizang's gaze sparkled like a brilliant galaxy, penetrating the depths of the black cauldron. Upon hearing this, Shi Yunfeng's heart skipped a beat. More than meets the eye. Surely, it must be a treasure left behind by our forebears. He recalled vague tales from his childhood, when village elders spoke of the black cauldron having refined numerous precious elixirs and possessing a spirit of its own. At that moment, the black cauldron trembled with ever-increasing intensity, the engraved depictions of myriad creatures and ancient ancestors upon its walls becoming increasingly vivid, while the sounds of sacrificial chants and prayers resonated incessantly. The manifestation of such extraordinary phenomena emanating from a single cauldron left onlookers in awe. Subsequently, a radiant brilliance erupted forth, as the cauldron released an array of runes and celestial sounds, enveloping the surroundings in ethereal clouds and vibrant colors, both sacred and resplendent. For an entire day and night, the commotion within the black cauldron showed no signs of abating, while the other children had completed their baptism and emerged from the vessel. Each one of them appeared invigorated, their faces aglow, robust as bulls. Those who ventured closer could even hear the sound of blood and energy coursing through their veins. These spirited youngsters resemble the offspring of ancient relics, possessing immense strength, nearly rivaling the adults of the village. To achieve such feats at this tender age foretells a bright future for our clan. The elders beamed with delight as they witnessed this spectacle, unable to suppress their laughter. The venerable clan leader, Shi Yunfeng, wore a broad smile, yet his gaze frequently drifted towards the black cauldron that was bestowing the baptism upon the little one, revealing his keen interest in that particular scene. With the other children having made such significant breakthroughs, one could only wonder how the little one, who had been intensively nourished with potent medicines, would fare. After all, he possessed far greater potential than the other children in the village. Thus Shi Yunfeng held high hopes for him. How long might the little one's baptism take? Someone inquired. After a day of intense cultivation, the fiery Song opened his eyes, gazing at the black cauldron with profound intensity, an innumerable array of runes swirling within his vision. This baptism was unlike any other. It would likely require 7 days to reach fruition. 7 days? Such an extended duration? The villagers of Shurtsuan were taken aback. For a child as small as the little one to require 7 days for a single baptism was unprecedented. Even the progeny of true wolves might not demand such a lengthy period. This was not merely a matter of potential accumulation and development. It encompassed far more. The little one had previously lost certain aspects of himself, leaving only the most rudimentary remnants of runes. If he could be revitalized and experience a rebirth based on his original foundation, the runes would become more intricate, imbued with the mysteries of the heavens, surpassing previous limits and blossoming with greater brilliance. As the autumn winds severed yellow leaves and wildfires consumed dry grasses, the biting cold winds howled, heralding the arrival of spring and the renewal of branches. The flora, having withered, would flourish anew, each cycle yielding even more vigor and verdancy. This is perhaps the most fundamental truth of the world. Song's words left the villagers momentarily speechless as they recalled the little one's initial arrival in Shurtun. Frail and diminutive, his entire being emaciated. They had never witnessed a child so weak, and many had feared that he would not survive. destined to leave this world before their eyes. Yet against all odds, the little one had persevered, reclaimed his vitality, and exhibited extraordinary potential, distinguishing himself from his peers from a young age. Is it truly possible for the little one to reclaim what he has lost? Shi Yunfeng, who had raised the little one with his own hands, watched him transform from a frail and emaciated child to a plump and healthy boy, his concern for him profound. Hearing these words now brought tears to his eyes. Yes, but whether this baptism will succeed remains uncertain. He is still quite young. If only he were a bit older, the chances of success would be significantly greater. However, I believe that the arrangements I have made within the Black Cauldron should suffice. Thunder is not merely destruction. It also embodies life. The vitality birthed from the pinnacle of destruction is more precious than anything. The blood of the fireball demon can only be regarded as a prologue at best. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The precious blood of a formidable ancient relic could only be deemed an introduction? What extraordinary preparations had Song made within the cauldron? They could only surmise the astonishing nature of his arrangements. This prompted recollections of Song's arrival in Shurtsuan, when a luminous orb floated above his chest, from which even the mysterious and powerful willow deity had drawn benefit, affirming the truth of Song's words. With this knowledge, the villagers felt a wave of reassurance. With the presence of the powerful and extraordinary Song, there was no need to worry about the little one's baptism. In the ensuing days, the adults of the village began to utilize the divine essence extracted from the blood of the fireball demon for their own baptism and transformation. Though they were no longer in the prime of their cultivation years, as long as the medicinal efficacy was sufficient, they too could experience a secondary growth, albeit not as pronounced as that of the children. The likes of Shi Linhu and Shi Feijiao experienced significant growth, their strength increasing from 5,000 or 6,000 pounds to over 10,000 pounds, placing them squarely within the realm of blood mobilization. This realm, if measured in terms of destructive capability, required at least 8,000 pounds, and at this moment, both individuals evidently met that criterion, allowing them to pursue cultivation within this realm. The clan leader once again retrieved his ancient tomes for them to study and practice. Song's assessment of these tomes was far from simple. From his current perspective, they were not inferior to those of the larger tribes. Later, Shi Yunfeng recounted to the others the origins of these tomes, a tale of sorrow he was reluctant to revisit. A dozen close brothers had ventured into a secret cavern, sacrificing their lives to reclaim these tomes, ultimately returning only he and one other person, the latter succumbing to his injuries. They had paid a grievous price in order to secure a lineage of cultivation for Shurtsuan. Is that secret cavern far from here? Song inquired. He possessed memories of Shurtsuan and was already aware of Shi Yunfeng's ordeal. The cavern was suspected to be linked to a powerful legacy, its roots extending to the higher realms. Shi Yunfeng shook his head. After we emerged, the secret cavern vanished, a fleeting glimpse with no further trace. There were deeper areas within, but at that time, our strength was insufficient to delve further. Song nodded, refraining from further inquiries. As the days passed, it was soon the 6th day since the little one had entered the Black Cauldron. The adults in the village had completed their transformations, achieving substantial progress, thereby significantly enhancing the overall strength of the village. The several villages that had once shared similar strengths in this vast wilderness had now created a distinct disparity, one of essential difference. Setting aside the willow deity and Song, the mere presence of that ancient relic was enough to dominate the wilderness. At this moment, the fireball demon had been released from its seal and was able to move freely, though it dared not wander recklessly. Should Song perceive any intention of escape, it would find itself in dire straits. Moreover, this village was not merely enigmatic due to Song. The charred willow tree at the village's entrance was also a concealed behemoth. The bull was not foolish. It had long recognized the presence of this willow tree in the wilderness, which remained an enigma to it. Even the supreme beings battling for treasures of the mountains dared not recklessly intrude, and thus the bull refrained from acting with impunity within the village guarded by the willow tree. Chapter 16. The Thunder Emperor. As night fell, the moonlight shone brightly, casting a serene glow over Shurtsuan, its gentle luminescence creating a stark contrast to the surrounding impenetrable darkness. In the village square, a black cauldron emitted a soft glow, quivering slightly and emanating a nebulous yet lofty sound of the Tao, surrounded by an ethereal radiance, its atmosphere extraordinary. In the distance, the imposing fireball demon lay quietly on the ground, its enormous eyes flitting between the seated Song and the black cauldron. Within that vessel lay its own precious blood, which it had witnessed being poured in. Watching its own life essence being simmered, The bull demon felt a complex mix of emotions. That was its vital essence. While the blood from its hind legs replenished continuously, the true blood from its horns was not so easily restored. Having had some drawn out by Tsang had already diminished its vitality. Yet what could it do? Before a formidable being like Tsang, any act of insubordination would lead to special treatment, and the bull had no desire to endure such an experience again. Gazing at the meditative figure of Chi Tsang beneath the willow tree, he lowered his head in contemplation, his mind racing with thoughts. That rotund young lad, displaying a keen interest in beast milk, appeared to be quite extraordinary. Not only did the villagers hold him in high regard, but during the baptism, he was afforded such exceptional treatment, clearly marking him as a treasure. If I could cultivate a good rapport with him, my future circumstances would undoubtedly improve significantly. Thus, he began to ponder. Since this little fellow had an affinity for beast milk, I could exploit this interest. Although my form as a bull precludes the possibility of producing milk, my strength ensures that I can procure it from other sources. Various exotic cows and formidable female beasts could provide fresh and sweet beast milk, ensuring that the young lad would have his fill. I am quite satisfied with my analysis, nodding in agreement with myself. Suddenly, a few figures that I utterly despised crossed my mind. One was the golden old lion, who constantly encroached upon my territory, relying on its seniority to assert dominance. Fortunately, the elder lion was aging beyond measure, nearing the end of its days. I had originally intended to wait for its demise before seizing its remains, but now, I find myself tethered as Chi Tsang's steed. Perhaps I could lead Chi Tsang to the lioness lair, encouraging him to deal with that overbearing old creature, sending it to its final resting place ahead of schedule. Aside from the old lion, there was also a demon ape that I loathed even more. Our paths were destined to clash, with every encounter resulting in fierce battles, each leaving us bloodied and battered. Reflecting on my dismal predicament, I resolved that I could not be the only one to suffer misfortune. The demon ape must also experience the torment of being vanquished by the great demon lord. Moreover, there was a golden-haired lion, adorned with a single horn, fierce and always lurking around my territory, drooling. This greatly irked me, and I had longed to confront that lion. Now, as the steed of the great demon lord, I could cleverly ensnare that lion, roasting it into a true golden lion. Moo! Excitement coursed through me as I realized that being Chi Tsang's mount might not be so bad after all. I could eliminate all my former adversaries, which was simply delightful. Chi Tsang remained serenely seated under the willow, unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling within the mind of the bull. At this moment, he was deeply engrossed in comprehending the intricacies of the blood transference realm. This cultivation system was worlds apart from the revival of the Tao seed, with each path emphasizing different aspects. One focused on developing the divine reservoirs of the body, while the other concentrated on cultivating the heavenly Tao. Each path possessed its own merits and drawbacks, with neither being inherently superior. Chi Tsang's aim was to amalgamate these two routes, seeking a path that suited him best. No one had informed him why this was necessary. An instinctual drive propelled him, a vague sense of urgency permeating his being. As if a great terror loomed on the horizon, he felt compelled to adapt and grow stronger to ensure his safety. At this moment, Chi Tsang's body radiated a sanguine glow, his blood intertwined with potent runes, resembling eternal divine furnaces that continuously drew upon the essence of heaven and earth. Moreover, the divine radiance formed by the runes and blood underwent various transformations, at times morphing into long swords that unleashed formidable sword energy, and at others into small cauldrons that emitted mysterious auras, occasionally transforming into blood chimes that resonated with the echoes of the Tao. In just a few days, Chi Tsang had ascended to the theoretical pinnacle of the blood transference realm. His comprehension of this path far surpassed that of other practitioners, placing him in a league of his own. The revival of another system had granted him unparalleled conditions, ensuring that his cultivation in the blood transference and celestial realm would progress swiftly, defying conventional expectations. Logically, Chi Tsang should have been ready to advance to the next stage of the celestial realm. However, he refrained from rushing into a breakthrough. He sensed that there were still unexplored depths within the blood transference realm, and there was no need to hurry. Suddenly, Chi Tsang halted his cultivation, opening his eyes to gaze at the charred willow tree before him. "Willow spirit," he tentatively called out. This marked the first dialogue he would have with the willow spirit. For the past month since his awakening, the willow spirit had been preoccupied with absorbing a droplet of lightning essence, leaving little attention for the outside world, which had led to the earlier incident where Chi Tsang nearly caught a glimpse of the willow spirit's visage. Ever since the willow spirit had obscured his view with chaotic energy, Chi Tsang had felt somewhat sheepish, Being caught spying was hardly conducive to a normal interaction. Thankfully, Qitsong possessed a generous heart and a thick skin, maintaining his composure in the moment. A gentle breeze rustled the tender willow branches, which swayed gracefully, radiating a soft glow akin to a bright lamp illuminating the night, safeguarding the entire stone village. It was somewhat awkward that the willow spirit did not respond. Yet Qitsong could sense a pair of exquisite eyes observing him. If it was due to the previous incident, I apologize. My curiosity regarding your appearance, coupled with the restoration of my vision, led to my indiscretion, Qitsong sincerely expressed, acknowledging that his act of peering had been rather inappropriate. After a moment of silence, the willow spirit finally spoke, bypassing any discussion of the prior incident. The voice was enigmatic, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, yet imbued with a magnetic quality. I truly did not anticipate your return to the mortal realm. Qitsong felt a tremor of surprise, detecting multiple layers of meaning woven into those words. Hinting at his origins, does the willow spirit recognize my identity? He pondered. In this world, beings capable of commanding the lightning pool were exceedingly rare. Aside from the illustrious Thunder Emperor, there seemed to be no other. That was a taboo. Only the legendary Thunder Emperor, one of the 10 infamous beings, could wield such power. However, rumors had circulated that the Thunder Emperor had perished long ago. The willow spirit lamented, expressing the truth. Qitsong's heart quivered. As soon as the title Thunder Emperor emerged, he recognized it referred to him, a memory embedded deep within his soul that could not be erased. So, I am indeed one of the 10 infamous beings, the Thunder Emperor. Chapter 17, Divergent Perspectives. He understood the meaning behind the 10 infamous beings. In the memories of the Stone Village, the future young lad would venture to the North Sea to contend for the treasures left behind by the Kunpeng. Like Qitsong, was also one of the 10 infamous beings. The 10 infamous beings of antiquity, each one a transcendent powerhouse, traversing the heavens and earth, casting a disdainful gaze upon the realm of mortals. They each possessed their own unparalleled arcane arts, vast in power, coveted by countless individuals. Willow Spirit, could you share some insights regarding my past? Qitsong inquired in a low voice. Even upon learning of his identity as the Thunder Emperor, he could not recall his past, much like the five-colored sparrow, indicating that he had endured unimaginable trauma. This was evident from the Willow Spirit's earlier astonishment. It was said that he had long since perished in the past. From a five-colored sparrow, he learned that the Willow Spirit was a being from the era of the immortal ancients, known as the ancestral sacrificial spirit, and might possess knowledge pertinent to the Thunder Emperor. A radiant glow shimmered, ethereal and tranquil, as a willow branch exuded immortal light, floating uncertainly in the void. The Thunder Emperor, the only humanoid among the 10 infamous beings, possessed astonishing talent, rare throughout history, being the youngest among them. Had he not perished prematurely, he was destined to ascend to kingship, as the Willow Spirit's voice resonated in Qitsong's heart, causing a subtle tremor. This appraisal was exceedingly high. Being the youngest of the 10 infamous beings underscored the terrifying nature of his potential. Qitsong continued to wait, but regrettably, the Willow Spirit did not elaborate further. He glanced at the charred, colossal stump and instantly understood. The Willow Spirit too had undergone a rebirth, and losing some memories was hardly surprising. Upon reflection, the Stone Village truly served as a refuge for the infirm and the weak. The Willow Spirit, the five-colored sparrow, and himself had all manifested during the era of the immortal ancients, only to meet calamity and arrive in the Stone Village. In a quaint little village, the convergence of so many ancient beings presents a remarkable spectacle. Qitsong remained silent, as did the Willow Deity, both lost in contemplation for an extended period. Eventually, it was the Willow Deity who broke the silence. I shall enter seclusion for a year. During this time, I entrust the safety of the Stone Village to you. Qitsong nodded, confident that with his strength, now comparable to that of a venerable sage, he could easily safeguard the village. Do you still require thunder liquid? If you find it insufficient, I can provide you with more. Having revived the ancient methods, Qitsong had managed to slightly grasp a corner of the thunder pool. The techniques he employed to vanquish the beast tide and restrain the bull demon were derived from the celestial seed he wielded, a hallmark of ancient practices, growing and combating alongside one's own seed. Thus, extracting some thunder liquid from a thunder pool was not a daunting task. However, the Willow Deity graciously declined. A single drop suffices. While I can indeed refine this thunder liquid to recover significantly, what is paramount for me is to deconstruct and study the immortal divinity within it, to observe the most fundamental truths. True revival is best achieved naturally. With patience to comprehend this process, hastening it would not yield beneficial results. Chizang nodded in understanding. It appeared that the willow deity possessed considerable experience regarding matters of rebirth, likely having undergone this journey more than once. At that moment, the willow deity extended her solitary branch, hovering above the black cauldron that sealed the diminutive figure. The vibrant, tender willow branch, adorned with budding sprouts, radiated mysterious brilliance, cascading onto the cauldron's surface, where intricate patterns absorbed the light. Instantly, the manifestations of ancient ancestors, along with flowers, birds, insects, and fish, became even more grandiose, as if truly returning to a distant past. Each individual has their own path. Excessive intervention does not facilitate a longer journey. The voice of the willow deity resonated, and Chizang understood it was a reflection on his attempts to orchestrate an extraordinary scenario for reviving the supreme bone within the little one. So all this while, you have been playing the role of a mere observer, have you? Indeed. When he was first brought here, he was on the brink of death, with little time left. Yet, I did not intervene. I merely watched. Should I have intervened to save him, he would have simply survived, leading an ordinary life. Ultimately, just as he was about to wither away, a spark of vitality re-emerged, gradually growing stronger, sustaining himself. This illustrates a fundamental truth. Life is the greatest miracle in existence. Chizang resonated deeply with this final statement. As the master of thunder, he understood that the most fearsome aspect of thunder lay in its destructive power, capable of obliterating all in its path. Yet, what was most precious about thunder was the vitality it harbored. This child is no ordinary being. Having faced the ordeal of bone extraction in his youth, it is akin to having died once, and there may be more tribulations ahead. However, I believe that even if his path is fraught with challenges, he can transform peril into safety and grow stronger step by step. Reviving the supreme bone, he could achieve it without my assistance. My support merely expedites the process. With his comprehension, he will undoubtedly excel, and if I assist him in advance, he will create even more miracles upon this foundation. Chizang expressed his thoughts aloud, recalling the little one as a celestial being, imbued with an indescribable potential. He felt compelled to lay the most extraordinary foundation for him, allowing him to soar through the heavens and traverse the realms. The willow deity remained silent for a moment before responding, perhaps, neither denying nor affirming his assertion. Chizang gazed at the willow tree once more, witnessing the ethereal figure of the willow deity in her flowing white garments. Although this was not his first encounter with the 3,000 divine nations, he still felt a sense of awe. It was the path of the willow deity, imbued with an overwhelming aura. Are these your experiences? Leaving footprints among the 3,000 divine nations, becoming a revered spirit for their worship and offerings, I begin to understand why you are called the ancestor spirit. As for my circumstances, refrain from speculating wildly. Should fate allow, you will know in due time. With that, the willow deity fell silent, the chaotic energy enveloping the area as she commenced her seclusion. The thunder liquid dripping from the thunder pool under Chizang's command was extraordinary, even for the willow deity. Comprehensively studying, it would not be a task accomplished in a day or two. Observing the now tranquil willow tree, Chizang sighed softly, aware that the willow deity's gaze extended far beyond, into the vastness of the heavens. While she safeguarded the stone village, she would not overly concern herself with its rise and fall. To her, this was a natural state, a cycle of existence. Only the unique situation of the diminutive being would capture her attention, warranting special treatment. Nevertheless, fundamentally, the willow deity acted in accordance with her own whims, eager to witness how this remarkable being, consistently creating miracles, would progress, to become a revered spirit among the 3,000 divine nations. To carve out an extraordinary path uniquely his own, the willow deity had encountered countless extraordinary beings and had protected innumerable places. The humble stone village was merely one of many. Chizang harbored a premonition. Perhaps, in time, the willow deity would gradually recognize the little one's unique potential and come to value him more. However, inevitably, the day would arrive when she would depart from the stone village, and that time would not be far off. Chapter 18. The Rebirth of the Supreme Bone. The following day, at dawn, as the sun began to rise, a crimson orb slowly ascended from the horizon, casting warm rays across the vast wilderness. The villagers of Stone Village had gathered early in a clearing at the village's edge, awaiting the momentous occasion. They understood that today marked the day when the little one would emerge from the cauldron. After a full week, this significant baptism was nearing its conclusion. All eyes were fixed upon the extraordinary black cauldron, filled with hope and anticipation. What kind of surprise would the little one bring? Would he truly return as Chizang had foretold? Moreover, would he undergo a rebirth, surpassing his former self? The fireball demon lay in the distance, snorting disdainfully at the anxious villagers, perplexed by their nervousness. With its spiritual blood present, how could that chubby little boy not take flight? There was no need for concern over success or failure. Chizang remained seated, immobile, having concluded his conversation with the willow deity. He resumed his cultivation within the blood transfer realm, having gained insight on how to break through to the next stage. Meanwhile, the great cauldron continued to emit a radiant glow, its surface patterns enduring the passage of time, while the mysterious phenomena persisted for a full 7 days. Such a spectacle was astonishing, leading many to suspect they were witnessing the refinement of a divine elixir. Considering the time lost during the little one's absence, he was now merely a little over 3 years old. The thought of a child so young enduring 7 days of refinement within the cauldron was enough to induce gasps of astonishment. Grandpa, you once shared stories of alchemy. Surely the little one won't transform directly into a divine elixir, will he? Asked the snot-nosed child anxiously, pondering whether the little one would still be able to play joyfully with them if he became an elixir. The village elder, Stone Yunfeng, ruffled the child's hair and chuckled. The little one is undergoing a baptism, reviving an unparalleled talent. How could he possibly be refined into a pill? Such innocent musings. Just then, the cauldron's commotion abruptly ceased, catching everyone off guard. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd, their hearts hanging in suspense. Chizang seemed to sense something, casting his gaze toward the black cauldron, a smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. Boom! In the next instant, the cauldron's lid shot into the sky, a brilliant light erupting from within. As if a vast divine treasure had exploded forth, countless essences spilling out, enveloping the cauldron in a misty veil, rendering it somewhat indistinct. At that moment, a resplendent and blazing sun ascended from the misty clouds, radiating a golden hue, its brilliance surpassing even the distant dawn. The onlookers were left in awe, for this sun bore an uncanny resemblance to a divine elixir, perfectly spherical, emanating golden light and exuding an unparalleled sanctity. The snot-nosed child was rendered speechless, his jaw nearly grazing the ground. Indeed, the little one had been transformed into a divine elixir. Even the venerable clan leader, Shi Yunfeng, was dumbfounded. How could a chubby little boy have achieved such a state? Could it truly be as the snot-nosed child had claimed? Many involuntarily turned their gaze towards Chikao, only to discover him smiling, an expression of satisfaction gracing his countenance, undoubtedly providing the crowd with a sense of reassurance that the little one had not encountered any mishap. Suddenly, the radiant sun shattered into fragments, revealing that it was merely an ephemeral phenomenon. Immediately thereafter, the heavens and earth convulsed, unleashing an infinite brilliance, rendering everything obscured save for a myriad of mysterious symbols, densely arrayed above the cauldron, akin to a celestial scripture inscribed in the void. From the black cauldron, it appeared as if a primordial supreme being was awakening, exuding an aura that engulfed the universe, gazing disdainfully upon the 8 desolations, asserting its supremacy above all. A terrifying presence spread forth as endless symbols intertwined, imprinting themselves within the cosmos, a luminous brilliance akin to an ocean inundating the very fabric of existence. This was an unparalleled divine majesty emanating from within the black cauldron, waves crashing like the sea, the aura of supremacy overwhelming, overshadowing the sun, moon, and stars, subduing the heavens and earth alike. The inhabitants of Shirzuen were left stupefied, gripped by this potent aura, their souls frozen as if confronted by a deity. What was that? Did it emanate from the little one? Shirlene, who was astounded, unable to fathom that such a phenomenon could arise from a mere 3-year-old child. It was indeed the little fellow. He was a born supreme being. Shi Yunfeng's lips trembled with excitement. He had previously inquired of Chikao and learned that the essence of his baptism was to revive the little one's lost supreme bone. Now, this unfathomable and vast aura indicated the success of the baptism. He had triumphed. A natural supreme being. The clansmen could not help but utter these words, their eyes glazed with disbelief, almost in a trance. It was astonishing. Their village had produced a natural supreme being, a tale worthy of myth. Even the nearby bull demon quivered in fear, despite being an ancient breed with formidable strength dominating the vast wilderness. It felt an impulse to bow in reverence before such an aura. At this moment, the bull demon was filled with confusion. How had this child, who had an affinity for beast milk, suddenly become so powerful? Could it be due to the baptism with its true blood? Upon this thought, the bull demon's large ears began to twitch, for if that were the case, it would have achieved a monumental feat. Boom. The black cauldron collapsed with a tremendous roar, shaking the very earth. A figure emerged, radiating crimson light, vitality surging forth, soaring high into the heavens, resembling a fearsome beast in human form, exuding an astounding presence. As he stepped forth, the densely arranged symbols in the sky began to tremble, emitting blinding light before cascading downwards, converging upon his chest. There, a golden sun, brimming with dense runes, glimmered with a crystalline sheen. A bone, the very source of all the runes, was embedded within this radiant aura. A resplendent little figure seated within the bone, reciting sacred verses. Everyone was captivated by this bone, their gazes fixated upon it, their minds seemingly on the verge of succumbing to its allure, the murmurs akin to a call to reincarnation. In the next moment, they jolted back to consciousness, blood seeping from their lips, gasping for air, as Chikao forcibly extricated them from the trance. The reborn Supreme Bone was not something they could gaze upon without peril. A moment longer might have cost them their lives. Indeed, following the rebirth, it was more splendid than ever. As Chikao had remarked, his eyes locked upon the bone, a hint of solemnity in his expression. Meanwhile, the bull demon, left unattended, succumbed to its curiosity, fixating its gaze upon the bone until dizziness overcame it, ultimately collapsing to the ground, lost in slumber. Roar! The little one let out a cry akin to a true dragon cub, a sound that reverberated through the vast wilderness, startling countless birds and beasts. He was extraordinary, his dark hair cascading to his shoulders. He stood taller than before, reclaiming the lost years of his youth. His aura was astonishing, powerful as a dragon, far removed from that of an ordinary child, resembling instead the pure-blood offspring of a celestial beast. Chapter 19. A Stroll. Little one, the clansmen of Schertsuin were astonished beyond measure. What manner of child was this? At such a tender age, he had achieved such greatness. Calling him a youthful true dragon was no exaggeration. Little one, how do you feel? The village elders surrounded him, their excitement palpable, touching and prodding him with delight. At this moment, the supreme bone within the little one's chest had receded, thanks to Chikao's meticulous arrangements. The revival of the supreme bone was thorough and complete, allowing the little one a high degree of mastery over it, capable of wielding it at will. His body was pure and crystalline, shimmering with resplendent brilliance, concealing vast reserves of vitality and strength. In close proximity, one could genuinely feel an oppressive force, awe-inspiring in its presence. Aunties and uncles, I'm great. I feel as though I have boundless energy, the little one exclaimed joyfully, revealing a radiant smile. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Our village has produced an extraordinary child. In the future, he will surely stand shoulder to shoulder with the legendary golden-winged Great Pong, the clan elder beamed, envisioning a bright future as the crowd erupted in jubilant fervor. Suddenly, the little one exclaimed in surprise as Hu and the other adults closed in, not only prodding and pinching him, but also teasing him. To his embarrassment, several little girls squeezed in as well, gazing at his ivory-like skin with envy. The little one blushed instantly, hastily pushing the crowd away and darting over to Chikao, who had already prepared a set of clothes for him. Once dressed, the little one's blush gradually faded. The little one has grown up and can feel shy now. Indeed, he would blush even when I merely teased him back when he couldn't walk, they reminisced. The little one has matured. He can no longer be called little one. The clan elder, Yunfeng, remarked with understanding. From now on, we shall call him Hao. Time flies so swiftly, someone lamented. In the blink of an eye, Hao had transformed from a helpless child into the most powerful individual in the village, second only to Lu Shun and Chikao. The adults, such as Hu and Feijiao, were no longer his match. The enhancement bestowed by the bone was simply too great. Moreover, Chikao's arrangements had maximized Hao's potential, akin to awakening a colossal dormant volcano, erupting with unprecedented intensity. It would be no exaggeration to say that the little brother who had acquired the supreme bone was far superior to his peers. Even residing in a formidable ancient nation, could not compare to a drop of thunder liquid from Chikao's thunder pool. They were not even in the same league. Furthermore, the majority of the thunder liquid given to Hao by Chikao had been utilized to revive the supreme bone. Otherwise, it would have required substantial dilution to be of any use to the little one. Uncle Chikao, thank you. Hao expressed his gratitude, for without him, his supreme bone might never have developed. The arduous trials endured over 7 days and nights had rendered Hao acutely aware of the formidable challenge inherent in reviving this bone. Numerous times, he had come perilously close to being drained of his vitality. In those moments, the runes inscribed within the black cauldron, orchestrated by the fiery song, would erupt with a vitality akin to an ocean, surging into the seemingly bottomless embryonic bone. Time and again, this relentless endeavor ultimately culminated in the bone's complete restoration. Fiery Song smiled and gently ruffled Sherhao's hair. Each individual possesses a path uniquely their own, regardless of the hardships that may accompany it. It is one that must be traversed alone. I have merely afforded you an opportunity. The unfolding of your future rests solely in your hands. Sherhao, possessing a sharp intellect and profound insight, discerned the underlying meaning in Fiery Song's words. However, a fleeting look of consternation crossed his cherubic face. Uncle Song, are you departing? Upon hearing this, Fiery Song paused, momentarily taken aback, realizing that Sherhao misconstrued his words as a portent of departure. Just as he was about to shake his head, he was inexplicably reminded of the enigmatic Lu god, whose heart seemed to harbor myriad secrets, suggesting that one day he too might depart. How would he fare then? Consequently, he altered his response. Perhaps that day will come, but it is not now. Fear not. To me, Stone Village is home, and no matter how far I wander, I shall return. Young Sherhao nodded vigorously, having come to regard Fiery Song as family, naturally wishing for his continued presence. Go now, share the joy of your revival with those who care for you. Fiery Song gestured towards the jubilant villagers nearby. All right. A radiant smile illuminated Sherhao's face as he dashed toward the village elder, his uncles and aunts, and his companions, overwhelmed with joy. Observing the celebratory throng of Stone Village, Fiery Song felt a deep warmth. If only the world were perpetually so harmonious. Alas, such a notion was but a fanciful dream. He shook his head and approached the unconscious bull demon, delivering a few kicks, only to find the creature in a deep stupor, frothing at the mouth. The Supreme Bone's rebirth and nirvana were intertwined with the cycle of reincarnation, encapsulating the profound mysteries of existence. It was not merely the bone's power that dictated this, but rather the elevated level of the laws contained within. Not only others, but even Sherhao himself could not yet comprehend the runes within that bone. Only exceptional beings like Fiery Song and the Lu god could peruse them without trepidation. The bull demon, perhaps sensing the extraordinary runes within the bone, had been unable to tear its gaze away, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming symbolism it could not fathom. After a few more kicks yielded no response, Fiery Song decided to drag the bull demon away from Stone Village. With a thud, the bull demon, akin to a small mountain, was unceremoniously cast to the ground, producing a deafening sound. Crackling thunder surged forth, striking the bull demon, causing its body to tremble and emit wisps of smoke. Surprisingly, the notion of an electrically roasted bull began to tantalize Fiery Song, as a delectable aroma reminiscent of beef wafted through the air, prompting him to contemplate whether he should roast this bull for a meal. Sensing an intangible danger, the bull demon suddenly sprang to its feet, leaping 100 feet into the air. It felt a tingling sensation coursing through its muscles, as if a powerful electric current flowed within, causing it to shudder intermittently. Moo! The bull demon squealed, perceiving the dangerous glint in Fiery Song's eyes, and hurried over, desperately attempting to curry favor. Fiery Song could only shake his head. This bull was excessively obsequious, more cunning than many humans. Eventually, he found the creature's antics tiresome and temporarily extinguished any thoughts of transforming it into an electric bull. Take me for a stroll through this vast wilderness. Fiery Song understood that the region had recently been turbulent, with powerful beings vying for treasures of the mountains, and he yearned to witness it firsthand. Unlike the still-weakened Lu god, Fiery Song had regained a strength comparable to that of a venerable being, unperturbed by those formidable creatures. Thus, he did not intend to remain a bystander regarding the so-called mountain treasures. Although the emergence of these treasures was still some time away, Fiery Song prepared to gauge the strength of several fierce beasts at the venerable level competing for them. Additionally, he sought to capture a few ancient species to guard the village, intending to develop them into a formidable defense for Stone Village should he and Lu god depart in the future. The bull demon reduced its size, assuming the dimensions of an ordinary blue bull. Fiery Song mounted its back, sitting cross-legged with an ethereal grace, exuding an indescribable air of transcendence. Let us proceed directly to the lairs of any formidable ancient species nearby. Upon hearing this, the bull demon perked its ears up, nearly bouncing with excitement, as if invigorated. It had long desired to undertake such an adventure and was elated that Fiery Song shared this ambition. Subsequently, the bull demon galloped forward, racing toward the territory of the demon ape, the nearest formidable creature to Stone Village. This time, with the powerful backing of Fiery Song. It felt no trepidation toward the irascible demon ape, instead relishing the opportunity to teach it a lesson. Moo! The bull demon grew increasingly exhilarated, its hooves igniting in the air, scorching the earth beneath in a charred remnants, while nearby, ferocious beasts scattered in terror. Many beasts stood frozen in shock, bewildered by the sight of such a ferocious bull demon serving as a mount for a human, racing through the mountains. Previously, it had often gone berserk. What mischief would it conjure this time? In the distance, within a cave, a powerful demon ape lounged contentedly, savoring the marrow of the ferocious beasts it had captured. The crunching sound echoing throughout the cavern. This was its time of repose. The surrounding beasts were fully aware and dared not disturb it, resulting in a serene atmosphere. Suddenly, a thunderous roar from the bull demon reverberated, surging like a tidal wave, causing the very air to resonate and the cave to tremble, with fragments of stone occasionally plummeting. The demon ape was incensed, emitting a low growl, a warning signal to any adversary. It recognized that the foolish bull had intentionally chosen this moment to provoke its authority. Roar! Towering at nearly 2 meters, the demon ape unfurled its leathery wings, the black fur along its spine standing erect, a clear testament to its fury. With a resounding crash, the cave exploded as the demon ape charged forth, seeking the source of the bull demon's roar, vowing to slaughter the fire bull and devour its brain. Sensing the approach of the demon ape, the bull demon could not suppress a grin, its eyes widening as if to say its objective had been achieved. Fiery Tsong furrowed his brow, for the bull demon's expression seemed exceedingly peculiar at that moment. In an instant, a fierce aura surged forth as the demon ape barreled toward them, cloaked in a swirling black mist, its horns glimmering ominously. A testament to the many powerful beings it had slain. It flapped its wings, moving with incredible speed, akin to a black meteor descending from the heavens, hurtling directly at the bull demon. When the demon ape's gaze fell upon Fiery Tsong, it paused in confusion. A human. The foolish bull was bringing a human along. What could this possibly mean? There was no time for contemplation, as the demon ape lunged forward, intent on impaling the bull demon with its horns, ideally skewering the human as well. However, a surge of lightning erupted, a cacophony of explosive force, propelling the fearsome demon ape away as swiftly as it had charged. It felt as though it had collided with an impenetrable iron wall, leaving its head reeling, as if its very skull might shatter. The terror was overwhelming. The circumstances were so bewildering that one found themselves violently hurled away without any forewarning. In a moment of chaos, the demon ape seemed to perceive a finger, crackling with lightning, darting forth like a bolt, striking its horn and eliciting a faint sound akin to bones fracturing. Thud! It was impossible to ascertain how far it had been flung, nor how many mountains it had shattered upon its descent, but eventually, the demon ape came to a halt, crashing heavily into the earth, its body drenched in blood, utterly motionless and engulfed in excruciating pain. Before long, the firebull demon arrived, carrying Chizang, and began to circle around the spot where the demon ape lay, appearing to revel in its misfortune. The demon ape's eyes twitched with rage as the realization dawned upon it. The firebull demon had brought such a formidable human being deliberately to provoke it, drawing it into combat and leading it to its own demise. With a resounding clap, Chizang struck the bull demon on the head. Stop! The bull demon instantly jolted, no longer daring to indulge in its previous arrogance. Subsequently, Chizang tossed a vibrant sphere of lightning, teeming with vitality, which landed upon the demon ape's form. In an instant, its wounds began to mend, and the agonizing pain dissipated. The demon ape stood in a daze, gazing at Chizang, who sat cross-legged upon the bull demon's back, beginning to grasp his intentions. Follow me, Chizang commanded, his tone laced with an undeniable authority. Having spoken, he mounted the bull demon and continued onward to the next destination. The demon ape, rising from the pit, regarded Chizang's retreating figure with a complex expression, a mixture of trepidation and fear. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, it gritted its teeth and followed suit. Thus, Chizang rode the bull demon, traversing the vast wilderness and passing through numerous territories ruled by powerful ancient species. These ancient beings, who claimed dominion over various treasures, offered no resistance whatsoever. All succumbing to his might, many ferocious beasts witnessed this extraordinary sight. The firebull demon, carrying a human, led the way, followed closely by an array of formidable beast kings, including golden-haired lions, thunderous sparrows, and crimson serpents. The beast kings appeared despondent, their heads hung low, resembling prisoners. The feral creatures sensed that this was no trivial matter. A transformation loomed over the wilderness. Master, if we proceed further, We will reach the domain where the supreme beings contend for mountain treasures. The fireball demon communicated telepathically to Chazang, its legs trembling slightly. Ahead lay the depths of the wilderness, the battleground of the four beast lords. Over the past 6 months, the four lords had clashed multiple times, each battle capable of sinking vast expanses of land, leaving devastation in their wake. In the face of such terror, it felt an innate fear, reluctant to advance. The ancient beings trailing behind also nodded in agreement. The battlefield of the beast lords was beyond their reach, an insurmountable chasm separating them from those titans. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Chazang had no intention of halting, his expression devoid of emotion as he commanded, "Continue forward." The ancient beings quivered in fright at his words. He was indeed a fearless individual, seemingly intent on intervening in the battle of the beast lords. Chapter 21. Being an ancient being is truly arduous. However, could we not be excluded from this? Chazang possessed overwhelming strength, rendering him unafraid of the beast lords. Unlike them, should they incur the wrath of the lords, it would spell their doom. The ancient beings were acutely aware of the identities of the four beast lords involved in the contention, the spirits of ancient nations, descendants of legendary ferocious beasts, and the violently feral demon birds. Encountering the former two was bearable, for they adhered to some semblance of reason. But crossing paths with the latter two, known for their brutality, would undoubtedly result in them being flayed alive, their blood drained, and their lives extinguished. Consequently, the ancient beings hesitated, paralyzed by fear and unwilling to advance further. The bull demon, too, found itself in a quandary. The overwhelming shadow cast by the supreme beings instilling a primal dread. "Proceed," Chazang reiterated, his voice chillingly cold, seemingly capable of freezing the very fabric of reality. Upon hearing this, the ancient beings felt their spirits wane, their massive forms trembling as if on the verge of disintegration under his imposing presence. They felt a surge of indignation, yearning to lament the capriciousness of fate. Just moments ago, they had been comfortably enjoying their lives in their sanctuaries, only to be inexplicably thrust into turmoil and compelled to follow this human. Now, they faced an excruciatingly awkward situation, with ferocious beast lords ahead and a terrifying demon king behind, caught between a rock and a hard place, prompting an involuntary lament that being an ancient being was indeed a daunting challenge. At this juncture, what could they do? To halt their advance would likely result in being shattered by the demon king's hand or pierced through by a mere finger. Thus, it seemed prudent to navigate this immediate peril first. The bull demon suddenly shuddered, recalling its prior ordeal, where indecision had led to a severe beating. If it faltered again, it could very well find itself served as a meal. Steeling itself, it bravely led the way forward, while the other ancient beings, though trembling with fear, had no choice but to follow, unwilling to defy Chazang's will. They entered a battlefield where the mountains and rivers lay ravaged, the earth cracked and lifeless, the landscape shattered and rocks strewn about. Many areas bore the scars of fierce battles between powerful beings, causing the ancient beings to tremble, their souls quaking with trepidation as they prayed that the four beast lords were resting today, not engaged in combat, and that they would not encounter them. However, contrary to their hopes, a wave of terror surged from above and below, sweeping toward them from afar, enveloping their surroundings. This was the heart of the Kangmang Mountains, the site where the mountain treasures manifested, and also the battlefield of the four beast lords. In that moment, a battle erupted without warning, a terrifying aura that seemed to herald the dawn of creation itself. One moment, flames raged, the next, clouds obscured the sun, and then, iron rods soared through the air. The four formidable beings each faced their own adversaries, engaging in fierce combat for the most advantageous positions, their destructive power astonishing, nearly obliterating the region. The ancient beings lamented their misfortune, their legs trembling, hearts racing with an urge to flee. Yet, as if under the watchful gaze of an indifferent pair of eyes, they felt the presence of the demon king looming on the bull's back. With that piercing gaze upon them, none of the ancient beings dared to move recklessly, compelled to follow in silence. Before long, they arrived at the very epicenter, where the scene was even more horrific. A basin lay before them, and while ordinary folk might perceive nothing amiss, these mighty beings discerned at once that it was a colossal footprint, having crushed a majestic mountain range underfoot, leaving many peaks shattered and in disarray. In the distance, several dark abysses yawned, immense and unfathomable, their depths unseeable. This was a claw print, carved by some fearsome avian, its dark hollow still radiating an overwhelming aura of power. The thunderbird, being of the same avian lineage, shuddered involuntarily, its soul plunging into an abyss of dread. Paying homage to the supreme avian lineage, they understood who had created this. It was none other than the most ferocious and violent entity of all. Continue onward, Chizang urged. As the land lay scorched and aflame, the very earth melting beneath them, steam rising and scorching the flesh. The ancient beings gazed in horror at the searing ground, their minds conjuring the vivid image of a fiery figure. A sudden roar reverberated through the 6 realms, shaking the heavens and earth. A fiery red bird soared amidst the swirling mists of the battlefield, igniting a tempest of crimson flames that engulfed half the sky. Its adversary was a creature resembling a simian, with feet as red as burning coals and a pair of furry, massive hands wielding an iron staff, sweeping across the heavens and shaking the very skies. The life and death battle between the two reverberated through the mountains. And had it not been for the unique nature of the mountain treasure's birthplace, guarded by an overwhelming force, this vast wilderness would have undoubtedly shattered. On the other side, a colossal and fearsome avian roared, nearly filling the firmament, its obsidian wings spanning the sky as if 100,000 mountains were bearing down upon them. Opposite it stood a Qiongqi, a beast that bore resemblance to both a tiger and an ox, its body drenched in crimson with a wide maw and tusks, adorned with long horns and eyes glimmering like emeralds, captivating yet terrifying. The bull demon carried Shi Kang, trailed by a host of ancient remnants, who had truly arrived at the battlefield of the 4 supreme beings, no more than 10 miles from their fierce clash, already feeling the chilling aura of the impending war. All the ancient remnants felt a tightening in their chests, overwhelmed by the presence of the supreme beings, nearly collapsing to the ground. The hierarchical suppression among beasts was no jest, just as they could easily crush the lesser ferocious beasts beneath them. The supreme beings held the power to control their very lives. Fortunately, Shi Kang made his move, releasing his own aura, transforming the space into a sanctuary, and instantly, that unbearable sensation vanished without a trace. The ancient remnants, their hearts still racing, were filled with trepidation at the might of the beast sovereigns, while simultaneously astonished by Shi Kang's unfathomable strength. At that moment, the continuous sounds of collision suddenly slowed, signaling the impending conclusion of the battle. The bull demon and the other ancient remnants looked up in bewilderment. Could it be that the battle was over, that the supreme beings were calling it a day? What unfolded before their eyes nearly instilled panic within them. The 4 supreme beings had momentarily ceased their hostilities, uniformly directing their gazes toward the remnants. Such a scene was utterly terrifying, capable of sending the ancient remnants into a state of shock. The 4 beast sovereigns, with their chilling and fearsome eyes, all focused intently in their direction, the murderous intent overwhelming. Especially that avian demon, whose eyes were akin to 2 massive blood moons, sending shivers down their spines. The ancient remnants wished to voice their explanations, to plead for their lives, yet in such a dire situation, they found themselves rendered speechless. The air seemed to solidify, the murderous intent suffusing the atmosphere, causing all life to wither. The mountains felt as if they had plunged into a frigid winter, making them tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, a calm and casual voice emerged from the bull demon's back, not loud, yet resonating throughout the vast wilderness. You may continue your battle. I merely pass through. Taking a casual glance. Chapter 22. Unmasking before them. The scene instantly froze. The ancient remnants and the 4 supreme beings were left in a daze, astounded by Shi Kang's words. What was he saying? Just taking a casual look? Did he think this was his own backyard? The bull demon, the demon ape, the golden lion, and others were now utterly disoriented, their spirits nearly lost, teetering on the brink of oblivion. This great demon rarely spoke, but when he did, it was enough to terrify anyone. The 4 beast sovereigns were all gazing in this direction. He dared to suggest they continue fighting, thereby offending all 4 at once. In the heart of the mountains, on the battlefield 10 miles away, the little red bird watched Shi Kang with keen interest, unfazed by his earlier remarks. Its opponent, a creature resembling Zhu Yin wielding a staff, appeared eager to engage Shi Kang in battle. Conversely, the other 2 exhibited expressions of sheer fury. The Qiongqi glared menacingly, its immense body towering like a mountain, rendering the majestic peaks around it insignificant. The avian demon's gaze was even colder, brimming with overwhelming malice. I despise humans, it declared, shaking the very earth beneath them. This statement conveyed a clear stance, and in an instant, murderous intent permeated the air, ravaging the endless mountains, affecting the entire battlefield. Qiongqi concurred, This sacred artifact is of immense significance. The fewer who know, the better. Each additional person is merely another competitor. I propose we unite to eliminate this audacious human. Its words were not concealed. All beings heard them, and the ancient remnant's spirits fled, standing frozen in shock. The worst fear had materialized. The four supreme beings intended to join forces against them. With four of the mightiest beast sovereigns attacking, who could withstand such an assault? The descendant of Zhu Yin stirred, eager for a confrontation with the seemingly unfathomable Shi Kang, finding Qiongqi's words to align perfectly with its desires. However, it refrained from impulsively striking first, merely fixating on Shi Kang from atop the bull demon's back, ready to swing its iron staff. As for the little red bird, it scoffed, holding no interest in allying with the Tianke or Qiongqi. Ha ha! Tianke and Qiongqi, renowned for their cunning and cruelty. Shi Kang laughed, mocking loudly. Human, what did you just say? Tianke roared in anger, having slain its own mentor. It was the gravest taboo for anyone to utter such words against it, and Shi Kang's remarks had undoubtedly struck a nerve. Qiongqi, too, was incensed. To be described as cunning and vicious was hardly flattering, and no one relished such characterizations. Human, do you realize you were playing with fire? The two supreme beasts, who had initially harbored some caution and were unable to fully gauge Shi Kang, now found his words intolerable, pushing them to the brink of action. The little red bird, however, found Shi Kang's characterization agreeable. The tale of Tianke slaying its mentor was common knowledge, while Qiongqi, once a sacrificial spirit of an ancient kingdom, had devoured an entire nation after absorbing their faith, showcasing a brutality surpassing even that of Tianke. Neither was virtuous, hence the little red bird's disdain for them. The previous battle between the two had seemed fierce, but in truth, it was merely a charade, not truly threatening. They had unleashed real fury, engaged in a genuine life and death struggle. I can envision a scenario where they both suffer grievous injuries while you remain unscathed, increasing your odds of claiming the mountain treasure once it emerges. Is that not cunning? I traversed the vast wilderness with my steeds, chanced upon this place, and had no intention of joining your conflict. Yet you two seek to kill us. How cruel is that? Shi Kang smiled, speaking eloquently. The little red bird and Zhu Yin's descendant suddenly grasped the situation. It turned out Qiongqi and Tianke were merely staging a performance, not engaging in a life-or-death duel. Their intent had been to incite a fierce clash between the two, leaving Qiongqi and Tianke in a position of absolute advantage when vying for the mountain treasure. What a duo of deceitful beasts! The little red bird was not surprised by this revelation, though its gaze towards the two fierce beasts turned somewhat hostile. Zhu Yin's descendant tightened its grip on the iron staff, its brow furrowed deeply. It had not considered this angle before, genuinely believing it was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the little red bird. Now, after Shi Kang's remarks, it began to reflect, sensing something amiss. Qiongqi and Tianke, exposed, felt their fury intensify. Had it not been for this human, the Fire Nation's sacrificial spirit and Zhu Yin's descendant would have surely inflicted devastating blows upon each other, allowing them to conserve their strength and dominate their opponents once the mountain treasure emerged. Now, this advantageous situation was ruined by this human, inciting their wrath to new heights. What I detest most is humanity. Not only are they highly prolific, but they also relish in sowing discord and playing with words. It sought to incite division among us. And in the future, it may scheme against you as well. Do not heed its nonsensical ramblings, Tianke endeavored in a final effort, momentarily reluctant to sever ties with the little red bird and the others. Regrettably, the previous deeds and actions of the creature rendered its words utterly devoid of credibility. Upon realizing this, the celestial sparrow seethed with fury, directing all its wrath towards Qi Song, intent on eliminating this human who spouted nothing but fabrications and falsehoods. Qiongqi wholeheartedly agreed, having long harbored disdain for Qi Song. I shall devour this malevolent beast, it growled, its massive form causing the very earth to tremble, akin to the collapse of a pillar holding up the heavens. With a resounding thud, the iron rod wielded by the descendant of Zhu Yin struck the ground with tremendous force, triggering a seismic upheaval that split the earth with deep fissures. Feeling outmaneuvered by Qiongqi and the celestial sparrow, it was filled with irritation and a longing to engage them in battle. Do not deceive yourselves. Should we engage in combat? It is he who shall reap the benefits, the celestial sparrow warned, recognizing the hostility emanating from the descendant of Zhu Yin. Subsequently, the two formidable beasts resolved to obliterate the human who threatened their schemes. Kill me? You think you stand a chance? Go train for several 100,000 years first. Cheatsong sat cross-legged atop the back of an ox, shaking his head in dismissal. This posture incited ire within the two supreme beings, who were revered and gazed down upon vast stretches of land. It was intolerable to be so scorned by a mere human. Seeking death, the celestial sparrow declared coldly, spreading its demon wings to cover the sky, casting the entire central mountain range into darkness. The demon ape and the golden lion were left paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground, trembling and pale-lipped. Only the bull demon remained upright, not from bravery, but from fear of the repercussions of failing its master. Cheatsong remained motionless, his hair swirling, gazing skyward with a slight smirk upon his lips. No one could discern how he had initiated his strike. A finger forged from thunder loomed high, seeming to become the singularity of existence, as if an emperor had pointed, exuding an overwhelming aura of supremacy that claimed dominion over heaven and earth. Chapter 23. Invincible. The most tyrannical techniques often require the most tyrannical individuals to wield them to their fullest potential. At this moment, Cheatsong unleashed the unparalleled Thunder Emperor's finger, a cataclysm of destruction amalgamated into a single digit. This technique epitomized sheer ferocity. With a mere point, the winds shifted, the heavens collapsed, and the very fabric of reality was upended, crushing anything that dared to stand in its path. Regardless of the myriad transformations and arcane arts, I shall shatter them with pure strength. The Thunder Emperor's finger followed this path, showcasing unparalleled dominance and defining what it meant to be invincible. Now it was Cheatsong, the creator of this forbidden technique, who executed it with an air of soaring confidence and an aura of invincibility that even the beast sovereigns found disconcerting, as if in the presence of divinity. For the first time, the celestial sparrow felt minuscule. Before Cheatsong, it appeared as mere dust. Yet it was indeed vast, its wings casting shadows that enveloped the sky, plunging the earth into night. In contrast, Cheatsong, small as an ant, sat cross-legged atop the ox's back, scarcely a fraction of the size of a single feather from the celestial sparrow. Nevertheless, an overwhelming sense of insignificance washed over it. As its approach toward Cheatsong felt akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. How could this be? It pondered, feeling dwarfed despite its immense form. The celestial sparrow, gripped by an inexplicable fear, questioned the nature of the human it faced. Too monstrous, too terrifying. Its pupils constricted in shock as the thunder-wreathed finger began to grow, expanding until it filled the entire expanse, reaching heights that pierced the clouds, seemingly infinite in scope. There was no escape. Even as the supreme avian, swift as lightning, it could not evade the onslaught, for the world was wholly consumed by the Thunder Emperor's finger. The celestial sparrow cried out, sensing an overwhelming force of annihilation barreling toward it, vast as an ocean, aiming directly for its face. With no time left to evade, it braced for impact. Just then, a sudden and clear divine resonance penetrated the celestial sparrow's essence, slightly rousing its senses, allowing it to awkwardly shift its body. With a resounding impact, the Thunder Emperor's finger obliterated everything in its wake, vaporizing a significant portion of the celestial sparrow, leaving only its wings intact, severed at the base and crashing to the ground, showering the area with the blood of the sovereign. The beings present were left in utter shock. Cheatsong remained unfazed atop the ox, having nonchalantly pointed a single digit that nearly felled the soaring, celestial sparrow from the skies. What overwhelming strength! What invincibility! Even the likes of the little red bird, the descendant of Zhu Yan, and Xiongqi were taken aback by the outcome. Could this human truly be a deity? They wondered. What are you doing? Why did you not evade? Xiongqi bellowed, having been the one to awaken the celestial sparrow with its divine resonance. Otherwise, it would have surely succumbed to that finger. Curse it! He has disordered my essence, causing my perception to falter, leaving me with no means to escape. The celestial sparrow coughed blood, swaying precariously in midair, its eyes filled with venomous rage, having never encountered such a cataclysmic disaster. Disordered essence? Xiongqi questioned. Being well-versed in this realm, yet having not sensed an attack targeting the essence from Cheatsong, it appeared as though the celestial sparrow had been left dazed, rooted in place, waiting to be struck by that finger. However, the celestial sparrow, not an ordinary being, quickly discerned the issue, its expression fluctuating between dread and disbelief. Never having faced such a formidable opponent. Why? My form is boundless, stretching across the heavens and earth, yet I am not as formidable as your mere few feet. This is illogical. The celestial sparrow protested, roaring defiantly, its wings beating against the sky, conjuring a tempest. The other beast sovereigns shared its confusion. Though Cheatsong's attack had severely injured the celestial sparrow, In terms of might, it had not transcended the bounds of sovereign. Given the celestial sparrow's strength, it should not have been so easily defeated. Cheat Song, sitting atop the ox, chuckled softly, his gaze indifferent, exuding an air of condescension. What your colossal form? A single speck of dust can fill an ocean. A single blade of grass can cleave the stars and moon. The path you hold in your heart, compared to my own in the world, is but a minuscule grain of sand. With this alone, I can effortlessly sever you. His words resonated like the thunderous sound of the heavens, vibrating in the ears of the 4 beast sovereigns, shaking their very souls. They, being powerful beings who ruled their domains, recognized that they were facing an extraordinary adversary. Who exactly are you? The celestial sparrow exclaimed, a shadow of fear looming over its heart. Unless I personally slay and devour you, this shadow may haunt me for a lifetime, it thought. God? Kikang Muzed, a smile playing on his lips, his meaning elusive. I am far more than a mere deity. The 10-fiend Thunder Emperor. Should I reveal that, I assure you, this celestial sparrow and Qiongqi would plummet from the skies in terror. Perhaps it has been too long. I have forgotten entirely, he remarked nonchalantly. The 2 formidable beast sovereigns stood in alarm, their hairs standing on end, realizing that this seemingly insignificant expanse concealed a being from ancient times. They immediately felt the urge to retreat, recognizing that none could confidently challenge Qi Song. Even though the ferocious might displayed by Chizang falls within the realm of the revered, it does not ascend to the divine echelon. Yet, even they presumed themselves outmatched, sensing that this ancient deity currently dwells in a phase of resurgence, perhaps harboring unforeseen stratagems. Let us depart. This individual is exceedingly formidable, spoke the swallowing sky sparrow decisively, preparing for a hasty retreat. Qiongqi, too, harbored no objections. Not wishing to engage in a bloody confrontation with this seemingly primordial god, the fate of the swallowing sky sparrow served as a cautionary tale. Without hesitation, the 2 abominable beasts contracted their forms and surged towards the horizon. Wait, did I permit you to flee so easily? Especially you, Qiongqi. Do leave behind a leg. Chizang's voice resonated, calm yet to the ears of the 2 revered beasts. It sounded like a death knell. The swallowing sky sparrow, disregarding its injuries, bolted ahead, while Qiongqi felt an icy dread coursing through its being. This individual was excessively domineering, casually demanding the relinquishment of a limb as if it possessed an abundance of them. Crack! Unexpectedly, a seed adorned with thunderous patterns appeared near Qiongqi's hind leg and erupted with a deafening roar. The explosion reverberated, transforming the seed into a celestial thunderstar, exuding a terrifying force that grievously wounded Qiongqi. A heavy beast's limb hurtled from the heavens, colliding with the wing of the swallowing sky sparrow. The other beast stood aghast. Indeed, as Chizang had claimed, Qiongqi had been compelled to leave behind a leg, crimson and fragrant, emitting the aroma of revered beast flesh. A potent delicacy that elicited audible salivation among the onlookers. Chapter 24. A frenzied scheme. Thus, the 2 most savage supreme beings had been thoroughly bested by Chizang, each paying a price for their encounter. However, in the eyes of the 2 ferocious beasts, as long as they could escape unscathed, it was a price worth paying. Yet, at that moment, the panicked swallowing sky sparrow and Qiongqi found their path obstructed by a suddenly manifested towering figure. They had yet to utter a word when a colossal pillar descended upon them, splitting the earth and carving out a profound chasm. In their hurried defense, the swallowing sky sparrow and Qiongqi suffered greatly, sustaining multiple fractures and internal injuries. Had it not been for their formidable cultivation, they might have perished that day. Monkey, you seek your own demise. The swallowing sky sparrow coughed blood, its eyes brimming with resentment. Qiongqi's arms hung limply, temporarily devoid of strength, and it seethed with anger. If looks could kill, it would have dismembered the descendant of Zhu Yan on the spot. You will pay for this, it growled menacingly. Though this blow had inflicted significant harm, it did not signify the loss of their combat efficacy. The 2 beasts, wary of Chizang in the distance, were reluctant to engage with the descendant of Zhu Yan. Thus they unleashed their unique abilities to repel the furry monkey and then swiftly retreated, vanishing at the edge of the vast wilderness. What are you doing? Knowing full well you cannot detain them, why advance? Such actions will breed enmity, and you may face dire consequences, the little red bird cautioned. Though it stood opposed to the descendant of Zhu Yan, it nonetheless felt a kinship with him. Observing the monkey's straightforwardness, it could not help but voice its concerns. The monkey paused, scratching its head. I was indeed outmaneuvered. I cannot abide this. I sought to strike them. Hearing this, the little red bird felt a tinge of helplessness. This monkey, both fierce and straightforward, had indeed achieved the revered rank, which was no small feat subsequently. It turned its gaze towards Chizang. This seemingly ancient deity, powerful and imposing, had not shown animosity towards it or the descendant of Zhu Yan. Thus, their relationship was not necessarily adversarial. Moreover, Chizang's effortless defeat of the two ferocious beasts indicated that even if they wished to oppose him, they would be woefully outmatched. The swallowing sky sparrow and Xiongqi are cunning and cruel, harboring deep grudges. I trust you had the capacity to subdue them. Why then allow them to escape? The little red bird inquired, puzzled, unable to fathom Chizang's intentions. To leave behind merely a wing and a leg seemed utterly perplexing. Chizang appeared indifferent. Reclining leisurely upon his steed, casually collecting the wing of the swallowing sky sparrow and the thigh of Xiongqi, nodding in satisfaction before responding, "You speak truthfully. Those two beasts are indeed cunning, ferocious, and vengeful. Yet one aspect you have overlooked is their insatiable greed. Until the mountain treasure is unearthed, they will not abandon this place. They will inevitably return. Thus, I have merely granted them a reprieve." The little red bird furrowed its brow. Granting them more time to live introduces further unpredictability. What purpose does this serve? Purpose? They know they cannot best me, so they will surely call for aid. However, given their disdain for humanity, they will not summon human experts. They will undoubtedly summon delectable beasts instead. At that point, all I need do is prepare a large pot. And not only will the swallowing sky sparrow and Xiongqi leap into it willingly, but they will also bring fresh ingredients along with them. Mountain treasure and wild game. A splendid arrangement, is it not? Chizang spoke with casual ease, detailing his audacious plan, instilling fear in the ancient remnants. Was this master too domineering? Allowing the tiger to return to the mountain merely to have the formidable swallowing sky sparrow and Xiongqi procure food for him? The little red bird and the descendant of Zhu Yan exchanged bewildered glances. Was this scheme not a touch too reckless? What if the swallowing sky sparrow summoned a horde of beastly experts? Could Chizang withstand such an onslaught? Suddenly, their expressions froze as they grasped the crux of Chizang's words. Mountain treasure and wild game. He intended to contend for the mountain treasure. In that case, they were now adversaries. Instantly, the demeanor of the two beasts shifted, their gazes towards Chizang growing serious and vigilant. Chizang, well aware of their thoughts, remained unfazed with his current prowess. Even if the little redbird and the descendant of Zhu Yan united, they would be no match for him. It must be noted that before his memory loss, he was one of the 10 fiends, the Thunder Emperor. In the presence of the 10 fiends, the revered rank was akin to that of ants. Even now, with but a fraction of his former power restored, his understanding of the great Tao far surpassed what any mere beastly revered could contend with. The earlier encounter with the swallowing sky sparrow illustrated this perfectly. Their powers, nearly comparable, were rendered ineffectual before Chizang, leaving them unable to exert even a third of their strength, leading to their inevitable defeat. "What, do you two wish to challenge me?" Chizang stated bluntly. "Were it not for the glimmer of conscience you possess, which barely detaches you from the word beast, I would have subdued you both, and your fate would mirror that of these steeds, reduced to guarding the village's entrance." His words sent the little redbird and the descendant of Zhu Yan retreating several paces. They harbored no doubts regarding Chizang's capabilities. The disparity demonstrated in the previous exchanges was glaringly apparent. "This is unacceptable. I have traversed great distances for the mountain treasure. How can I relinquish it to the descendant of Zhu Yan?" The descendant muttered, frowning. At that moment, the little red bird intervened, swiftly enveloping the monkey in a blaze of crimson flames, igniting its entire form. The descendant of Zhu Yan leaped about in agitation, its fur charred and emitting a burnt scent, angrily accusing the little red bird of a sneak attack, demanding another bout. The little red bird, however, addressed Chizang. "Do not heed this monkey's ramblings. Since you desire the mountain treasure, we shall certainly assist you and will not resort to treachery." With that, it and the irate descendant of Zhu Yan departed, engaged in a quarrel as they left. In an instant, the heart of the vast wilderness fell silent, leaving only Chizang and the ancient remnants of nature. "What are you still doing? Return to the village," Chizang urged. The bull demon, invigorated and spirited, immediately unleashed its hooves, striding forth with an air of confidence and pride, leading the way. It moved with a gait that would have certainly drawn the ire of the ancient beasts in the mountains, who would have undoubtedly retaliated against such arrogance. Yet now, adorned with the formidable presence of an indomitable overlord who would dare voice dissent, behind it, a throng of ancient beings simmered with a desire to vanquish this bull. Yet they could not help but feel a twinge of envy, yearning to take its place. The bull demon shivered unexpectedly, sensing a chill in its rear. Casting a suspicious glance behind, it caught the unwavering gazes of the ancient beings, which startled it momentarily, leading to an epiphany about their intentions to usurp its position. However, given its precedence in arriving at Stone Village, it held no concern, for its lineage undoubtedly surpassed that of these later comers. Chapter 25. The Astonishment of Stone Village. The legion of ancient beings marched majestically towards Stone Village, traversing the territories of numerous beast kings. At each juncture, the ferocious creatures residing in the forests trembled in fear at this spectacle, suspecting a grand alliance among the ancient beings was afoot. It was only upon noticing the imposing figure of Chazang upon the bull demon's back and the reverential demeanor of the ancient beings that they began to realize the beast kings might soon find themselves subjugated by this human powerhouse. In an instant, the feral beasts rejoiced, rushing to spread the joyous tidings, celebrating their liberation from the tyrannical reign of the beast kings. Once subservient under the brutal dominion of these kings, they now reveled in their newfound freedom as the kings faced collective demise. The ancient beings, possessing heightened perception, absorbed every detail, their expressions twisted with a sinister glee. The firebull demon, the demon ape, and the golden lion all shared a wicked smile. Did these fools truly believe they would suffer misfortune? How laughable! At this moment, they were in an advantageous position. By aligning themselves with such a significant figure, their future was undoubtedly bright. The wisdom of the beast kings was not inferior to that of humans, and upon witnessing Chazang's ferocity, they had resolved to remain in his company, reluctant to depart even if urged. The beast kings observed silently as the feral creatures frolicked in the underbrush, noting those who leaped with the greatest exuberance for future discussions. Chazang remained oblivious to these trivialities, for the laws of the wilderness were unyielding, survival of the fittest, devoid of compassion or interference. Soon, Stone Village came into view. This quaint settlement, constructed from ordinary stones, exuded a primitive charm, modest in scale, yet radiating warmth and laughter. Upon their arrival, the villagers congregated in the clearing at the village's entrance, their faces alight with joy, gasping in astonishment as if witnessing something miraculous. Beside the throng, a massive, charred willow tree stood serenely, its sole tender green branch swaying gently in the breeze, exuding an aura of tranquility. This was the village of the great demon lord? The beast kings pondered in surprise. Having traversed the vast wilderness, they were well acquainted with the distribution of life forms, including human settlements. Among the myriad of human habitats, this diminutive stone village was particularly unique, for the village's sacred spirit, the ancient, enigmatic willow tree, seemed to harbor unfathomable depths, reminiscent of an ancient deity, instilling a sense of dread even in the hearts of the beast lords. Now, this village was even more remarkable, not only due to the inscrutable willow, but also because of the presence of a notoriously fierce demon lord. The ancient beings, though diminished in size, were numerous, easily drawing attention when gathered together. "Oh, Uncle Chazang is back," exclaimed Sure Hao, who had awakened the supreme bone, possessing extraordinary strength and unparalleled sensitivity, far surpassing that of others in the village. He dashed from the crowd towards Chazang and the beast kings, prompting the villagers to emerge from their homes, smiling as they welcomed the returning Chazang. The bull demon, feeling a sense of kinship upon seeing Sure Hao, galloped towards him with great enthusiasm. The ancient beings trailing behind exchanged dubious glances, aware that this bull was not merely the simple creature it appeared to be. Its cunning was evident, having previously ensnared them into a predicament that left them all at Chazang's mercy. Now, it exhibited an extraordinary warmth towards the approaching child, suggesting ulterior motives, which the beast kings noted carefully for future reference. Wow, so many feral beasts? The village children gasped in astonishment at the sight of the ancient beings following Chazang, marveling at the unfamiliar species before them. The golden lion, sporting a single horn, looked majestic, its eyes sparkling with delight as if it had stumbled upon a treasure. The golden lion, basking in the praise, raised its head high, reveling in the compliment. However, in the next moment, it nearly toppled over as the child who had previously admired it suddenly mentioned culinary delights related to lions. This horn is the essence. If prepared as a lion head dish, it would be immensely nourishing. The village elder's pupils constricted as he recalled the legends surrounding the golden lion, sweat trickling down his brow as he urged the child to cease, fearing they were speaking of the golden lion king, a ruler of the depths of the wilderness. Why does this monkey possess a pair of wings? Can it fly? The demon ape, upon hearing this, flapped its fleshy wings and truly ascended, hovering in midair. The children screamed in awe, having never encountered such a creature before. The village elder had spoken of how the brain of a monkey was a potent tonic, claiming it could enhance mental acuity. The monkey, caught off guard by this comment, nearly plummeted from the sky. Shi Yunfeng observed the winged ape, feeling it bore a striking resemblance to the legendary demon ape, wondering if this truly was the authentic one. He quickly urged the monkey to refrain from such talk. As for the others, be it the red flood dragon or the thunder sparrow, each had their own tales passed down through generations, instilling a profound respect for the beast kings that resided deep in the wilderness. Most notably, there was the venerable golden lion, its entire being radiating a formidable aura, shimmering with a divine golden light. The village elders felt a surge of terror. This was a powerful ancient being alarmingly close to their village, stronger even than the fireball demon and the demon ape. Rumors suggested it was nearing the end of its days, yet here it was, brought back by Chizang. This was a golden lion, a treasure in its own right, especially with the primordial talismans etched into its bones. Acquiring them would be akin to unlocking a monumental trove of riches. With this thought, the village elders felt their composure falter, their gazes fixated on the old lion, making it increasingly uncomfortable as it sensed an aura of greed enveloping it. Shi Yunfeng, having confirmed the identities of these illustrious ancient beings, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He had initially believed the presence of the fireball demon alone was remarkable, yet Chizang had now returned with an astonishing array of ancient beings, creating an atmosphere of sheer astonishment. Had he vanquished all the nearby beast kings? He approached Chizang, quietly inquiring about these ancient beings. Fear not. They would not dare to inflict harm within the village. They will remain here, safeguarding Stone Village. The bull demon nodded vigorously in agreement, displaying utmost cooperation. Chapter 26. Flourishing. The beast kings exhibited a certain reticence, tinged with a hint of disorientation, for the inhabitants of this village were far more formidable than they had anticipated. Particularly striking were the women, who engaged in hushed discussions about which beast king's legs were the most succulent, suitable for roasting, and which beast king's ribs were particularly meaty, promising a delectable broth. A gaggle of children, unabashed and uninhibited, would sometimes speak so excitedly that drool escaped their mouths. The ancient beings found themselves perplexed. What manner of village was this? A veritable haven for gourmands? The most vexed among them was the golden old sunning, as those elderly folk bickered fervently, their faces flushed, over which part of its body, aside from the primal treasure talisman, was the most valuable, as if they were certain it would perish in old age. It longed to retort, asserting that it could still be salvaged to some extent. Under the auspices of the fiery and azure, the village was meticulously organized, with the beast kings erecting a stone dwelling beside the village for their habitation. As night fell, the stone village once more hosted a bonfire gathering, celebrating its transformation and prosperity. The fiery and azure himself took the initiative, presenting the hind leg of the Qiongqi and the wings of the Tunshan sparrow, employing a novel electric roasting method to prepare a sumptuous feast. A group of ancient beings watched the entire process with a mix of trepidation and awe. Having previously experienced the wrath of the fiery and azure, witnessing the flesh of the two revered beasts sizzling under the electric flames evoked unsettling associations. Subsequently, the fiery and azure refined the lethal essence and harmful substances from the revered flesh, preserving a suitable degree of essence within the limits of what the assembly could endure, distributing it among all. The beast kings received their share, utterly astonished by the unexpected bounty that accompanied their association with the illustrious figure. Who could have imagined they would taste the flesh of a revered beast in their lifetime? The villagers raised their cups in jubilant toast, savoring the aromatic roasted wings and the succulent hind leg, feeling enveloped in warmth, their very breath infused with vitality. The flesh of the revered beasts was no trifling matter. Even the most powerful ancient nations lacked such an opportunity. Shi Hao feasted with unrestrained delight, having just awakened the supreme bone, his body akin to an insatiable void, requiring various sustenance. Despite his diminutive stature, his appetite was prodigious. He consumed an astonishing quantity of revered flesh, leaving onlookers speechless and causing concern for his well-being. Eventually, Shi Hao could eat no more. He exhaled a cloud of vital energy, hastily covering his mouth with his small hands to prevent the energy from escaping. At that moment, he felt a warmth enveloping him, his skin radiating a luminous glow, his blood coursing rapidly, particularly the bone in his chest, glowing like the sun, with myriad runes manifesting and the sound of incantations resonating throughout. Observing this, the fiery and azure swiftly sealed the void surrounding Shi Hao, preventing the waves emanating from his supreme bone from spreading. Simultaneously, he imparted the methods of cultivation into Hao's mind in the form of Taoist sounds, allowing him to seize the moment and successfully cultivate to the blood transition realm. Hao, clutching his mouth, his cheeks puffed and flushed, appeared exceedingly adorable. Upon hearing the fiery and azure's instructions, he nodded earnestly, wasting no time as he sat down to condense runes and merge them with his blood, transforming them into divine radiance, drawing in the essence of heaven and earth. The void trembled, and the earth quaked slightly, marking the entry of a future young supreme into the path of cultivation, embarking on a journey destined for brilliance and glory. His extraordinary prowess was evident, for even the cultivation of the blood transition realm generated such a commotion, had it not been for the fiery and azure suppression of the heavens and earth. The spectacle would have been even more extravagant. The ancient beings were astonished by the performance of this little one, for at their own stage, they had been far inferior. If one were to compare, this small figure could undoubtedly rival the pure-blooded young beasts of the celestial tier, a fearsome power with unparalleled potential. The peculiar bone instilled a sense of dread among the beast kings, for the laws it harbored were undoubtedly taboo, destined to become the greatest reliance of its possessor. Soon, in this fortuitous convergence of time, place, and people, Hao completed his cultivation of the blood transition realm, condensing divine radiance within his blood and significantly augmenting his strength. Akin to a young true dragon, his small frame harboring an ocean of divine energy. The various beast kings also radiated light, reaping remarkable benefits. They devoured greedily, yearning for more, considering that if they could frequently consume the roasted meat of revered beasts, further advancement was not out of reach. The other villagers also experienced breakthroughs. Even those who had not embarked on the path of cultivation saw enhancements in their physiques. The old chief, Shi Yunfeng, felt a tingling sensation in his chest, a long-standing ailment from his entry into the divine Tsang's secret cave, showing signs of alleviation, the agony that had plagued him for years gradually dissipating. The fiery and azure took action, sending forth runes from his fingertips into Shi Yunfeng's chest, aiding him in dissolving the divine essence of the revered flesh while also addressing his stubborn illness. Radiance spilled forth, enveloping the old chief in a mysterious glow. Finally, a cloud of gray mist erupted from his mouth, hissing as it dispersed into the air, marking the eradication of his old affliction. Soon after, a surge of vitality emerged, the essence of divinity shining brightly, nourishing Shi Yunfeng's withered flesh, mending his wounds, and rapidly restoring his strength. "My injuries have healed," the old chief exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. He felt as though he had regained 20 years of youth, filled with vigor, the divine radiance awakening within him, seizing the creations of heaven and earth. It is worth noting that he had once been a master of the cave heaven realm. Had he not been beset by his ailment, he would never have aged so drastically. Wonderful. The chief's injuries have healed. The villagers rejoiced, and the atmosphere of the bonfire gathering grew even more fervent. That night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Unbeknownst to them, the ancient beings and the children mingled together seamlessly. In comparison, the children were far easier to engage with than the adults, as they held no awe for the ancient beings based on their status or origins, remaining blissfully innocent. Hao even bestowed pet names upon the ancient beings. The red Nyo became known as Red Bull, the little black monkey as Little Black, and the golden sunning as Big Gold. The Liuhua Nyo Mo was quite pleased with its new moniker, as it sounded vibrant and lively. Meanwhile, the demon ape and the old sunning rolled their eyes, questioning the absurdity of such names. The demon ape furrowed its brow, wondering why the bull demon was entitled to a simple name like Red Bull, while it was relegated to a diminutive prefix. Surely it should be called Black Monkey? When it came to the golden-furred lion, the crimson flood dragon, and the thunder sparrow, Hao paused, allowing the three ancient beings a moment of anticipation, hoping for a more melodious name. However, when Hao finally spoke, the trio was nearly struck by lightning. The little lion, also golden, was dubbed Second Gold, while the little dragon and little sparrow were simply referred to as Little Dragon and Little Sparrow. Aside from the bull demon, the ancient beings were generally displeased with their names. They contemplated protesting, but considering their unfamiliarity with the place, they opted for discretion and resigned themselves to their fates. Chapter 27. Conflict. The Beast Village, located not far from the Stone Village, about several dozen miles away, shared a tenuous relationship with its neighbor, rarely crossing paths. Perhaps once every year or so, each village had its designated hunting grounds, adhering strictly to their own territories in pursuit of sustenance. essentially living in isolation. On this particular day, the hunting team from the beast village returned empty-handed once more, their disappointment palpable. The villagers awaiting their return could not help but shake their heads in dismay. How could this happen? We haven't hunted a beast in so many days. If this continues, our entire village will starve, the chief, Bailey Ching, expressed with growing concern. Chief, I'm uncertain about what has transpired, but the ferocious beasts in the hunting grounds seem to have been frightfully driven away by some malevolent entity, leaving not a single one behind. We have scoured the area for an entire day without any success, and the leader of the hunting team is equally a loss. Pei Liqing gazed towards a handsome youth practicing archery nearby, his eyes flickering with a mix of admiration and concern. Pei Feng is a rare prodigy, an exceptional talent seldom seen in the vast wilderness. Should he grow to maturity, he could undoubtedly become a protector of our tribe. As he is in the midst of his growth, a solution must be found. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly inquired, "What is the situation over at Stone Village? Are they also unable to hunt ferocious beasts, and have they fallen into a predicament?" The leader of the hunting team shook his head. "We have searched far and wide, even venturing into the hunting grounds of Stone Village. It is just as barren as our own. Not a trace of ferocious beasts can be found. However, it is rather peculiar that we have not detected any recent signs of the Stone Village hunting team. It appears they may have temporarily abandoned that area." Upon hearing this, Pei Liqing felt a sense of unease. "Investigate this matter thoroughly for me." "Yes." At that moment, the youth practicing archery approached. He appeared to be around 13 or 14 years of age, tall and with sleek black hair, fair skin, and an overall striking appearance. Yet, his eyes held a coldness that slightly marred his beauty, glinting with a hint of ruthlessness and wildness. "Chief, allow me to join as well. The tiger and dragon of Stone Village are formidable. Any conflict could be perilous. Though I am young, my strength is not significantly inferior to theirs, and my archery skills could serve as a vital distraction." The adults of the Pei Village hunting team nodded in agreement, recognizing Pei Feng's capabilities. At merely 13 or 14, he was already among the strongest in the village, deemed capable of shouldering great responsibility. After a brief moment of hesitation, Pei Liqing nodded. "Very well, but you must exercise caution. If Stone Village possesses alternative food sources, act according to the situation. Seize what you can without hesitation. If you must strike, do so with lethal intent. Do not harbor mercy. In the wilderness, a man must not show compassion if he wishes to survive." "Understood, Chief." Meanwhile, in Stone Village, Shi Hao and Qi Tsong sat cross-legged facing each other, discussing matters of cultivation. "In terms of the bloodlifting realm, you are already remarkably powerful, capable of lifting 50 to 60,000 pounds with a mere flick of your arm, truly reaching the pinnacle of the bloodlifting stage. The rebirth of that bone has undoubtedly bestowed upon you unimaginable achievements. However, this is not your limit. In ancient times, heavenly beasts like the Zhen Hound and the golden-winged roc could, in their youth, lift divine iron weighing 100,000 pounds with ease. Thus, you must continue to hone your skills at this level until the willow deity awakens, and we can seek its counsel." "Understood," Shi Hao replied. Observing Shi Hao, who resembled a young dragon, Qi Tsong reminisced about his own memories. Had it not been for Shi Hao's arrival, he would have only just begun to engage with the study of bone scripts, and the lost years would remain unfound. He could barely lift 1,000 pounds in a cauldron, quite unlike his current strength of 50 to 60,000 pounds, akin to that of a young demigod. He recalled the willow deity's words. Excessive intervention would not enable Shi Hao to reach greater heights. With his thought, Qi Tsong advised earnestly, "Remember this. There are always greater beings beyond humanity and greater realms beyond the heavens. The path of cultivation is boundless, and one must never fall into the arrogance of believing oneself invincible. Throughout history, countless prodigies have strived for greatness, as abundant as the silt at the riverbed. Your achievements may have been surpassed long ago by other beings in the endless expanse of time. It is vital to maintain a calm heart." Shi Hao, astute and perceptive, grasped the essence of his mentor's words without needing further elaboration. He nodded, planting the seed of a strong spirit within his youthful heart. Suddenly, outside the village, shouts erupted. Shi Linhu and others were vociferously scolding someone, startling Shi Hao into an immediate stand. He glanced at Qi Tsong, seeking confirmation. "Go. You have grown strong enough to assist the village significantly." Upon hearing this, Shi Hao bid farewell to Qi Tsong and rushed outside the village. It turned out that the Pei village inhabitants were attempting to seize the beast meat left out to dry by Stone Village. Having gone many days without a successful hunt, they were astounded by the sight of meat drying everywhere in Stone Village and could not resist rushing in to claim it. Outside Stone Village, within the stone houses inhabited by ancient remnants, the Beast Kings heard the commotion and prepared to engage in battle. This was an opportunity to showcase their might. Though the opponents were pathetically weak, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel of meat. However, they received a message from Chi Tsong instructing the villagers to handle the situation themselves. Having feasted on beast sovereign meat the previous night, they were brimming with energy and eager to unleash their strength, and the arrival of Pei Village's people was a fortuitous blessing. A cacophony of roars erupted from the men, with the young Shi Hao among them, driving the Pei Village inhabitants into a chaotic retreat. They fled back to Pei Village, where the leader of the hunting team recounted the events in detail, making Pei Liqing's eyes widen in astonishment. So, the people of Stone Village consumed something extraordinary, thus becoming significantly stronger. It must be so. His intuition could not be wrong. They surely ingested something remarkable, perhaps even a remnant of a primordial species. Chief, each of them is comparable to the previous Shi Linhu and Shi Feijiao, and those two are even more terrifying. None among us can contend with them. Even a 3-year-old child possesses several tens of thousands of pounds of strength, indicating something amiss. The reality may be even more astonishing than we imagine. Pei Liqing was stunned. A 3-year-old child with such strength? What jest! Even the legendary talents of ancient kingdoms would pale in comparison. At that moment, a battered Pei Feng limped over, covered in bruises. Had Shi Hao not shown restraint, he would have been killed. There is a massive stone house that feels extraordinary. It likely conceals the secret behind Stone Village's newfound strength, he said slowly, a hint of malice in his eyes. Unable to accept being bested by such a young child, Pei Feng harbored thoughts of killing Shi Hao himself. Pei Liqing nodded, trusting Pei Feng's judgment. The only course of action now is to request the spirit of the ancestors to take action. Recently, the spirit of the ancestors seems to have encountered a bottleneck in its cultivation and has been in a foul mood. If it learns that Stone Village has unexpectedly gained such an opportunity, it will certainly not let it pass. Chapter 28. Night Raid on Stone Village. Pei Liqing arrived at a forbidden area, the sacred site of Pei Village where the spirit of the ancestors practiced. This place was typically off-limits, and any intruder would be deemed to harbor ill intentions and face dire consequences. A colossal silver-white wolf listened intently to Pei Liqing's account, then carried him deep into the forbidden zone. They arrived at an altar constructed of pure white beast bones before finally halting. On the altar lay an ancient beast, eyes closed, in the midst of its meditation. Measuring over 2 meters in length, it bore wings, its yellow-brown fur glistening, yet it appeared quite aged, its wolfish face lined with wrinkles. This was an extraordinarily rare beast, a rarity even among countless wolf packs. Its body shimmered with primal runes, exuding immense power that sent a shiver down Pei Liqing's spine. Cautiously, he shared all the information he possessed, then waited in silence for the ancient beast's response. Shortly, the creature opened its eyes, a glimmer of cruel cunning illuminating them. It slowly rose, indicating its interest in the matter at hand. Clearly, the ancient beast was intrigued by the reason behind the Stone Village inhabitants' newfound strength, as it was currently at a bottleneck in its own cultivation and eager for a breakthrough. Thus, the ancient beast resolved to personally venture to Stone Village to investigate. However, given its cunning nature, it would be unwise to recklessly attack head-on. On the side of Stone Village, Shi Hao and his companions had repelled the invaders from Beitsuan and were engaged in earnest discussions regarding the matter. Though both Stone Village and Beitsuan belonged to the same mountainous region inhabited by humanity, past lessons were sufficiently grave to warrant our attention. Indeed, the people of Beitsuan are vicious. My forebears once fell victim to their ambush, during a time when the spirit of the village was not yet the willow deity. That incident claimed several lives in our village, a debt steeped in blood. I believe there is no day better than today to seek retribution. The old chieftain furrowed his brow in contemplation. Given the current strength of Stone Village, Beitsuan was hardly a threat to be taken seriously. Yet, allowing such a thorn to remain by our side was not prudent. Should the malicious inhabitants of Beitsuan decide to ambush the women and children of Stone Village, it would spell disaster. Furthermore, there already existed a blood debt between our villages, and now that we possess the strength, it is only natural to settle the score. Just as he was about to voice his decision to confront Beitsuan, the ground outside began to tremble. The group hurried outside to investigate. In the distance, amidst the forests, a formidable pack of giant wolves with black backs and white bellies emerged, each the size of a house, their mouths agape with blood-soaked fangs over half a foot long. gleaming white and menacing, complemented by their crimson tongues, creating a terrifying visage. Such a multitude of mutated giant wolves? Surely, they were summoned by the old wolf of Beethoven, intent on seizing our food. Not necessarily. The old wolf is cunning and likely has ulterior motives. Our village has significantly increased in strength, and the inhabitants of Beethoven must have taken note. The old wolf likely harbors suspicions and thoughts regarding this. Shi Yunfeng mused thoughtfully. Let them come. Our village is now the safest place in the great wilderness. Shi Feijiao replied with a chuckle. The others also bore smiles. For if the old wolf truly harbored designs against Stone Village, it would indeed be courting its own demise. The giant wolves charged forth, stirring up a whirlwind of chaos. Appearing fearsome, their cavernous mouths capable of swallowing a full-grown man whole. However, Stone Village had undergone a transformation and harbored no fear of these feral beasts. The men, wielding broadswords and dragon-horn bows, advanced to meet the threat, and among them was Shi Hao. Though he was small in stature, his prowess was formidable, adeptly wielding bone inscriptions that sent the giant wolves howling in agony. In a short while, the pack of giant wolves was vanquished, leaving a sea of wolf carcasses, with the remnants fleeing in terror. In the distant woods, the old wolf sat atop the back of a silver-white giant wolf, its gaze calm yet fixed intently on the charred willow tree within Stone Village, the entity it feared most, shrouded in mystery. It silently weighed its options, concluding that the risks of infiltrating Stone Village were too great to justify. Subsequently, the old wolf's attention shifted to the stone house outside the village. According to Beitsuan Qing, the people of Stone Village had constructed this stone house, likely for the purpose of storing valuable items, perhaps even concealing the secret to their newfound strength. The old wolf quietly observed the structure, sensing the fluctuations emanating from within. After a time, it revealed a look of astonishment. It indeed sensed an unusual energy, reminiscent of the powerful aura of ancient primordial beings. What could this signify? The people of Stone Village may have stumbled upon an ancient relic, consuming its blood and flesh, thereby amplifying their strength significantly. The thought sent the old wolf's heart racing. This was a rare opportunity. Should it manage to seize the ancient relic's remains, it would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Suppressing its excitement, it continued to observe carefully. The newly constructed stone house was quite distant from the willow tree, making it worth the risk. Following this, the old wolf directed the giant wolves to launch several feigned assaults, aimed at distracting the inhabitants of Stone Village, employing diversionary tactics. A testament to its innate cunning and vigilance. Time slipped away, and soon night fell. This night was particularly dark, with ominous clouds hanging overhead. While the willow deity was in seclusion, knowing that Qi Tsong was present, the village would remain safe. Thus, as night enveloped the land, the willow branch no longer exuded its usual sanctity, plunging the entirety of Stone Village into darkness. The old wolf glanced at the sky, then at the silent, dark willow tree, exclaiming, "Heaven is aiding me." It flapped its wings and swiftly approached Stone Village. Seated beneath the willow tree, Qi Tsong opened his eyes briefly before closing them again, remaining oblivious to the stealthy approach of the old wolf. He recognized that the old wolf's target was the resting place of the ancient beings, the massive stone house, where the powerful ancient beings resided, rendering his intervention unnecessary. The old wolf infiltrated with ease. Stone Village lay in silence. Even the soft sounds of slumber could be heard, and the willow tree remained unresponsive and still. It felt a thrill of excitement, sensing success was within reach. At last, the old wolf arrived outside the grand stone house. Here, the aura of the ancient beings was even more pronounced, eliciting great joy from the old wolf, confirming its suspicions of the ancient being's presence within. Eagerly, it approached and gently pushed open the large door, slipping through the gap. To its astonishment, the anticipated remains of the ancient beings were nowhere to be found. Instead, 6 living ancient beings were present, each engaged in cultivation, radiating a brilliant light and exuding an overwhelming aura that threatened to obliterate it. The old wolf was stunned. Its mind momentarily blank, it struggled to comprehend the situation. Could this be an illusion? Rubbing its eyes, the old wolf surveyed its surroundings, only to find the ancient beings still present, their gazes fixed upon it with keen interest. In an instant, a chill coursed from its feet to the crown of its head and back down, rendering its entire body rigid and trembling. Apologies, I seem to have wandered into the wrong place. It projected its thoughts with great difficulty, attempting to retreat discreetly. At that moment, a voice pierced through the air, sending a wave of dread through it. Since you are here, Why not come and sit for a while? The ancient being spoke, inviting it over. What to do? The old wolf felt tears welling up. How could such a fantastical situation arise? In this modest stone house, 6 immensely powerful ancient beings were gathered, not seizing dominion in the great wilderness, but convening in Stone Village for what purpose? Such absurdity was beyond the realm of imagination. It realized its negligence. Reflecting on its eagerness to break through, it had lost its balance, and thus willingly entered this abyss of despair. A humble stone house, entering was simple, but exiting would prove exceedingly challenging. The old wolf's heart plummeted, its expression one of rage and despair. It feared it would meet its end here today. In that moment, it longed to strangle Beitsu and Qing, who had conceived such a scheme against Stone Village. As the old wolf's mind raced, a large, furry hand suddenly landed on its shoulder, nearly causing it to collapse in terror. The demon ape had arrived, draping its arm over the old wolf's shoulder, its dark face looming close, allowing the old wolf to hear its thunderous breath, akin to the roar of a tempest, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. The two beasts stood in close proximity, sharing a seemingly intimate camaraderie that would lead any onlooker to believe they were the best of friends. The old wolf instantly recognized the demon ape, a tyrant of the great wilderness, known for its terrifying prowess and a particular penchant for feasting on the brains of fierce beasts. Just as this thought crossed its mind, the black paw deftly descended upon the old wolf's head, as if searching for a suitable spot to perform a cranial opening. This is utterly chilling. The old beggar nearly succumbed to unconsciousness, feeling an icy chill surge through his crown, as if it might be abruptly unveiled at any moment. "Let's depart," the little beggar demon uttered, his gaze laden with resentment, seemingly displeased with the moniker Little Black. The old beggar's calves trembled violently as he was effortlessly lifted off the ground by the demon, suspended like a fledgling chick. Turning about, he once more beheld the horrifying scene. Within the dimly lit stone chamber, a resplendent aura emanated as the golden lion, the fiery bull demon, the thunderbird, and the crimson dragon all smiled, their eyes fixed upon the old beggar. Ordinarily, a smile would convey goodwill. However, on the faces of these terrifying ancient entities, it appeared rather sinister. The old beggar felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, yearning to scream, yet dared not. Truly, his cries were met with neither heaven nor earth. My time has come to an end. Far away, several miles distant, Bei Liqing suddenly sneezed. Having waited at the crossroads for the old beggar's return for quite some time, yet he had not appeared. Could something untoward have transpired? Or perhaps the old beggar had laid claim to the ancient entity's corporeal form and intended to indulge alone, forsaking Bei Village? Quite likely. Bei Liqing was acutely aware of his own spirit's nature. After all, he was but a beggar. Should he indeed take such liberties, even as a spirit? I would curse you. Beneath the willow tree, Shikong silently contemplated the present laws, embarking on an entirely new path. In contrast to the awakened ancient methods, the present laws differ in their approach to unlocking the treasures of the physical form. The emphasis of both paths diverges. Thus, while the ancient method appears flawless at its zenith, from the perspective of the present laws, certain treasures within the body remain unopened. The reverse holds true as well. Shikong had progressed through the blood transference realm for many days now, effectively refining this stage to its utmost from the vantage of the present laws. The results were palpable. He could distinctly sense areas untouched by the ancient methods being awakened by the present laws, unveiling unprecedented mystical powers, which undoubtedly enhanced Qitsong's abilities. At this juncture, any further advancement would necessitate a groundbreaking breakthrough. Otherwise, he would merely ascend to the next level of the realm. However, based on Qitsong's understanding of the evolutionary path, the blood transference realm should not culminate here. There remains much more to unearth. For an ordinary prodigy, achieving greatness in the blood transference realm requires a sacred bloodline to facilitate transformation. The blood of the ant of the 10 fiends, the heart's blood of the true dragon, and the immortal blood of the true phoenix are all exceptional resources for shattering the shackles of blood transference. Regrettably, for now, these were unattainable, Shikong mused, pondering how to proceed on his blood transference journey. In truth, he himself was one of the 10 fiends, having once neared the threshold of kingship, his bloodline power formidable. Indeed, a form of sacred blood. Presently, Shikong was building upon this foundation, having refined his blood transference to an extraordinary level compared to others. His prowess in this realm was leagues apart, akin to the heavens above contrasted with the earth below. Yet, such strength was still insufficient. He yearned to surpass himself and carve a new domain. Could the two methods be intertwined? although they presently coexisted within Shikong. No sparks had yet ignited between them, indicating that the blood transference still harbored potential for advancement. Shikong gazed within, his blood having coalesced into radiant divine brilliance, continually absorbing the essence of the universe, occasionally flickering with arcs of electricity. They transformed into cauldrons, bells, and swords, ever-changing, unleashing myriad extraordinary powers. This was the hallmark of the blood transference realm, where blood and runes converged into divine radiance, seizing the forces of nature, observing the resplendent divine brilliance and the ancient thunder pool that floated at his chest. Qitsong's mind began to stir with ideas. He closed his eyes, emanating a formidable aura that solidified the space within a yard of his being as powerful runes soared forth, imprinting the void, solidifying the world into eternity. This was a sealing of the area, suppressing any potential anomalies. Having completed this, Shikong was set to embark on a daring attempt. The first step would be to transform all his blood's divine brilliance into the ancient thunder pool. The thunder pool, resting upon his chest, was an unrivaled celestial seed, a vital asset in his cultivation of ancient methods, birthed from the heavens, containing astonishing thunder liquid, brimming with unimaginable divine essence, so potent that even beings like the willow god could gain greatly from it, a testament to its otherworldly nature. The reason this pool of thunder liquid would never be depleted and continually produced was due to an original symbol at its base, the source of all, the birthplace of thunder's power, symbolizing its inception. Even Shikong, who controlled the thunder pool, had not fully comprehended it. In the era of the ancients, known as one of the 10 fiends, he often relied on that original symbol to command the path of thunder. He was innately close to thunder, allowing him to utilize the original symbol at the pool's bottom. Others could not do so, hence they could not wield the thunder pool as he did, earning him the title of Thunder Emperor. To outsiders, his mastery over the thunder pool and his dominion over slaughter, likened to heavenly punishment, embodied the will of the heavens. Yet in reality, he had not truly reached that pinnacle. Chapter 30, The Forbidden Path. The true will of the heavens is not so easily grasped. Should he genuinely achieve the divine punishment of the heavens, who could possibly defeat him? Although Shikong had not yet recovered the memories of his past life, only a portion of his former enlightenment had resurfaced. He knew his own essence well, having once experienced unity with the Tao, rendering him as one. Thus, throughout that lost period, the thunder pool had never abandoned him. Regardless, what is past is gone. The past cannot be revisited. Cherishing the present is of utmost importance. This time, Shikong resolved to truly decipher that original symbol, to master its mysteries fully. In the zenith of his former glory, he practiced the ancient methods but failed to do so. Now, while cultivating the ancient methods in conjunction with the present laws, perhaps an opportunity had arisen. All would commence from blood transference. He took a deep breath, mobilizing the divine brilliance within his blood, embarking on an unprecedented endeavor. It must be noted that the thunder pool is not to be compared with cauldrons, bells, or swords. It is birthed from the heavens, an inherently defiant entity that should not exist in this world. Throughout history, it has only manifested during the mightiest of heavenly tribulations. Now, to transform each drop of blood's divine brilliance into such a defiant entity, who knows what the consequences may be? Shikong himself was uncertain, yet he was determined to break through, merging the two systems to forge a path to the heavens. Buzz! The void trembled, even though Shikong had sealed the surrounding heavens in advance. It could not contain the ensuing commotion. The runes he had inscribed began to dissipate, as an inexplicable order of rules unraveled them. This was merely the beginning. Even the rough outline of the thunder pool's manifestation elicited such a violent reaction, making it unfathomable to consider what the actual manifestation would entail. Shikong understood he could no longer remain in the stone village. Halting his cultivation, he stepped forward, traversing celestial paths and arriving deep within the wilderness. Here, he could break through without reservation, free from concern. Boom! A cataclysmic wave of energy erupted, all stemming from the ancient, intricate patterns manifesting on the exterior of the thunder pool, conjured by Shikong. Thunder pools are categorized into various types and strengths. The ordinary ones merely exhibit the essence of ancient rock, devoid of any markings, lacking the primordial symbols that signify the inception of the thunder path. Most contain supreme imprints, such as the true dragon or true phoenix marks, life signatures of the mightiest races. Such beings endure the most formidable tribulations. And encountering a thunder pool may mean that their life imprints were inscribed during such trials, ultimately nurtured within the pool, should one be fortunate enough to obtain it. the possibility of evolving into a supreme race may arise. Qichang's Thunder Pool, however, is unparalleled. Its surface alone reveals its extraordinary nature. The primitive patterns seem to conceal the very origins of life, exuding a vibrant vitality. At this moment, Shiking diligently endeavored to channel his blood essence toward this thunder pool. Yet, this action seemed to provoke a forbidden taboo, one that the laws of heaven and earth do not permit. Numerous patterns manifested only to inexplicably vanish, eluding his efforts to retain them. Above, bizarre lightning struck down, appearing from thin air, as the sky remained clear and devoid of clouds. Yet flashes of lightning traversed the firmament, instilling terror. Undeterred, Shikang persisted, attempting to manifest the patterns again and again, but to no avail. They eluded permanence. As if only the thunder pool birthed from heaven and earth could accomplish such a feat nonetheless, these numerous attempts were not in vain. Shikang discovered that he had reached an unprecedented pinnacle in his blood transformation realm, showing signs of enhancement. Simultaneously, his blood became imbued with an enigmatic aura, high, distant, profound, archaic, and mysterious, indescribable, as if it were both the terminus of all things and the genesis of existence. Shikang was astounded. He had not anticipated such a transformation. What history did his thunder pool possess? The liquid within brimmed with vitality, inexhaustible, and within the path of thunder, vitality is the most precious essence. He continued to try, again and again. Throughout this process, the ominous lightning grew increasingly violent, striking down in torrents, engulfing Shikang. Under his impetus, the thunder pool shimmered, erupting with a terrifying gravitational pull, consuming all lightning without a trace. Compared to others, Shikang held a significant advantage. With this thunder pool at his disposal, lightning found it challenging to approach him. Even in close proximity, he felt no fear. He was inherently favored by thunder. After countless attempts, the surface of the thunder pool, formed from his blood essence, finally exhibited some raised markings. Faintly, one could discern intermittent patterns, seemingly simplistic yet concealing profound and intricate truths. Endlessly variable, a path that could take a lifetime to fully comprehend, epitomizing the concept of supreme simplicity. Boom! Qichang's blood quaked, bubbling forth, unleashing a force as vast as the ocean, capable of dimming the heavens. This path was astonishing. The blood transformation of the current era, combined with the ancient method of thunderpool cultivation, had birthed a forbidden path. The sheer volume of lightning evidenced the terrors inherent in this route. As the entire wilderness was affected, with bolts of lightning cascading like an overturned sea of thunder, the heavens roared in fury, the order of the cosmos howled in rage. All living beings trembled, quaking in fear of this overwhelming celestial might. In the stone village, within the great stone house, the ancient progenitors stared wide-eyed, their bodies trembling, their souls quaking uncontrollably. Beside them, the old beast lay on the ground, no longer resembling a beast, also shivering, yet moved to tears, for the nightmare had momentarily ceased. Outside, the willow trees seemed to sense the change, rekindling their radiance. Tender green branches released a gentle aura, permeating the village and safeguarding it. Awakened villagers emerged from the stone house, witnessing the dense thunderclouds above and the sacred willow tree, instantly comprehending that the willow deity had protected Stone Village, filling their hearts with gratitude. But where was Uncle Shikang? Stonehow wondered, searching in vain, yet finding no trace. Thunder, murmured the elder, Stone Yunfeng, recalling the night before Shikang was discovered, when the thunder had roared throughout the entire night. Could it be that this storm was also due to Shikang? The terrifying thunder raged on, unrelenting, until dawn broke, gradually receding. Shikang concluded his cultivation, radiant and invigorated, exuding an indescribable aura, ethereal, elevated, and imposing. He had successfully imprinted some of the patterns from the thunder pool. Though still intermittent, it was a significant improvement over their previous inexplicable disappearance. Consequently, his blood transformation realm advanced, genuinely breaking through its limits, recreating the universe. However, the path of cultivation was far from over. To truly manifest his blood essence into the thunder pool would be an arduous endeavor, requiring immense effort. Moreover, the obstacles would only become more formidable. Even as the favored child of thunder, he would inevitably face tribulations, with greater challenges lying ahead. Chapter 31. The Spirit Plant Garden. Shikang returned to Stone Village, where the people had spent a sleepless night, as they found it difficult not to associate last night's celestial fury with him. However, no one inquired about the matter. Each harbored their own secrets, particularly someone as powerful as Shikang. He settled beneath the willow tree, quietly meditating, silently contemplating the mysteries of merging blood transformation with ancient methods, an endeavor destined to be lengthy and impossible to achieve in a single stroke. The path of cultivation emphasizes a balance of progress and retreat. Shikang remained unhurried, deciding to continue manifesting the thunder pool each night, returning to Stone Village at dawn to reflect on his gains. Meanwhile, the ancient progenitors within the stone house emerged, each stretching and awakening their bodies, their bones cracking, muscles robust and powerful, all exuding vigor. They had consumed the blood and flesh of the esteemed one and had grown stronger than before. The villagers of Stone Village commenced their busy day. Now, they faced no worries regarding food. The previous hunt, during Chichong's breakthrough, had provided enough sustenance for the entire village for nearly a decade, starkly contrasting with the neighboring village, which struggled to survive. However, despite the abundance of food, the villagers could not afford to be idle. Elder Stone Yinfeng urged everyone to maintain their original intentions, to remain vigilant in times of peace, and to shun complacency. All that they had gained was fundamentally brought by Shikang, and one day he would depart. Their duty was to cultivate the next generation well, passing down diligence and courage, ensuring the flame of their legacy continued to burn. They unearthed ancient texts left by their ancestors, detailing beneficial plants for the human body, preparing to cultivate a spirit plant garden. With ample meat, it was essential to balance this with plant life for harmonious development. Before embarking on this endeavor, they sought Chichong's counsel, to which he naturally agreed, recognizing that an individual's cultivation journey is inseparable from the assistance of spiritual herbs and beasts, with the former playing a crucial role. Should Stone Village establish a spirit plant garden, the benefits would be manifold. Besides, they could not remain idle while relying solely on hunting. Before we establish the spirit plant garden, we must first address the situation with the neighboring village, interjected the Stone Forest Tiger. Yesterday, the spirit of the neighboring village summoned numerous giant wolves, launching repeated assaults on Stone Village, undoubtedly a provocation. Given Stone Village's current strength, we cannot simply endure this. Indeed, until this is resolved, it is like a thorn hovering nearby, always poised to pierce us, nodded Stone Yinfeng. Just as they began counting their numbers to confront the neighboring village, a bloodied, mangled object flew toward them, landing at their feet. The villagers gasped in surprise, retreating in alarm. What is this? A mass of flesh? The members of the hunting party were astounded, as the entity before them had lost all discernible shape, yet continued to writhe, clearly still alive. Is that not the old cunning fox from the wolf village? With extensive experience in hunting and having encountered countless ferocious beasts, the seasoned Stone Forest Tiger swiftly identified the creature. The others exchanged glances, for they had intended to confront this old fox at Wolf Village, only to find it now battered beyond recognition. A multitude of eyes turned toward the demon ape, the one responsible for this predicament. After a brief exchange, it was revealed that the old fox had stealthily infiltrated the stone abode where the ancient beings rested the previous night, lingering there for the entirety of the night. Observing the stout demon ape, the amiable golden lion, the innocuous firebull demon, the red flood dragon, the thunder sparrow, and the feeble old lion, an involuntary shiver ran through the crowd. This old fox, renowned for its cunning and guile, had unwittingly stumbled into a veritable hell on earth. It must have endured an unforgettable night, Stone Flying Flood Dragon remarked abruptly. The old fox, still conscious, felt a pang of sorrow wash over it, unable to suppress the flood of emotions. Indeed, it was an unforgettable experience, one it had never endured in its lifetime. In the end, the old fox was released, admonished to rectify its own affairs, for should any of its kin from Wolf Village cause further turmoil, its life would be forfeit. The gathering harbored no concerns regarding the old fox's escape, as the 6 ancient beings had left their respective marks upon it, ensuring it could not flee. With tears streaming down its face, the old fox departed. The psychological scars from this encounter were profoundly deep, likely to haunt it for the rest of its life. Back at Wolf Village, the spirit of the sacrifice had not returned, casting a pall of anxiety over the entire village, as they remained oblivious to its fate. The messengers sent out returned with news that Stone Village remained tranquil, as if nothing had transpired. Everything felt exceedingly strange. At last, a mournful howl echoed from afar. It was the silver wolf who had accompanied the old fox, returning with a disheveled and dejected demeanor. Spirit of the sacrifice, what has transpired? The young wolf of the fox clan rushed over to inquire. The old fox merely shook its head, instructing the young wolf to gather a few clan members to meet it in the forbidden area, for it had vital matters to convey. As for Stone Village, the plans to establish a spiritual plantation required extensive preparation, which would be entirely undertaken by the villagers themselves. Chazang would not intervene, for he needed to focus on his cultivation. The 6 ancient beings were committed to assisting Stone Village, and with their presence, all challenges could be surmounted. Stone Yinfeng selected a spacious area and resolved to commence the endeavor there. The men brandished their weapons, ready to cultivate the land. Yet the fireball demon leaped into action, effortlessly tilling the hard soil with just a few strikes, leaving the villagers in awe. What a formidable Red Bull! Upon hearing the praises from the Stone Clan, the other ancient beings felt a surge of competitiveness, unwilling to be outdone. The Thunder Sparrow soared from the horizon, bringing with it the necessary spiritual seeds, scattering them across the freshly turned soil. The Red Flood Dragon retrieved nutrient-rich river mud from the riverbed to cover the seeds, while the Demon Ape constructed a tall fence nearby. The Golden Lion and the Golden Lion Demon, having consumed an ample supply of spiritual herbs from an unknown source, stood on either side, exuding a cloud of mist that enveloped the area in an extraordinary aura of vitality. Even standing at a distance, one could catch a whiff of the fragrant herbs. The villagers stood in astonishment. With these ancient beings present, their involvement was rendered unnecessary. Perhaps we could establish a super tribe, muse a robust man with lofty aspirations. However, the clan leader, Stone Yinfeng, shook his head, aware that these ancient beings were loyal to Chazang, and their allegiance could not be taken for granted. They must not allow temporary appearances to cloud their judgment. Moreover, Stone Village was not lacking. The bonds of kinship and love among its inhabitants fostered a familial atmosphere. Should a super tribe be established, leading to expansion and a surge in population, hierarchical distinctions would inevitably arise, bringing with them strife. At that point, returning to the warm, intimate village of the past would become impossible. Chapter 32. The Original Truth. Once, our ancestors were remarkably powerful. Merely a fraction of them ventured forth and established an ancient nation. This land is our ancestral ground, destined to bear the terrifying inscriptions and legacies of the past. Alas, due to various reasons, all has vanished with the passage of time. I do not wish for Stone Village to become tainted by interests, power, or desire. There is no eternal glory, nor is there indelible legacy. Simplicity is the ultimate truth. We, Stone Village, shall forever remain just Stone Village. The clan leader's words serve as a wake-up call to those enraptured by the immense power of the ancient beings. They fell into deep contemplation, soon realizing the truth. The reason Stone Village holds a cherished place in everyone's hearts is precisely because it lacks the class divisions found in tribes, where all are treated equally, bound by love and familial ties. Should a large tribe be formed, leading to expansion and an influx of people, could they maintain the same harmony? They could not help but recall the couple from the vast ancient nation founded by the Stone Clan's ancestors, who, over 2 years ago, had come seeking a remedy for their ailing infant. Regrettably, they returned in despair. That infant was none other than Sure Hao. His supreme bones had been seized by a cousin from the same clan, forcing him to endure such suffering at a tender age. Had he been born in Stone Village, even if he had possessed 2 or 3 supreme bones, no one would have thought to cruelly extract them. Instead, everyone would rejoice and prioritize his well-being. Reflecting on this, a chill ran down their spines. Compared to the ceaseless conflicts of tribes and ancient nations, a village is far superior. The old clan leader was indeed correct. Simplicity is the ultimate truth. Yes, I cherish our current village. How wonderful it is to be free from worries. Indeed, Stone Village shall forever remain Stone Village. As time flowed on, several months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Chazang had manifested the majority of the intricate patterns upon the surface of the thunder pool. His blood essence had taken form, resembling vibrant pools of thunder. This state was regarded as taboo. Chazang's ability to manifest, it was wholly due to his mastery over the path of thunder. No one else could have achieved this milestone. Over these months, the tribulations he faced grew increasingly formidable. In recent days, the thunder pool's power reached its zenith as a terrifying order of rules descended, imprisoning the essence of the thunder pool. At this point, Chazang could rely solely on himself. Fortunately, he was born as the favored child of thunder, with a unique talent for commanding lightning. However, even this resistance had its limits. Should the tribulation become too overwhelming, he too would not be spared. Nevertheless, Chazang had no intention of surrendering. The greater the danger, the more it validated the correctness of his path. He intended to persevere until he achieved his goals. Stone Village continued to thrive. Adults grew stronger, while children laid a solid foundation, surpassing their predecessors. Particularly noteworthy was Sure Hao. Remnants of the last roasted beast sovereign meat still lingered, and he indulged frequently, making it difficult not to grow stronger. Under Chizang's guidance, he had already attained the strength of 70,000 pounds with a single arm. Furthermore, he was free to cultivate and explore the ancient being's precious techniques. Even learning Chizang's thunder methods, unreservedly speaking, Shao's current treatment rivaled that of the most powerful disciples nurtured by the great forces in the upper realms, if not surpassing it. Although the rules of heaven and earth in the lower realms were not complete, resulting in the overall strength of cultivators being considerably weaker than those in the upper realms. Shao's current achievements placed him on par with the disciples of the great sects in the upper realms. Had he been in the upper realms, he would undoubtedly have been even more astonishing. Shao remained diligent, never forgetting Chizang's words. There are always greater beings beyond the horizon. He maintained humility, dedicating himself to the study of bone inscriptions and the rigorous training of his physique. In the pursuit of asceticism, his innate talent was indeed formidable. With a solid foundation established, he frequently demonstrated an extraordinary ability to draw inferences from one instance to another, exhibiting an astonishing level of comprehension. However, at not yet 4 years of age, Shao remained, at his core, an innocent child, with a heart untouched by the burdens of adulthood. He reveled in play and retained a particular fondness for beast milk. The 6 ancient progenitors often sought various types of beast milk to prepare for him, allowing Shao to indulge in delightful feasts. Whenever the village children spotted the demon ape and its companions squatting in a circle, they would chuckle, fully aware that they were concocting beast milk for Shao, teasing him for not growing up. Shao, unfazed, would merely respond with a naive grin. During this period, he experienced genuine happiness, savoring the delectable beast milk, his footprints scattered across the vast wilderness. Many from the larger tribes, upon catching sight of the ancient progenitors carrying a porcelain doll upon their backs, mistook him for a gifted scion of a powerful ancient nation undergoing trials. The village children, equally spirited, followed him and the ancient progenitors on wild adventures, reveling in joyous play each day. Over the course of several months, the wildness of the ancient progenitors gradually diminished as they began to accept the names Little Black, Big Gold, and Second Gold, forming a close bond with the group of children, seldom apart from them. Cheat Song, too, paid them no heed. Their camaraderie was a positive development. At that moment, Cheat Song held a bone, his gaze profound as he scrutinized it. The bone was alabaster and lustrous, resembling a palm-sized piece of exquisite jade, indescribably crystalline, pure, and translucent. Although small, it bore a myriad of intricate symbols, so densely packed that they were nearly indecipherable, with faint echoes of divine chants resonating from it, instilling a sense of awe that could overwhelm those with shallow understanding, causing their blood to surge. This was the renowned original true solution, which had fallen from the heavens decades ago, alongside the willow deity, and had been safeguarded by the clan leader, Shi Yunfeng, kept concealed in a corner since. Previously, no one in Shi village could gaze upon this bone without suffering grievous consequences. Mere sight would induce bloodshed, and deeper contemplation could even threaten one's life. Aware of Qi Tsong's formidable strength, the elder had decided to present this extraordinary bone to him. Qi Tsong had been examining it for many days, and it was indeed remarkable. The pristine bone was inscribed with symbols that narrated the primal origins of runes, elucidating the mysteries of the so-called primordial treasure bone, detailing the strengths and weaknesses of ancient ferocious beasts and divine birds. It delved into the most fundamental secrets of the cosmos, encompassing all, and could be deemed a supreme tome of celestial knowledge. To elucidate the runes from a primordial perspective, the bone was adorned with corresponding engravings depicting various powerful ancient beasts and deities in combat. Each time Qi Tsong gazed upon it, he felt an overwhelming aura of carnage wash over him. The only lamentable aspect was that the original true solution did not record any awe-inspiring treasure techniques. It solely focused on the understanding of runes and bone scripts. For those just embarking on the path of cultivation, it held unimaginable significance. Yet for Qi Tsong, it was merely a reference point. He harbored an intuition that this bone had not revealed all its secrets. There was likely a subsequent section that could greatly benefit his cultivation. As the days passed, months slipped by in the blink of an eye. By now, Qi Tsong had completely transformed his blood into the form of a thunder pool, the internal and external patterns harmoniously aligned, truly manifesting this forbidden state. Apart from the uniquely special primordial symbol within, there was little to distinguish it from before. He had paid a heavy price for this, returning home daily with a grievous body after enduring 3 months of intense strain, quietly recuperating beneath the willow tree. Fortunately, Cheatsong possessed something unique, an inexhaustible source of thunderous liquid, teeming with life force, which aided his recovery from the injuries wrought by the lightning. Those who wielded thunder were often left battered by such forces, a testament to the terrifying trials Cheatsong had faced. Ordinarily, he should have proceeded to the next step, manifesting the primordial symbol within the thunder pool. Only by bringing forth that primordial symbol could the divine essence of the thunder pool be considered truly complete. However, Cheatsong felt compelled to pause, as he sensed an ominous premonition, manifesting that primordial symbol would lead to a perilous fate devoid of any chance of survival. This intuition stemmed from his profound spiritual awareness, the accuracy of which was undeniable. Even without this foreboding, Cheatsong could sense the unusual nature of the recent thunder punishments. Within the boundless sea of lightning, he discerned shadowy figures drifting ominously, flickering with a dark crimson glow, sending chills down his spine, as if their very presence heralded imminent doom. He recognized the source. Throughout history, none had feared the thunderous tribulations as did the proud. It was the executioner's blade of the heavenly punishment. This form of retribution was excessively tyrannical, regardless of one's strength. All would be ensnared by the cosmic order, rendered immobile, and subsequently confined beneath the blade, where a single stroke would sever not just the corporeal form, but the very soul, leading to utter annihilation. He understood that he must halt his endeavors until a solution was found. To persist would be tantamount to courting death, even for one hailed as the Thunder Emperor. Evading such a fate was improbable. Though he had not achieved his ideal state, his current accomplishments were already extraordinary, with his blood having become a series of thunderpool essences. He had unwittingly stirred the forces of the forbidden, drawing forth greater creative powers from the cosmos, enhancing his ability to command thunder and electricity. Even as the favorite of thunder by birth, relentless cultivation was essential. Relying solely on innate abilities would yield limited achievements. True mastery of such powers was necessary to attain the title of Emperor of Thunder. Additionally, Cheatsong's ancient celestial system had been partially revived with the advancements in his bloodline, and his combat prowess was now comparable to the divine fire of contemporary law. This level was what the populace referred to as divine beings. Tales of ancient divine battles and venerable deities predominantly spoke of cultivators at the divine fire stage. At this tier, barring certain exceptional circumstances, Cheatsong could traverse the lower realms with impunity, facing no adversaries, ready to conquer the world. As Cheatsong pondered, the willow tree before him suddenly erupted with earth-shattering power. Vast waves of energy surged like an endless ocean, divine radiance bursting forth, and the sounds of ritualistic chants filled the air. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as though 3,000 immortal realms ignited into flames behind the willow, blazing fiercely. The ancient progenitors within the stone abode and the villagers of Shur village were all roused, emerging to gaze in awe at the luminous willow, their expressions filled with astonishment. Had the willow deity awakened? Shur Yunfeng exclaimed with delight, his excitement palpable. The other clansfolk were equally elated, silently invoking the name of the willow deity. Ever since the willow had graced Shur village, they had never been troubled by ferocious beasts, for which they remained eternally grateful. The ancient progenitors were profoundly astonished. Realizing this inscrutable willow was indeed a figure of unimaginable stature, akin to Cheatsong. This little village possessed an aura of the extraordinary. Verdant splendor soared skyward, a gentle radiance enveloping the entire Shur village, with shimmering droplets of light falling like rain, brimming with life, as though one were basking in the warmth of spring. With a resounding crackle, the old bark shed, revealing vibrant green hues, and several protrusions emerged, as if something were about to break free. At last, the contents within surged forth, breaking through the barriers and coming into view. Misty lights swirled, a myriad of auspicious colors danced, and the willow rejuvenated, sprouting 4 tender branches that grew rapidly, soon matching the length of the original single branch. 5 willow branches shimmered with a radiant green hue, exuding a celestial glow, reminiscent of divine chains of order dancing gracefully in the air, imbued with an enigmatic aura. To the astonishment of onlookers, a small patch of greenery had emerged on the charred tree stump. Undoubtedly, the willow deity had grown even stronger. Beneath the willow tree, the villagers of Shur Tsuen gathered, offering heartfelt prayers and blessings. The 5 branches swayed gracefully in the air, appearing soft yet exuding an indomitable strength. Congratulations, the voice of Chizang resonated, celebrating the willow deity. Thanks to your thunderous essence, shrouded in mystery and of extraordinary origin, possessing the power to create all things, the willow deity's voice echoed, revealing her significant gains. Soon after, the willow deity's gaze fell upon Sure Hao. Considering the year he had lost, this young lad, merely 4 years of age, had already achieved astounding feats, effortlessly wielding a monstrous strength of 80,000 pounds with a single arm. This was without even employing the ancient techniques of the heavenly level for tempering. Such formidable power was indeed astonishing. Even the willow deity found herself at a loss for words. In the ancient times, the offspring of heavenly level ferocious beasts could not reach such heights without undergoing various ancient tempering methods. In comparison, Sure Hao truly resembled a humanoid divine beast cub. Furthermore, she noted the vigorous fluctuations in Sure Hao's blood as he practiced the blood mobilization realm, astonishingly combining the mysterious runes containing the essence of reincarnation within the supreme bone with his blood, undeniably aligning with the supreme bone to unleash its true power. However, throughout the endless ages, such extraordinary young beings were not entirely unheard of. While remarkable, they had not reached a level of uniqueness. Early brilliance did not guarantee a continuous ascent. History was rife with examples. Who could predict whether Sure Hao would follow the same path? He was still too young to reveal much, and only through profound cultivation would his potential in the path of enlightenment become apparent. Nevertheless, encountering such a celestial being in the desolate and broken lower realms, in a humble Shurtsuan, was indeed extraordinary, enough to capture the attention of the willow deity. Noticing the willow deity observing Sure Hao, Chizang transmitted a message. I have witnessed Sure Hao's extraordinary talents. He is truly remarkable, with boundless potential. Even without my intervention, he would rise step by step. However, I wish to try and lay the strongest foundation for him, allowing him to soar into the heavens and witness what unfolds. Chapter 34. Foundation Building, Ultimate Realm. Upon hearing this, the willow deity fell silent. She had witnessed this child come back from the brink of death, life blossoming from desolation, ultimately flourishing. This process deeply moved her, for her experiences mirrored those of Sure Hao, evoking a sense of shared suffering. She had initially thought Sure Hao would grow gradually, revealing his extraordinary nature over time. However, as the tides of fate shifted and Chizang appeared, altering Sure Hao's life trajectory, the resurgence of the supreme bone allowed that terrifying talent to re-emerge, swiftly leading to such astonishing accomplishments. Now, the willow deity was curious to see how far Sure Hao could go in the future. She first acknowledged his achievements. The villagers of Shurtsuan were filled with excitement, for it was the first time the willow deity had spoken. Subsequently, she defined Sure Hao against the standards of ancient heavenly-level ferocious beasts, noting that he had yet to reach the pinnacle of blood mobilization. Do not rush to break through. Strive to surpass the 10,000-pound threshold of pure physical strength in the shortest time possible. This will be immensely beneficial for you. I possess an ancient formula, a foundation-building recipe used by ancient heavenly-level ferocious beasts for their cubs, the willow tree remarked. Sure Hao's mind was filled with the recipe described by the willow deity, and upon seeing its contents, he was taken aback. The old herbs listed were all rare treasures, the blood of ancient species and other precious materials, all of which were to be consumed daily. This was astonishing. No wonder heavenly-level ferocious beasts were so formidable. Their childhood was marked by such extraordinary methods, akin to legends, all closely tied to this foundation-building recipe. Chizang also acquired the ancient formula, and, upon careful examination, found that while the recipe did not seem particularly extraordinary, its combination produced incredible effects, maximizing potential and enhancing one's foundation, both developing and replenishing. If the ancient formula were useless, the heavenly-level ferocious beasts would not treasure it so dearly. They could simply use their own precious blood to build foundations for their cubs. Sometimes, it is not the rarity that counts, but rather what is most suitable for the current stage. Sure Hao glanced at the ancient formula, and then at the ancient species nearby, noticing them shiver as they sensed they would have to contribute their blood and effort. However, at this moment, the ancient species also recognized Sure Hao's potential and were willing to pave the way for him, especially the golden Qilin, who felt immense gratitude. Without Chizang's intervention, it would have perished within a year. Recently, Chizang had granted it a second life, revitalizing it from desolation, a grace it understood and appreciated. Despite its former savage nature, its wisdom surpassed that of humans. Contributing a little for the young Sure Hao was a small price to pay. Seeing the Red Bull, Golden Qilin, second Golden Qilin, and Little Black all nodding in agreement, Sure Hao smiled with joy. The foundation-building ancient formula was secured. As for the main herbs, Chizang had plenty of the blood of the sky-swallowing sparrow and Qiongqi, which contained divine essence that lingered, making them more than adequate for the primary ingredient. Thus, Sure Hao would embark upon the most critical cultivation of the blood mobilization realm. Once he pushed this realm to its utmost limits, he could delve into the primordial truths, which would provide him with the greatest enlightenment in his youth. In this regard, Chizang and the Willow deity would not interfere, for each individual's understanding of the primordial truths was unique, a personal journey of enlightenment, crucial for the future. As the crowd dispersed, Chizang and the Willow deity engaged in a private exchange, during which he showcased his thunder pool's divine radiance, eliciting awe from the Willow deity. The thunder pool concealed myriad secrets. Some claimed it was artificially created, having been proven to possess a tangible form, while others asserted it was born of the heavens and earth, harboring the most primal mysteries of existence. The drop of thunderous essence I obtained from you possesses the power of creation. What does creation signify? To reach the pinnacle is to create life from a void, conjuring existence from nothingness. Such an ability is deemed a taboo amongst taboos, sought after by immortals and celestial beings alike. For no living creature in this world can achieve it. The Willow deity spoke gravely. Chizang's ability to merge the blood mobilization realm with the Thunder Pool's celestial seed was, in the eyes of the Willow deity, utterly remarkable. Just this aspect alone made him unparalleled in the annals of history within the realm of blood mobilization, creating life amidst the destructive tribulations of heavenly punishment, nurturing the most precious vitality. Within that primordial symbol lies a supreme secret of the heavenly tribulations that I have yet to uncover, Chizang mused, further solidifying his resolve to master it completely. In the days that followed, the 6 ancient species scoured the vast wilderness, seeking the rare and precious herbs recorded in the ancient formula for Sure Hao, while also contributing their blood. They brewed the foundation-building elixir in an extraordinary black cauldron for Sure Hao's consumption. The resulting liquid was a pale golden hue, fragrant and exuding a mist of treasures that swirled in the air. Just a small sip ignited a fiery sensation throughout his body, awakening his latent potential. Upon drinking a bowl, Sure Hao instantly radiated light, transforming into a human-shaped sun. Moments later, he was drenched in sweat, every pore of his body expanding, releasing clouds of mist, radiant hues, and vibrant colors, his skin shimmering and his bones crackling. Astonishingly, his strength surged at an accelerated pace, his blood coursing through his veins like an immense river in full flow. The potent effects of the medicinal elixir permeated his body, invigorating every limb and sinew, gradually dissipating the remnants of bruises and contusions left from his rigorous training, leaving no trace of past afflictions. Sure Hao accepted another bowl from Sure Yunfeng and consumed it in one gulp, witnessing the same extraordinary phenomenon unfold once more. Such a foundational elixir was far too potent for Sure Hao to consume alone. Thus the children of Sure Village each received a share. Their physiques, however, were vastly inferior to his. Upon ingestion, their bodies ignited with energy, and they could not help but exclaim in delight. That day, the village was filled with the chorus of croaking frogs, resonating throughout the night. Thus, Sure Hao ventured outdoors daily for training, returning each time with his body marred and battered, only to rejuvenate with the elixir, emerging once again in vibrant spirits, free of injuries. His physique had been tempered through countless trials, forging a body as resilient as bronze and iron. Even without harnessing the power of bone inscriptions, a faint, ethereal glow enveloped him, a crystalline radiance entirely derived from the potency of his vital essence, instinctively safeguarding him. Gradually, he found himself capable of lifting the formidable divine iron weighing over 100,000 pounds with a single arm, a remarkable feat indeed. Yet, Sure Hao sensed that he had not yet reached his limit. An untapped potential still lay dormant within him. Meanwhile, Qizang had thoroughly completed the blood manipulation phase of his training, halting just before the forbidden threshold of life and death, preparing to embark on the cultivation of the second realm of the cave heavens. This was not a relinquishment of the original symbol he sought to manifest, but rather a continued enhancement of his innate mastery over thunder, intending to take the final step once he had sufficiently developed his abilities. Chapter 35. The unveiling of the cave heavens. The cave heavens represent both a realm and a method of cultivation, drawing upon the essence of the grand cosmos to comprehend the profound truths of the Taoist runes, while grasping the order and shifts of this world. thus recreating a microcosm. Practitioners of this realm can establish an immortal conduit within or outside their bodies, utilizing this passage to commune with the boundless void, refining the essence of heaven and earth, seizing the divine energies of the cosmos to continuously replenish their own vitality, greatly amplifying their divine power beyond previous limits. At this juncture, Qi had reached the forbidden line of the blood manipulation realm. Any further advancement would lead him into an abyss of uncertainty, necessitating a pause to consolidate his strength. The divine aura of the thunder pool had already granted him unprecedented control over thunder. Yet, in the face of the terrifying executioner's blade, such mastery remained insufficient. He required more. Thus, advancing to the cave heaven realm was imperative. For Qi, the laws of this world served as a key, merging with the ancient Taoist system to bolster his command over the path of thunder, ultimately guiding him towards liberation from the constraints of the thunder pool, reclaiming boundless power for himself. True mastery lies in one's own hands. Reliance on external forces will never lead one to the pinnacle of achievement. He distanced himself from Shur village, venturing deep into the wilderness, seeking a tranquil spot where he could sit in meditation and commence his breakthrough. Soon, Qi physique radiated brilliance, pulsating with the light of thunder, transformed into the blood of the divine thunder pool, shimmering with vitality. As the essence of life surged from the outer world into his being, this was the final preparation for his ascension to the cave heaven realm. With a resounding roar, a colossal sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth, shaking mountains, splitting the ground, and resonating through valleys. In the void, a multitude of runes emerged, densely packed and resplendent, as if forged from divine gold, shimmering with arcs of electricity, imprinting the very fabric of existence and enveloping Qi. Subsequently, a terrifying surge of vitality erupted, akin to a fierce dragon, scattering clouds in all directions, forcefully carving an opening in the rock above Qi head. This opening appeared vividly real, its hue a deep brown, as though sculpted from stone, exuding an air of grandeur, antiquity, and mystery, harboring an abundance of vibrant life essence. Red and radiant, akin to molten lava, this immortal passage siphoned the power of order from the cosmos, connecting with the practitioner's essence, providing a continuous influx of energy to sustain the vitality of the body, ensuring that the practitioner remained in a state of flourishing vigor, except during times of great conflict. From the volcanic opening, a torrent of life essence cascaded down upon Qi, replenishing his physical needs. In silence, he contemplated this realm, grasping its myriad mysteries. Compared to the realms corresponding to the Taoist laws, the cave heaven realm unveiled numerous new divine repositories, offering an entirely new experience and enhancement for a practitioner of ancient Taoist techniques. The cave heaven realm transcended mere existence. Practitioners could nurture treasured artifacts within, cultivating the most potent runes. As he mused on the future direction of his path, a coherent thought began to form in his mind. The establishment of a cave heaven had not consumed much of his divine energy, and he could continue to expand further. No sooner had he spoken than Qi body erupted once more in brilliant splendor, his vitality soaring, summoning a multitude of runes, and beside the already established cave heaven, he opened yet another volcanic passage. Unlike the previous crimson hue, this new cave heaven glimmered in silver. However, akin to the first, it was filled with vital essence and beneficial substances for the body. Yet, this was not the end. Under Qi command, the runes filled the sky like an endless ocean. Following the silver cave heaven, a purple one was unveiled, with 3 great volcanic openings collectively pouring forth precious essences upon Qi head. Remarkably, these 3 cave heavens were still not Qi limit. His achievements and accumulations in the blood manipulation realm were so profound that few could rival him throughout history. Soon, a 4th blue cave heaven was birthed, exuding azure radiance, while the 5th cave heaven trembled, manifesting in the void, its essence of vibrant yellow, billowing like smoke. Finally, Qi paused, having opened 5 cave heavens in one breath, a feat that would surely astonish the world if known. Typically, powerful beings consider consolidation after opening 4 to 5 cave heavens, anticipating a day when they might unleash boundless runic powers from within, propelling themselves into a grander realm. Yet, Qi had completed in a single stride what many would toil a lifetime to achieve. Among the human tribes of the lower realms, it is said that 8 cave heavens represent the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. According to this belief, Qi had already traversed most of the journey upon his initial breakthrough, a truly astonishing revelation. Moving forward, Qi needed to open 5 more cave heavens. For in the cave heaven realm, true supremacy is attained with 10 cave heavens. Given Qi capabilities, he aspired to reach the utmost pinnacle. Upon returning to Shi village, Qi encountered Shi Hao, who was diligently consuming his elixir. The young lad was indeed industrious, a prodigy in cultivation, deeply fascinated by runes, bone inscriptions, and treasure techniques. When he delved into his studies, he could easily become obsessed. Just days prior, he had achieved the remarkable feat of wielding 100,000 pounds of divine strength with a single arm, allowing him to observe the original truths with clarity. Consequently, in recent days, Shi Hao had devoted himself tirelessly to scrutinizing the bone, relentlessly researching and experimenting, even pushing himself to the brink of bloodshed before pausing. Such rigorous cultivation had yielded evident progress for Shi Hao. He had surpassed the threshold of 100,000 pounds of divine strength, advancing into a higher realm. It is essential to note that humanity inherently lacks physical advantages, being innately weaker than the offspring of celestial beasts, who are born with formidable strength, far surpassing humans in physical resilience. Yet, Shi Hao shattered this norm, leading the way in a domain where humans traditionally faltered, a feat truly worthy of astonishment. Months passed. Qi has successfully opened the 10 heavenly caves, with 10 volcanic craters suspended majestically above his head, pulsating with vibrant energy that emits a deep, resonant hum, cascading downwards to merge into him, bestowing upon him everlasting divine power. The 10th heavenly cave, in this fractured lower realm, exists as nothing short of a legend, meticulously evaded by the ancient texts of the human race, as if it were a forbidden taboo, never detailing who among them had triumphed. From the memories of Shi Hao that have surfaced in Qi mind, it is revealed that only 2 individuals have succeeded in this endeavor, the future Shi Hao and Shi Yi. Furthermore, after achieving mastery of the 10 heavenly caves, Shi Hao transcended the ultimate realm, unifying the 10 heavenly caves into a singularity, thereby establishing the corporeal cave and claiming supremacy throughout history and beyond. Chapter 36, on the Tao. If success can be found even in the lower realms, one can only imagine the feats accomplished in the upper realms. Perhaps the 10 heavenly caves are merely a standard for formidable prodigies. For true paragons of heaven, the challenge lies not in opening the 10 heavenly caves, but in advancing beyond the pinnacle, shattering constraints, and transcending the past. Qi paused, having just established the 10th heavenly cave. It was prudent to consolidate his gains before embarking on the next stage of his cultivation. As he journeyed back to Shi village, his gaze was profound, lost in contemplation. With the gradual restoration of his cultivation, memories began to unfurl in his mind. Initially, his recollections ceased upon Shi Hao's elevation to the position of the archaic celestial sovereign. But later, the practice of bloodline and cave realm cultivation extended these memories to the twin stone battle. Intrigued by this alien memory, Qi sought to unravel its origins. Why had it so abruptly manifested within him? What deeper significance did it hold? Its characteristics were unmistakable, all revolving around Shi Hao, from his tentative first steps to the climactic duel with his cousin Shi Yi in the realm of the void deities. Every figure and event intertwined with Shi Hao. As one of the former 10 fiends, the sudden emergence of such a memory naturally stirred Qi suspicions. However, after fruitless contemplation, he chose not to dwell on the matter excessively, for his arrival had already altered the course of events, and those memories could merely represent a potential future. Perhaps when he once again ascends to the level of the 10 fiends, all truths will be unveiled, including the elusive memories of the Thunder Emperor. Upon returning to Shi village, Qi found himself beneath the willow tree, engaging in philosophical discourse with the willow deity. They had long since exchanged their most potent techniques and methods, meeting daily to explore the profound truths of the Tao. Their discussions encompassed the willow deity's philosophy of decay and revival, as well as Qi path of destruction and vitality, leading to mutual advancement through their contrasting yet complementary insights. Instead of toiling in solitude, it was far more advantageous to collaborate. For the journey along the path is long and arduous. Having a companion in this endeavor is indeed a great fortune. In this regard, Qi and the willow deity were well matched, both having once been supreme beings, enduring immense tribulations, and no longer possessing their former might. Both were currently in stages of revival, sharing a bond of mutual understanding. In their similar circumstances, naturally common topics of discussion arose, and their minor disparities allowed for equal dialogue, unlike the villagers around them. At this moment, within the vast timeline of the willow deity's existence, they could only be considered fleeting visitors. After all, the 3,000 divine kingdoms were but remnants of the past, and a humble Shur village even more so. After several months of exchange and exploration, both had gleaned significant insights. No one comprehended decay and revival better than the willow deity, who had cycled through countless reincarnations, descending from the heavens only to be reborn from seeds, or facing cataclysms that turned him into charred stumps, only to sprout anew. Similarly, no one understood thunder better than Cheat Song, born as a favored child of the thunder, wielding it with unparalleled mastery. His prowess evident in his title as the Thunder Emperor. The intellectual sparks ignited by the collision of two extraordinarily gifted minds were invaluable, equivalent to years of arduous cultivation. Their worth immeasurable. Such a scenario was exceedingly rare, two former supreme beings aiding each other on the path of evolution, sharing unreservedly on the Tao. Even in the era of the immortal ancient, such relationships were seldom seen. The primal ancient realm and foreign territories had clashed for an entire epoch. Their celestial kings united in animosity, yet never to the extent of complete openness. Otherwise, a celestial king could absorb all the ultimate techniques of their kin, along with the Tao and laws. This was a matter of life and death. The leakage of Tao and laws could lead to vulnerabilities being exploited. Their ability to exchange the most precious techniques and laws signified an absolute trust between them. The willow deity contemplated the sudden appearance of the Thunder Emperor with both intrigue and skepticism, pondering whether it was a tactic employed by adversaries against him. However, through their interactions, he came to believe that this Thunder Emperor would not become a pawn of others, for he was among the most gifted of the 10 fiends. Thus, a profound understanding developed between the two, fostering mutual recognition and a willingness to engage in dialogue. As they resumed their customary exchange of perspectives, the current topic revolved around the cave realm, particularly pertinent to Cheat Song, as he sought to enhance his command over thunder by integrating the methods of the immortal ancient Tao with the foundation of the 10 heavenly caves. He outlined his situation to the willow deity, who, after contemplation, provided his suggestions for Cheat Song's consideration. Just as they were delving into a crucial aspect of their discussion, a piercing cry erupted from outside Shur village. It was a massive demonic bird, a Qinglin eagle, a species that had only recently returned to the vicinity of the village. Initially, the entrance of the ancient progenitors had sent the savage beasts fleeing, leaving the mountains utterly desolate. However, the beasts soon discovered that the ancient progenitors did not slaughter as anticipated. After lingering in Shur village for an extended period, their hostility had diminished significantly. Consequently, some savage beasts began to return to the surrounding mountains, and the Qinglin eagle was among them. In these recent days, it was the nesting season for the Qinglin eagle, and the village's mischievous children could hardly contain themselves, enlisting Shur Hao and the ancient progenitors to stealthily steal 3 jade-like eggs laid by the eagle. Naturally, this act did not go unnoticed by the vigilant Qinglin eagle, whose wrath was ignited. Yet, confronted with the ancient progenitors, it lacked the courage to attack. A suppression inherent to the hierarchy of savage beasts, utterly insurmountable. Thus, the aggrieved Qinglin eagle could only circle anxiously overhead, emitting mournful cries. The mother Qinglin eagle appeared heartbroken. Is this truly acceptable? Shur Hao, seated upon the back of a red bull, felt a pang of compassion and inquired softly. Little Hao, slaughters abound in the great wilderness. Merely stealing a few eggs is inconsequential, came the response. Shur Hao, upon hearing this, could only nod in agreement. Before long, the children returned to the village, drawing the attention of the adults. Upon seeing the trio of eggs, each the size of a basin, glistening and translucent with intricate patterns and flowing luminescence, infused with the power of runes and radiating divine brilliance, the villagers recognized them as the eggs of the Qinglin eagle, descendants of the ancient progenitors, thus formidable among the savage beasts. You mischievous children! The Qinglin eagle, a vengeful demonic bird, will never let this transgression pass, admonished an elder sternly. No sooner had the words left his lips than the sky reverberated with the long cry of the Qinglin eagle, fiercely protective of its offspring, unwilling to relinquish them even in the face of the daunting ancient progenitors. Why not return the eggs to it? The Qinglin eagle must be so pitiful without its young. Shur Hao suggested, his large eyes blinking earnestly. Chapter 37, Thunder and the Qinglin Eagle. At that moment, the demon ape waved its hand, its 2 meaty wings flapping ominously. conveying its intent to deal with the incessantly screeching azure-scaled eagle in the sky. The forehooves of the bull demon sparked with flames, emitting a low, menacing growl as it cast a hostile gaze towards the azure-scaled eagle. The crimson dragon and the thunder sparrow soared into the air, poised to engage. The azure-scaled eagle, perched high in the heavens, felt a chill run through its bones, the terrifying aura of the ancient breed nearly freezing its very blood, inciting a visceral urge to flee. Yet, upon glancing at the three eggs below, it let out a long cry, unwilling to abandon them. "Little dragon, little sparrow, come back. Do not harm it." Sure-How exclaimed anxiously, fully aware of the formidable strength possessed by these ancient breeds, which could easily rampage through the wilderness. Should all 6 ancient breeds choose to act, even the so-called million-strong tribes would be utterly incapable of withstanding them, facing annihilation. If they were to engage, the poor azure-scaled eagle would stand no chance, likely to be torn to shreds in an instant. Sure-How's words proved effective. The crimson dragon and the thunder sparrow halted their advance. At that moment, a verdant willow branch extended from afar, cascading down like a divine chain, gently brushing against one of the eggs. Instantly, the egg touched by the tender willow glowed with radiant hues, a mist of brilliance enveloping it, shimmering and resplendent, a sight to behold. The spots on the eggshell began to emit light, resembling miniature suns radiating intense vitality. Soon after, these spots started to spread, the patterns becoming more intricate, as if dragons and serpents were dancing. This egg exhibited a phenomenon of retrogression, its vitality greatly amplified, a portion of the ancient avian lineage's life imprint reviving within. If it were to hatch, it would undoubtedly surpass the other 2 in strength, the clan leader, Shi Yunfeng, remarked in astonishment. The villagers and the ancient breeds were equally taken aback. What kind of power had the willow tree unleashed to create such an effect? The azure-scaled eagle circling in the sky also ceased its cries, fixated on that special egg, its eyes wide with disbelief. It yearned to swoop down for a closer inspection, but was held back by an instinctual fear, only able to call out anxiously from above. After the willow branch brushed by, it slowly withdrew, seemingly disinterested, as if this act were merely a matter of convenience. In the next moment, Ji-Tsang arrived, his demeanor calm, yet his regal appearance and extraordinary aura exuded an inexplicable presence, as if he were the sovereign of heaven and earth, to whom all beings must yield. The azure-scaled eagle fell silent, not daring to make a sound, a manifestation of instinctual dread. The ancient breeds also retracted their fierce expressions, refraining from revealing their ferocity in the presence of Ji-Tsang. He approached the 3 eggs, his hands surging with lightning, transforming into a tempest that cascaded upon the eggshells. Boom! Thunder rumbled, lightning intertwined, and the 3 basin-sized eggs trembled amidst the storm. The spots on their shells appeared like bottomless pits, greedily absorbing the lightning. After a considerable time, the storm subsided, and tranquility returned. The 3 eggs had undergone a transformation, their surfaces now adorned with intricate lightning patterns, mysterious and ancient, brimming with vibrant life, almost overflowing, while intermittent flashes of electricity danced across their surfaces, crackling with sound. The villagers stood in a daze. Merely a gentle brush from the willow deity had triggered such an ancestral phenomenon in one egg, promising a noble lineage far surpassing its peers. Then, Ji-Tsang unleashed another bout of thunderstorm, inducing an unimaginable metamorphosis in all 3 eggs, elevating them to a new echelon. Truly, they were the most formidable beings currently residing in Shi Village. Now, the azure-scaled eagle had transformed into a thunder-scaled eagle, leaving Shi Linhu and the others momentarily stunned. The azure-scaled eagle in the sky was equally bewildered. How had its offspring become a thunder eagle? Moreover, the potential radiating from it was astonishing. Subsequently, Ji-Tsang permitted the azure-scaled eagle to descend to Shi Village to witness its young. With wings flapping, the azure-scaled eagle, heedless of Ji-Tsang's intentions, hastily spiraled down, arriving before the 3 eggs entwined with lightning for a meticulous inspection. Soon after, the azure-scaled eagle emitted a joyous cry, realizing the goodwill of Ji-Tsang and others. Recognizing that they had helped its offspring achieve evolution, destined to surpass it as a mother. After that day, Shi Village welcomed several new members, and under the diligent care of the children, the 3 eggs quickly hatched. With a crisp crack, one egg revealed fissures, its lightning-speckled shell shattered, and a delightful little creature tumbled forth, shimmering with lightning, as if it had just bathed in thunder. Soon after, another egg cracked open, and a second little being emerged. peering curiously, its eyes bright, also surrounded by lightning. The third egg was the most remarkable, having been brushed by the willow deity, resulting in the ancestral phenomenon, and drenched by Ji Tsong's thunderstorm, absorbing vast amounts of lightning. When its shell finally fractured, a brilliant radiance burst forth, vigorous and vibrant, and all the eggshells disintegrated into powder, revealing a wondrous young bird. Its scales differed from the first two, presenting a purple hue, iridescent and vibrant, resembling a flame ablaze, emanating purple lightning, appearing quite extraordinary. The three fledglings were all lively, their eyes brimming with intelligence, their large, watery eyes seemingly capable of speech, curiously observing everyone. "They've hatched. How beautiful!" Sure Hao exclaimed, crouching down with gleaming eyes, enamored with the trio of little creatures. The other children, akin to discovering a new world, beamed with delight. The azure-scaled eagle also approached, joyfully calling out at the sight of its newly hatched offspring. The eldest was named Dapeng, the second Shaoqing, and the third Ziyun. The children assigned names to the three hatchlings, and to their surprise, the newborns appeared to understand human speech, nodding and chirping in their tender voices. The adults were equally captivated by the extraordinary nature of the three fledglings, eagerly offering food to nourish them. Dapeng, Shaoqing, and Ziyun had hearty appetites, devouring everything, eliciting laughter and joy, creating a harmonious atmosphere in Sure Village. That day, Sure Hao and his companions frolicked joyously before returning to Sure Village. Recently, he had refined his bloodline cultivation to its zenith, achieving an astonishing feat without relying on bone inscriptions. His physical prowess enabling him to wield a staggering force of over 160,000 pounds with a single arm, far surpassing the so-called limits, marking him as a veritable little demigod. Having reached this pinnacle, he was on the verge of breaking into the cave heaven realm. Ji Tsong had specifically advised Sure how to unwind, to take a brief respite, restoring both his mental and physical states to their peak, alleviating the fatigue from continuous cultivation, preparing to embark into the next domain in the best possible condition. Chapter 38, Turbulence. However, upon their return that day, Sure Hao and the others received a warning and counsel from Ji Tsong, which included several ancient breeds and the azure-scaled eagle fledglings. The message was clear. They were to refrain from venturing deep into the mountains for the time being and remain close to Sure Village. The emergence of mountain treasures signified an impending storm, and even though Ji Tsong and the willow deity were immensely powerful, they could not perpetually watch over them. Sure Hao and the other children of Sure Village nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the gravity of the situation. They were acutely aware of the potential dangers, having previously tasted the flesh of the two bee sovereigns. If they inadvertently crossed paths, they would undoubtedly be torn to pieces by the ferocious sky-devouring sparrow and the insatiable Qiongqi. The ancient breeds, having indulged in the flesh of beast sovereigns were even more hesitant to wander recklessly. Unexpectedly, that very night, a terrifying disturbance emanated from the depths of the mountains, as if supreme beings were locked in fierce combat. It arrived abruptly and concluded just as swiftly as though it were merely an illusion. Ji Tsong stood at the village entrance, his gaze radiant, peering towards the direction from which the tremors originated. He knew that the sky-devouring sparrow and the Qiongqi had returned, bringing with them a considerable host of reinforcements. Uncertain of the formidable entity they were battling against, the conflict abruptly ceased before Ji Tsong could even embark towards it. Regarding those two ferocious and tyrannical beast lords, Ji Tsong felt no trepidation. He had already reached a level comparable to that of divine fire beings, rendering any number of beast lords futile. The following day, Shurtsuan remained tranquil, yet distant lands could not enjoy the same peace. The terrifying fluctuations that erupted in the mountains the previous night had sent ripples throughout the vast wilderness. In a land abundant with resources, scale horses surged forth like endless waves, forming battalions of iron cavalry, their armor gleaming and an aura of slaughter permeating the air. Engaged in rigorous drills, on the horizon, a series of continuous edifices towered, infused with the essence of civilization. This was a vast tribe boasting a population of over 1 million, having thrived from ancient times to the present, with countless masters among their ranks. Each generation yielded several prodigies, ensuring the lineage's endurance. The most prominent structure within the complex was a magnificent golden tent, the residence of the clan's chieftain. A formidable knight rode forth, reporting the situation to the chieftain within the golden tent. Hadn't the contest for the mountain treasures concluded years ago? Why had the flames of war reignited? This indicated that the sacred relics had yet to fall into the hands of the ancient progenitors. "Chieftain, Should we dispatch our strong to investigate? Although our population does not reach the tens of millions, we possess numerous experts, rivaling any others. The struggle for the mountain treasures involves the mightiest of beings. We cannot take risks. Go and ascertain the situation. Bring along a few young ones to broaden their horizons. But do not engage without my permission. Yes, in a distant land, a vast lake sprawled, its azure waters akin to the sea, adorned with stunning scenery and islands scattered like stars. The lake's surface roiled as several promising youths rode upon a dragon, leaping majestically above the water, creating a spectacle of clouds and splashes that could be observed from afar, showcasing the dragon's scintillating scales. Before a palace, on one of the islands stood several adults, indulgently watching the children frolicking in the water, chuckling as they spoke. "Haha, enough mischief. Soon we shall embark on a journey to witness the talents of the outside world." What talents? Merely mediocrity. The last so-called genius was defeated by us. Had he not escaped swiftly on his fiery steed, we would have captured him. A boy retorted dismissively. In another direction, a range of mountains lay, equally distant. This was the territory of a noble lord, vast and boundless, teeming with a population of tens of millions, with grand cities flourishing one after another, bustling with activity and ceaseless movement. Within the solemn and majestic royal palace, a formidable figure listened intently to his subordinate's report. Once silence enveloped the hall, the imposing figure shrouded in violet aura finally spoke. The ancient progenitors have been clashing for 2 years, yet they still have not retreated. At this moment, someone in the hall stood up, suggesting the immediate dispatch of strong warriors to the depths of the mountains to await an opportunity, as there might be extraordinary gains to be had. Seek your great-uncle and have him take you all, along with those exceptionally gifted youngsters, to witness this for yourselves. However, none may act without my command, otherwise there will be no mercy. In yet another city, also a noble domain with a population of tens of millions, a thunderous voice erupted within the grand palace where the Lord resided. The purple mountain marquis has moved, sending forth his offspring to the depths of the wilderness. Yun Kuwen, you too shall go. As soon as you spot any of the purple mountain marquis prodigies, ensure they receive a beating. Yes, in the distance, a snow-covered landscape stretched, perpetually blanketed in snow with frigid temperatures, yet the scenery was breathtakingly grand. Atop a colossal central mountain stood a great city, resembling a behemoth surveying all directions. The population was sparse, comprising an ancient reclusive family that had endured since primordial times, once ruling over this land, shrouded in mystery and power. The emergence of sacred relics from such desolate terrain was astonishing, and even more so that these ferocious beasts have been battling for years without resolution. I believe many will venture into the wilderness to investigate. The Purple Mountain Marquis and the Thunder Marquis, as perennial rivals, will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to have their descendants duel, and perhaps we should send some of our own talented youths along to broaden their horizons. Otherwise, remaining in our own domain may lead to arrogance. Grandfather, we wish to go too. A sweet voice chimed, belonging to several beautiful young girls who approached through the snow, each resembling little sprites, their large eyes sparkling and their flowing black hair dancing in the wind. Very well. Let us go together and see how formidable the talents of the outside world truly are, the elder smiled, granting their request. Outside of Shurton, Shurhao rode atop the back of the fireball demon, traversing the mountains and rivers, clearly relishing the experience. This place, shrouded in mist, with spiritual springs and cascading waterfalls, was a stunning locale where Shurhao often practiced. Suddenly, Shurhao instructed the fireball demon to halt, his bright eyes fixating on a direction as if he had discovered something. Ah, Scarlet Bird, how beautiful! Just like the ancient divine bird Juke recorded in the Bone Book. Shurhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Red Bull, let us capture that bird. Shurhao, gazing at the fiery red bird, recalled the colorful bird that had brought him embarrassment, thus deciding to catch this crimson creature. However, the fireball demon trembled, its hooves quaking incessantly as if in fear. Shurhao could not rouse it, and had no choice but to dismount and take matters into his own hands. Little Red, I'm coming. Shurhao shouted. In the sky, the little red bird, endowed with remarkable intelligence, rolled its eyes upon hearing the child's voice, displaying a look of disdain. Chapter 39. The Angry Little Red. Shurhao's bright eyes fixed intently on the little red bird, enamored by its beauty. It was no larger than a palm, entirely translucent. A vivid crimson hue, radiating brilliance that painted the horizon with rosy clouds. He leaped from the bull's back, poised to chase the little red bird. But his keen eyes detected something amiss. The little red bird's abdomen appeared to have been pierced by some unknown object, blood streaming profusely. And its head bore claw marks from an unidentified ferocious beast, sustaining severe injuries. From those wounds, ominous runes were faintly visible, still wreaking havoc on its vitality. Little Red, you're hurt? Sure How exclaimed in alarm. At the same time, he noticed the little red bird clutched a furry object in its talons. Seemingly a small monkey, its coat gleaming, yet it lay unconscious, just as injured, having endured unimaginable trauma. Earlier, the little red bird had been dragging the monkey, slowly traversing from afar. It was not that it did not wish to fly quickly, but rather it was utterly exhausted, nearly out of energy. At this moment, the little red bird swayed precariously, giving the impression that it could collapse to the ground at any moment, with each flap of its wings. The little red bird grimaced in pain. Hiss! A single drop of crimson blood fell from the wound of the little red bird, instantly dissolving a massive boulder. Subsequently, the ground beneath was corroded, revealing a charred abyss. Witnessing this, Sure How refrained from making any hasty movements. He was no longer a novice in the path of cultivation, soon to ascend to the celestial cave stage, and thus could discern the formidable nature of this little red bird. It was no wonder that even the ancient beast, the Red Bull, was rendered immobile by fear. However, Sure How could tell that the little red bird harbored no malice towards them. Little Red, what troubles you? Sure How inquired with concern, his small hands fidgeting as he wished to assist the little red bird, yet was at a loss for how to proceed. The panting avian cast a significant eye roll in response, embodying a look of reproach, as if to say, "What business is it of a mere child like you?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed under its gaze, Sure How scratched his head. Observing the fiery little bird struggling to maintain altitude, he could no longer contain his curiosity. Little Red, does it hurt? The little red bird widened its eyes, glaring at Sure How with indignation, nearly plummeting from the sky. Can't you see it hurts? Is this little brat doing it on purpose? It was visibly enraged, unleashing a faint divine radiance that descended upon a nearby mountain peak. With a puff, the mountain top was instantly engulfed in green smoke, obliterated into nothingness, transforming into molten rock that cascaded down the mountainside. In a mere moment, the entire mountain was evaporated. The Red Bull trembled in fear. This was terrifying indeed. No wonder it was a creature of the beast's sovereign level, as even a mere wisp of divine radiance could wreak such havoc. After this display, the little red bird appeared even weaker. It shot Sure How a fierce glare, seemingly warning him to go play in the mud instead. Sure How, however, failed to grasp the bird's intent and wore a worried expression. Little Red, please don't be angry. Look at you. Smoke is rising from your head. You must take care of your splendid and beautiful red feathers. It would be such a shame if they were to burn away. The little red bird, its body glowing a deep crimson, tilted slightly, its feathers standing on end, radiating a dazzling light that indeed caught fire, fueled by its irritation. It flapped its wings, flying faster, for remaining here would surely drive it to madness. Sure How waved, calling out to the little red bird, but received no response, which left him somewhat disheartened. Noticing the direction in which the little red bird flew, towards Sure Village, he suddenly realized. Little Red, severely injured, must be seeking help from Uncle Chizang and the Divine Lu. Come on, Red Bull, let us return to the village. Moo. The Firebull demon also surmised the situation, recalling that the last time Chizang had ventured deep into the mountains with the ancient beasts, they had encountered the little red bird and the descendants of Zhu Yan. From their previous dialogue, it was clear that the two beast sovereigns were not foes, making it reasonable for them to seek Chizang's assistance. With its hooves ablaze, the bull surged forward, carrying Sure How as they swiftly caught up to the little red bird. Little Red, I know you're heading to Sure Village to find Uncle Chizang and the Divine Lu. Why not join us? Sure How called out. The little red bird hesitated, struggling to stay airborne, barely able to fly, let alone carry the descendant of Zhu Yan. The sturdy bull below galloped enthusiastically. Perhaps it could hitch a ride? Just as it was about to descend, hearing Sure Hao's words caused it to change its mind. Red Bull, you really think I want to come? Though it was not fond of the name Little Red, and wanted to give Sure How a good thrashing, the repeated mention had led it to begrudgingly accept it. Who knew this silly bull would also carry a red in its name, which made the little red bird feel somewhat uncomfortable, and it was determined to fly to Sure Village on its own. The journey was unbearably long, and the little red bird was on the verge of fainting. Its injuries were too severe, and upon reaching Sure Village, it plummeted, its body glowing red and emitting smoke, resembling a meteor from the heavens. The villagers were alarmed, gazing in astonishment at the little red bird. The elders and figures like Sure Lin Hu recognized it immediately, just as the contest for the mountain treasure was about to begin. Before Chizang had even arrived, they had witnessed from afar a fire-red bird battling amidst the vast mountain ranges. Flames engulfing the sky and collapsing half of the heavens, a sight too terrifying to ever forget. Now, this little red bird, unable to control itself due to its grievous injuries, emitted a horrifying aura. Without much speculation, it was undoubtedly the presence of a supreme being. As it descended, the villagers' hearts raced. If that terrifying flame were to erupt, the entire village would be doomed. At that moment, a verdant willow branch extended from the void, catching both the little red bird and the descendant of Zhu Yan, enveloped in green radiance, which contained the flames, preventing even a wisp from escaping. The villagers of Shur village breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the presence of the divine Lu. The little red bird weakly lifted its head, gazing towards the willow tree with a yearning expression. Its injuries were too grave, and it could not hold on until reaching the Fire Nation, leaving it no choice but to seek assistance here. Beneath the willow, Chizang stood, turning to approach the little red bird. Buzz! The tender green willow branches emitted points of green radiance, oozing a sap that fell upon the little red bird's wounds, causing it to tremble slightly, as if enduring immense pain. The descendant of Zhu Yan was gently lowered by the willow branches, landing before Chizang, clearly indicating the divine Lu's intent to save one at a time. Chizang did not refuse. An infinite vitality surged forth from his hand, entering the body of the Zhu Yan descendant. This monkey was injured even more severely than the little red bird. Its primal bones were shattered, and the intricate runes within were largely obliterated, teetering on the brink of annihilation. To fully mend these injuries, it would require a process of rebirth. Chapter 40, Rebirth. Was last night's battle between you two and others? Chizang inquired, glancing at the little red bird. At this moment, the little red bird absorbed the crystalline sap provided by the divine Lu, visibly recovering at an astonishing rate. Its entire being shimmered with red light, radiating brilliance that dazzled the eyes as boundless divine radiance swirled around it. The little red bird, now vibrant and joyous, flapped its wings and chirped merrily, a stark contrast to its previous weakness, as if transformed entirely. In response to Chizang's inquiry, the little red bird nodded, speaking in a clear, melodious voice. Yes, the adversaries were the sky-devouring sparrow and the Qiongqi. They brought along the 4 great sovereigns from the ancient divine mountain, vowing to seize the mountain treasure. My companion and I were ambushed. With all 6 beast sovereigns attacking simultaneously, we were overwhelmed and nearly left behind. Ah, they brought the 4 great sovereigns? Chizang mused casually, as if he had anticipated such developments. The little red bird, upon hearing this, appeared momentarily stunned. This being, seemingly an ancient deity, had previously hinted at its plan, intentionally allowing the 2 ferocious beasts to escape, using the mountain treasure as bait to draw in more sovereigns, so that he might suppress them all at once. Initially, the little red bird and the Zhu Yan descendant had thought Chizang overly confident. If too many sovereigns showed up, he would surely struggle. However, upon hearing that 6 sovereigns were involved, Chizang remained unfazed. Did he truly believe he could contend against 6? Do not underestimate them. These entities target you specifically. They likely possess artifacts related to the divine, as I sensed such an aura during my battle with them. Truly unsettling, the little red bird cautioned. Subsequently, it informed Chizang that the sky-devouring sparrow, Qiongqi, and other ferocious beasts had ulterior motives beyond the mountain treasure. They were aware that he was an ancient deity in the recovery phase, intent on consuming him, and the items they brought would undoubtedly be formidable, perhaps even capable of clashing with a true deity. The crimson-hued little bird maintained a tranquil demeanor, adorned with a gentle smile. It matters not. I merely hope they are all beasts, it mused. Why? The little red bird inquired, perplexed. Because consuming humanoids brings an unsettling feeling. If they were all beasts, one could prepare a grand stew. Chizang replied earnestly. The little red bird couldn't help but roll its eyes, struggling to comprehend Chizang's line of thought. It endeavored to convey the perilous nature of the situation, urging caution. Yet Chizang remained preoccupied with thoughts of consumption. I remember once mentioning the need to obtain the mountain treasure. Did you not assert that you would not resort to stealing love? Chizang inquired, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The little red bird, entirely crimson, instantly stiffened. Indeed, it had made such a declaration. However, when faced with the mountain treasure, a sacred artifact, how could they easily relinquish it? I confess, I do have intentions toward the mountain treasure, yet I harbor no malice towards you, it stated plainly. Without concealment, Chizang nodded in agreement. I can believe that. Otherwise, you would not have reached the village. Suddenly, the diminutive red bird erupted with overwhelming divine might, causing those present to feel as if they stood before an ancient deity, nearly collapsing under the pressure. Fortunately, the willow deity emanated a radiant glow, shielding them from this celestial force. The little red bird fully regained its vigor, exuding vitality and shedding its previous lethargy. Its lost essence surged back, returning it to its peak condition. Elated, it flapped its wings repeatedly, bouncing joyfully in place. "Thank you. I owe you a significant favor," it expressed gratefully, remembering the willow deity's intervention. However, the willow deity gestured towards the villagers of Stone Village, and the little red bird understood. It retrieved a vibrant red feather from its plumage, infusing it with divine radiance before offering it to the elder patriarch, Shi Yunfeng. "Please keep this safe. Should anyone trouble you while traveling, display it to them." It then addressed the willow deity in Chizang, saying, "In the future, should Stone Village encounter difficulties, I shall not stand idly by." Chizang nodded. Such a promise sufficed. The little red bird then turned its gaze toward the descendant of Zhu Yin before Chizang, inquiring about its condition. The creature was gravely injured, its internal runes nearly extinguished, leaving only a flicker of life. Complete rebirth was necessary for full recovery. In truth, it had been aware of its dire state before losing consciousness and had initiated the process of rebirth. "I can only provide it with a spark of life. The rest must rely on itself," Chizang explained. As he spoke, the light emanating from the descendant of Zhu Yin intensified, coalescing into a shimmering form resembling 3 heads and 6 arms. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, for this legendary transformation was an unparalleled technique. Yet, this was not a complete manifestation of the 3 heads and 6 arms. Compared to its original form, the additional limbs fell short. I have witnessed it wield such abilities. Typically, the aura of the 3 heads and 6 arms should be identical, the little redbird sighed. This monkey is too headstrong, and its injuries are severe. It had embarked on rebirth to restore its shattered primal bones. Yet even if successful, it might suffer from amnesia for a time. Let it remain in Stone Village. It is safe here, free from danger, Chizang proposed. The little red bird wholeheartedly agreed. This is wise. If the monkey were to recover immediately with its temperament, it would undoubtedly seek vengeance against the swallowing sky sparrow and the ferocious Qiongqi. And in terms of cunning and brutality, it would be outmatched and suffer greatly. Staying in Stone Village, with the protection of the willow and Chizang, no one could breach this sanctuary, making it safer than anywhere else. In that case, I can rest easy. I shall return to the Fire Nation, the little red bird conceded, letting go of its obsession with the mountain treasure. It flapped its wings and soared into the skies, preparing to depart. Shi Hao felt a pang of reluctance and waved his small hand energetically. "Little Red, come visit Stone Village often." The little red bird shot him a fierce glare, ready to take flight. However, Chizang's words halted it in its tracks. "Actually, you are welcome to stay. I never stated that I would monopolize the mountain treasure." "What do you mean?" "The mountain treasure is a form of inheritance, containing unparalleled secrets. To behold it, one must pledge to safeguard Stone Village. Clearly, you meet this criterion." The little red bird's heart stirred. The mountain treasure was indeed a form of inheritance. And such news from Chizang's lips could not be mistaken. What might this inheritance entail? Could it allow it to advance further and ignite the divine fire? It turned around and flew back to Stone Village. "Ah, Little Red, you've returned. I knew you couldn't bear to leave." Shi Hao exclaimed joyously, his bright eyes sparkling like jewels. The villagers of Stone Village were apprehensive for Shi Hao. How could he address such a powerful beast as Little Red? The little red bird felt a twinge of embarrassment. It truly wished to give this fellow a good thrashing for calling it Little Red in front of so many. Now, even if it were not truly Little Red, it had become so in the eyes of all. Chapter 41. The Gathering Storm at Stone Village. Little solitary mountain town. A modest settlement situated on the fringes of the vast mountain range, boasted a population exceeding 2,000. It lay a mere 100 miles from Stone Village. A short distance indeed. However, due to the pervasive dangers of the wilderness, ferocious beasts, and venomous creatures, residents of Stone Village seldom ventured to little solitary mountain town, often going a year or more without a visit. Much like the relationship between Stone Village and Baitsuan, despite their proximity in hunting grounds, there was little interaction. Yet today, uninvited guests arrived in this tranquil little town. A troop of iron-clad riders galloped forth from the distance, their gleaming armor adorned with scaled steeds, strong and formidable. Leading them was a figure mounted upon an extraordinary mutated scaled horse, entirely snow white with a singular horn, exuding an air of the extraordinary. Perched atop this magnificent creature was a middle-aged man with flowing black hair, his eyes radiating a faint golden light that coalesced into beams of brilliance, an imposing sight indeed. Accompanying him were two youths and a maiden, along with a boy and two girls, all of whom appeared remarkably astute and extraordinarily beautiful. The townsfolk of Little Solitary Mountain were filled with uncertainty. This was not the first wave of arrivals, as numerous formidable groups had already settled in the town prior. What could have drawn so many to this once-ignored remote locale? Before they could process this influx, yet another contingent arrived, even more impressive than the last. Heralded by an aberrant dragon, its immense fleshly wings shimmering with icy scales that sparkled under the sun, instilling a sense of trepidation in onlookers. On the back of the aberrant dragon sat another middle-aged man, alongside three children, each exuding a striking presence, imbued with a fierce aura. As they descended from a height of several meters, the three children eagerly leaped down, despite their youth, displaying strength that far surpassed their peers, rendering them among the elite within the wilderness. Thus, they carried an air of arrogance, their gazes piercing, radiating a commanding presence that drew attention. Could it be that the spirit of this place is a mountain? One child pondered aloud. Look, it truly is a sentient stone mountain. It must undoubtedly be the spirit revered by this town, another remarked. Having been worshipped for so long, with numerous fierce beasts offered as sacrifices, it is highly likely that it has cultivated extraordinary true blood within. Third uncle, you must slay this spirit. I wish to use its blood to refine my body. It will surely be of great benefit. The youngest child declared boldly, despite their tender years, exuding a ferocious spirit akin to a young beast. Impudent Jiaopeng, speak such nonsense again, and I shall send you back. The middle-aged man reprimanded sternly. In this vast wilderness, the most essential aspect of survival was the spirit. Slaying a spirit was a taboo that few dared to breach. The spirits of sacrifice are likely descendants of ancient deities. To slay them recklessly could invoke grave calamity. A lesson learned from past occurrences that instilled a sense of reverence in all. It is not as though such killings have never transpired. I have bathed in the blood of these spirits, possessing remarkable efficacy, and I dismiss the middle-aged man's warnings with nonchalance. The stone spirits are not to be trifled with. Lest we awaken a mountain god. Boredom lingers. The depths of the mountains are off-limits, and slaying spirits is not an option, as the Jiaoping shakes his head, seemingly discontent. Ah, such a young child, yet with an impressive bravado. Laughter echoes from afar, belonging to an elder clad in feathered garments, crowned in gold, exuding an ethereal purple aura that commands respect. It is none other than a senior from the Zishan clan, greeting the middle-aged man upon the extraordinary Jiaoping. The elder nods, observing the Jiaopeng with a smile. The Luofu days is remarkable indeed, producing such a young prodigy. In 10 years, his name shall undoubtedly resonate throughout the vast wilderness. The middle-aged man shakes his head. Your praise is unwarranted, esteemed elder. This child is rife with arrogance, and shall undoubtedly face dire consequences in the future. The Jiaopeng, unperturbed by their discourse, casts his gaze upon several children brought by the elder, two of whom are young boys of extraordinary caliber, igniting his interest. Zishan elder, let me engage your grandchildren in a contest, shall we? His tone is commanding, his eyes ablaze with challenge. Naturally, the exceptional children of the Zishan clan cannot tolerate such blatant provocation and are eager to respond. A most intriguing young lad. How about this? I possess a jar of rare beast true blood to serve as a wager for this contest. Whosoever triumphs shall claim it. The Zishan elder proposes confidently, certain of his grandchildren's prowess. Very well, I too shall not be remiss. This is a vial of true blood from an exotic beast. Comparable to what the elder has presented, the middle-aged man from Luofu days concedes, for he brought the clan's children forth to experience trials and broaden their horizons. Such competition is naturally encouraged. A contest cannot be without my Lei clan. Booms a voice, reverberating through the mountains, as members of the Lei clan arrive. Riding upon an ancient beast hide, lightning crackling in the sky as they approach at great speed. The leader, a robust youth in his 20s, exudes arrogance and authority. Clearly accustomed to positions of power, I too possess precious blood that can serve as a stake. Mingyuan, you too shall subdue the Zishan elder's most cherished young ones. Another voice calls out, demanding a wager of blood from ancient progenitors, a shocking proposition that leaves many astonished. Let these children engage in a battle to determine who is the mightiest prodigy, comes the consensus, as days later. The forces stationed at Ziyagushan town resolve to venture deeper into the mountains, seeking the opportunity to lay claim to treasures. A cavalcade of scaled steeds gallops past. Various extraordinary beasts soaring in the sky, laden with individuals of noble birth, alongside formidable elders and exceptionally talented youths. The spectacle is grand, visible from miles away. In the distance, amidst a breathtaking landscape, Shaho, honing his physique beneath a cascading waterfall, suddenly opens his eyes, emitting two piercing beams of light that inscribe symbols, effortlessly penetrating two massive boulders. The Red Bull and the small black creature had noticed earlier, already gazing toward the horizon. There, they observe an array of flying artifacts and colossal beasts, crowded with figures, dark and plentiful, prompting onlookers to assume they were preparing to besiege a city. Given their trajectory, they would inevitably pass by Schertsuin. Let's return, Shaho calls out, and the fiery bull responds promptly. However, the devilish ape is reluctant, questioning why it is always the bull carrying Shaho back. It flaps its wings, soaring over the fiery bull to hoist Shaho onto its shoulders, casting a triumphant glance back at the bull. Chapter 42. The Peculiar Village. This infuriates the fiery bull, which begins to paw the ground, carving a massive trench as if gathering strength to charge at the devilish ape. Young Shaho senses the brewing conflict between the ancient progenitors and warns, Little Black, Red Bull, do not fight. We must hurry back to Schertsuin. Look, there's a village. One exclaims. How curious that the village's spirit is a scorched old willow tree. Remarkable to have survived such a calamity. It remains standing with 5 branches adorned with tender shoots. There are rumors that after a lightning strike, if one is fortunate enough to survive, they can cultivate an unparalleled new force. These 5 willow branches must be rare treasures. A child of 5 or 6 leaps forward eagerly, the Jiaoping from Luofu days. Ah, having faced life and death, rebirth from destruction. Those 5 branches are surely extraordinary and invaluable. Another exclaims. A group of adults gazes at the old willow tree with keen interest, their discerning eyes far superior to those of the children, immediately recognizing the tree's exceptional nature. How about letting the children compete for the ownership of the willow branches? Let us see who the strongest prodigy is, who will wield power in the next 2 decades, suggests a powerful figure, garnering agreement from many. As there is an unspoken understanding among them, the old willow tree possesses 5 branches, ensuring none will leave empty-handed. Lei Mingyuan of the Lei clan, Jiaoping from Luofu days, and Zishan Kuan of the Zishan clan, all children of similar ages, their blood surging like dragons, unwilling to yield to one another, prepare for battle to ascertain superiority. All 3 have mastered formidable techniques, unleashing a fierce melee. Despite their youth, they display remarkable talent, astonishing the onlookers with their prowess. In Schertsuin, a group of playful children discusses their plans for the next day when a sudden commotion draws their attention. They rush to the village entrance, startled by the throng gathered there. Why are there so many people? One exclaims in wonder. It is known that Schertsuin is remote, seldom visited by large tribes. Who would have thought so many would come today? They witness the fierce confrontation between Jiaoping, Zishan Kuan, and Lei Mingyuan, sighing in envy at how proficiently they wield their bone techniques at such a tender age. How impressive! They are leagues ahead of us, a sturdy child laments. The powerful beings in the mountains possess sharp senses and naturally overhear the stout child's lament. Huh, did I hear correctly? A child from a mere village dares to compare himself to our clan's young prodigies? Truly a self-inflicted humiliation. I wonder if they've even grasped the simplest of bone techniques, scoffs a teenager, unable to contain his laughter. Others join in, smiling, finding the situation amusing. This ragtag group of wild children, draped in tattered beast skins, likely remains oblivious to the fact that their village's spirit is on the verge of being claimed. Alas, ignorance breeds fearlessness. A small mountain village producing a blood refinement realm cultivator is already a marvel, yet before them, they are but mere trifles. While formidable, they remain far removed from Shaho's caliber, with a long journey ahead. A snot-nosed child mimics the adults, adopting their tone to critique. This statement momentarily stuns the powerful figures in the mountains, jaws dropping in disbelief. A child named Shaho, stronger than Jiaoping, Zishan Kuan, and Lei Mingyuan? What a jest! The unfiltered words of a child. Such naivety is indeed perilous. They muse, bemused by the innocence of youth. Indeed, what purpose would it serve to bring forth the prodigies of our clan for trials? In the tumult of battle, Jiao Peng was incensed to hear a child, far superior to him, utter such words, particularly when they emanated from a wildling of a backward mountain village. You insolent brat! What nonsensical drivel are you spewing? Despite Jiao Peng's furious roar, Pai Ho and others remained oblivious, engaged in their discourse. They appeared to hail from a significant tribe, boasting an impressive array of exotic beasts and birds as mounts, exuding an aura of martial prowess, especially that magnificent flying dragon with its formidable scales, which was somewhat intimidating. Pai-ho, gazing at the circling dragon in the sky, felt a thrill of admiration, perceiving its grandeur. Yet, he could not help but compare it unfavorably to the little dragon back in their village, deeming it merely a juvenile in contrast. The boisterous child, disdainful and with lofty aspirations, derided the spectacle before him. The onlookers were momentarily bewildered, pondering the origins of this village. The exotic dragon brought by Luo Fu to Zhe was undeniably powerful and aged, yet this wild child had the audacity to claim their village housed elder dragons, surely a delusion. Rascally brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Jiao Peng seethed, his fury ignited by the audacity of these mountain village children, who, rather than focusing on their studies, seemed adept at boasting and desecrating the reputation of their Luo Fu de Zhe's exotic beasts. Look, that fool is staring at us. Do you think he can hear our words? Pai-ho questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. A light, melodious laughter erupted, delightful and enchanting, from two young maidens perched on the back of a snow-white feathered creature, amused by the children's astonishing claims. Though their attire differed, their beauty was strikingly identical, with skin as radiant as porcelain and ethereal features that marked them as paragons of beauty. Their long lashes and sparkling eyes conveyed an enchanting innocence. How amusing! Are they genuinely this naive or merely feigning it? Surely, it must be deliberate. Look how it vexes that Jiao Peng. The might of the great tribe commanded the three children to cease their bickering, intrigued by the peculiarities of this village that seemed to echo tales of ancient, formidable hidden clans. How infuriating it was that such wild children dared to mock him. Jiao Peng, having overheard Pai-ho's jibe, could hardly contain his rage. With a powerful stomp, he shattered a boulder and charged towards the stone village, fists raised, runes flickering, summoning gusts of fierce wind. With a strike of such magnitude, it was evident that Pai-ho and Zhuang would stand no chance against it, risking grievous harm. At that critical juncture, a massive shadow surged forth, colossal in size, moving with astonishing speed that even the adults nearby could scarcely perceive. With a resounding crash, Jiao Peng felt his fist collide with an unyielding object, not only failing to inflict any damage, but causing his own hand to fracture painfully. He cried out, clutching his injured hand, his face flushed with embarrassment as he staggered back, only to discover what he had struck, a gigantic crimson bull, its size rivaling that of a small mountain. Its coat smooth as satin and exuding an aura of palpable danger that sent shivers down the spine. Though young, Jiao Peng possessed keen sight and recognized this as a formidable ancient species, powerful enough to dominate the wilderness. However, the sight was peculiar. As atop the immense bull sat a devilish ape, the bull's fiery eyes flaring as it writhed, attempting to unseat the agile creature clinging to its horns. Red Bull, Little Black, cease this at once. There are so many spectators. Stone Hao, seated on the devilish ape's shoulder, exhaled in exasperation, his hand pressed to his forehead. The onlookers from beyond the mountain stood frozen, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment as the scene unfolded before them. An ancient species, powerful enough to rival nobility, forming an intimate bond with a human child, allowing him to ride upon its shoulder and responding to his whimsical names without a hint of resistance. What on earth was transpiring? Were there mythical creatures lurking in the wilderness, or had the era shifted, rendering ancient beings more amicable? Yet, the latter notion was swiftly dismissed as the fiery bull and devilish ape cast cold, menacing glances towards the crowd, their chilling gazes and fearsome presence enveloping the onlookers in a shroud of dread, as if plunged into the depths of a frigid winter. They were convinced that the ancient beings bore no goodwill towards them. Any semblance of kindness was reserved solely for the child on the ape's shoulder and his village. Utterly disconnected from their fate, recalling their earlier discussions about gathering willow twigs, they felt a wave of anxiety. Surely, no one overheard their idle chatter, they hoped. Grateful that only lowly wild children stood at the village's entrance, too far to eavesdrop. Simultaneously, they recoiled at the thought of rashly entering the stone village to gather twigs, fearing they would be devoured by these monstrous ancient beings. While others managed to maintain a semblance of composure, a middle-aged man from Luo Fu de Zhe was thoroughly flustered, for he had instigated Jiao Peng's earlier bravado, urging him to claim 5 willow twigs for himself. Now, with Jiao Peng provoking the wild children, it was clear he was courting disaster. Regret washed over him for having brought Jiao Peng out, as he had forewarned that the child's temperament could lead to dire consequences. an ominous prediction that had materialized within mere days. Trembling, a mix of fury and fear coursing through him, he longed to punish Jiao Peng. Observing the boy still dazed and immobile, his anger boiled over. Wretched beast, what are you still doing there? Come here at once. His deep, thunderous voice startled Jiao Peng, who nearly collapsed under the weight of his fear. Third uncle, you dare to call me that? Jiao Peng stammered, taken aback by the ferocity of his uncle's presence in this seemingly amicable village. Such a warm and welcoming place. And yet you resort to violence? Have you forgotten the ancestral teachings of Luo Fudaze? Come here and sincerely apologize to those frightened children. His tone was stern, eyes glinting with a menacing intensity that left Jiao Peng quaking. He had never witnessed such wrath from his uncle before. Typically, Jiao Peng was reckless and unruly, beyond the reach of discipline, yet now, even his bravado was quelled. Wincing, Jiao Peng's face reddened, not solely from pain, but from the humiliation of bowing his head before so many. I apologize. I was merely jesting and did not mean to frighten you. The children of the stone village exchanged glances, bewildered, yearning to inquire who had been scared. They certainly felt no fear and even entertained the idea of Jiao Peng throwing another punch. At that moment, the village's adults emerged, their eyes gleaming with curiosity upon witnessing the throng gathered outside. The sight of so many scaled horses, stone tigers, and flying dragons ignited a spark of ambition in the hearts of the village men, who longed to ride the magnificent beasts, dreams shared by all men of the wilderness. They reminisced about past endeavors, chasing unicorns for days, only to ultimately fail. As for the ancient species dwelling in the village, only the children dared to mount them. The adults understood the importance of restraint. Just scaled horses, nothing to be concerned about. The men of your esteemed village may choose any from the Gold Wolf tribe. The leader of the tribe remarked, instantly discerning the gleam of yearning in the eyes of the stone village men. Shilin Hu, Shifei Jiao, and the others exchanged glances, remaining motionless, for they understood that opportunities do not simply fall from the heavens. The sight of such robust scale horses being offered for their selection seemed too good to be true, leading them to suspect ulterior motives. Observing their hesitation, the leader of the Golden Wolf tribe commanded his subordinates to dismount and led the scale horses over. How could they accept such a gift without merit? The men from Shurtsuan waved their hands repeatedly, aware that these individuals hailed from a major tribe and likely had other intentions for their visit. Suddenly, they were taken aback as they heard Cheat Song's voice, granting them permission to take whatever they desired. With this endorsement, the men no longer held back. They eagerly seized the horses, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they stroked the magnificent creatures. The members of the Golden Wolf tribe were left in silence, bewildered at the swift change of heart. Just moments ago, they had been reluctant to accept, yet now they eagerly accepted the gifts. Among the horses, a few stood out, possessing a striking snow-white coat and adorned with a singular horn, captivating their attention. Shilin, who discerned a subtle undertone in Cheat Song's demeanor and resolved to embrace the policy of selection without reservation. The knights of the Golden Wolf tribe felt a wave of discomfort. Even their leader experienced a pang of regret. He had offered the scale horses under duress, having previously mentioned the need for willow branches, but now he realized that these wild men were becoming increasingly audacious, aspiring for the precious mutated scale horses. He wished to remain silent, yet the ever-watchful gaze of the demon ape pierced through him, sending shivers down his spine, compelling him to comply. My friends, these mutated scale horses are of unparalleled value to our Golden Wolf tribe. Since you express such fondness, please take them to ride, the leader reluctantly conceded, dismounting and allowing several of his tribe's elite to follow suit, ultimately gifting 3 mutated scale horses to Shilin Hu and his companions. The Golden Wolf tribe was not the only one to suffer such losses. Other major tribes faced similar fates. What a wondrous dragon! It could feed so many, mused the snot-nosed child, setting off a chain of mischief. The middle-aged man from the Luofu Great Marsh suddenly stiffened, exasperated by the incessant chatter of the child. In the next moment, a fierce gaze fell upon him, emanating from the Firebull demon, causing the temperature around him to spike dangerously. I think the village is quite far from that little town, over 100 miles away. Traveling would be quite inconvenient. Jiaoqi, why don't you stay here to assist our friends in the village? The middle-aged man felt his heart bleed. But survival necessitated the sacrifice of a pawn to save the king. The strange dragon shook its head vehemently, resisting as it had just heard the child suggest cooking it. Staying behind would surely spell its doom. Yet, it was powerless to resist as the demon ape's massive hand seized its tail, dragging it into Shurtsuan. The onlookers were aghast. This was not the capture of a dragon, but rather the snatching of an eel. Chapter 44. Unexpected Alliances. One arrived on horseback, another riding a dragon. The elder adorned with a golden crown, and the young man were questioned by Da Zhuang about their arrival, sending a chill down the hearts of the Zishan clan and the Lei tribe. Ultimately, it was their turn. The elder of the Zishan clan, clad in feathered garments and trembling, produced a palm-sized beast bone, smooth and lustrous, unmistakably a rare treasure. Dear young friend, I too feel that the village is distant from the nearby town. This beast bone shall remain with the village, facilitating future visits to the town, he stammered. Reluctant to part with such a precious relic, a remnant of a fearsome beast from the ancient times. But if he did not comply, the ferocious demon ape would soon claim his life, leaving him no choice but to speak unwisely. It remained uncertain whether they had overheard the discussion about the willow branches. Meanwhile, a young man from the Lei tribe wrestled with his conscience, feeling a pang of sorrow. The artifact they rode upon was crafted from the skins of ancient creatures, possessing immeasurable power, a treasure possession of the Lei tribe meant to showcase their might and prestige. If he abandoned it here, he would surely face dire consequences upon his return. Seeing his indecision, the demon ape's cold gaze bore down upon him, prompting him to yield. Compared to losing his skin, it was preferable to part with the artifact. Young friend, please accept this bee's skin. It is a prized flying artifact capable of traversing great distances, more than adequate for the journey from our village to the Lei tribe. Do remember to visit us often, he urged, glancing nervously at the demon ape. The young man was startled. Once we go to your place, you won't demand it back, will you? Or will we be unable to return? Such notions are unfounded. Our Lei tribe is the most hospitable in the great wilderness, he assured. Oh, that's a relief. The young man wiped his brow, feeling as though these skin-clad beings were even more fearsome than the ancient creatures themselves, with their shocking remarks. After enduring a thorough plundering, the faces of the gathered were pale, as if they had just recovered from a grave illness. Their gazes turned to the only force that had not been robbed, anxiously awaiting the words of the children from Schertsuin. Everyone had faced loss, and if one had escaped unscathed, it would surely cause discontent. However, to their astonishment, after waiting for some time, they saw that Yuntian Palace had not been attacked. Even more surprising was the sight of the elder from Yuntian Palace, accompanied by a pair of twin girls who had befriended the child who once perched upon the demon ape's shoulder. They giggled incessantly, playfully pinching Sherhua's chubby little cheeks, finding him utterly adorable. Wow, you've tasted so many kinds of beast milk. That's impressive. But surely, you've never had the milk from the snowing leopard. It's incredibly delicious, rich in aroma and sweetness. In our childhood, we would drink a large cup every day, one of the girls chimed with a beaming smile. Little Sherhua's interest piqued. He nodded eagerly. The milk from the snow tree leopard? I haven't tried that yet. He licked his lips, visibly yearning to taste it. Seeing his enthusiasm, the twins grew even fonder of him, one reaching out to tousle his silky black hair while the other playfully pinched his cheeks. Little Sherhua, having tried so many kinds of beast milk, which one do you like the most? They curiously inquired. The best is the milk made from a blend of fire tiger milk, moon rhino milk, and dragon horn elephant juice. It's the most delicious, sweet, and fragrant. Sherhua earnestly enumerated. The children adults from Schertsuin erupted into laughter, teasing, for years old and still nursing, chasing after little Sherhua. Even Shikong, seated under the willow tree, could not suppress his laughter, for he was indeed the future's most devoted connoisseur of beast milk. Meanwhile, the powerful figures in the mountains felt dizzy, rolling their eyes in disbelief at the absurdity of the conversation. Yet, this approach evidently bore fruit, as the villagers' attitude towards Yuntian Palace shifted noticeably, and they refrained from any acts of plunder. They could not help but glance at their own children. The boys stood out with remarkable potential, hands on their hips, unwilling to concede, while the girls, though not lacking in beauty, exuded a haughty air that paled in comparison to the gentle sweetness of the twin girls. Alas, one realizes the need for more offspring, each with diverse temperaments, ensuring that wherever they go, they will not suffer loss. As the scene settled into a stalemate, the ancient beings remained silent, their eyes fixed on the crowd, causing unease among the gathered, who dared not move in the strange atmosphere. It was only when Sherhua waved his hand, inviting everyone to sit in Schertsuin, that the heavy tension slightly dissipated. Indeed, this village radiates warmth, and the villagers possess a simplicity that I find quite endearing. However, I am pressed for time today and must refrain from entering. I shall certainly pay a visit to the leader of the Golden Wolf tribe on another occasion, he said with a hearty laugh, exuding kindness without a trace of malice. It is remarkable to encounter such an isolated village in a vast wilderness, akin to a pure land. This journey has not been in vain. I had intended to linger and immerse myself in the unpretentious local culture, but pressing matters compel me to depart sooner than I would like. What a pity, remarked the elderly man adorned with a golden crown, his expression benevolent. Yes, it is truly a splendid village, and I am genuinely eager to explore it. However, I have a friend who is gravely ill and in dire need of my presence. For his safety, I must attend to him. The youth from the Thunder clan politely declined Sure Hao's kind offer, providing a rather conspicuous excuse. The middle-aged man from the Luo Fu marsh felt no need to elaborate. Were it possible, he would have taken his children and fled without a backward glance, having concocted what he believed was a clever pretext. Just as he prepared to voice it, a chilling voice echoed from within the stone village, exuding an air of formidable authority that rendered resistance unthinkable. Enter when called. What need is there for so much discussion? A shiver coursed through the hearts of the gathered elites, chilling them to the bone. The speaker was undoubtedly a being of immense power, for at that moment, they could think of nothing but compliance. How terrifying this was. Even monarchs would not possess such an overwhelming presence. The powerful figures from various factions could only fall silent, their faces ashen as they made their way toward the stone village. Uncle, did you not have urgent matters to attend to? Sure Hao innocently inquired. At his words, the faces of the assembled elites turned even paler. No matter, we are not in a hurry, came the reply as they reached the village entrance when the agile monkey suddenly spoke up. Hey, friend, is your companion truly in peril? Did you not just mention his life was at stake? The youth from the Thunder clan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, for he had fabricated the existence of a gravely ill friend. Ah, it's nothing. He should be able to hold on for a while longer, he stammered. Chapter 45. The Bashful Sure Hao. The elites, steeling themselves, timidly entered the stone village under the watchful gaze of the demon ape. Many feeling their scalps tingle in fear of this ferocious ancient beast targeting anyone's head for a swift decapitation. Only the elder from the Cloud Sky Palace maintained his composure, smiling serenely, unaffected by the surrounding tension. The leaders of the Golden Wolf tribe and the Purple Mountain clan gazed at him with envy. Until now, the pair of twin girls had been happily conversing with Sure Hao, seemingly sharing a delightful rapport. Little Sure Hao, might you take us on a tour of your village? Sure Hao nodded in affirmation. Of course, ladies, he replied, leading the two girls into the village. The onlookers cast glances at their own children, tears of frustration welling in their eyes. As they stepped into the village, they were startled by an enormous creature. Upon closer inspection, their astonishment reached new heights. It was a colossal lion, measuring over 20 meters in length, its golden mane shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, almost blinding in its radiance. It boasted a long, sharp horn that crackled with electric energy, exuding an aura of power. It appeared to be basking in the sun, while the villagers moved about unperturbed. The golden-haired lion had evidently claimed this place as its den, as evidenced by the massive imprint left on the ground. My heavens, a golden-haired lion! I have heard legends of this ancient beast. Is it not a ruler of the depths of the wilderness? How could it be here? Someone exclaimed, utterly astonished. What manner of village is this? It harbors 3 ancient beings. As if sensing the conversation about it, the golden-haired lion opened its blood-red eyes, which were so large they resembled 2 crimson suns, inducing sheer terror. The proud children accompanying Sure Hao were left pale and shaken, while the twin girls were completely taken aback by the imposing sight of the lion. Its sheer size was a staggering visual shock, should it go berserk. An entire tribe could be obliterated. Fear not, everyone. Dejin is quite gentle, Sure Hao assured them, approaching the golden-haired lion and stroking its mane. He often rode the lion through the wilderness, so they shared a strong bond. The lion leaned its massive head affectionately against Sure Hao's small hand, once a fearsome creature. It had since mellowed considerably, especially toward Sure Hao, whom it genuinely adored. Who would not love a child capable of wielding such immense strength? With a single arm boasting a power of 160,000 pounds, not only the golden-haired lion, but also other ancient beings began to shift their perceptions. Their intelligence was not inferior, and such a formidable child held the potential for greatness far surpassing their own. Remaining in Stone Village could very well offer him the hope of becoming a bee sovereign. Thus, Sure Hao held a significant place in the hearts of these ancient beings. However, this touching scene caused those watching from a distance to feel as though their hearts might give out. The child who delighted in drinking beast milk had embodied the aspirations of all. Beyond Stone Village, it was unlikely that any present would ever experience such treatment throughout their lives. Suddenly, a resounding commotion erupted nearby. It was the old Sunli employing its Sunli treasure technique to brew a large cauldron. Sparks flew and steam billowed, revealing that it was a massive creature. not smaller than the golden-haired lion, radiating golden light and surrounded by clouds of smoke, its divine brilliance shrouded in mystery. Clearly, it was diligently brewing something. This scene was utterly astonishing. A fearsome golden sun lay squatting there, seemingly concocting something, causing the onlookers to nearly have their eyes pop out in disbelief. Is this truly the golden sunly? Is it not supposed to? The speaker abruptly realized their mistake, hastily covering their mouth. In the next moment, the golden sunly turned its gaze toward them, its golden pupils exuding immense authority, instilling a profound sense of pressure that left those who met its gaze feeling as though their souls had fled their bodies. What is that delightful aroma? It smells wonderful. The twin girls wrinkled their noses, the first to detect the enticing scent. Sherhow's face flushed red at that moment. Ah, the cauldron contains beast milk. They realized, startled. The powerful clan leaders nearby were nearly driven to a state of apoplexy. Was the golden sun truly brewing beast milk for this child? Surely, this could not be real. Slap, slap, slap. The youth from the Thunder clan slapped himself 3 times, assuring himself that this was no illusion, no dream, but a reality unfolding before him. Observing his actions, the agile monkey felt skepticism. Why is this person hitting himself? Is he unwell? Could that friend of his be merely a figment of his imagination? Nearby, the burly lad and the snot-nosed boy nodded, sharing similar suspicions. The golden sun appeared indifferent to these uninvited guests, completely disregarding them as it lifted the cauldron, shaking it vigorously, before pouring its contents into a clay jar and presenting it to Sherhow. This jar was a special vessel for Sherhow, one he had used since childhood for drinking beast milk. The villagers of Stone smiled as they watched this scene unfold, particularly Sher Yinfeng, who felt immense satisfaction witnessing so many caring for Sherhow. Sherhow's face turned crimson. With so many onlookers, how could he possibly drink? Oh dear. Nevertheless, this was a thoughtful brew prepared by Dejin, and he could not let its kindness go unappreciated. Thus, he accepted the jar and, in a swift motion, drank it all in one go, wiping his mouth afterward. Yet, he failed to clean it entirely, leaving traces of beast milk at the corner of his lips. The 2 young girls, upon witnessing the scene, burst into melodious laughter, exclaiming how utterly adorable it was. They approached Stonehow, playfully pinching his rosy cheeks as he evaded their touch, exclaiming, "Sisters, what are you doing?" At that moment, 3 juvenile azure-scaled eagles emerged, eager to engage and play with Stonehow. They were enveloped in crackling lightning, exuding an extraordinary aura that caught the attention of many, who finally perceived them as less intimidating. However, these 3 mutated azure-scaled eagles still held immense value, stirring a sense of yearning in the hearts of onlookers. Capturing them could undoubtedly lead to the cultivation of formidable demonic birds in the future. Many entertained this thought, yet it remained merely a fanciful notion. For if they could escape this place, even death would not compel them to return. Eventually, the crowd arrived at the charred willow tree, where they beheld the silhouette of a figure seated in meditation. Instantly, their hearts raced with trepidation, if they were not mistaken. The voice they had heard moments ago must have belonged to this village's concealed peerless powerhouse. "Esteemed elder, we were reckless and have disturbed the tranquility of your village. We sincerely apologize. Indeed, venerable one, please temper your wrath. We were merely jesting, with no ill intent." Chapter 46, Retribution. Cheetsong sat beneath the willow, silent yet exuding an unparalleled pressure that sent chills down the spines of the onlookers, causing beads of sweat to form on their foreheads. They pondered deeply. Why had ancient species congregated in such a small village? How could such ferocious ancient beasts be so docile here without an overwhelming force to keep them in check? This line of thought only deepened their reverence for Cheetsong, their hearts pounding in their chests. Could such a powerful being truly not hear the words they had exchanged in the forest? Despair engulfed them. They felt that their fates were sealed. Just then, a clear voice emanated from the charred stump. "No, you didn't. Were you not just debating how to divide 5 willow branches? How have you suddenly become obedient?" The leaders of various factions, caught in their deception, nearly fell to their knees in fright. It was then they noticed a radiant red bird perched upon the willow, its plumage resplendent and glistening, subtly exuding a crimson glow. The leader of the Golden Wolf tribe held his breath, recognizing the origins of the little red bird. Others soon followed suit, for they all knew that within the depths of the Kangmang Mountains, treasures had emerged, leading to a fierce contest among the beast lords. Given their understanding of the identities of these beast lords, it was not long before they surmised that the little red bird speaking before them was one of them. The one who had previously suggested dividing the willow branches trembled, his body stiffening, shivering uncontrollably. This was a beast lord, a true supreme being, gazing down upon the vast wilderness, commanding respect both above and below. If it were to express its displeasure, who would dare to lie? We acknowledge our errors, they confessed. Indeed, we recognize our faults and are willing to accept punishment. The leaders of various factions swiftly abandoned their attempts at justification, directly admitting their wrongs. To argue in front of a beast lord and a mysterious powerhouse was akin to courting death. You are all duplicitous, deeply entrenched in your proclivity for plunder. Had we not been present, you would have stormed in here to seize whatever treasures you could find. The little red bird scoffed, casting a disdainful look downward, its gaze sharp enough to deter anyone from meeting it. We wouldn't dare. While we may not be virtuous, we still possess a modicum of conscience. The leaders wiped the sweat from their brows, their hearts sinking. Judging by the little red bird's attitude, it seemed they were in dire straits. The villagers of Stone Village murmured among themselves, fully aware of the dynamics at play. In the vast wilderness, major tribes held overwhelming power over small villages. And if there were treasures in the village, the larger tribes would certainly not let them slip away. The reason these individuals were backing down was that the village was protected by Cheat Song, the willow deity, and the little red bird, among other formidable beings, rendering them no more significant than ants in comparison. The world was indeed cruel. Logic only held sway within the reach of one's fist. Currently, the fists of these major tribes could not match the might of Stone Village, leaving them with no choice but to heed its reasoning. I propose we incinerate these individuals. Each one is more malevolent than the last. Allowing them to remain would only bring calamity, the little red bird suggested, already considering itself a part of Stone Village and thus advocating for its welfare. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. They were genuinely terrified. A beast lord could easily annihilate them with a mere breath. Spare us. We shall never act recklessly again. Please, esteemed elder, consider our lack of destruction to the village and grant us clemency. The elder of the Purple Mountain tribe, his face ashen, spoke in a disjointed manner as he hurriedly pleaded. Others from various factions followed suit, kneeling and trembling. All eyes were upon this scene. The children of Stone Village, though fond of mischief, felt a pang of sympathy for these individuals, seeing them reduced to their knees. Stonehow, however, voiced his belief that their transgressions did not warrant such a fate. Child, you have grown and must venture out to hone your skills. The world beyond is not as serene as our village. In a realm where the strong devour the weak, if you harbor compassion, it is you who shall be consumed. What would happen if there were no strong protectors in the village? That ancestral medicinal cauldron would surely be taken, and the Dapang little Ching and Ziyun would also be seized. Such extraordinary magical beasts are seldom seen within the major tribes. If we dare to resist, what consequences would we face? They would kill us without a second thought. The elder of the Stone clan, Shiyun Feng, had ventured into the outside world and understood these unyielding rules all too well. This is your first lesson. Do you wish to witness the scene of me, Uncle Lin, who Uncle Fei Jiao, Pai Ho de Zhuang, Meng, and all the villagers lying lifeless? Stonehowe's eyes reflected fear. This was his home, his family. Should such a calamity truly occur, he would undoubtedly be shattered. He shook his head resolutely. At that moment, Cheat Song's voice resounded, bringing resolution to the matter. Everyone, sever an arm as a reminder. Remember, calamity often springs from the tongue. Furthermore, this place is a sanctuary. Should anyone disturb its peace again, there shall be no mercy. His cold words resonated with an unmatched authority, leaving no room for dissent. We shall heed the command of the esteemed elder. Alas, the adage about calamity stemming from the tongue was well known, yet seldom heeded. Today's grave misstep served as a harsh lesson. The elder of the Purple Mountain tribe wasted no time, slicing off his left arm with a swift motion, blood gushing forth. From there, the youth of the Thunder tribe followed suit, severing their own arms. Others quickly imitated the act, not daring to hesitate. Preserving their lives was paramount. The children they had brought along witnessed their once mighty elders forced to mutilate themselves, leaving them pale with shock. This excursion had indeed exposed them to the world, albeit a rather frightening one. Depart now, and remember my words, Chi Song instructed, to which the crowd fervently agreed, preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, however, the Jiaopeng from the Luofu Marsh dared to challenge Stone Hao before departing. He had taken to heart the earlier remarks made by Pai Ho and others. Since they could no longer return, he desired to gauge the strength of a peer even mightier than himself before leaving. Jiaopeng, you wretched beast. A middle-aged man from Luofu Marsh was taken aback, hastily reprimanding him, preparing to forcibly abduct the Jiaopeng. Let's engage in a contest, Qi Tsong remarked casually. Upon receiving affirmation, Jiao Peng stepped forward. His fractured right hand had been treated, and due to his innate prowess, he had healed sufficiently to utilize it. Shi Hao also emerged, and compared to his earlier self while drinking beast milk, his gaze had transformed. Undoubtedly, Shi Yunfeng's words had left a profound impression on him. Certain truths and principles must ultimately be comprehended. Jiao Peng bellowed, his body suffused with runes as he unleashed his ultimate technique. A blood-red dragon surged forth, thrashing its tail and charging at Shi Hao with formidable vigor. At his age, achieving such prowess within the great wilderness was commendable. Yet, Shi Hao remained unmoved. He merely extended his palm and, like a bolt of lightning, seized the dragon's neck, effortlessly crushing it as if it were a trivial insect. Astonishment washed over the onlookers. To obliterate a formidable technique with bare hands? What a freakish display. At such a tender age, his prowess seemed unreal, surpassing even the prodigies of vast ancient nations. Jiao Peng's eyes first widened in shock, then gradually dulled, revealing a profound sense of disillusionment. He now fully grasped the vast chasm separating them, an abyss akin to the comparison of a firefly to the full moon. Chapter 47. The Tide Recedes. Haha, indeed. Compared to little Hao, you all have a long way to go. The children from Shi village, including Piho and Dazhuang, erupted with excitement upon witnessing Shi Hao's stunning display, having crushed the blood-colored dragon with ease. The village elders nodded in satisfaction, grateful for such a prodigious child, a blessing earned over countless lifetimes. Observing Jiao Peng's ashen visage, it was hard to believe he had just moments ago been a brash and self-assured genius of cultivation. The middle-aged man from Luofu days felt a twinge of sympathy, refraining from further reprimanding Jiao Peng. In the grand scheme, while Luofu days appeared formidable, it was merely a speck of dust in the vast universe. Claiming dominance there meant little. Arrogance would only lead to blindness. Come, a single defeat is not the end. The future holds boundless possibilities. He could only console himself. Those of higher echelons within the various factions could readily discern that Shi Hao had not even tapped into the power of bone runes. It was purely his physical might on display. The disparity at this stage of blood moving was staggering, evoking a sense of dread. Yet, reflecting upon Qi Tsong beneath the willow, alongside the little red bird and the ancient remnants, they found solace. How could the offspring of such powerful beings be anything but exceptional? In every aspect, they were in absolute superiority, let alone Jiao Peng and his peers. Even the few youths present who had just entered the cave realm were likely no match for this child. The middle-aged man took the dazed Jiao Peng by the arm, accompanied by several others, and bid farewell before departing without a backward glance. The other major tribes followed suit, unwilling to return. The village was far too terrifying, having experienced a nightmare that would haunt them for a lifetime. Should they return, it might not be merely a matter of severed limb. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient remnants, the powerful fled as if from a storm, even questioning if, midway, the ancient beings might suddenly strike and ambush them. When all had vanished, the elder from Yuntian Palace also took his leave, preparing to depart with the twin girls. He was a wise old man, knowing when to advance and when to retreat, not seeking to ingratiate himself. He intended to advise the disciples of Yuntian Palace upon his return to never set foot in this place again. Indeed, Yuntian Palace was a reclusive force, residing atop a seldom-trodden, snow-capped mountain, adhering to its principles and understanding the path of survival. Generally, many tribes and factions looked down upon Yuntian Palace's approach, considering compassion a folly in a world governed by the survival of the fittest. Who would have thought they would suffer greatly for it? In the end, only the elder of Yuntian Palace emerged unscathed. Qi Tsong said little, allowing those from Yuntian Palace to depart freely, nodding in acknowledgement of the elder's promise not to disturb Shi village. It was a tacit understanding. Shi village was isolated from the world, and all relished this state of existence, finding no need for excessive interaction with the outside. Of course, this did not imply a complete severance of ties, as was the case with other factions compelling Yuntian Palace to designate Shi village a forbidden ground. For instance, the scene unfolding now. The adults of Shi village were particularly fond of the two charming twin sisters, especially the village aunt, who playfully pinched their pretty faces, reminiscent of how the little girl had pinched Shi Hao earlier. Seeing such adorable girls, and they are of similar age to our little Hao, Piho's mother mused aloud. However, she was abruptly halted by Piho's father. Little Hao is merely 4.5. Why discuss such matters? 4.5 is not so small. In the great wilderness, Boys marry and have children at this age. Look how well they get along with little Hao. Perhaps we should marry them all together. Someone else chimed in, prompting laughter from the crowd. Sure Hao, oblivious to the conversation, simply joined in the laughter, while the two little girls blushed deeply, understanding far more than he did. The elder from Yuntian Palace coughed repeatedly, though the little boy was indeed remarkable with astonishing talent. It was inconceivable that he could take both of his beloved granddaughters at once. Furthermore, who could predict the future? Deep down, he wished to maintain minimal contact with Shur village. He tossed a snow feather into the air, which expanded to a length of 5 or 6 meters, then took the hands of his granddaughters and soared upwards. Goodbye, little Shur Hao. We shall return another day. The sisters, ethereal like fairies, waved their delicate hands in farewell to Shur Hao and the villagers. They were identical in appearance, with fair skin and sparkling eyes, truly enchanting and endearing. See how, not that, waving back. Yes, yes, big sisters, when you come again, do not forget to bring the sweet beast milk like that from the snow unicorn leopard. He called out loudly. Suddenly, laughter erupted throughout Shur village as a group of children teased Shur Hao for still drinking milk at 4 years old. The snow feather, crystalline and light as a whisper, whisked the Yuntian Palace members away at great speed, and with that, all the powerful forces that had visited Shur village departed, restoring the tranquility of the village. As laughter filled the air, Shur Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his cheeks flushing. Do not laugh. I merely heard that the beast's milk is special, unique to the snow mountain, and I wanted to see what it was like. I truly did not mean to, he attempted to explain, yet the remnants of milk still clinging to his lips betrayed him, only exacerbating the situation. We understand. Yes. We all understand. Ah. The names of fearsome beasts like the firebolt demon, devil ape, golden swanee, and golden-furred lion remained etched in their memories, as well as the snow unicorn leopard and ice mammoth that Shur Hao had mentioned. They all grinned, confident that in this vast wilderness, there was no beast's milk they could not procure, ensuring that little Shur Hao would feast to his heart's content. 40,000 miles from the vast Kangmang Mountains lay a large tribe known as the Golden Wolf, a sprawling settlement with a significant population, renowned for its formidable collective strength. At the center of the tribe stood a grand golden tent, belonging to the chieftain of the Golden Wolf tribe, adorned with an embroidered golden wolf's head, exuding both majesty and menace. The leader of the Golden Wolf tribe, having severed his own arm, returned with his companions in a state of utter disarray, with 3 mutated scaled horses and dozens of their kin having been taken away by the stone village. They were forced to share a single scaled horse among 2 or even 3 individuals. This scene was particularly tragic, leaving the Golden Wolf tribe in shock. Upon hearing the news about Stone Village, the chieftain's expression turned grave. It is truly terrifying, Badu. You are fortunate to have returned. Dying there would have been a futile demise. The powerful beings of that village could easily annihilate our Golden Wolf tribe. From now on, restrain all clansmen. None shall venture within a 10,000-mile radius centered on that village. Tomorrow, I shall inscribe this edict into our tribal teachings. Chapter 48, The Iron Cauldron. The Luofu Great Marsh is an immense lake, azure as the sea, boundless and magnificent. The middle-aged man returned with the Jiaoping and others, entering a sacred isle. Upon seeing his lost arm and pale complexion, the strong of the Luofu Great Marsh immediately inquired about the circumstances. After the middle-aged man recounted the entire affair, the strong on the sacred isle fell silent. Even the renowned ancient beasts of the depths of the great wilderness had been subdued by this village, and with a beast sovereign station there, it was indeed a place of extreme terror. Henceforth, that village shall be deemed a taboo. No one shall approach it. This is the decision made by the leaders of the Luofu Great Marsh. Faced with such overwhelming power, they could not even entertain thoughts of revenge. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. A similar occurrence transpired in another great tribe, in the majestic central ancient city of the Purple Mountain tribe. Within the central treasure hall, a formidable being, akin to a violet sun, sat upon the highest throne, engulfed in purple flames, exuding an aura so potent that those beneath could not raise their heads or meet his gaze. Ah, what an awe-inspiring village this is. The great wilderness is rife with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. We must exercise caution henceforth. Before undertaking any action, we must comprehend the situation thoroughly to avoid bringing calamity upon our tribe. As for that village, it shall be classified as a forbidden place. None shall approach it, and those who defy this order shall face merciless retribution. The powerful presence echoed throughout the hall, leaving those below trembling in fear, unwilling to offer any resistance. In the Thunder tribe, after the young man explained the events, The leader of the Thunder tribe clasped his hands behind his back and approached a map made of animal skins, encircling a large area. From this day forth, this shall be a forbidden ground. All members of the Thunder tribe must remember not to cross even a step into this territory. Understood. The four great tribes promptly reacted, summoning back all those lingering near Stone Village and warning every member of the tribe not to approach it. As for the mountain treasures, they relinquished their desires. With such formidable beings residing in the vast wilderness, the ownership of those treasures was self-evident, far beyond their reach. Following this tumult, Stone Village enjoyed a profound tranquility. It is believed that soon, word of a taboo mountain village will spread from the great tribes to other medium and small tribes, ensuring that no one will dare to disturb them again. In Stone Village, life returned to its serene rhythm, undisturbed by the arrival of the great tribes. As days passed, Shurhao was preparing to advance to the cave heaven realm. He had been diligently readying himself, and it was estimated that in just a few days, he would break through. The other villagers toiled daily in the spirit herb garden, delighted to witness the growth of their spiritual plants. Occasionally, the village men would ride their acquired scaled horses, galloping around, and returning with fresh game from their previous hunting exploits, leading a fulfilling and leisurely life. This hunting skill is also a form of knowledge that they intend to pass down to their children, as Stone Village has relied upon it for generations to survive in the great wilderness. Shi Linhu and others were determined to preserve this tradition. The elder, Shi Yinfeng, was also quite busy, preparing medicinal baths for the village children. Ordinarily, children should not undergo too many medicinal baths, as it could exhaust them. However, these few mischievous children had consumed the flesh of beast sovereigns, accumulating boundless potential within them. The best way to unleash that potential was through medicinal baths. Thus, he had no reservations, administering baths every few days and including numerous toxic insects, such as black scorpions and fist-sized spiders, which made the mischievous ones pale and tremble in fright. They longed to escape, but they could not contend against the adults. A few steps would see them captured and forcibly thrown into the cauldron, resulting in their cries of distress. After multiple sessions of medicinal baths, their physical prowess grew ever stronger, even rivaling the talents of the great tribes that had previously visited Stone Village. This was a positive phenomenon. The children represented the future of Stone Village, and their strength meant greater prosperity for the community. The ancient beasts roamed freely, unmonitored. By day, they dashed across the vast wilderness in search of delicious beast milk, and by night, they returned to the village where Shurhao would prepare it for consumption. Establishing a regular routine, they even ventured to the snowy plains near the Snow Peak, home to the Yuntian Palace, in search of the milk of fearsome beasts like the Snow Lin Leopard and Ice Elemental Elephant. The disciples of Yuntian Palace, upon catching sight of them from a distance, were so frightened that they fled in panic. During this time, 3 mutated little azure-scaled eagles followed their mother, learning from the ancient beast, the Thunder Sparrow. Occasionally, they would seek guidance from the bee sovereign, the Little Redbird. With the avian sovereign present, not seeking advice would be a waste. Little Redbird was more than happy to offer them insights, allowing the azure-scaled eagles and thunder sparrows to grow each day. Meanwhile, the descendants of Zhu Yan, brought by Little Redbird, remained in slumber, nurtured by the endless vitality bestowed by Cheat Song, ensuring their rebirth progressed smoothly, though it required time. Cheat Song and Lu Shun engaged in daily discussions, exploring the realm of cave heaven within the present world, dissecting the infinite mysteries of this state from its most fundamental perspective, without shying away from Little Redbird, who listened attentively. As the days passed, all three gained significant insights. Cheat Song and Lu Shun's comprehension of the Tao surpassed ordinary understanding, defying description. A single inspiration could evoke profound truths. Little Redbird, as a ritual spirit of the Fire Nation, was merely a beast sovereign, yet her gains were substantial, as listening to the two great figures' discussions was akin to receiving divine enlightenment. From their conversations, she could distinctly sense the vast chasm between her abilities and theirs. No wonder Cheat Song could effortlessly overpower the swallowing sky sparrow with the same strength. This was a difference of essence. On this particular day, Little Redbird sensed something amiss, gazing toward the heart of the vast mountains, where unusual disturbances stirred unease. It was the swallowing sky sparrow and its kin. Cheat Song kept his eyes shut, responding softly, "It matters not. Let them be. Are you truly not going to take a look?" Little Redbird inquired, her concern evident, yet hesitant to voice it. In the face of absolute power, all struggles are futile. We shall await the emergence of the mountain treasure. I have a premonition it shall occur in the coming days. Very well, Little Redbird relented, glancing at the 5 emerald willow branches swaying in the wind. Wanting to say something, but ultimately saying nothing. It appeared that Lu Shan held little interest in the mountain treasure, or perhaps he had great faith in Qi Tsong's abilities, not fearing failure. The following day, to Little Red Bird's astonishment, Qi Tsong forged a massive iron cauldron, smooth and black as night. She was at a loss for words, wondering if he truly intended to stew those beast sovereigns altogether. Regrettably, not all 6 sovereigns were in beast form. Suddenly, Qi Tsong examined his creation and shook his head. Little Red Bird couldn't help but roll her eyes. She realized that this was indeed a village of gluttons. From the largest to the smallest. May I make a small request? Speak. Could the humanoid one refrain from using lethal force? The reason the monkey and I managed to escape was that he showed mercy. Let us see how it goes. It ultimately depends on his will to survive, said Qi Tsong casually. Upon hearing this, the Little Red Bird inwardly prayed for that humanoid reverend, hoping he would exhibit a modicum of cleverness. Chapter 49. The emergence of the mountain treasure deep within the vast mountain range. Several formidable figures were busily engaged in a unique mountain. The very site where the mountain treasure lay concealed. Signs had already manifested, indicating that the treasure would soon make its appearance. They encircled the mountain, dividing into 6 distinct regions, each with its assigned tasks, meticulously inscribing intricate symbols in the void. Each time a symbol was completed, it would vanish, concealed within the emptiness. At times, they would extract astonishing crystalline bone relics, placing them at various nodes, inscribed with profound bone script, imbued with unfathomable power, working in tandem with the previously inscribed symbols to create a terrifyingly formidable domain. Among the 6 mighty beings, each contributed, offering bone relics, at least from the ancient legacy, with the strongest even providing bones from beings at the reverend level. Most of these relics were ancient, having endured for many years. Normally, a reverend's comprehension of the bone script would render the arrangement of a slaughtering formation a relatively simple task, requiring little time. However, they worked tirelessly, without a moment's respite, for several days, inscribing one grand formation after another. It is worth noting that each bone relic bore immense value. The collective expenditure of energy and resources could potentially bankrupt several powerful reverends. Nevertheless, the majority remained unfazed, their eyes betraying no hint of concern. This was none other than the sky-devouring sparrow, the Qiongqi, along with 4 reverends they had summoned from the ancient divine mountain. The former sought not only the mountain treasure, but also revenge against Qi Tsong, for he had caused them significant loss, leaving them with a wing and a leg. This time, they prepared a formidable array specifically for Qi Tsong. The 4 reverends, each receiving different information, had varying degrees of awareness regarding Qi Tsong. 3 of them knew him, having been informed that this location held not just the mountain treasure, but also a recovering deity. If they could manage to devour it, their path would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. The last reverend, however, remained blissfully ignorant, merely aware that they were here to seize the mountain treasure. At that moment, upon witnessing the layered slaughtering formations, he could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Did we not come for the sacred artifact? Given that the Fire Nation's sacrificial spirit and the descendants of Zhu Yan have retreated, the sacred artifact should be easily within our grasp. Why then this elaborate setup?" He was acutely aware that such a multitude of formations would spell doom for anyone caught within, and without external assistance, one might never escape. It was evident that they were preparing to confront some powerful entity, which unsettled him. Recalling the notorious reputation of the sky-devouring sparrow and Qiongqi, he began to reconsider his involvement. Were it not for the acquaintance with the other 3, with whom he had previously collaborated, he would never conspire with such beings for treasure. Brother Yun, since we are here, let us remain calm. With your prowess and those divine artifacts, who in this world could possibly stand in your way? We indeed have withheld certain information from you. There exists a deity from ancient times who covets the mountain treasure. Alas, to contend with it, we must invest heavily, a reverend from the divine mountain asserted, ceasing to conceal the truth. At this juncture, the sky-devouring sparrow also spoke. Brother Yun, I am aware of the regulations of your heavenly god mountain, hence the discretion. For us, if we can devour that still recovering deity, it would constitute a monumental boon. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with ambition, clearly enticed by the prospect of feasting on the deity mentioned by the sky-devouring sparrow. Upon hearing this, the Yun elder's expression shifted dramatically. These individuals had lured him here under the guise of seeking the mountain treasure, only to harbor ulterior motives of slaying a deity. This was a matter potent enough to stir the entire world. A deity, no matter how weakened, was perilous to provoke. even in a state of recovery. Engaging such a being could lead to dire consequences. The audacity of these individuals was truly alarming. The Yun elder contemplated retreating. His heavenly god mountain had once birthed a celestial being, and he possessed profound insight into entities of divine stature. Knowing full well that even the overlapping formations before them could not ensnare a deity. Noticing the flicker of uncertainty in his gaze, the five beast reverends understood his apprehensions. The sky-devouring sparrow promptly stated, "Not long ago, we encountered that deity. It has only regained reverend-level strength, otherwise we would not have escaped." Xiongqi added, "Indeed, it is merely a lingering remnant of a deity. What is there to fear? We have not only brought several divine artifacts, but also divine mandates, capable of suppressing this residual god. Brother Yun, how about this? Should you refrain from consuming others? We shall share the remnants of the deity among ourselves. Afterward, you may wield the sacred artifact for a time, experiencing its profundities. What say you?" Proposed a reverend from the azure sky divine mountain, who had a certain rapport with the Yun elder. Thus his promise carried considerable weight. The other two beast reverends fervently urged the Yun elder not to withdraw. The sacred artifact was tantalizingly close, and to abandon it now would be a grievous loss. Their actions served not only to protect the secret of their intended deity slaughter and the acquisition of the mountain treasure from external scrutiny, but also because the Yun elder possessed a formidable divine artifact, a substantial asset in their endeavor. Under the relentless persuasion of these beast reverends, the Yun elder's countenance shifted repeatedly. Finally, with a resigned sigh, he resolved to stay. The emergence of the mountain treasure was imminent, and he did not wish to miss this opportunity. Perhaps he could leverage the treasure to advance further. With internal matters resolved, the six reverends resumed their fervent preparations. The prospect of slaying a deity filled their hearts with both trepidation and exhilaration. It might be a pivotal moment for their ascendance. The sky-devouring sparrow and Xiongqi displayed a cruel demeanor, eagerly anticipating the retribution for their severed wing and leg, already strategizing which parts they would consume. As time flowed swiftly, several days passed, and the six reverends had completed their arrangements. They had crafted a trap for Qi-Tsong that resembled a hellish cage, awaiting his arrival. Boom! Suddenly, a cataclysmic roar erupted from the heart of the vast mountain range, sending rocks flying and splitting the mountains apart. Chaos ensued as primordial energy surged, engulfing the heavens and the earth. Boundless celestial light ascended, and torrents of auspicious energy surged forth, reminiscent of the primordial creation, as if a chaotic treasure was emerging, stirring the entire wilderness. The mountain treasure had manifested. Without the need for further explanation, all factions within the wilderness comprehended that the sacred artifact had re-emerged. In Stone Village, the moment the colossal sound reverberated, Qi-Tsong opened his eyes, rising from his meditative posture, his aura overwhelming, akin to an emperor awakening, causing the stars beyond the realm to tremble, as if they might fall from the sky. He skillfully controlled his aura, evading the attention of the villagers. Perched upon a willow stump, the little red bird quivered in fear, sensing an overwhelming presence far more terrifying than its last encounter. Had this individual already ascended to the level of a deity? Chapter 50. Arrival. Its heart raced. Deities, once ignited with divine fire, transcended the realm of reverence. The two were not comparable, one soaring in the heavens, the other confined to the earth. With this realization, the little red bird felt a profound reverence. No wonder he was unafraid of the six reverends. Qi-Tsong gazed towards the grand spectacle rising from the center of the vast mountain range, where runes sprawled beneath his feet, piercing the boundless void and forming a passage that spanned two realms. Holding his masterpiece, the massive black iron pot, he strode forth. With a single step, the cosmos turned and the heavens transformed. Such astonishing feats left the little red bird momentarily speechless. However, the battered iron pot slightly marred the solemn atmosphere, inducing a state of bewilderment. The divine spirit wields the pot, while the beast sovereign comes rolling in. This phrase inexplicably crossed its mind, conjuring vivid images of the sky-swallowing sparrow and the monstrous Xiongqi wailing in despair. These two nefarious beings, notorious for their heinous deeds, had finally encountered a formidable adversary. With a flutter of its wings, it felt a flicker of joy, the memory of being ambushed by those two ruffians, in collusion with four sovereigns, had long plagued its thoughts. Now, facing the blazing Tsong, those sovereigns were surely doomed. In the heart of the vast mountains, six figures stood in a hexagonal formation, encircling the emerging mountain treasure, patiently awaiting Tsong's arrival, akin to fishing with the mountain treasure serving as bait. At this moment, the six sovereigns felt an overwhelming sense of tension. After all, the opponent was a remnant of ancient divinity, and the potential for unforeseen countermeasures loomed ominously, shrouding everything in uncertainty. Amid this anxious anticipation, the sky-swallowing sparrow narrowed its eyes, its gaze sharp, sensing the aberrations of the external world. It has arrived. It emitted a psychic warning, urging the sovereigns to remain vigilant. Without needing further prompting, the other five sovereigns also sensed it. A terrifying force pierced through the void, heading straight for the heart of the vast mountains. In the next instant, a towering figure emerged from the passage, gripping a massive black iron pot. Striding with the grace of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger, his eyes, deep as the starry cosmos, exuded an air of unparalleled dominance, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Was this the ancient deity, now in a state of recovery? The other four sovereigns, encountering Song for the first time, were struck dumb by his imposing presence, sensing an impending calamity. For if one were to disregard the pot, the newcomer resembled a monarch from antiquity, capable of swallowing the heavens and subduing the universe. This was hardly the demeanor of a mere sovereign. Sky-swallowing sparrow and Xiongqi exchanged glances, both filled with doubt. How could this Song be so different from the one they had previously encountered while riding a bull? This version, wielding the pot, was evidently far more terrifying, his aura potent enough to melt the very air around him. Fear not. We have crossed paths with him before and are well aware of his true nature. He is merely a shadow of his former self, incapable of stirring significant turmoil. At such a juncture, the sky-swallowing sparrow and Xiongqi could only muster the courage to assert this. Following the overwhelming defeat they had suffered, Song had become a haunting specter in the sky-swallowing sparrow's psyche. No matter how it had previously envisioned devouring Song, the moment it laid eyes on him, its legs trembled with trepidation. That earth-shattering finger, still etched in its memory, refused to fade. Under the watchful and tense gazes of the six sovereigns, Song approached without a flicker of emotion, seemingly disregarding them entirely as he advanced toward the very heart of the mountains, where a chaotic entity, shrouded in primordial chaos, floated amidst celestial light, radiating divine hues and auspicious colors, an object of profound reverence. Witnessing Song's audacious arrogance as he directly sought the mountain treasure, the six sovereigns erupted with joy, particularly the sky-swallowing sparrow and Xiongqi, who felt an overwhelming urge to shout in delight. Was this not a case of walking into a trap? Divine providence is on our side. The azure sky sovereign felt elated, believing they had a substantial advantage in this divine hunt, especially considering the immense effort they had invested in the various killing formations, even incorporating divine edicts as part of their stratagem. Should this deity truly be as the sky-swallowing sparrow and Xiongqi described, a mere sovereign, escape would be utterly impossible. Ah, how hubristic! Soon, you will pay the price, the sky-swallowing sparrow thought with a cold smirk, attempting to quell its fear of Song with words, though to no avail. The only solution lay in personally slaying Song. Otherwise, this specter would haunt it eternally. The six sovereigns, each with their own thoughts, found only the elder from the celestial mountain, bearing the surname Yun, in a state of profound unease, feeling that matters were decidedly amiss. Ignoring their presence and making a beeline for the mountain treasure was a clear indication of strength capable of overwhelming them. Realizing this, he experienced a pang of regret for having remained. Boom! As Song stepped forward, the void ahead erupted violently. Torrents of symbols infused with terrifying divine energy surged toward his head, amidst which roared a sovereign-level beast, exuding an air of ferocity that shook the heavens. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Song remained unfazed, as calm as a still pond, merely exhaling gently. Instantly, all the runes were pulled back, and the fearsome beast disintegrated into nothingness. Upon witnessing the spectacle, the six sovereigns' pupils constricted, unable to believe their eyes. Even their hearts seemed to cease beating. What was this? Blowing away an entire sovereign-level formation? Surely this was no jest. Puffed. Another sovereign-level formation was obliterated, instantly reduced to dust. At this moment, the sovereigns were gripped with terror, chills cascading down their spines. Was this truly a remnant deity restored to sovereign level? Next, numerous layered formations erupted successively, with each step Song took. A sovereign-level attack would strike, yet before reaching him, they were shattered, bursting like brilliant fireworks. The sky-swallowing sparrow and Xiongqi transitioned from shock to a state of numbness. This was simply too terrifying, slaughtering sovereigns as if they were mere dogs. To plot against such an entity was tantamount to courting death. The later sovereigns glared at the sky-swallowing sparrow and Xiongqi, harboring murderous intent towards these two blundering fools. Sky-swallowing sparrow. Everyone, having reached this juncture, we find ourselves with no retreat. Either he dies, or we perish. We still possess divine edicts and divine artifacts. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. Beads of sweat formed on the foreheads of the sky-swallowing sparrow and Xiongqi as they hurriedly spoke. Fortunately, the four other sovereigns, seasoned by their share of trials and tribulations, refrained from settling scores at this critical moment. They exchanged glances and swiftly resolved to activate the divine edicts, channeling the divine artifacts together to strike its song. This was their ultimate gambit. Should they fail, there would be nothing left to discuss. All would scatter and flee. Chapter 51. Divine Edicts and Divine Artifacts. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted from the layered formations, unleashing an array of terrifying auras as if several deities were emerging simultaneously. Brilliant radiance illuminated the surroundings, akin to suns bursting forth, casting a blinding light across the heart of the vast mountains. For massive yellowish scrolls floated in the void, exuding boundless divine brilliance. Rumbling ominously, a sight so terrifying that chaos churned as if the very heavens were being forged anew. These were the divine edicts, sacred objects inscribed with the will of the gods, possessing immense and formidable power that spread outward like a tidal wave. A layer of golden, resplendent ripples radiated in all directions, causing the formations imbued with the bones of the beast sovereigns to tremble in unison. At this moment, the earth was filled with the echoes of countless beast roars, shaking the very foundations of existence. The six sovereigns, betting everything, unleashed their full might, activating not only the divine edicts but also the divine artifacts they had brought with them. The Azure Sky Sovereign released a dazzling treasure wheel, known as the Azure Sky Wheel, an ancient sacred artifact of great renown, once shining brightly in the annals of history. It radiated a brilliant azure light, taking the form of a circle adorned with various symbols, and under the Azure Sky Sovereign's command, it unleashed boundless divine radiance, resembling a blue sun inscribed with countless glyphs. Powerful and fearsome, this magnificent treasure, the Celestial Wheel, hails from the divine mountain of the Azure Sky, a formidable weapon that has vanquished numerous ancient titans, steeped in the blood of countless heroic spirits. Throughout the interminable passage of time, it has remained resplendently clear, untouched by the ravages of age. Upon learning of the impending hunt for deities, the esteemed celestial sovereign naturally brought forth this lethal artifact. Meanwhile, a beast sovereign from the primordial divine mountain erupted forth, revealing its true form. A colossal silver crane, vast beyond measure, with elongated legs that soared into the heavens, its body resembling a petite mountain, sprawling amidst the clouds and mist. It unfurled a pair of celestial wings, radiating a dazzling silver light, adorned with intricate symbols that exuded an overwhelming aura of terror, as if a god had awakened and spread its wings in the skies. These wings were remnants of a divine crane, a legacy left behind by its ancestor after achieving transcendence, sharper than the finest blade, seemingly capable of cleaving the very sky in twain. The third beast sovereign possessed a divine artifact, belonging to the legendary golden-winged rock lineage, its form ablaze with golden radiance as it wielded a great halberd, enveloped in a haze of light and murderous intent, threatening to transform the vast mountain range into an infernal realm. The sky-swallowing sparrow and the chaotic beast shared a powerful object, shrouded in chaotic light, their aura astonishingly formidable, unmistakably transcending the mundane. The elder with the surname Yun hesitated, devoid of thoughts regarding this deity. Aligning himself with them would effectively place him in direct opposition to the divine. Sensing the absence of the divine aura emanating from the celestial mountain's protective artifact, the sky-swallowing sparrow swiftly grasped the elder's intentions, its gaze darkening with malice. Brother Yun, we are but grasshoppers on the same string. Should you seek to preserve your own safety, we shall eliminate you first. The chaotic beast, clad in dark crimson, revealed a pair of fearsome horns, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. Strike now, or the celestial mountain shall know no peace. The other sovereigns turned their gazes toward the elder Yun. Regardless of previous camaraderie, in this life-or-death moment, should he choose to remain passive, they would not hesitate to act on the sparrow's words. The elder Yun felt a tremor run through his body, acutely aware of the multitude of dangerous stares directed at him. His cold gaze met those of the sparrow and the chaotic beast, filled with regret. These two were notorious for their treachery, and it was absurd that he had come here. Now, forced into action, he realized that should these two malevolent beings survive, It would spell disaster for the Celestial Mountain. While they might not breach the defenses, they could certainly target the descendants of the Celestial Mountain. Given the nature of the sparrow and its ilk, they would act without restraint, instilling dread in all. Very well. The Elder Yun resigned, allowed a terrifying divine radiance to flow from his arms as ominous symbols surged forth, invoking the power of order, with myriad rays of brilliance cascading like a celestial tapestry. These were indeed a pair of divine arm guards, forged from unknown materials, resembling the hand of a deity, covered in countless divine symbols, pulsating like an endless sea of stars. The divine arm guards immediately eclipsed all other divine artifacts. Truly worthy of a power that once birthed a celestial being. Brother Yun's arm guards are unparalleled divine artifacts. Indeed, with our friend's participation, great deeds shall be accomplished. As the Elder Yun made his move, the atmosphere lightened considerably, with everyone offering their praises. However, the Elder remained cold. The previous events still vivid in his mind. How could he forget so swiftly? There is no need for further empty words. Sparrow, chaotic beast, after this battle, the Celestial Mountain shall settle accounts with you. The sparrow and the chaotic beast appeared unfazed, instead donning sinister smiles. Haha, victory is all that matters. We shall achieve it by any means necessary. With 4 divine decrees, 5 divine artifacts, and countless sovereign-level formations unleashed, the very fabric of this vast wilderness seemed poised to be overturned. The catastrophic aura emanating from this clash threatened to annihilate existence itself, causing all creatures within the wilderness to tremble, cowering in fear, their souls shivering as if on the brink of descending into a nightmarish abyss. Just recently, those from the great tribe that had visited the stone village were acutely aware that a contest over the mountain treasures was underway, their hearts filled with dread, deepening their reverence for that small village. The man seated beneath the willow tree had undoubtedly transcended the realm of sovereigns, reflecting on their narrow escape from the deity's gaze. Having survived with merely the loss of an arm, the members of the great tribes felt a wave of relief. They were fortunate not to have gone too far, merely exchanging harsh words, lest they never see the dawn again. If any tranquil sanctuary remained in the wilderness, it was assuredly the stone village, enshrouded in a hazy light emanating from 5 tender green willow branches. It was the willow deity that safeguarded this place, isolating it from the annihilating aura of the divine. Even so, the ancient beings and the petite redbird with profound cultivation still sensed the chilling aura, a deep-seated dread emanating from the very core of their souls. My perception does not deceive me. Those beings possess more than one divine artifact, and there are multiple divine decrees, the petite redbird exclaimed in astonishment. However, it showed no concern for the safety of the blazing azure, knowing that such powerful beings could not be thwarted by divine artifacts or decrees. These items, while fearsome, could not bridge the chasm of disparity. At the heart of the vast mountain range, the blazing azure seemed oblivious to the unparalleled strike from the 6 sovereigns, maintaining a tranquil demeanor as it continued towards the mountain treasures. Witnessing this, the faces of the sovereigns involuntarily quivered, a silent dread enveloping them. The more the blazing azure disregarded them, the greater their unease grew. Chapter 52, The 9 Heavens Calamity Light. Still feigning calmness, yet I sense you are utterly petrified. The chaotic beast remarked, its voice trembling, revealing an absence of the confidence befitting a beast sovereign. Anyone could discern its extreme fear of the blazing azure. The other sovereigns remained speechless. Regardless of how things unfolded, this strike had to yield a conclusion, and they were eager to terminate this nightmare. The sky-swallowing sparrow roared, its expression a tumultuous blend of fury and fear, torn between terror and hatred. Alongside the chaotic beast, it activated the divine artifact, unleashing a blow nearing divine might, hurtling towards the blazing azure's head with tremendous velocity. The celestial crane spread its wings wide, cleaving the void as if wielding 2 brilliant celestial blades, descending upon the blazing azure's neck, intent on severing its head. The celestial sovereign howled, revealing its true form as a Qingwan, a being of pure bloodline from an ancient divine beast, utterly formidable. It commanded the celestial wheel, rotating it downward, unleashing a terrifying momentum that seemingly descended the entire mountain range, as if to plunge the vast wilderness into the abyss. The golden-winged rock would not be outdone, raising its halberd skyward, drenched in the blood of countless strong beings. Unquestionably, they were employing lethal force, targeting vital areas with merciless intent. When it came to the Elder Yun, he maintained his previous approach, merely waving his arms forward, not overly brutal, yet balanced. the earlier petite redbird, a descendant of Zhu Yin, had managed to escape the ambushes of these individuals due to the elder Yun's mercy. Otherwise, the two sovereigns would undoubtedly have faced a dire fate. The beast sovereigns bellowed, their expressions turning frenzied, consumed by madness. They were engaged in an endeavor beyond the imagination of ordinary beings, seeking to slay a deity. The outcome hung precariously in the balance, and in this critical moment, they could not retain their composure. Boom! 4 divine decrees erupted simultaneously, each unleashing torrents of light, every decree coalescing into a character for death, releasing an awe-inspiring might befitting the divine. They bear the divine will, inscribed with the word kill, rather than terms such as subdue or exterminate. To some extent, this can be regarded as the manifestation of the deity's decree. In the void, 4 brilliant orbs of light erupted, akin to 4 resplendent suns, with tendrils of divine radiance bursting forth, piercing the earth and creating countless dark, profound fissures. At that moment, the onslaught of the 6 great elders reached its zenith, firmly believing that even the true deities would bleed under such a strike. At the eye of the storm, Shikong appeared oblivious to it all, having already arrived before the mountain treasure, reaching out to grasp it. Past experiences indicated that a person is most vulnerable when reaching for a treasure. Thus the elders had chosen their moment with exquisite cunning. It was a breathtaking sight, difficult to articulate the spectacle. Shikong lunged for the mountain treasure, utterly defenseless, as the 4 suns, born of divine decree, blazed fiercely, poised to overwhelm. The 5 great beast lords urged their divine artifacts to strike, their visages grotesque and frenzied. The elder of the Yun clan swung his arms wide, eyes bulging with uncertainty. The cacophony of explosions, roars, and even heartbeats converged into a magnificent, frenzied symphony. At this critical juncture, a resonant, celestial sound emanated from Chitsong's mouth, akin to a supreme monarch passing judgment upon the mortal realm, intent on employing the most ferocious means to purge all darkness and sin. Heavenly calamity. In that fleeting instant, the elders also heard it, yet were momentarily taken aback, their minds filled with questions. What was this heavenly calamity? Without warning, the sound of crackling electricity surged through the cosmos. The once clear sky now blazed with blinding lightning. Brilliant and piercing, an unparalleled aura of annihilation erupted, and in an instant, the lightning became as dense as a spider's web in the void, before crashing down with a resounding roar. What a spectacle! An infinite cascade of thunder converged into a torrential waterfall, cascading from the heavens, obliterating everything in its path with unstoppable force, as if cleaving through bamboo. What divine decrees or artifacts could possibly compare to this thunderous waterfall? Those towering, majestic mountains now appeared as mere pebbles, insignificant. The elders' pupils constricted as they gazed at the thunderous torrent spanning the heavens and earth, utterly bewildered by its sudden appearance. Was this truly a divine technique? Wasn't the scale a tad exaggerated? Before they could react, the thunder waterfall descended, its destructive power akin to a vast ocean, overwhelming and all-encompassing, covering the entire expanse of the rugged mountains. Simultaneously, the elders' attacks reached Shikong, roaring with frenzied expressions, eyes bloodshot. They were determined to gamble everything on this decisive blow. Boom! The rugged mountains erupted, flattened by the terrifying shockwave, even sinking further. The waterfall, composed of countless bolts of lightning, annihilated all in its wake, reaching the pinnacle of ferocity. The void shattered, the firmament cracked, and chaotic energies surged as if the universe were being reborn. Visibility was utterly obscured, shrouded in dense clouds and mists. The little red bird stared wide-eyed, its heart racing faster than ever. A thunderous waterfall descended, punishing the mortal realm, causing all of nature to wither. What a stunning display of power! Unimaginable. When tranquility finally returned, the once mighty, rugged mountains had transformed into an endless abyss, unfathomable in depth. In the void, a solitary figure stood unscathed, clutching an object enveloped in celestial light, intently observing it. In other directions, charred silhouettes could be seen. Those were the 6 great elders, still reeling from the recent lightning strike, their bodies stiff and emanating smoke. Additionally, fragments of yellowed, charred parchment floated silently in mid-air, shattered divine decrees. The outcome was just as Shikong had previously articulated. In the face of absolute power, all arrangements were futile and ineffective. The 6 elders gazed at Shikong, who was examining the sacred mountain treasure. A chill ran down their spines, their backs prickling with dread. They could not help but question their own sanity for attempting to scheme against such a terrifying being. It was akin to an egg striking a stone, utterly beyond their capabilities. Run. At that moment, they had no other thoughts. They simply wished to flee, as far as possible. Shikong stowed away the mountain treasure, having gleaned an understanding of its nature. It was not the time for further examination. It was nearly time to gather ingredients. As these great beast lords had traveled a long way, 1,000 miles to deliver ingredients, a small gesture, yet rich in sentiment. Clang! A large iron pot appeared, dark and ominous. Under normal circumstances, it would not have evoked much feeling, but now it loomed like the most terrifying hell of the world. The great beast lords felt their scalps tingle. Were they truly preparing to stew them? After all, they were beings capable of shaking the great wilderness with a stomp. Being tossed into that pot would obliterate their lifelong reputations. Run. Quick, run. Chapter 53. Come to the pot yourself. The 6 great elders scattered in 6 different directions, believing that this would significantly increase their chances of survival. However, they underestimated Cheat Song's capabilities. His combat prowess rivaled that of beings in the divine fire realm, rendering him an invincible force. Striking the elders was akin to a giant battling an infant. As Shikong secured the mountain treasure, his cold gaze swept across all directions, and the fleeing elders were filled with terror, as if plunged into an icy abyss. They all silently prayed they would not be the first to be seized. Swallowing Sky Sparrow, come to the pot yourself. A chilling voice reverberated through the heavens, as if a supreme deity had rendered judgment with unparalleled majesty. Upon hearing this, the Swallowing Sky Sparrow felt its heart halt, its feathers standing on end in alarm. No, it was the idea of the Cheongqi. I was coerced. The Swallowing Sky Sparrow, in a panic, began to shift blame, terrified of Shikong, knowing that if captured, it would be impossible to escape death. On the other side, the Cheongqi was on the verge of exploding with rage. This damned Swallowing Sky Sparrow sought to divert blame onto it. I declare, not a word of the Swallowing Sky Sparrow can be trusted. I am the one who was coerced. It bellowed while fleeing. The other 4 elders stood dumbfounded, realizing neither of these two were trustworthy. They had assumed they were close allies, only to witness them instantly casting blame upon one another. Meanwhile, they began to self-reflect, questioning why they had allied with such creatures. Ultimately, they could only sigh, as it has been said since time immemorial, treasures stir the heart. This makes it difficult for me to ascertain who is truly in charge here. Very well, I shall provide you with a location where you may discuss this at length. As soon as the words left Cheat Song's mouth, a colossal hand of thunder emerged from the depths of the abyss above, growing larger and larger, seemingly infinite, obscuring the sun and covering the entire sky. The Swallowing Sky Sparrow, though large, with wings spread wide like clouds descending from the heavens, appeared no larger than a speck of dust before the hand of thunder. I was wrong. Spare me. I won't dare again. The Swallowing Sky Sparrow cried out in terror, pleading desperately. Too late, Shikong replied coldly, as the thunderous hand closed around the Swallowing Sky Sparrow, swiftly retracting. Boom! The Swallowing Sky Sparrow barely had time to blink before being hurled with tremendous force, crashing hard against a solid object, leaving it dazed and disoriented, not knowing how many bones it had broken. The impact was so severe that it took a long while to recover. As it regained its senses, enveloped in darkness, the sky above appeared as a vast circular opening, making it acutely aware of its predicament. No! The celestial sparrow let out a piercing screech, reminiscent of an ancient specter wailing from eons past. Once ensnared in the searing iron cauldron, where was the prospect of survival? It yearned to continue its cries, yet abruptly, a dark crimson object hurtled toward it with breathtaking speed, crashing into its body with a resounding thud. Ouch! This impact was even more forceful than the last, leaving the celestial sparrow dizzy, its bones shattered, and its body drenched in blood. Strangely, the dark crimson object also emitted a wail, leaving the celestial sparrow confounded as to whether it should respond in kind. This was the impoverished creature, Cheongqi, captured by Shikong and unable to escape the fate of the cauldron. Before long, more colossal beings soared into the cauldron, fleeing in various directions. Beast sovereigns like the Azure Sky Sovereign, the Golden Winged Dapeng, and the Immortal Crane, all cast into the pot. In total, 6 beast sovereigns, all of whom bore animal forms, met the same fate. Only the elder of the Yun clan remained unscathed, albeit he bore the marks of severe beating. With a bruised visage and eyes obscured. Capture complete, echoed Cheat Song's voice, reverberating like thunder. Ah, what a bountiful harvest. We have the Golden Winged Dapeng, the Immortal Crane, the Celestial Sparrow, the Azure Luan, and even Xiongqi. Alas, we are just one divine bird short of a 5-beast feast. He cast a dissatisfied glance at Xiongqi, as if silently berating, "Why are you not a bird?" Xiongqi felt a profound sense of grievance, on the verge of being turned into a dish. It was still subjected to disdain. It longed to express its sorrow, feeling a pang in its heart, almost driven to tears. Shikong stowed away the large iron cauldron, for within it lay a treasure trove destined to yield a delicacy beyond compare. Then, as if lifting a mere chick, he seized the elder of the Yun clan and turned to depart. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze piercing through a void, his pupils radiating a sharp light akin to ethereal swords floating in the air. "Friend, I harbor no malicious intent." A voice, ancient and resonant, unexpectedly emerged from the void. Following this, a figure with flowing white hair stepped forth, his visage full and robust. Though he bore no extraordinary manifestations, his vitality surged, and the divine fire within him roared like a blazing furnace. This was a master who had attained the realm of divine fire. Evident from the years he had spent reaching this level, his combat prowess far surpassed that of ordinary deities, almost touching the domain of true divinity. Achieving such a status in the lower realms was no trivial matter. Before Shikong could speak, the battered elder of the Yun clan, stunned, exclaimed, "Honghu sage? You are still alive?" The white-haired elder sighed at these words. "Indeed, I nearly perished back then, when my vitality waned and my light flickered. A spiritual form meditated in seclusion, only for my disciple to mistakenly believe it to be me and devour it whole. It is a tragic tale. Initially, it was merely an ancient remnant, but under my guidance, it evolved into a pure-blood being. I asked for no repayment, only the observance of basic master-disciple decorum. Alas, this treacherous wolf has never warmed to me. It was precisely this betrayal that spurred me on. I should have succumbed, yet my unyielding spirit persisted, igniting the divine fire and escaping death's clutches." The Honghu sage shook his head, lamenting that he could only blame himself for misjudging character. The elder of the Yun clan sighed as well, recognizing that encountering such a disciple was unfortunate for the Honghu sage, yet fortuitous in that it led to his evolution into a being of divine fire. "Honghu sage, if you harbor no ill intent, then what brings you here?" "Spying is hardly a courteous act," Shikong remarked coldly. Generally speaking, the act of peering was indicative of malice, yet he sensed no ill will from this elder, thus refrained from immediate aggression. "I came to clear the premises and am quite intrigued by the sacred object known as Shanbao. However, since you seem to have a connection with it, I shall not forcibly take it. Moreover, even if I attempted to seize it, the likelihood of failure is high." The Honghu sage replied candidly. His primary intention was to eliminate the rebellious celestial sparrow, with the Shanbao merely a secondary interest. Shikong remained silent, mentally inquiring the elder of the Yun clan regarding the Honghu sage's reputation. If he were truly malevolent, akin to his disciple, he would be cast into the cauldron for a 5-beast feast. If not, he would be spared. Chapter 54, Culinary Arts. The elder of the Yun clan felt a chill run down his spine, aware that his words would determine the Honghu sage's fate. The very reason he was called the Honghu sage was that he was a kind-hearted individual. Otherwise, he would not bear the title of sage. He refrained from speaking recklessly and stated the truth. The Honghu sage indeed had an excellent reputation, with scarcely any misdeeds to speak of, embodying the most amiable of avian warriors, in stark contrast to his disciple. It was perplexing how these two had come to be paired as master and disciple. Upon hearing this, Shikong felt a twinge of regret, scrutinizing the elder closely, which caused the Honghu sage to feel uneasy. "Do you have any advice, friend?" he stammered. "Nothing of consequence. I have dealt with your disciple on your behalf. You should have noticed that it lies within this large black cauldron. If you wish to sample your disciple's flavor, you are welcome to join us." The Honghu sage was momentarily taken aback. The suggestion felt rather peculiar, sampling the essence of his own disciple. Furthermore, would following Shikong lead to any peril? That gaze from earlier had been rather disconcerting. He hesitated, torn between curiosity and trepidation, fearful of being led astray by Shikong. "Do you think I would harm you?" Shikong discerned his uncertainty. "Not at all, my friend. You appear to be a serious cultivator." The Honghu sage waved his hand dismissively. His expression fluctuated, yet ultimately he resolved to follow. At that moment, he glanced at the elder of the Yun clan, who was being held by Shikong, and inquired with curiosity, "Why would you, friend of the celestial mountain, collaborate with my errant disciple?" Upon hearing the Honghu sage's words, the elder of the Yun clan felt a sense of grievance. "Do you believe me? When I first arrived, it was merely to contend for the Shanbao. Although I missed several opportunities and veered onto the wrong path, I never harbored any murderous intent. Shikong regarded him coolly. Speak less and be more prudent. You should have been prepared for the consequences when you chose to act against me. The elder of the Yun clan instinctively shrank back. He did not wish to endure another beating, being of a certain age and deserving of some dignity. Their pace quickened, and in an instant, they forged a path directly to Stone Village. Upon seeing Cheatsong's return, the villagers rushed towards him, shaken by the previous horrific spectacle. Even though Lu Shun had shielded them from the divine presence, they could still sense that something was amiss. Particularly, Cheatsong's Nine Heavens Calamity Light had illuminated the entire wilderness, casting it into momentary darkness. Under such circumstances, the villagers of Stone Village were naturally concerned for Cheatsong's safety. The little red bird perched on the willow tree was not overly excited. It had anticipated this outcome. However, when it spotted the Honghu sage returning alongside Shikong, it was taken aback, doubting its own vision. A creature that had perished many years ago had seemingly returned from the dead, a truly astonishing revelation. Honghu sage? Is he the sacrificial spirit of the Fire Nation? It mused. The Honghu sage's gaze shifted toward Lu Shun, his pupils contracting. He sensed yet another formidable presence, one that matched his own strength, and both Shikong and Lu Shun eluded his comprehension, especially Lu Shun, whose tree body still bore scorch marks. Even 5 willow branches possessed such power. What could one imagine about the full restoration of the tree's form? Subsequently, he beheld a multitude of ancient remnants. One extraordinary village this is, gathering so many formidable beings. Meanwhile, a group of children, including Shi Hao, were inquiring about the contents of the immense black pot of Cheat Song, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Delicacies of the mortal realm, fret not. For this evening, we shall host a grand banquet, Cheat Song remarked with a smile. The banquet of beast sovereigns? The adults in the village were astounded. The last time they had feasted on the wings of the devourer sparrow and the legs of Cheongqi was a monumental stroke of fortune. Yet now, Cheat Song had captured an entire feast, which was truly astonishing. Uncle, what beast sovereigns will there be? Shi Hao inquired with curiosity. Cheat Song set the iron pot down on the ground, inviting everyone to gather around. This pot was remarkable, inscribed with powerful runes, effortlessly accommodating the immense beast sovereigns. Shi Hao, Pai Ho, De Zhuang, the village adults, and numerous ancient beings all craned their necks to peer into the black pot. To their surprise, they witnessed a startling scene. A bird and a dark red giant beast were frantically fleeing within the pot, bloodied and battered. The golden-winged Dapeng, the immortal crane, and the azure phoenix were mercilessly thrashing the devourer sparrow and Cheongqi, believing that their current predicament was due to the ridiculous intelligence provided by these two. Had it not been for the insistence of the devourer sparrow and Cheongqi that the deities they sought to conspire against were only of sovereign strength, they would not have come rushing in so eagerly. Devourer sparrow, I declare. Cheongqi, I shall slay you, you pitiful creature. Cheat Song was momentarily a loss for words. Even as death approached, they continued to bicker. However, it mattered little, for they were all destined for the same pot. These creatures had aimed for his life, targeting his vital points, and Cheat Song was fully aware that their continued existence would only bring calamity, unlike the ancient beings. I initially intended to prepare a 5-birds feast, but alas, it seems I can only manage 4, Cheat Song lamented softly. Then what are we to do? The little red bird rolled its eyes, unable to assist with this matter. Nearby, the sacred Hong who coughed repeatedly, fearing that Cheat Song and the willow tree would go on a rampage, making him the 5th bird. Fortunately, Cheat Song did not mention the 5-birds feast again. As for Cheongqi, it was not a bird, so it would be roasted while the others would be stewed together. As night fell, the bonfire flickered brightly, and the people of Stone Village gathered joyously, watching as Cheat Song showcased his culinary skills. Shi Hao, with eyes sparkling like gems, was particularly entranced. Cheongqi was dragged out, and under the suppression of Cheat Song's magical power, it returned to its normal size, still wailing, begging for mercy, and attempting to shift blame, all of which Cheat Song ignored. He swiftly set it up for electric roasting and fire grilling, sprinkling various spices along the way. In no time, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, intoxicating and mouth-watering, making everyone's mouths water. The once fearsome and brutal beast sovereign was transformed into delectable roasted meat, marking the end of its nefarious existence. The great black pot, simmering under fierce flames, exuded an enticing fragrance, eventually radiating a shimmering brilliance that was truly remarkable. Initially, the beast sovereigns within the pot roared and screamed, but as the terrifying flames continued to heat, their cries gradually faded to silence. Ultimately, there were no further movements, only the sound of bubbling broth echoing in the pot. The unfortunate 3 sovereigns of the Divine Mountains and the Devourer Sparrow were cooked into a renowned dish. The 4-bird soup, their exquisite flavors destined to be remembered by all. Chapter 55. The Apprentice is quite flavorful. On this night in Stone Village, the bonfire burned brightly. Cheat Song, the little red bird, the villagers, ancient beings, and the sacred Hong who sat together around the great black pot, relishing the feast. Surrounded by the rich aroma of beast sovereign meat, everyone feasted merrily, frequently clinking their cups together, filled with laughter and joy. The leg of the immortal crane is truly exquisite. After being stewed in the large iron pot, it melts in the mouth, fragrant and warming. Like a little sun in my belly, Cheat Song remarked, savoring a leg of the immortal crane, nodding in satisfaction with the flavor. The little red bird flapped its wings, thoroughly enjoying itself, devouring the wings of the Devourer Sparrow with great enthusiasm. What a pleasure! This wicked creature has finally met its end. Haha, I must say. Despite the Devourer Sparrow's poor character, its wings are simply unparalleled in taste, a true delicacy of the mortal realm. The sacred Hong, who was also enjoying another wing of the Devourer Sparrow. Initially hesitant, its expression was complex, seemingly recalling past memories. After all, this was once its apprentice. It had painstakingly taught the Devourer Sparrow to evolve into a pure-blooded being, placing immense hope in it. Who could have predicted that in its time of weakness, it would face betrayal from its disciple, leaving one feeling utterly helpless? Shaking its head, the sacred Hong who, harboring resentment for the Devourer Sparrow's treachery, took a bite. In an instant, it was taken aback. This prodigal disciple is surprisingly delightful. Unable to resist, it indulged in several more bites, soon losing control and enjoying the feast more than anyone else, leaving onlookers in astonishment. The little red bird could only watch in silence. Moments ago, the elder had been recounting warm tales of its relationship with the Devourer Sparrow, yet now, it was devouring the bird's wings with such fervor. Sacred Onmu, your disciple is quite flavorful, it remarked unexpectedly. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. The sacred Hong, who responded, then took another hearty bite of the wing. The crowd felt an inexplicable shiver run down their spines. They resolved never to take the sacred Hong, who as their master. The notion that this apprentice was quite flavorful would likely linger in their minds. The villagers of Stone Village, due to their physique and strength, could not consume as much as Cheat Song, the sacred Hong who, or the little red bird. Even the 6 ancient beings could not indulge excessively. Although no one restricted them, their own limits forced them to watch the great iron pot with longing, unable to eat their fill. Each beast sovereign's body was immense, akin to a small mountain, sufficient to sustain them for many days. Boom! The fire bull demon, the demon ape, and the golden-furred lion gleamed with radiance. Divine brilliance erupting from their pores uncontrollably. The flesh and blood of the sovereigns, laden with divine essence, was beyond imagination, even though they were beast kings. Consuming too much would overwhelm them. The ancient being's eyes sparkled with excitement, having only recently arrived in Stone Village. They were already feasting on the blood and flesh of the beast sovereigns, achieving significant improvements in their cultivation levels, far surpassing their previous slow consumption of the essence of the sun and moon in the mountains. Realizing this, they felt immense gratitude for their arrival in Stone Village, viewing it as the greatest opportunity of their lives. At this moment, their state of being was one of present joy and hopeful future. As for the elder, surnamed Yun, he could only remain quietly beneath the willow stump in the distance, watching the banquet unfold, secretly swallowing his saliva. At the same time, he was deeply shocked. 5 sovereigns gathered for a single feast. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly shake the entire world. Soon, the ancient divine mountains would sense something amiss, including the heavenly divine mountain he belonged to, and would undoubtedly dispatch sovereigns to investigate the disappearance of the divine mountain sovereigns. If they recklessly stormed into this terrifying village, there would surely be no return. Alas, the elder sighed, as if foreseeing some future scenarios. This village might very well become the graveyard for the sovereigns. The 5 beast sovereigns were merely an appetizer, with more to come. At that moment, the little red bird approached, and upon receiving Chi Tsang's permission, it brought some beast sovereign meat and fine wine to the elder surnamed Yun. At that moment, I am immensely grateful to you, otherwise, both Zhu Yin and I would certainly have met a grim fate. The elder of the Yun clan shook his head. I too was among them, having ambushed you and taken action against you. It would have been different had it merely been an assault by 5 beast sovereigns. We might have perished then and there. ultimately becoming their prey. You provided us with a fleeting opportunity, allowing us to escape with our lives. The Yun elder offered a bitter smile, choosing silence. For he was now a mere prisoner. And what significance did these words hold? Eat, I inquired. I have discussed this with him. To each their own, and this is but a token of my gratitude for saving my life, as I gestured towards the beast meat I had brought. Initially, the elder declined repeatedly, considering his current predicament, feeling it inappropriate to consume another's food. Yet, he could not resist the tantalizing aroma of the beast meat and took a tentative bite. Soon, he was devouring it with abandon, much like the sacred Honghu, disregarding all decorum. Never had he imagined that the flesh of the beast sovereigns could be so delectable. He mused between bites, inquiring of the little red bird what kind of meat he was consuming. It was unavoidable. The 4 great avian beast sovereigns had been stewed together, rendered tender, and their flavors melded into a delightful concoction, making it nearly impossible to distinguish the types of meat. You are consuming the flesh of the Qingwan. Qingwan? The Yun elder paused, staring blankly at the meat in his hand. His relationship with the celestial sovereign was not insignificant. He had reluctantly agreed to this venture only after much persuasion from the celestial sovereign, despite his initial reluctance to collaborate with the devouring sparrow and the Cheongqi. Reflecting on the earlier scene where the 5 bee sovereigns had forced him to act during the quest for the mountain treasure, the Yun elder could only smile wryly. No matter how strong the bond, such moments could render it a mere jest. He shook his head to himself and continued to eat heartily. How does it taste? Truly exquisite. The little red bird smiled slightly upon hearing this, then conveyed to the Yun elder that the villagers of Shurtsuan were quite amiable. As long as he sincerely acknowledged his faults, accepted his punishment, and underwent reformation, his life would not be in jeopardy. In short, he should harbor no other thoughts. All right, I understand. I shall conduct myself well, the Yun elder thought, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Just moments ago, he had been a revered figure atop the divine mountain, surveying the world with overwhelming majesty, and now he found himself a prisoner, his life at the mercy of others. Such stark contrasts, such dramatic fluctuations, evoked a profound sense of melancholy. Before long, the banquet drew to a close. Only Qi Tsong and a few others could continue to eat with ease, while the majority felt as if they were about to ignite. Their future selves would surely experience unprecedented enhancements in physical prowess. Chapter 56, The Name of the Willow God. Once the banquet concluded, everyone returned to process their experiences. Qi Tsong alone carried the iron pot beneath the willow tree. At this moment, the night had deepened, the sky enveloped in darkness, while Shurtsuan was bathed in the ethereal glow emanating from the willow god, resembling a celestial paradise. The Yun elder had been assigned to a newly constructed stone house, and beneath the willow stump, only Qi Tsong remained. Willow god, would you care for some? The flavor is quite delightful. I saved some for you. He indicated towards the large black pot. He understood that the willow god could not consume or devour beast meat in front of others. The willow stood tranquil, 5 tender green branches swaying in the breeze, releasing a hazy radiance that enveloped the village. You should eat for yourself, the willow god spoke calmly, devoid of any emotion. Qi Tsong, undeterred, having spent many days in the company of the willow god, had grown familiar with its manner of speaking. Do partake, after all. It is the flesh of the beast sovereigns, rich in divine essence, he continued to advocate, for this pot of 4 avian stew was indeed delicious. Praised by all who had tasted it. He went on, employing numerous adjectives to describe the dish. Unable to withstand Qi Tsong's relentless persuasion, the willow god extended a slender branch, coiling a generous portion of golden-winged rock meat, and within mere moments, devoured the essence of the meat entirely. Yet Qi Tsong shook his head, declaring that such consumption was misguided, for it deprived one of savoring the true flavors. Life cannot be solely about cultivation. Sometimes, one must pause to admire the scenery along the road, to indulge in the world's splendor. Only then can the path of evolution be deemed complete. At times, the varied emotions and bonds of sentient beings can serve as fuel on the journey of evolution. The willow god fell silent, seemingly contemplating these words seriously. After a long while, it nodded, heeding Qi Tsong's advice. Buzz. A hazy light enveloped the area, and a figure clad in white emerged from the willow stump, approaching the large black pot and extending its delicate hand to sample several pieces of beast meat. Unfortunately, it was surrounded by radiant celestial light, and a chaotic aura obscured its features, preventing even Qi Tsong from discerning its visage. Thus, he could not witness the scene of the willow god consuming beast meat, leaving him somewhat speechless. By the way, willow god, do you have a name? Kikang Sudin inquired. As soon as the words left his mouth, the figure in white halted its actions, having consumed several pieces, seemingly engrossed in this novel sensation. It had never anticipated that beneath the essence of divine power, there could exist such a delightful sensory experience. It had guarded many divine realms, serving as their ancestral spirit, indulging in various offerings, yet had never encountered the experience of flavor. This was a first. Hearing Qitsong's words now, it remained silent for a long time. Finally, it replied, "You may call me the ancestral spirit." The ancestral spirit? Do you truly lack a name? For instance, I am known as the Thunder Emperor, named Qitsong. You are referred to as the ancestral spirit, known among the villagers of Schertsuan as the Willow God. So what do you call yourself? The Willow God consumed another piece of beast meat. The flavor was indeed intoxicating. Even one who abstains from earthly indulgences found it quite agreeable after trying it. In that case, I suppose I have no name. The world knows me as the ancestral spirit, and no one has ever inquired about my name, the Willow God replied. Oh, is that so? Qitsong fell silent, reflecting on the fact that the Willow God had existed for countless ages without anyone ever asking for its name. For some reason, he felt a twinge of sorrow at this revelation. To him, a name was something that accompanied a being throughout its life. From the moment of naming, that name became a unique symbol representative of the being, an indelible mark of significance beyond mere titles. Yet the Willow God had none. Having safeguarded so many ancient kingdoms and divine realms, receiving respect and adoration from countless individuals, the Willow God's life could be deemed extraordinarily illustrious, as evidenced by its status as the ancestral spirit. However, through the passage of time, no one had walked closely with it. It remained perpetually solitary, bound to the divine path. Having no name is of little consequence. Why not create one now? Qitsong suggested with a smile. At that moment, he stood face to face with a white-clad Willow God, enveloped in chaotic energy, separated only by the large black pot, a mere breath apart. The Willow God was momentarily taken aback. Give me a name? It had truly never contemplated such matters. In its existence, it had been solely devoted to the divine and immortal paths, striving relentlessly on the road of evolution, willing to undergo countless rebirths to start anew. As long as it could attain the power to quell all chaos, it would stop at nothing. Its lifelong ambition was to eradicate the peculiarities of this world and restore clarity to all beings, having witnessed firsthand the perils of such aberrations. Now, Qitsong's words had left it somewhat flustered. To name oneself? Even with its immense powers, it found itself at a loss when confronted with the notion of naming. Shikong comprehended the current state of mind of the deity, and spoke. Since you have achieved enlightenment through the willow tree, it will be fitting for you to adopt Willow as your surname. As for your given name, he pondered, striving to bestow upon the Willow deity a name befitting its essence. Yet, lamentably, the vocabulary at his disposal was woefully inadequate, rendering him momentarily speechless. The Willow deity remained silent, neither rejecting the notion of a name nor expressing dissent. It engaged in this discourse with Shikong as an equal, a companion, which allowed for such discussions. Had it been another, it would have disregarded them entirely. Allow me a moment to contemplate further, Shikong mused. He felt that names resonating with the essence of the Willow deity were exceedingly rare. It seemed as though a fallen celestial had descended into the mortal realm. For the time being, referring to it as the Willow deity was sufficient. There was no need for haste. Very well, the Willow deity replied. Under the moonlit night, the two companions, unusually, refrained from discussing profound doctrines. They savored the delicious beast meat simmering in the pot and reminisced about the past, unwittingly watching as dawn broke. The ethereal figure of the Willow deity, shrouded in mist, prepared to depart, stepping back into the charred stump of the willow tree and vanished from sight. As night passed, much of the beast meat had been consumed, with villagers, ancient creatures, and the noble redbird having eaten comparatively little. The majority had been devoured by Shikong and the Willow deity. He stowed away the large black pot and gazed silently towards the distant horizon, where the sun began its ascent. Soon, the villagers emerged. Most had hardly slept. After consuming the beast lord's flesh, even those who wished to rest found themselves invigorated. The ancient beings appeared as if electrified, their bodies still radiating with vibrant energy. It was evident that they had made significant advancements. Creatures like the demon ape, the firebull demon, the golden lion, the thunder sparrow, and the scarlet flood dragon had all reached the level of the former old lion. Meanwhile, the golden lion had begun to exhibit signs of an impending breakthrough. Chapter 57. The Six Realms Reincarnation Technique. Shikong had long been apprised of the general information regarding the mountain treasure from the Willow deity, which was likely a legacy of an unparalleled sect from the Upper Realm. In fact, the leaders of the great sects in the Upper Realm were also in search of this sacred artifact, as it held immense significance. Should word of it spread, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of various powers. Now, having acquired the mountain treasure, Shikong prepared to unlock it and unveil its transcendent legacy. He retrieved the mountain treasure, a cubic bone fragment, pure white as jade, glimmering with a crystalline sheen. When he gently caressed its surface, it imparted a tactile warmth akin to that of precious stone, remarkably solid and unyielding. Shikong attempted to squeeze it, but the mountain treasure remained impervious, showing not a single crack. After observing this material for a time, Shikong felt a mix of surprise and uncertainty. Previously, the elder patriarch Xianfeng had given him a small, translucent bone, no larger than a palm, known as the original true explanation, a supreme, celestial scripture that elucidated the fundamental principles of the universe using the most rudimentary symbols, offering boundless inspiration. The material of the mountain treasure reminded him of that bone. Soon, he procured the original true explanation from Shurho and compared it with the mountain treasure, ultimately arriving at the astonishing conclusion that they were likely of the same material. However, the mountain treasure appeared somewhat dimmer than the original true explanation, suggesting that it was lacking in some aspects. Should these deficiencies be addressed, it might very well become the middle chapter of the original true explanation. Shikong speculated, yet he recognized that identifying and rectifying the missing elements would prove challenging. He set this thought aside for the moment, focusing instead on the task of unlocking the legacy. The surface of the cubic bone was smooth, devoid of any apparent mechanisms, as if it were sealed shut, and its hardness rendered it difficult to manipulate. Nonetheless, a being of Cheat Song's caliber possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to the divine, enabling him to discern the underlying issue. 6 faces. Grasping the mountain treasure, he concentrated, and 6 luminous orbs of light suddenly appeared in his grasp, each representing a different precious technique, which subsequently descended into the 6 faces of the mountain treasure. Instantly, it radiated with resplendent brilliance, casting a cascade of dazzling light, causing those nearby to hold their breath, afraid to disturb Shikong. With a crack, the pristine cubic bone fragment opened, revealing one side as a lid that, upon a manifestation of the anomaly, detached itself from the bone, exposing the interior of the mountain treasure. Shikong peered within, witnessing flickers of rosy light. From the exterior, the mountain treasure seemed diminutive, yet its internal space was vast, evoking a sense of boundless expanse, reminiscent of a sprawling night sky dotted with twinkling stars. At the very bottom of the mountain treasure lay several ancient animal hides, old and weathered, marked with long-dried bloodstains, hinting at their age, clearly relics of a bygone era. Is this the supreme legacy? Shikong extracted the animal hides, flipping through them one by one, discovering that they contained records of formidable techniques and astonishing methods. For instance, the treasures of the Hound clan, the Phoenix clan, and the Bai Fong clan. These artifacts would be considered unparalleled treasures in the lower realm. Even a single one could incite great upheaval. Yet the most precious of all was a supreme ancient heavenly technique, the very legacy of the sect that had left behind the mountain treasure. Just how valuable could it be? Even in the upper realm, the emergence of this technique would trigger monumental waves, compelling the most eminent leaders to personally vie for it. Shikong retrieved this hide, his divine gaze sharp as lightning, scrutinizing the astonishing ancient heavenly technique inscribed upon it. 6 initiation forms, various seals, merged into one, forming the 6 realms reincarnation technique. This technique would manifest different effects based on the practitioner's understanding of the 6 realms reincarnation, allowing for diverse interpretations. It was not merely a supreme method possessing unparalleled offensive power. It also served as a means to harness precious techniques, enabling the fusion and layering of various treasures to create even more terrifying combat prowess, rendering the practitioner unstoppable, whether facing gods or Buddhas. The more Shikong delved into the depths of this technique, the more he comprehended its extraordinary nature. Throughout history, countless scriptures and techniques had endured, yet those worthy of the title unmatched were exceedingly few. The 6 realms reincarnation technique before him could undoubtedly be deemed one of them. Even as one of the 10 fiends, the Thunder Emperor wielding his unique 10 fiend techniques, this heavenly technique proved immensely valuable in certain respects. The 6 realms reincarnation technique surpassed even the 10 fiend techniques. He could not help but reflect on the enormous gains from this expedition to acquire the mountain treasure. He had not anticipated such a remarkable artifact lying hidden in the lower realm. As for the other techniques, while they were not weak, they paled in comparison to the most elite scriptures. Shikong continued to peruse the hides, halting when he reached the last one, his expression turning grave. His eyes, profound and sparkling with arcs of electricity, seemed to discern something. This particular hide contained the records of the Lion Law, the runes obscured and indistinct, revealing little. And it was placed at the very bottom. Typically, only the most coveted treasures would occupy such a position. Though the Lion Law was not weak, it should not have been relegated to the last spot. A sect possessing a heavenly technique as formidable as the Six Realms reincarnation would undoubtedly have more than merely this as its hidden treasure. Shikong extended his divine consciousness, entering the hide for a meticulous examination. In an instant, he recoiled, his expression changing dramatically. His hands crackled with radiant lightning, an intensity so fierce it rendered one unable to open their eyes. The very next moment, at the heart of the distant Kangmang Mountains, the earth trembled, and a silver sun erupted, unleashing countless silver sword auras that ravaged the heavens and the earth, cleaving through endless mountains and piercing the void, bringing down the stars from beyond. Shichen, the sage of Honghu, the little redbird, the elder of the Yun clan, and others were all left utterly speechless, their expressions frozen in sheer astonishment. An ancient beast hide had unleashed such terrifying sword energy. Had it not been for Cheatsong's timely intervention, the entire Shichen, along with its inhabitants, would have been reduced to mere shreds. In the heart of the Kangmang Mountains, Cheatsong's demeanor had returned to tranquility. The hide, outwardly a treasure of the Swan and I, concealed within its layers a silver metallic page, adorned with enigmatic patterns and symbols, radiating unparalleled sword energy. This single metallic sheet emanated a breathtaking sword aura, capable of severing the very stars from the firmament, for it contained a record of an extraordinary sword technique. The page, simple yet resplendent in silver, continuously emitted a resonating sword hum, piercing the hearts and souls of those who beheld it. Shikong stood in close proximity, and even now, the silver sword energy spilled forth. He could sense its terrifying power. However, when the sword energy struck his body, it inflicted no harm. Even with most of his immense strength dormant, he remained a body of the 10 fiends, but being difficult to injure in the lower realms. Chapter 58. I am not yet dead. Shikong grasped the page in his palm, and after what felt like an eternity, the silver paper finally settled, motionless in his hand, flowing with a silvery brilliance reminiscent of a magnificent galaxy. He recognized the technique inscribed upon this metallic page, the grass character sword technique. One of the 3 supreme sword techniques, originating from the 9-leaf swordgrass, one of the 10 fiends. Among the 10 fiends, this entity was the most enigmatic, its true strength unknown even in its time, having perished prematurely before it could shine. During the Celestial Ancient War, the 9-leaf swordgrass faced an unfortunate fate when the 4 immortal kings crossed realms, converging upon its territory, an encounter it could not evade, resulting in a battle. To confront 4 immortal kings alone, regardless of its might, was a daunting challenge. After that battle, the 9-leaf swordgrass vanished, presumed to have fallen. Although none witnessed that epic confrontation, they felt the boundless sword energy cleaving through the ancient cosmos, tearing apart the vast universe. Regardless of the outcome, the audacity to challenge the 4 immortal kings spoke volumes about the 9-leaf swordgrass as formidable prowess. Its sword technique was classified among the 3 unparalleled sword techniques, epitomizing the zenith of offensive prowess, deemed invincible. Mastery of it rendered one unstoppable, and with unwavering dedication to its cultivation, one could transcend time and space, glimpsing eternity. This supreme treasure technique saw its most illustrious era in an age long past, now lost to the annals of history, beyond reach. Shikong perused the silver page, delving into the subtleties of this supreme sword technique. The method of cultivation involved refining matter into a sword embryo, capable of utilizing one's arm or finger bone as a sword embryo, rendering it indomitable and capable of shattering anything in its path. With the silver page secured, Shikong returned to Shichen, where the others had been waiting in eager anticipation to learn about the radiant silver sun. Upon discovering it was the legacy of the 9-leaf swordgrass, they were astounded, finally understanding the source of its immense power. Subsequently, Shikong presented the beast hide containing the treasures of the Hound clan, the Phoenix clan, and the Bai Fong clan for the sage of Honghu and the little redbird to examine at their leisure. However, he withheld the 6 paths of reincarnation technique and the grass character sword technique, as these two methods bore significant implications. Not yet at the stage of sharing everything with them. The sage of Honghu and the little red bird comprehended this implicitly, harboring no dissatisfaction. The treasures belonged to Shikong, and the mere opportunity to peruse such invaluable techniques was a tremendous act of kindness and grace, leaving no room for other sentiments. Gratitude was all they felt. Both being avian entities, they were particularly intrigued by the techniques of the Phoenix clan and the Baifeng clan, as these treasures could provide them substantial enlightenment. In addition, Shikong bestowed upon them 4 precious bones inscribed with runes, originating from the 4 bee sovereigns used in their concoction, ensuring that the original bones were preserved as part of Shichen's foundation. The sage of Honghu and the little red bird were overwhelmed with gratitude. Their gains were beyond imagination, surpassing any previous acquisition. Here, those invaluable techniques appeared in droves, akin to a dream, evoking disbelief as if they were in a reverie. The 6 ancient progenitors also had the privilege to peruse these techniques, as they attended to Shurho's daily needs, contributing significantly to Shichen. The ancient progenitors eagerly absorbed each technique into their minds, and with this, the realm of cultivating the cave heavens was assured, as they lacked no treasures, each cave nurturing one. Eventually, they found themselves with an abundance of techniques, delighting in the surplus, each becoming a treasure-laden child. Shurho, a natural genius in the path of cultivation, immersed himself in the ocean of techniques, exploring various clan treasures, broadening his horizons, mastering such secret arts at a tender age, his foundation becoming unfathomably deep. Regarding the concern that Shurho might be a jack of all trades but a master of none, Shikong and Lu Shun remained unfazed. For he had been diligently studying the original true resolutions for quite some time, sufficient to serve as a comprehensive framework to navigate numerous secret arts and runes. The powerful beings of Shichen immersed themselves in their cultivation, practicing the techniques they had acquired, while continuing to digest the beast sovereign meat from the previous night. As the crowds dispersed, Shikong presented the Silver Page and the 6 Paths of Reincarnation technique to Lu Shun for collaborative study. The legacy of the Supreme Hall was formidable, comparable to the renowned traditions of the Upper Realms, and even in the legendary homeland of immortals. Such methods would likely rank among the pinnacle, as Lu Shun remarked. Thereafter, he contemplated the grass character sword technique. The 5 tender green willow branches seemed to transform, with all the leaves morphing into the sharpest celestial swords, unleashing a breathtaking sword energy that surged skyward, cleaving through gods and obliterating immortals with unrivaled ferocity. Such a supreme sword technique of the 9-leaf swordgrass. What a pity it perished too soon, much like you. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly have left a resounding legacy, Lu Shun remarked. Shikong found himself at a loss for words. I'm not yet dead. Days later, outside Shikong's form, sword energy pierced the heavens, manifesting 9 leaves. Silver sword leaves birth from his cultivation, shimmering with terrifying lightning, causing the very fabric of reality to convulse, as if to annihilate all existence. He stowed the grass character sword technique and proceeded to employ the 6 Paths of Reincarnation technique. 6 distinct initiatory forms emerged as Shikong continually formed seals. Resembling the embodiment of the great Tao, 6 dark, cavernous openings appeared, devouring all. Soon after, various reincarnation phenomena unfolded, symbolizing Qitsong's comprehension of reincarnation. The cycle of human life and death, the rise and fall of the immortal dynasty, unfolded in a succession of scenes. This was the great cycle of the world. The cosmic rivers shattered, chaos reemerged, the primordial light illuminated, all things revived, reshaping the universe, as the heavens and earth were reestablished. This was the cycle of epochs. In the end, from the minutiae of ants to the grandeur of the cosmos, all existed within the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. As supreme beings fell, their remains decayed, transforming into various substances, giving rise to a flourishing realm. A divine tree ascended in response, and beings consuming its fruits achieved extraordinary evolution, becoming supreme beings themselves, only to eventually fall again. This cycle continued endlessly. This encapsulated the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, the eternal ebb and flow of all existence. Shikong thoroughly grasped this unparalleled ancient celestial technique, retracting the phenomena, his gaze deep as the starry heavens. If I could command 6 supreme techniques, such power would shake the heavens and rend the earth, rendering me unstoppable. Half a month later, Shurho successfully broke through to the blood-moving realm, becoming a cave heaven realm powerhouse. Upon entering the cave heaven, he had opened 4 apertures, an astonishing feat for a child of his age, truly remarkable. During this period, The other powerful beings of Schertsuan were amassing their strength, striving for evolution and to ascend to greater heights. Meanwhile, Shikong had delved into two supreme divine arts to their utmost, fully comprehending their profound meanings. On this day, he distanced himself from Schertsuan, preparing to fuse ancient and contemporary laws within the realm of Dantian. Having discussed various ideas with Lu Shun for so long, he was ready to commence. Chapter 59, Reopening the Dantian. Shikong arrived at the fathomless abyss he had created using the 9 heavens calamity light, sitting cross-legged in the void. In the next instant, 10 Dantian manifested above his head, with the 10th being significantly larger than the other 9, positioned at the center while the smaller 9 rotated around it. Much like stars encircling the moon, the power of the 10th Dantian was commensurate with its size, surpassing the others, and when it exhaled divine energy, it was overwhelmingly magnificent, unmatched by any other Dantian. Within the cultivation realm of the lower world, the 10 Dantian represented the pinnacle of this level. Any young prodigy who could achieve this would undoubtedly shine brightly in the future. However, Shikong understood that this was far from the limit. From his memories of Shihao, not only had Shihao expanded all 10 Dantian to the size of the 10th, but he had also transcended them, uniting them into one, achieving a phenomenal state that could overlook others of the same tier. In recent days, Shikong and Lu Shun had engaged in deep discussions about the 10 Dantian. They understood profoundly that each individual's path was unique, and similarly, Qitsong's journey would not mirror Shihao's. He believed that if he were to pursue the path of uniting the 10 Dantian, success was not guaranteed. Even the slightest deviation could lead to failure. Furthermore, who was Shikong? He was once the youngest of the 10 fiends, possessing his own pride. While he admired the unity of the 10 Dantian, he did not intend to traverse this path prematurely, for he had his own way. Yet, before taking the final step, the process of expanding the other 9 Dantian remained the same, a stage many had reached in ancient times. Shikong began anew, and, unlike Shihao, his reopening of the Dantian was more domineering. Boom! In an instant, the abyss transformed into a sea of thunder and lightning, and where Shikong sat became a thunderous star, radiating fierce, dazzling lightning that exerted its utmost force against the 9 smaller Dantian. Bang! With a thunderous roar, the 9 Dantian simultaneously cracked open, and 9-colored magma surged forth, exploding in the void. In that moment, the abyss trembled violently, the earth split apart, creating canyon after canyon, as if the heavens were collapsing. The void was filled with a dark spiderweb, the rifts in space created by the explosion of Qitsong's 9 Dantian. Chaos engulfed the area, thunderous light surged, and lightning intertwined, as if the world were being created anew, terrifying beyond measure. Cough! Shikong coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his body cracked, covered in countless fissures. The simultaneous explosion of a 9 Dantian was something even the most astonishing prodigies of ancient times would struggle to withstand. The surging divine energy drowned the heavens and the earth, fierce as the vast ocean. It obliterated all, allowing for rebirth from the ashes, withering and flourishing anew. This encapsulated the essence of Lu Shun's path of decay and regeneration. Shikong was practically demonstrating this profound principle through his actions. Reenact, open up. Qitsong's gaze turned cold, his eyes filled with symbols of the great Tao, capturing the fragments of profound meaning that erupted during the shattering of the Dantian. Combining these with the fragments he had previously captured while opening the Dantian, he underwent a complete process that had evolved within his heart countless times. Rumbling. The 9 Dantian rapidly took shape, soon possessing a rudimentary form. However, a certain rule of the Tao constrained and imprisoned them, preventing their full development. Shikong faced immense pressure, the sound of cracking resonating from his entire being, as terrifying as a porcelain vessel on the verge of shattering. At that moment, the thunder pool in his chest erupted with boundless thunder liquid, cascading over his entire body, instantly halting the expansion of the fissures and rapidly healing them. Unharmed by his injuries, he exerted himself fully, the divine radiance from the thunder pool resonating throughout, unleashing astonishing vitality that nearly dimmed the sun above. Break! Shikong roared, exerting all his strength, overwhelmingly determined to shatter the constraints and imprisonments of all 9 Dantian. This was an unimaginable feat, unprecedented in history. The void trembled violently, the fluctuations growing more terrifying, as the entire wilderness felt the tremors, akin to an earthquake. Many beings gazed towards the center of the Kangmang mountain range in astonishment, instinctively retreating from the area. Schertsuan, under Lu Shun's protection, remained unaffected. However, the tremors were visible to the naked eye. The Honghu saint stood within Schertsuan, gazing in shock at the moving mountains and valleys in the distance. What was happening? Was another sacred relic about to emerge? He pondered. Why was no one else surprised? He felt puzzled, for the little red bird was calm, perched on a willow tree, eyes closed as if in deep meditation. The ancient remnants were engaged in their respective practices, while even the villagers of Schertsuin busied themselves with their own affairs, oblivious to the outside commotion. Several aunties were still chatting and laughing. The only one sharing the same astonishment was the elder of the Yun clan, who had just returned from a tour of the newly established spirit plantation in Schertsuin as part of his labor reformation. Everyone was preoccupied with their own tasks, leaving only the two of them with expressions of surprise, creating an awkward situation. Old man, you'll get used to it. For the months before you arrived, there was thunder every night, making the entire wilderness as bright as day. It's nothing. This is just Shikong uncle cultivating, a nearby child kindly reminded, as the two elders appeared a bit overly dramatic. Huh? Oh, all right. The astonished Honghu Saint's mind was somewhat muddled. Is it really cultivation? Is the commotion this tremendous? The Yun elder was equally astounded. This was no ordinary cultivation. It felt as if the world itself were being annihilated. At the heart of the Kangmang mountain range, 10 blazing suns emerged in a circle, immense and boundless, revolving slowly around Shikong, as though he were the very center of the universe. The 9 Dantian had been successfully reopened, each one exuding boundless auspicious light, releasing terrifying waves of divine energy, identical to the 10th. All 10 Dantian were extraordinarily magnificent, as if connected to a vast celestial realm. Each one transformed from a mere volcanic crater into a fantastical world, becoming true Dantian. He had succeeded, reaching a realm many had aspired to, refining all 10 Dantian to the same level. At this juncture, he had genuinely approached the pinnacle. Further advancement required extreme transformation, a feat few could achieve. Shurehao's unification of the 10 Dantian was a sight seldom seen throughout the ages. Although Shikong did not intend to pursue the unity of the 10 Dantian, he was also unwilling to halt here. He had his own thoughts, having discussed them with Lucian multiple times. Taking a deep breath, the entire process of opening the Dantian flowed through his mind as he urged the colossal 10 Dantian, unleashing terrifying divine energy that surged within him, while the thunder pool's divine radiance within his blood assisted him. Buzz! Qitsong's body began to glow, becoming crystalline and translucent. In the unseen realms, it seemed as if numerous divine caverns were being opened, gushing forth vast vital energy, shrouded in a magnificent haze. Chapter 60, Ascending the Celestial Slaying Platform. Not only was his corporeal form affected, but so too was his spirit. At this moment, Qitsong's primordial spirit transformed into a blazing sun, radiating scorching light in all directions, shimmering intermittently. The physical body and the primordial spirit are the two most crucial aspects of a cultivator's life, harboring infinite secrets waiting to be unearthed. Shikong exerted every ounce of his strength to impact his body and spirit, repetitively traversing the process of opening the Dantian, time and again, delving into realms unreachable by ancient methods. One by one, points were pierced open, unleashing an endless cascade of light, an untapped potential that Shikong had never before experienced, lying dormant deep within his being, now finally discovered and radiating brilliance. His corporeal form and primordial spirit shone even more resplendently than the sun itself. Thunderous roars shook the heavens and split the earth. Mountain after mountain was ravaged, reduced to mere dust, transforming this place into a veritable graveyard of life, instilling terror in all beings. Time became an abstract concept as the abyss beneath finally settled. Yet above, Qitsong's head continued to glimmer with 10 blazing suns, while the radiance emanating from his body and the point between his brows was no less than that of the 10 celestial realms. His physical form had become a realm unto itself, and so too had his primordial spirit. When calculated, he possessed a total of 12 realms. Attaining such a state represented a monumental metamorphosis, far surpassing the previous 10 realms in strength. Nevertheless, Shikong remained unsatisfied. He sought to harness the utmost essence of the contemporary world's laws, melding them with ancient celestial methods to further command the primordial symbols of the Thunder Pool. With a mighty shout, the 10 realms flickered, runes swirling as each unleashed a chain that surged toward Qitsong's chest. 12 chains emerged, both from his corporeal form and primordial spirit, plunging into the Thunder Pool and entwining around the primordial rune. In an instant, the heavens collapsed and the earth quaked, as billions of bolts of thunder cascaded down, annihilating everything in their path, plunging the scene into utter chaos. This was the wrath of the celestial will, roaring in anger, seeking to prevent Shi Kang from drawing upon the ultimate source of calamity from the heavens and the earth, to master the thunder pool and become the very source of heavenly tribulations. Such an endeavor was a transgression of the cosmic taboos, crossing an insurmountable red line. Even as a favored child of the heavens, he could not escape the obliteration that awaited him. Shi Kang faced the most terrifying predicament in history. Bolts of multicolored lightning rained down relentlessly, as if to eradicate the world, causing all life to wither. It was beyond description. The colorful lightning appeared exceedingly bizarre. Even the normally composed villagers were unable to maintain their calm. They had never witnessed such a splendid array of thunder. It was quite a sight. Yet the children remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom. Only those possessing a certain level of cultivation could grasp the horror of this thunderous calamity. Wasn't it said that heavenly tribulations leave a sliver of hope for cultivators? Why then did this seem like an inescapable sentence of death? It felt as if the heavens were no longer granting chances, directly issuing a decree of mortality. In the face of such a terrifying calamity, who could possibly survive? Amidst the lightning, Shi Kang endeavored to manipulate the primordial symbols of the thunder pool with the 12 chains, attempting to draw forth the laws of the great Tao contained within. Yet, it proved immensely challenging. These secrets were beyond the reach of any living being. All attempts failed. The primordial symbol appeared truly impervious to human control. It seemed that the limits of this path were defined by Shi Kang, a favored child of the thunder, relying on the thunder pool's celestial seed to wield the thunder pool and summon heavenly tribulations against his foes. To aspire to become the very source of all heavenly tribulations was a fanciful notion, an audacious dream. However, Shi Kang remained unconvinced. He believed that one day, even this vast cosmos would face obliteration. What could possibly prevent him from mastering a symbol of heavenly tribulation? With resolve, he directed his gaze toward the descending multicolored forbidden lightning. The 10 realms, combined with his corporeal and primordial realms, constructed a passage to channel these forbidden thunders, transforming heavenly tribulations into a source of power. Boom! The abyss at the heart of the vast mountain range expanded rapidly, growing several times larger, resembling a colossal black hole that struck terror into the heart. Below, Chi-Chang's body erupted violently. Even the tremendous energy lying dormant within his flesh could not withstand this punishment. It disregarded all, intent on annihilating those who dared to touch the forbidden. Despite his body shattering, the flesh did not lose its vitality. It reassembled. Though the terrifying power of retribution spread across the wounds, preventing Shi Kang from healing. He appeared akin to a fragile porcelain figure, hastily glued together from countless shards, as if a mere touch would shatter him. His primordial spirit mirrored this state. This was an unprecedented injury. He was on the brink of utter annihilation, teetering on the edge of oblivion. Had it not been for the uniqueness of his corporeal form and primordial spirit, coupled with the recent awakening of his fleshly and spiritual realms, he might have perished in that world-ending strike. As for the 10 external realms that had drawn upon the heavenly punishment, over half lay shattered, scattered like 10 broken meteorites in the void. Despite enduring such immense damage, Shi Kang did not succumb to despair. Instead, he smiled. Although the terrifying might of the heavenly tribulation had nearly sent him to his demise, it also facilitated a crucial first step, opening the forbidden rules surrounding the primordial symbol, allowing the chains to penetrate somewhat. An exalted rule of the thunder path surged from the ends of the chains, which Shi Kang grasped with clarity, feeling as if he had discovered a treasure. His mastery over the path of thunder punishment underwent a profound elevation, reaching an unprecedented height. Previously, he had relied on the celestial seed of the thunder pool to wield thunder punishment and summon heavenly tribulations against adversaries, creating favorable conditions for himself, never depending solely on his own strength. The path of ancient celestial methods was heavily reliant on such seeds. Now, he began to genuinely master heavenly punishment, drawing upon countless powers within himself, no longer reliant on celestial seeds. Suddenly, a chilling sensation enveloped him, coursing through his neck, rendering Shi Kang momentarily paralyzed. In the next moment, a dark red glow illuminated the heavens and the earth, instilling a profound dread within him, as if his soul were departing. The executioner's blade had appeared, not merely a fleeting glimpse, but a genuine manifestation, poised to sever the heads of those who defied the forbidden. An irresistible force enveloped Shi Kang, rendering him immobile, as celestial chains materialized to bind him. He was slowly lifted, ascending toward the ominous Tao platform. This was a terror surpassing even that of heavenly tribulations. Once on that platform, the blade would inevitably fall, resulting in certain death and a passage to the afterlife. In a sense, it too was a heavenly tribulation, embodying the ultimate calamity contained within heavenly tribulations, transcending all. One strike guaranteed death. Historically, only profoundly significant acts of defiance could provoke the executioner's platform. Qichong's desire to transform into the heavens, truly crossing the red line, made his summoning of the executioner's platform unsurprising. At this moment, he was ensnared, unable to resist, being drawn toward the ancient Tao platform. Not grandiose, unlike the lightning, but modeled, resembling an authentic stone altar. Upon the platform lay an executioner's blade, its celestial light repressed. Profoundly deep, exuding an aura of dark red, as if it had drunk deeply of the blood of the mightiest, inherently imbued with a terrifying murderous intent. As Shikang approached, the blade slowly activated, emitting a piercing metallic screech, chilling to the core, as if it hailed from the depths of hell, freezing one's soul as if plunging into an icy abyss. It rose ominously, radiating an infinite thirst for blood. Bound by the celestial chains, Shikang could not resist, nor even struggle. He was pressed directly beneath the blade, feeling an icy chill at his neck, as if decapitation were merely a heartbeat away. Chapter 61, The Beheading. Clang! The metallic resonance erupted, icy as hell itself, an unparalleled murderous intent overflowing, causing Qichong's neck to grow cold, his soul frozen in terror. The dark red executioner's blade emitted a brilliant gleam, accompanied by a hazy, celestial mist, crashing down from above. Boom! Celestial light shot forth, blood-splattered. Shikang faced calamity. A flash of crimson coursing from the executioner's blade, an endless stream of the mightiest blood, staining the blade. Now, as Shikang faced execution, the blood from the severed point of his neck soared high, naturally absorbed by the blade, becoming a mark. It appeared that Shikang had no hope of survival, for both his primordial spirit and corporeal form were being executed simultaneously, already fragmented, and now facing a great calamity. However, just as the immortal slaying guillotine was poised to execute its fatal strike, it suddenly came to an abrupt halt in mid-air, having only severed half of its intended target. This indicated that Qi Tsong had lost half of his life, with one foot already crossing into the realm of the dead. The ominous crimson blade trembled violently, exerting all its might to deliver a final blow to Qi Tsong. Yet, more than 10 chains of lightning ensnared it, constricting tightly and preventing its descent, becoming lodged around Qi Tsong's neck. Below, the immobilized Qi Tsong exhaled a sigh of relief. His recent breakthrough had allowed him to truly grasp the path of lightning and divine punishment, elevating his control into the realm of the forbidden. At the critical moment, when the immortal slaying guillotine was about to descend, he strained to manipulate the lightning chains to bind the guillotine, pulling it upwards to halt its fall, thereby saving his life. Had it been his former self, or any other being, they would have been unable to achieve such a feat. Forced to endure the execution in its entirety. With a splatter, blood erupted like a fountain, sending shivers down spines. This blood all took on a lightning pool form, connected to the power of divine punishment, possessing an enigmatic strength that, when poured upon the immortal slaying guillotine, gradually quelled its agitated fury after being absorbed. The lightning chains entwined around the guillotine also engaged in a calming endeavor. After a tense standoff, the previously thrumming guillotine ceased its violent thrashing, being gently pulled upward by the chains, liberating itself from Qi Tsong's neck. Its resting position left behind a dark, gaping wound, from which blood continued to flow, dripping onto the immortal slaying platform. At last, this harrowing ordeal had come to an end. The guillotine was pacified, ceasing its execution, and retreated into the rift above. Vanishing from sight, all anomalous phenomena dissipated along with it, and the world returned to its prior tranquility, as if all that transpired had been mere illusion, save for the disarray that testified to the breathtaking spectacle. Qi Tsong stood up, a bloody wound marring the back of his neck, his spine cleaved in two. Had an ordinary person suffered such an injury, they would have found it difficult to even lift their head. His primordial spirit was equally afflicted, having endured tremendous tribulation. Qi Tsong's complexion was ashen. He sat down to silently recuperate his injuries. After a considerable duration, he emerged from his listless state, his pallor replaced by a healthy flush. His wounds entirely healed. This was his extraordinary trait, possessing an inexhaustible reservoir of lightning pool liquid, rendering him nearly unparalleled in the realm of recovery. He returned to Stone Village in a single step, greeted by the eager faces of the villagers, and a smile graced Chi Tsong's features. Upon seeing him unharmed, the villagers immediately felt relieved, for the recent divine punishment had been so terrifying that it had nearly delivered a death sentence to the one undergoing the tribulation, leaving them deeply concerned for Chi Tsong's life. Fortunately, he had returned safely. After the crowd dispersed, Chi Tsong engaged in a heartfelt exchange with the Goddess of Willows, discussing the terrifying immortal-slaying guillotine. Upon learning that Chi Tsong had faced the guillotine and returned unscathed, even the Goddess of Willows fell momentarily silent. Throughout history, no being that had invoked the immortal-slaying platform had survived. Without exception, they all met their demise beneath its blade. Perhaps in an even more ancient era, some defied fate and lived on, but no records remain to substantiate such claims. At least during the age of immortals, all those who had invoked the guillotine had perished, each possessing the potential to become a sovereign, destined for greatness, only to meet their end due to their overconfidence, recklessly transgressing taboos and invoking the blade, resulting in their dismemberment. Thus, the Goddess of Willows was astounded by Chi Tsong's defiance of fate, having survived even that which was deemed inescapable. Such a being, if not cut short, would undoubtedly rise to overshadow all adversaries, becoming invincible in heaven and earth. The two then deliberated upon the matter of the 12 heavenly caverns. The goddess opined that since Chi Tsong was treading the path of harnessing myriad powers for himself, there should be no external caverns. All should be absorbed into his being. Chi Tsong wholeheartedly agreed, though for the time being, he required those external caverns to remain, as the chains extending from them served as his means and medium for drawing upon the forbidden rules. Chi Tsong was acutely aware of what he needed to do. Above all, he must first become the source of divine punishment in this realm. The following day, Stone Hao, now a mid-stage master of the heavenly caverns, approached Chi Tsong and the Goddess of Willows with reddened eyes, timidly asking, "Uncle Chi Tsong, Goddess, could you help me explore the depths of my subconscious? I yearned to know what transpired back then." He was anxious, fearful of uncovering a harsh truth, yet equally eager to comprehend all that had occurred. In recent days, Stonehao had repeatedly inquired with the elder patriarch and the villagers about his parents. After all, he was still a child longing for his parents. Chi Tsong glanced at the Goddess of Willows, recalling her assistance in probing Stonehao's past. Of course, the goddess responded succinctly. She instructed Stone how to prepare himself, and then began to cast her spell. The charred trunk of the willow tree exuded a hazy mist, while 5 tender green branches radiated brilliance, spreading outward like chaos itself. In an instant, the entire world fell into silence, as if arriving at the very beginning of creation. Stonehao stood motionless, as scenes from his early years, which he had witnessed but could not remember due to his tender age, unfolded before his eyes. The echoes of the primordial, the essence of the populace. After viewing the memories buried within his subconscious, Stonehao was already in tears, standing there alone in profound solitude. Chi Tsong and the Goddess of Willows remained silent, allowing him a moment of quiet reflection. After a long while, the goddess finally spoke. "How do you feel?" "I feel heartache." "Father, mother, where are you now?" The small child lamented, tears streaming down his face, evoking deep sympathy in those who beheld him. In that memory, he saw his younger self being coldly led into a secret chamber by his aunt, where the so-called supreme bone was cruelly extracted and implanted into his cousin. His chest. He had informed his aunt that he felt cold, yet what he received in return was not concern, but rather merciless indifference, devoid of any compassion. Even the last remnants of his true blood were ruthlessly drained. She knew that if the last drop of true blood were taken, Stonehao would likely not survive beyond 2 years, yet still allowed it to be taken, exhibiting a chilling cruelty. Following this, the once close-knit Stone clan descended into chaos over the matter. Stonehao's father, Shi Ling, was consumed by rage, creating an uproar within the royal palace. Alas, in the end, justice bowed to reality. Shi flawlessly received Stonehao's supreme bone, as if it were destined, augmented by his innate dual pupils. His potential deemed extraordinary. The Stone clan had already lost one natural supreme, and it was inconceivable to lose another natural sage, especially one who had assimilated the supreme bone, destined to become even more formidable. The pitiful young child was abandoned, deprived of justice, and cast aside. Shi Ling and Qin Yining, having failed to reclaim the bone, could only take Stonehao and leave, embarking on a quest for the clan's second ancestral site, ultimately arriving at Stone Village. At this moment, Stonehao felt no surge of hatred within. Had it been anyone else, they might have already sworn vengeance in their hearts. Yet Stone had it not. His foremost thought was of his parents, who had ventured to the ancient divine mountain in search of medicine for him, and had yet to return, undoubtedly facing some adversity. Thus, he was filled with worry. Having lost the supreme bone and being treated with indifference by the entire clan, do you not harbor hatred? The goddess of willows inquired. Stonehouse shook his head. It is merely a bone. Supremacy is not dictated by a single fragment, but is forged step by step through one's own efforts. Wildfires cannot be extinguished. Spring winds will bring forth new life. What has been lost can be reclaimed, and I have already been reborn with a supreme bone, stronger than I was before. How does the indifference of the entire clan matter? I have a love of my grandfather, uncles, aunts, and parents, and that is sufficient. Indeed, you are a kind-hearted child, not consumed by hatred to the point of demanding revenge, replied the god of Willow. Shikang patted Shiheng's shoulder, feeling a sense of relief in his heart, for he had assisted Xiang in attaining the supreme bone, bestowing upon him formidable strength. Power is inseparable from hatred. Yet Xiang is commendable. He has not allowed his newfound strength to overshadow his love for his family. Such a Xiang deserves this treatment. Once the god of Willow concluded her incantation, the chaotic mist dispersed, revealing Shiheng's figure before the villagers of Shiheng. The elderly chief, Xianfeng, and the adults of the village gathered around, their hearts aching at the sight of the tears on Shiheng's small face, offering their gentle hands to wipe them away. Xiao Xiang, regardless of whether you are aware of your lineage, this place shall always be your home. We are all your kin, a group of ants reassured him. The elders of Shurtsuan extended their large hands to ruffle his hair, laughing heartily. It is nothing to worry about. Our Shizhu has given birth to deities. And with your supreme bone, you shall surely surpass our ancestors and become a formidable force across the realms. His companions were comforting him as well. Xiao Xiang, do not cry. You still have us. No matter what challenges lie ahead, we brothers will bear them together. The 6 ancient beings encircled Xiang, for they had been searching for him, preparing beast's milk and training alongside him, witnessing his gradual growth and strength. They had developed a unique bond with this child, and upon seeing him in distress, they were momentarily at a loss. The demon ape spoke up, eager to defend Xiang, while the fireball demon was also eager to charge and confront those who bullied him. The golden lion gently patted Shiheng's head with its thumb, transmitting thoughts to him, urging him to reveal his name, assuring him that the 6 ancient beings would stand by him. The sage Honghu, along with the little redbird, watched this scene with inexplicable admiration. This village truly is a paradise, where one can scarcely feel a hint of indifference. Everyone is bound by love, akin to a single family. Xiang gazed at everyone with profound gratitude. His kin treated him with utmost kindness, embracing him as their own, while the ancient beings diligently cared for him, bustling around. Thus, his childhood was filled with joy, untainted by hatred. Of course, this does not imply that he would forget those past grievances. One day, he would journey to that ancient kingdom to seek an explanation. Following that day, Xiang devoted himself even more to his training. The god of Willow and Shikang informed him that theoretically, the limit of the cave realm in the lower realm is 10 caverns, and he was striving towards this goal. Without experiencing storms and rain, one will always remain a flower in a greenhouse. It is time for Xiang to venture forth and gain experience, Shikang remarked to the god of Willow. At this moment, Xiang had already attained sufficient strength for his age. What remained was the tempering of his character, making it the perfect time for him to explore the world. The god of Willow nodded, agreeing with Chichang's assessment that Xiang was merely a sheltered flower, requiring trials to truly embark on the path of the strong. Suddenly, an astonishing wave of energy surged from a distance, stirring the powerful beings of Shurtsuan. The little red bird perched upon a charred stump wore a smile, for it already knew what was unfolding. After such a long slumber, it was time to awaken. The crowd arrived at the source of the disturbance, discovering a small stone house wherein the descendant of Zhu Yan was in a state of nirvana. They soon understood that it was the monkey that the little red bird had brought back. Crack! A sound of shattering echoed continuously, reminiscent of porcelain breaking. Just as the crowd stood in astonishment, a burst of golden light erupted forth, rolling about like a golden fist, standing only 3 inches tall. The golden light darted erratically, leaving the onlookers in awe as the children attempted to capture it, yet its speed was too swift to catch. The little red bird touched its forehead with its wing, pondering whether the monkey had truly lost its memory. Otherwise, with its earnestness, it would not engage in such childish antics. Shikang stepped forward, extending a hand to grasp the golden fist, holding it by its tail and suspending it in midair. The golden sphere squirmed vigorously, its its large eyes wide open, emitting incessant squeaks. It still resembled a monkey, albeit now round and the size of a fist, golden and plump, with eyes that rivaled Shurhung's, both pairs locking gazes. Each blink radiating a sparkling brilliance. "Oh, how adorable!" Xiang exclaimed, delighted, offering it a piece of beast meat. The little monkey embraced the meat, ceasing its cries, happily gnawing away, indifferent to the fact that Shi Kang was still gripping its tail. Such a glutton, the crowd observed, recognizing the little monkey's true nature. Feeling it was fated to be with Shurtsuan, Shi Kang handed the little monkey to Xiang, who received it as though it were a precious treasure, playing with it in his hands, while the little monkey paid him no mind, solely focused on its meal. Before long, the golden little monkey grew agitated, having devoured all the meat. Xiang chuckled and offered it another piece. The villagers of Shurtsuan smiled at this scene, recognizing the profound connection between the golden little monkey and Xiang, for they shared many similarities. The 6 ancient beings exchanged glances, realizing that this was none other than the fearsome elder with the staff, now transformed into a small golden sphere, being casually toyed with by Xiang. They were eager to experience its texture themselves, yet the little red bird's words halted their intentions. One day, the little monkey would regain its memory, and should it discover their identities, it would surely deliver a severe reprimand. Unless they could rapidly evolve to the level of a respected being, they would not escape retribution. However, such a feat was impossible, so the ancient beings could only awkwardly withdraw their hands. "Fluffy and round, let us call you Furball," Xiang said, his large eyes sparkling with satisfaction at the name he had chosen. Chapter 63, Experience. The golden little monkey could comprehend human speech, and, upon learning that it had been bestowed the name Furball, immediately expressed its discontent, protesting by leaping about in Shurhung's hands. However, when Xiang presented another piece of beast meat, it fell silent, happily gnawing on it. After a few instances, the golden little monkey had fully accepted the name Furball. "Furball?" The little red bird chuckled, admitting that this reincarnated monkey rather suited the name. Yet, it wondered what expression the descendant of Zhu Yan would wear upon regaining its memory. "This fellow does have a knack for naming," amused Furball, "big gold, little gold." "Bah, I'm not some little red," the little red bird protested, inadvertently spitting several times. In the following months, the vast wilderness remained tranquil. The aftermath of the ancient Divine Mountain Elders' cooking incident did not unfold, perhaps due to the high autonomy of beings at such a level, making their disappearance for years not unusual, or perhaps the secrecy surrounding the treasure acquisition was well executed, preventing the beings of the ancient Divine Mountain from locating this place. Nevertheless, for Shurtsuan, it mattered little, with Shi Kang and the god of Willow present. No matter how many beast elders came, it would be in vain. Even if a beast deity appeared, it would only obediently end up in the pot. Months slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Shi Kang broke through to the cave realm, advancing into the next domain of spiritual transformation. His ancient celestial techniques also opened up a small portion, resulting in a surge in combat power, transforming from a being comparable to the divine fire realm to one now on par with true deities. His aura became increasingly ethereal, and aside from the god of Willow, no one could discern his true strength. Previously, when he was at the level of the divine fire realm, the sage Honghu could still faintly sense Chi Chang's power, but now it was completely inscrutable, leaving him with a feeling of insignificance before Shi Kang, akin to being an ant. A chill coursed through it as it became aware that Chi Tsang might be an ancient, sealed, formidable being, currently in a phase of restoration. Once he regained his former prowess, he would be invincible across the realm. It is crucial to note that it had ignited divine fire, allowing it to rampage through the lower realms, effortlessly obliterating esteemed figures. Yet, Chi Tsang resided above the divine fire, a power unattainable by mere mortals, a strength that could only be revered from afar. At this moment, Chi Tsang sat cross-legged within the abyss, engaging in the cultivation of the spirit transformation realm, a stage divided into 3 phases. The first being the physical body attaining spiritual essence, the second, the mental reconstruction of the true self, and the third, the nurturing of spirit within the heavenly realms. In the realm of physical transformation, Chi Tsang had undergone numerous metamorphoses, diligently excavating the divine reservoirs within the human form, and was nearing a state of perfection. This realization was ineffably profound. He sensed everything at once, aware that he was on the cusp of reaching that pivotal step. A brilliance of spirituality illuminated his entire being, radiating from within and without, indistinguishable from one another. As if he were a deity seated in meditation, enveloped in a divine halo that exuded utmost sanctity. This was a process of absorbing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, integrating them into his corporeal form, refining his true essence. Every inch of his being pulsed with radiant vitality, flowing abundantly, nourishing every layer of his body, perfectly aligning with the legendary characteristics of spirit seeds and the emergence of enlightened light. Next, he would guide this enlightened light to nurture the spirit seeds within him, encouraging them to take root and sprout, thereby organizing the various runes within his body. For Qi, this posed no challenge. He had traversed far along the path of the ancient immortal law, employing it to validate the contemporary legal system with remarkable efficiency. In truth, while the great Tao diverges in its paths, the traits of the spirit transformation realm find their counterparts in the ancient immortal law, albeit with differing emphases. At this moment, Qi was grasping the distinctions and commonalities between the two legal systems. He extended his palm, upon which floated a series of resplendent, enigmatic symbols. Some belonging to the Swanee clan, others to the Fenwang clan, all powerful runes possessed by formidable races. For Qi, there was no need to organize the internal runes like other practitioners of the spirit transformation realm, for he had an intimate understanding of his own being. Following the cultivation methods of the spirit transformation realm was merely an endeavor to experience the process of this system. Before long, Qi completed the first phase of the spirit transformation realm, achieving a legendary state in the physical body, attaining spiritual essence, culminating in absolute perfection. Having accomplished this stage of cultivation, Qi returned to the stone village. Today was an extraordinary day, as Hao was about to embark on his first trial alone. A journey of 300,000 miles. Child, you have never ventured far. How can I be at ease knowing you must undertake such a journey? The old patriarch, Shi Yunfeng, fretted. Grandfather, I am not leaving the stone village. Rather, I am fulfilling a trial entrusted to me by the willow deity, Hao reassured him, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, evoking a sense of deep sympathy. Shi Yunfeng understood that Hao was yearning for his parents, who had promised to seek medicine but never returned, leaving Hao profoundly worried. Child, you are not intending to go to that vast ancient nation, are you? There are nobles aplenty, and you are still too young to contend with them. Hao shook his head. I shall only venture to the borders of the ancient nation, to confront the monstrous beasts, to validate my learnings. I will not take unnecessary risks. He longed to visit the second ancestral land, a place of exile where some elders of their lineage had been banished, having once shared a rapport with his parents. They might hold knowledge of the whereabouts of Xiling and Qin Yining. Additionally, there was a child who had replaced him, remaining in that desolate land. Hao wondered how that child had fared over the years. As long as he lived, the Shi lineage would not relent, and he was likely to encounter danger. Hao was a deeply sentimental individual, feeling that the child should not endure such a fate, especially considering he had taken his place. Let him go. Every fledgling eagle will one day soar to the heavens. As long as his heart remains here, he will return, Qi declared. His words held considerable weight in the stone village. Despite the continued concerns of the old patriarch and the villagers, none uttered further objections. This trial mirrored the ancient ferocious beast method of honing their young, requiring Hao to traverse 300,000 miles alone, a truly daunting endeavor. The vast wilderness was rife with fearsome beasts and anomalous creatures. Should he encounter them without prior evasion, he would be in grave peril. However, should he successfully navigate this challenge, it would greatly aid his future path, the willow deity remarked. Hao nodded. I will do my utmost to succeed. He clenched his fist in determination, bid farewell to everyone, and set forth alone. Suddenly, a golden figure followed closely behind. Mao Qiao, the crowd exclaimed. Let it accompany him. Kikanto interjected. After Hao departed, the little red bird fluttered its wings and spoke. I too must leave. That ancient nation needs me. Chapter 64, Rivals. In truth, the little red bird was reluctant to leave. It had grown quite comfortable in this village, surrounded by kind-hearted people and formidable beings. Accompanying them offered tremendous learning opportunities. However, it was ultimately a national spirit, bound to protect countless individuals. Departing was inherently melancholic, and the little red bird felt a twinge of sadness. Yet, this sorrowful atmosphere was disrupted by a group of mischievous children. Little Red, come play often. Goodbye, Little Red. We will miss you. The snot-nosed child is Zhuang. And others chimed in, prompting the little red bird to feel both flustered and indignant, glaring at this group of rascals. It soared into the air, its brilliant crimson feathers shimmering under the sunlight, resembling the most exquisite creature on earth. At that moment, A beam of crystalline divine radiance emanated from the little red bird's beak, soaring toward a distant mountain. With a puff, the instant the divine light touched the towering mountain, it was instantly melted away, vanishing into nothingness, becoming void. The children of Stone Village trembled at this sight. A massive peak had simply disappeared on the horizon, a testament to the little red bird's terrifying power. Seeing the bewildered children, the little red bird let out a triumphant call, feeling elated. It bid farewell to the willow deity, Chi-Tsong, the saint of Honghu, and others, flapping its wings and swiftly departing, disappearing in the blink of an eye. I too must take my leave. The experiences and gains here have greatly enriched me. I owe this village a significant debt of gratitude, which I shall repay in the future. The saint of Honghu contemplated. The rebellious disciple, the sky-swallowing sparrow, had already been consumed, now returning to nature. The great vengeance had been avenged, and with Chi-Tsong's numerous teachings on cultivation, its future path was now clear, relying solely on itself henceforth. It planned to wander the seas, seeking ancient relics while cultivating along the way. After all, it was a Honghu, a lineage of strong beings who cherished the vastness of the world and enjoyed exploring. Before departing, Chi-Tsong handed it a thunder rune seed, which could conceal its presence and block probing. He frequently discussed matters of the great calamity with the willow deity, and it was understood that the 8 domains of the lower realm could be considered a hunting ground for the powers of the upper realm, akin to harvesting chives. Once one batch was cut, another would follow. All beings above the esteemed level faced the peril of demise. Unlike the little red bird, the saint of Honghu would be challenging to locate during its wanderings. If a great calamity erupted, and it were discovered by the powerful beings of the upper realm, it would undoubtedly face a dire fate. This thunder rune seed could assist it in escaping death at critical moments, preventing it from becoming fodder for others. Thank you. The saint of Honghu did not hesitate. Matters of life and death were not to be trifled with. The villagers held a favorable impression of the benevolent elder, for he was always courteous and respectful towards others. Thus, as he prepared to depart, everyone gathered to bid him farewell, waving their hands with reluctance. However, in the next moment, their gestures froze mid-air and their expressions became rigid. A voice, carried by the wind, revealed the sage's intention to take on a few avian disciples. Upon hearing this, an inexplicable chill coursed through the crowd. Having just consumed his last disciple, the notion of acquiring new ones, particularly of the avian variety, seemed ominously ill-fated. This thought left them in a state of apprehension. Chi-Tsong, too, fell into silence, pondering whether this individual harbored peculiar preferences. After bidding farewell to Shihao, the little red bird, and the sage, the once bustling Shur village suddenly felt desolate. The villagers' spirits dampened, their thoughts consumed by concern for Shihao's safety. As a child embarking on his maiden journey, the distance ahead held unknown perils. Nevertheless, life must persist, and the village soon returned to its routine. Everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Only the 6 ancient relics appeared somewhat bewildered. With Shihao's departure, they temporarily relinquished their responsibility of boiling beast milk. Accustomed to daily labor, they now found themselves at a loss, sitting at the village's entrance, yearning to seek out Shihao. However, Chi-Tsong had explicitly decreed that none should disrupt Shihao's training, and so they could only suppress their longing. Observing the ancient relic's demeanor, Chi-Tsong nodded approvingly. These wild and fierce beings had developed a profound sense of belonging to Shur village, which was a positive sign. Moving forward, he could deepen this bond. He approached the ancient relics, guiding their cultivation and bestowing upon them diluted thunderpool liquid, urging them to evolve into higher realms and, in the future, protect Shur village. The 6 ancient relics clutched the astonishingly potent diluted thunderpool liquid, trembling with excitement, their gratitude overflowing as they eagerly pledged their loyalty. Such treasures were sought after even by deities, and for these ancient relics to receive them felt like a dream come true. With the diluted thunderpool liquid and Chi-Tsong's guidance, they had a significant chance of evolving into pure-blood beings, becoming bee sovereigns. Thus, Shur village would boast 6 bee sovereigns, surpassing even an ancient kingdom. After accomplishing this, Chi-Tsong found himself beneath a willow tree, engaging in conversation with the willow deity. Though I have transcended every realm and achieved considerable success, I still feel a void due to a lack of life and death battles against rivals of equal stature. What say you? Willow deity, shall we spar? Chi-Tsong proposed, for while he had become invincible in the lower realms, the absence of worthy opponents left him somewhat disheartened. 5 tender green willow branches swayed in the air, releasing an invisible cerulean ripple that brought a sense of tranquility. In response to Chi-Tsong's suggestion, The willow deity shook his head. A contest between us would hardly constitute a life-and-death struggle. For beings of our caliber, it holds little significance. Ji Tsang acknowledged this, knowing he would never truly go all out against the willow deity, just as the willow deity would not against him. He felt somewhat vexed, as he genuinely sought combat to validate his insights. There may be a place that could assist you, the willow deity suddenly remarked. Ji Tsang's interest piqued. Are you referring to the void divine realm? He recalled that Shurhao had once stirred up tremendous upheaval in that realm, drawing the attention of all. Indeed, it could suppress beings to the same level, yet Ji Tsang did not believe anyone from the lower realms could rival him. Not even Shurhao. Their experiences, instincts in battle, and comprehension of the great Tao were on entirely different planes. He was one of the 10 fiends, while Shurhao was merely a child taking his first steps on the path of cultivation. Indeed, your opponent is not a being of the lower realms. In fact, the 8 domains of the lower realms serve as a prison, confining certain terrifying creatures that may very well become your adversaries. However, my knowledge on this matter is limited. The specifics you must uncover for yourself. Chapter 65, The Void Divine Realm. A prison? Confined within it are terrifying beings? I understand, Ji Tsang replied, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. To possess unprecedented breakthroughs without finding foes to validate his prowess was undoubtedly a torment. In a word, it could be summarized as the loneliness of invincibility. Upon learning that potential adversaries resided within the void divine realm, Ji Tsang felt his gloom dissipate, and he prepared to set forth immediately. Willow deity, could you elaborate further on the void divine realm? Before embarking, Ji Tsang wished to grasp the intricacies of that enigmatic mental world. Perhaps during his time as one of the 10 fiends, he had known the secrets of the void divine realm, but now he had little recollection. You are about to journey into the void divine realm to encounter its ultimate secrets. Thus, I must provide you with the background. There are many interpretations of the void divine realm. Some say it is the world one enters after achieving divinity, while others claim it was constructed through the collective spiritual thoughts of ancient beings revered as supreme deities. However, these interpretations do not reflect the truth. They are merely the conjectures of ancient ancestors. The 8 domains of the lower realms being a prison is not a secret in the upper realms. They view it as a place to confine the guilty. In reality, the true prison lies within the void divine realm, where certain terrifying beings are held, associated with darkness, the uncanny, and other profound dangers. Should there be a misstep, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Due to the passage of time, I have undergone numerous cycles of nirvana, resulting in the temporary loss of some vital memories. Thus, I can only share this much with you. I must caution you that this is a heavily entangled secret. Do not divulge it to others, lest it brings calamity upon you. Even Shurhao should not be made aware. If he were to realize his potential and progress to profound depths, he would eventually uncover these truths. Knowing them in advance would serve him no good, only harm him. The willow deity spoke, enlightening Ji Tsang while also warning him against revealing this secret. The reason for confiding in Ji Tsang was that he was once one of the 10 fiends, deserving of such knowledge, while the current Shurhao was merely a fledgling, unprepared to be embroiled in these intricate matters. Ji Tsang nodded solemnly. I understand. By the way, you mentioned a guilty tribe earlier. What does that mean? There are certain races that made significant contributions to the primordial ancient realm, initially deemed innocent, yet due to unavoidable actions and the machinations of certain individuals, they were branded as guilty. Some of their descendants were cast into this realm, akin to a form of exile. Upon hearing this, Ji Tsang furrowed his brow, sensing a conspiracy and internal strife behind the injustice. As someone with a somewhat domineering nature, he found such things intolerable. If he were to encounter such individuals, he would undoubtedly strike them down with thunderous wrath. Is there truly no one to oversee this? He inquired further, for he had once been a part of the primordial ancient realm, and in a sense he shared a camaraderie with these guilty tribes. The willow deity shook his head. Those who could intervene have suffered calamities. When true disaster strikes, who among the responsible and accountable can remain unscathed? Only those parasites who disregard the greater good can thrive in this world. However, in this matter, no one bears blame. It is merely a matter of differing personal choices. No one has demanded that others stake their lives for this cause. Otherwise, those beings would not have survived, and they would have been sent to the front lines at the first opportunity. However, when the tides recede, as survivors, they deserve at least a modicum of justice and reason. To distort the truth, invert black and white, and punish those who have contributed, such actions are deeply disheartening. One day, there will be reckoning. Will the god of willows seek retribution? Shi Kang suddenly inquired. A sense of indignation surged within him, a blend of his own thoughts and emotions echoing from the depths of his bloodline. When calamity strikes, hiding behind others and reveling in the sacrifices made for their protection, only to emerge after the storm to wreak havoc in the safety they have provided, rewriting history to suit their preferences, and ruthlessly suppressing those who have fought valiantly. Such behavior is profoundly disheartening. The God of Willows remained silent for an extended period. He had once shared in this dissatisfaction and had clashed with those beings, yet ultimately he ceased to concern himself with these matters. One reason was that he had endured unfathomable injuries, rendering him powerless to effect change. The other was his belief that the root of all turmoil lay in darkness and the bizarre, necessitating a resolution at the source. The God of Willows had manifested multiple times in ancient epics, undergoing rebirth each time, invariably suffering severe setbacks amid the trials of ascension, compelled to start anew. The upper realm, cursed beyond belief, rendered ascension nearly impossible. The fact that the God of Willows had survived such strange tribulations was already remarkable. To advance into the realm of immortals while remaining in the upper realm was simply unattainable. Thus he sought alternate paths, adventuring into the lower realm, awaiting chance. Would he now return to the upper realm to settle accounts with the remaining beings? The answer was of course no. In the end, the God of Willows shook his head. I seek to reclaim my former self, to restore my peak, and to resolve the darkness and the bizarre at their source. His tone was resolute, harboring grand ambitions to eradicate the ultimate source of darkness. Shi Kang could perceive that the God of Willow's resolve was unyielding. He was determined to quell the dark calamity. Does this imply you will not return to the upper realm? I came to the lower realm with purpose. How could I possibly return? The path to quell the dark turmoil is one that offers no possibility of retreat once embarked upon. At this moment, the God of Willows emanated a sense of determination, coupled with an unparalleled grace. Yet upon hearing his words, Shi Kang felt a tinge of concern. For eons, the dark calamity has persisted. Even the primal ancient realm of the immortal epoch was obliterated, with countless powerful beings falling in the Great Tribulation. The peak God of Willows could do nothing to alter the course of events. Could the current fallen God of Willows achieve what he could not? Even if he were to regain his peak, could he single-handedly alter the fate of a world? It was likely that he would ultimately meet a tragic end. Very well, I shall accompany you. After all, I am one of 10 fiends. This time, I will fulfill all the talents that were once left unfulfilled. Shi Kang remarked with a smile. The two set forth together. It was far better than embarking alone. The God of Willows said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He had never revealed any emotion before others. No one could discern whether he felt joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. However, when someone was willing to join him on what might be a path to ruin without hesitation, it stirred a ripple within his heart. Chapter 66. Lord Bird and Lord Jingbi. Shi Kang set out, heading towards the realm of the void gods to uncover its ultimate secrets. The God of Willows had once stated that since ancient times, certain ancient nations have maintained the tradition of nationwide offerings to the heavens. The ancient deities they venerated had long perished, yet they continued their sacrifices with solemnity and devotion. The primary reason for this was to inherit the legacies left by the deities. Access to the realm of the void gods was one of the treasures left behind by those gods. As long as the faith of that ancient nation remains unchanged and annual offerings are made, the powerful beings of that nation will be able to sense the realm of the void gods. The stone village lay in the boundless wilderness, exceedingly distant from those ancient nations that could access the realm of the void gods, making it impossible to enter through the method of resonance. Fortunately, the God of Willows possessed alternative means and informed Shi Kang that he could accomplish it himself. It is worth noting that at this moment he was a true deity, nearly omnipotent in the lower realm. Once he grasped the method, entering the realm of the void gods would be trivial. Boom! 10 radiant bolts of lightning materialized in Chi Chong's palm, surging forth and transforming into a divine chain of order, soaring skyward, piercing the heavens, and opening a portal to the laws existing in the void. Instantly, the sky above him became shrouded in a hazy light mist, a portal materializing, seemingly leading to a vast and mysterious world. Proceed with caution. There are likely guardians there who may provide you with some clues, the God of Willows advised. Understood. Shi Kang nodded, his formidable spiritual power radiating like a resplendent sun, rising high and taking on his own form. He then stepped forward, traversing the light portal into an unfamiliar world. This place was expansive, littered with numerous ruins scattered across the ground, evoking a sense of desolation and distant nostalgia. He fixed his gaze on a particular direction, advancing towards it. Along the way, he encountered the remnants of grand structures. Once majestic palaces now lay in tatters, debris strewn about, with ancient sacred mountains standing in the distance, yet only half-formed, as if severed by some unyielding force. Shi Kang did not linger, swiftly navigating through the misty ruins, approaching a realm of light. As it was his first time here, he exercised caution, refraining from directly descending upon any significant locations, an act within his capability. Exiting the ruins, he entered an area inhabited by people. Shi Kang noticed that beneath his feet lay numerous large blue stones adorned with shimmering runes, embedded with several gleaming white beast bones, pulsating with mysterious energy. This triggered a faint recollection in his mind. This must be where Shi Hao excavated those bones, Shi Kang mused, a smile gracing his lips. The thought processes of a child are indeed peculiar. Aside from Shi Hao, who was notably bold, no one had previously considered digging for the bones of the primordial earth. However, this also underscored his uniqueness, daring to undertake what no one else had. Shaking his head, Shi Kang truly stepped into the primordial land, bustling with activity, where wealthy middle-aged individuals, promising youths, and venerable elders were all present. They were each engaged in their own endeavors, some practicing cultivation, others hawking treasures, while still others competed in contests, creating a lively atmosphere. Shi Chang's arrival did not stir any ripples. He remained inconspicuous, blending seamlessly with the other arrivals. At most, his appearance and demeanor might have drawn a few curious glances, with some questioning whether he was a prince from a powerful ancient nation. Though he did nothing to attract attention, he had already become a figure of significance in many eyes, prompting numerous individuals to instinctively steer clear of him to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings and potential trouble. Even in this primordial land, designed for beings of the blood transformation realm to cultivate, prominent figures frequently visited to observe the performances of the talented within their clans. Thus, none dared to underestimate Shi Kang. Often, a person's strength, status, and standing are perceptible. Shi Kang was evidently extraordinary, and naturally, no one was foolish enough to provoke him. He approached a gathering of people, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings as if searching for something. Soon, his eyes settled on a particular spot. In that place, there were two amiable old men, enthusiastically recommending something to a young man. One had a goatee and incessantly spoke of the term essence, while the other, with a colorful bird perched on his shoulder, wore a grin that appeared somewhat lecherous. The young man felt a tinge of wariness, for he was new to this realm and had been cautioned by his elders that a novice like him could easily be deceived. Really, young man, your ancestral bee skin is only worth this much at most. If you seek a higher price, you'll find it's practically worthless, one of the old men remarked. Indeed, we see you as quite innocent, thus we offer very honest prices. Don't be ungrateful, the other chimed in. The two elderly gents exchanged words, alternating between sweet encouragement and stern admonitions, leaving the young man quite bewildered, on the verge of selling his ancestral beast skin. At that moment, a towering figure suddenly appeared before the trio, casting a vast shadow that instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure. All three were taken aback, turning their heads in unison. The young man first caught sight of the profound eyes of this individual, which appeared boundless, containing an infinite expanse of brilliant stars. I have matters to discuss with these two gentlemen. As for whether you shall sell your beast skin, I suggest you ponder that over there for a while before we continue. The imposing figure spoke with a calmness that belied an undeniable authority. Alricht. The young man hastily retreated to the side. The transaction concerning the beast skin was abruptly interrupted, inciting a measure of ire in the two old men. After all, the ancestral beast skin the young man had unwittingly revealed was a relic from a fearsome ancient species, close to the status of a beast sovereign, making it exceedingly precious. The price they had just offered, if accepted, would have guaranteed them a considerable profit. Naturally, they were irked by the sudden interruption. Young man, you began. The old man obsessed with the term essence, while the old man with the bird on his shoulder displayed a similarly unfriendly demeanor. However, under the seemingly amused gaze of the towering figure, they inexplicably felt a chill run down their spines, and the words they had intended to speak were stifled. Both were taken aback. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Even the emperors of ancient nations, or the beast sovereigns of the primordial mountains, had never instilled such a sense of dread in them. Let us cut to the chase. I seek your assistance, the tall figure, known as Shi Kang, stated directly, omitting any superfluous dialogue. He had approached these two elderly men for a reason. From his memories related to Shi Hao, he had learned that they were no ordinary individuals. The deity Lu had mentioned that guardians were present in this realm, and seeking their guidance was undoubtedly the right course of action. Do you have business with us? The old man with the bird and the one fixated on essence exchanged looks, both astonished. Do we know each other? The old man asked, his eyes darting about. Shi King pondered briefly. Perhaps we were acquainted long ago, though it's uncertain. Since we're strangers, let us set a price for this first meeting. If you seek help from others, a corresponding fee must be paid. The old man with the obsession for essence chuckled slyly, his goatee perking up. He sensed that this person might be an extraordinary powerhouse. Otherwise, they wouldn't feel this level of danger. Such a being would undoubtedly command a fortune, and they could exploit this opportunity to their advantage. The old man with the bird, having spent years alongside the other, understood his intentions and recognized the opportunity. Unable to suppress a smirk, a big fish had come to them. Shi Kang, aware of their scheming glances and expressions, smiled slightly, fully cognizant of their ulterior motives. Of course, as long as you assist me in achieving my goals, any conditions can be negotiated. Ah, this young man is quite shrewd. They responded in unison. Perhaps we should request a deposit to ascertain your sincerity, the old man with the bird suggested. The other quickly added, implying that their enthusiasm for assisting would hinge on the nature of the deposit. Shi Kang, upon hearing this, smiled. Not a problem. I assure you, you will be satisfied. With that, amidst the expectant gazes of the two old men, a droplet of thunder pool liquid appeared in Shi Kang's palm. Instantly, the expressions of the two elders froze. What is this? They gasped. Merely a droplet, yet it seemed to encompass infinite vitality, embodying the fundamental principles of life and order. To label it as a treasure of earth and sky would be a gross understatement. It was more accurately a manifestation of the very essence of the Tao. In terms of value, no amount of divine blood could compare. They were simply not on the same level. An unprecedented surge of life energy radiated from the thunderpool liquid, enveloping the surroundings in a hazy glow. And those cultivating in this realm found their progress accelerating in this newfound environment. All cultivators were captivated, their minds drawn entirely to the droplet held by Shi Kang. The two old men felt their hearts race. They had initially intended to exploit this powerful individual, yet the item he presented was beyond their wildest imagination. They hesitated to accept it, for they had just asserted that assistance required corresponding compensation. Now, with such an astonishing reward, how monumental must the task be? Could they even assist him? This realization sent a shiver down their spines. This task we cannot assist. The old man fixated on essence stammered. The other nodded in agreement. Despite their penchant for trickery, they were not foolish enough to touch something so perilous. Shi Kang replied with a smile, you requested a deposit, and I provided one. Now, you refuse to assist? Is such a situation truly fair? The two elders' faces contorted into expressions of despair. They had initially believed they had encountered a substantial opportunity, only to find themselves entangled in a colossal predicament. How unlucky they felt. Spare us. We are merely small-time traders and truly cannot be of help, they implored. Shi King shook his head. You two are anything but ordinary. In this realm, you may be my only hope. The onlookers were moved. They had never witnessed these two old men so humbled and pleading for mercy. Previously, when a young man had been deceived and summoned powerful allies to confront these two, they had effortlessly emerged victorious. This demonstrated their formidable nature, as they remained unyielding even in the presence of powerful lords. Could it be that this young man, wielding such astonishing treasures, hailed from an ancient nation? Whispers of speculation filled the air, while many discreetly retreated, eager to disseminate news of such a remarkable treasure emerging in this realm. Shi King observed all this, but paid no heed. He had no need to conceal the thunderpool liquid. With his strength, there was no requirement for subterfuge. True strength allows one to act with freedom. As for the so-called troubles, they were irrelevant in the face of absolute power. Let's find a suitable place to converse, Shi Kang said, patting the shoulders of the two old men with a calm demeanor. The elderly duo felt an icy chill run through them, as if they had plunged into an ice cavern, while the colorful bird on the old man's shoulders stiffened, its eyes wide with shock at the overwhelming strength displayed by Shi Kang. Very well. Should we be of assistance, both of us will certainly endeavor to help. If we are unable to do so, please do not hold it against us, said the venerable Lord Jingbi, his heart sinking in worry. Fear not. I shan't bring any harm upon you, came the response. At that moment, Chitsong's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he scrutinized the two elders, causing them to tremble in trepidation. Just as the three were about to depart, an incongruous voice rang out, abruptly capturing the attention of all present. Friends, please pause. The speaker was a formidable middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, his deep-set eyes revealing a man accustomed to positions of power. It was clear to the onlookers that a significant force had arrived, intent on seizing the extraordinary life-giving liquid. Witnessing Chi Tsang and the others prepare to leave, he could no longer restrain himself and sought to take action. Chi Tsang did not halt, seemingly oblivious to the man's words. "Friend, did you not hear my words?" The middle-aged man's irritation grew as he felt his dignity slighted, his tone turning icy. Yet there was still no response, leaving him feeling like a mere jester, speaking to himself in vain. With a cold gaze fixed upon Chi Tsang's retreating figure, the man fumed outwardly, yet rejoiced inwardly. For he had been seeking a pretext to forcibly seize the treasure. "How dare you disregard me? You have quite the audacity. I am aware of the esteemed ones in the desolate domain, yet you are not among them. Even if you are not an esteemed one, you still dare to ignore me?" His voice rang out, shocking the surrounding beings, for he was a nobleman who had come in response to the news. And upon realizing that Chi Tsang was not one of the renowned figures of the desolate domain, he harbored intentions to claim the precious liquid for himself. Chi Tsang's indifference provided him the perfect justification for his actions. Good heavens, a nobleman! That individual is in for a world of trouble. Not necessarily. We are in the primordial land. Regardless of how powerful one's true form may be, they can only exert the strength of the blood transformation realm here. If that person is sufficiently formidable within the blood transformation realm, even an esteemed one would find it challenging to gain the upper hand. Such was the discourse among the onlookers, who speculated about the potential outcome of the impending conflict while their eyes remained fixated upon the thunderpool liquid, salivating in anticipation. Chapter 68. The Dual-Pupiled One. The middle-aged man hesitated no longer, unleashing a tremendous aura that caused many of the spectators to blanch in fear. Indeed, as anticipated, attaining the rank of nobleman signified a solid foundation and the capacity to dominate at this tier. With such prowess, he could roam freely within the blood transformation realm. Stay your course. The nobleman strode towards Chi Tsang with the grace of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger, his formidable presence causing the very air to tremble. The onlookers held their breath, eyes wide as they wondered if the astonishing treasure would fall into the hands of this nobleman. Chi Tsang did not turn, casting a glance at the five-colored bird upon Lord Niao's shoulder. The bird, understanding the cue, opened its beak and unleashed a torrent of flames. Boom! A blazing inferno erupted, scorching the heavens and raising temperatures throughout the primordial land. Puff! The overzealous nobleman was sent hurtling backwards, his body charred and twitching upon the ground. Black smoke billowing from his mouth, a testament to the severity of his burns. All present were astounded. The outcome was utterly unexpected. The protagonist had not even turned his body, relying solely on a bird to subdue the powerful nobleman. Goodness, I had previously conducted business with that old man. I never imagined the bird on his shoulder could be so formidable. A voice quivered in astonishment, recalling thoughts of having contemplated taking advantage of Lord Niao's age. It was fortunate that such actions were avoided, for otherwise he would have been reduced to cinders, much like the impulsive nobleman. The two elders were indeed shrouded in mystery, their true capabilities not to be underestimated. Many remarked upon this, acknowledging that Lord Jingbi and Lord Niao were often seen in the primordial land, yet no one knew to which faction they belonged or their true identities. Regardless, they seemed familiar to all who laid eyes upon them. A collective sigh arose. If even a powerful nobleman could be so easily subdued, who would dare recklessly charge forward? It seemed the coveted liquid would remain unattainable. Just as everyone believed the matter concluded, another being spoke, prompting Chi Tsang to halt his steps. Soon, the source of the voice emerged, a group of extraordinary beings, young and old alike, their bearing revealing their exceptional nature. Hiss! Those are golden beasts, servants of the ancient divine mountain. Some recognized the elders at the rear and gasped in shock. It was known that beings from the ancient divine mountain entered the void divine realm through a separate channel, rarely venturing to this primordial land unless drawn by the rarest of prodigies. The swift spread of news regarding the wondrous liquid was astonishing, and the appearance of beings from the ancient divine mountain was truly remarkable. This matter had escalated significantly. Many gathered to observe, eager to see how Chi Tsang would navigate this encounter with the distinguished youths from the divine mountain, who were likely capable of overwhelming their peers within the blood transformation realm, far surpassing the earlier noblemen. At that moment, a radiant figure emerged, igniting a frenzy among the crowd. My heavens, is that the prodigious Shi, born of the saint and the supreme, the unparalleled talent of the Shi nation? With his dual pupils and supreme bone, He was a being to whom even pure-blooded entities could only look up in reverence. The crowd was struck with awe for this young man. Renowned throughout the desolate domain and hailed as the foremost prodigy, had arrived, drawn by the extraordinary liquid. His identity was unquestionable, for his unique eyes adorned with symbols were unparalleled in the world. Such a terrifying talent had only briefly emerged in ancient times, leaving behind countless legends. The dual-pupiled one was said to have achieved remarkable feats in the blood transformation realm, holding numerous records, and had long since ascended to a higher level of the celestial paradise. His appearance was undoubtedly for the sake of the precious liquid. Shi-Yi's arrival compelled even the youths from the ancient divine mountain to treat him with utmost seriousness. They nodded at one another, evidently familiar and having shared past interactions. Upon hearing the name Shi-Yi, Qi-Tsang momentarily halted his steps. Though he did not turn, he perceived Shi-Yi with clarity, understanding his entire being, encompassing his cultivation. Accomplishments across various realms and combat prowess, all laid bare before him. Indeed, he was extraordinary. Possessing two great talents, he naturally surpassed his peers. However, when compared to the current Shi-Hao, he still fell short, Qi-Tsang mused. It is worth noting that Shi-Hao had been reborn with the supreme bone, transcending his previous self, and had surpassed the limits of the blood transformation realm, achieving extraordinary feats. With sheer physical strength, he could lift 16,000 pounds of divine iron with a single hand, complemented by his mastery of Qi-Tsang's Thunder Emperor techniques and the 10 Fiends' secret arts. In a confrontation within the blood transformation realm, he would find it challenging to overcome Shi-Hao. After a brief pause, Qi-Tsang resumed his steps, intent on leading the two elders to a more suitable locale for discussion, to thoroughly unravel the ultimate secrets of the void divine realm. However, the beings from the ancient divine mountain were unwilling to relent. They had initially requested Qi-Tsang to halt, and his compliance had pleased them. Yet, to their dismay, he soon disregarded them, inciting their ire, for they were accustomed to being held in high esteem. Did you not hear? Our young master commands you to halt. A golden beast servant bellowed coldly, sending chills through the hearts of those around. The ancient divine mountain had spoken. Who would dare defy them? The young master mentioned by the golden beast waved a hand, silencing the elder servant. Then he glanced at the nearby Shi-Yi and inquired, "Are you also interested in that precious liquid, Brother Shi-Yi?" Upon hearing this, the other youths from the divine mountain turned their gazes toward Shi-Yi, their eyes betraying a palpable apprehension. It was evident that they had likely clashed with him before and suffered significant losses. Shi-Yi radiated a brilliant aura, his presence astonishing, with deep-set eyes etched with mysterious symbols, reminiscent of a youthful deity. He appeared remarkably composed, fixated intently on the thunderpool liquid in Qi-Tsang's hand. Yet, unnoticed by others, his arm beneath his robe trembled slightly. At the moment Qi-Tsang had halted, Shi-Yi felt as though all his secrets had been laid bare. This sensation was terrifying. They were in the primordial land, where everyone could only exert the strength of the blood mobilization realm. Yet, the mysterious figure who produced the precious liquid possessed power beyond comprehension, a formidable force that could spell doom for anyone who dared challenge it. He shook his head. "I have no interest in the precious liquid. It does not belong to me. Is that so? I hope Brother Shi-Yi remembers his words." The divine mountain youth seemed somewhat uneasy, fearing that Shi-Yi might play the role of a mantis stalking a cicada, with the yellow finch waiting behind. "Shi-Yi-Sukofut. What I say is final. I will not retract it." "Ah, with that assurance, we can rest easy," the divine mountain youth replied with a smile. Then instructed the golden beast divine attendants behind him, "You all go and retrieve that drop of precious liquid." Chapter 69. The mightiest of the blood mobilization realm. As soon as the words left his lips, several golden beast divine attendants surged forward eagerly, as servants of the pure-blooded beings residing beside the ancient divine mountain. They were far more powerful than typical ancient remnants, their fierce aura compelling many to involuntarily retreat. The beings of the ancient divine mountain have made their move. Those few will surely suffer, someone murmured to themselves, as if they had already envisioned the grim fate awaiting Qi-Tsang and the two elders. However, others shook their heads, possessing differing opinions. How could someone who instills fear in those two old geezers be so easily dealt with? Perched upon Bird Lord's shoulder, the five-colored bird gazed at Qi-Tsang, seemingly inquiring whether it should unleash another attack. Qi-Tsang did not respond. Suddenly, his aura deepened, and the surrounding void began to tremble inexplicably, revealing terrifying fissures. Bird Lord and Elder Jingbai, positioned closest, acutely sensed Qi-Tsang's formidable presence. This fellow was unprecedented in the blood mobilization realm. No wonder they felt a sense of danger. Boom! A faint ripple of blood energy emanated from Qi Tsong's palm, sweeping toward the golden beast divine attendants. In utter silence, the powerful attendants, charging forward with great speed, abruptly halted, their expressions frozen, fear and disbelief filling their eyes. Puff! The once mighty golden beast divine attendants erupted without warning, disintegrating inch by inch into ashes. This outcome left everyone in a state of shock. For no one had witnessed how the attendants met their demise. They only felt a flash of red light before the attendants crumbled to dust. The few divine mountain youths witnessing this bizarre scene felt their hearts stop momentarily, realizing they might have kicked a steel plate. To effortlessly annihilate golden beast divine attendants in an instant, what terrifying power was this? It was crucial to note that there were rules in place, limiting all beings to the strength of the blood mobilization realm. How could the disparity be so vast among those of the same realm? Meanwhile, Elder Jing Bai and Bird Lord understood that Qi Tsong had long surpassed the limits of the blood mobilization realm. The so-called rules were utterly meaningless before him. The divine mountain youths were immediately thrown into disarray, their souls gripped by dread, just as they were preparing to apologize and temporarily yield to Qi Tsong. The few surviving golden beast divine attendants unexpectedly exploded on the spot, unable to escape their doom. Once high and mighty, the divine mountain youths were now utterly terrified by the scene before them. As for the young, pure-blooded beings, they could be left to sure how. Qi Tsong chose to hold back, for the divine mountain youths were all descendants of pure-blood beings. Killing them held little significance compared to allowing sure how to deal with them in the future. Qi Tsong recalled his fondness for capturing pure-blood beings for a grand feast. Having dealt with the divine attendants, Qi Tsong prepared to depart, believing that a show of power was sufficient deterrence. However, just as he took a step forward, a stone tablet suddenly materialized, inscribed with ancient patterns that glowed, but the most striking feature was the radiant words emblazoned upon it, the mightiest of the blood mobilization realm. These 5 succinct words conveyed everything. The onlookers were astonished, their throats dry from swallowing countless times. The records of the primordial land were abundant, tales of traversing the heavens, mastering the fires of the world to reach the pinnacle, of blossoms blooming from mere thoughts, of withered trees reborn, of unparalleled vitality. All underscoring that in the blood mobilization realm, none could surpass. Not far away, the double-eyed Shi also had his own record. He had opened his double pupils and slain the 9-headed Beast King in a battle, achieving the greatest kill in the primordial land. Yet now, compared to Qi Tsong's title of the mightiest of the blood mobilization realm, his feats seemed trivial. For the mightiest was a word laden with taboo. What constituted might? Speed? Vitality? Punching power? Combat strength? Perhaps all qualities attributed to a cultivator could be deemed the strongest. Many fell into contemplation, their expressions uncertain, gazing at Qi Tsong's retreating figure. Rendered speechless, as the stone tablet rose, Bird Lord and Elder Jing Bai trembled, an astonishing aura emanating from them, only to vanish swiftly. Their gazes turned peculiar, as though awakening from a state of ignorance. Once they regained their senses, they kindly advised Qi Tsong to complete the record to ensure its accuracy. Yet Qi Tsong paid little mind. It was merely an inconsequential record, lacking significance. Who was to determine if he was the mightiest of the blood mobilization realm in a mere virtual divine realm? Amid the stunned gazes of the crowd, Qi Tsong strode away, this time unimpeded. They could only watch in confusion, unable to comprehend why such a monumental achievement. The mightiest of the blood mobilization realm, the highest accolade recognized by the primordial land, was devoid of a name. As the figures faded, Qi Tsong and the 2 elders vanished into the primordial land, leaving no trace of their destination. The ancient divine mountain youths, their legs trembling with fear, fled without looking back. Resolute in their decision to never return to the primordial land, the outside world was far too perilous, and the ancient divine mountain was undoubtedly safer. Simultaneously, in the real world, atop the majestic ancient divine mountain, a thunderous roar of rage erupted, shaking the very ground. Countless beings trembled, prostrating themselves, too fearful to move. Who has slain my divine attendants? There must be an explanation. A voice boomed, resonating throughout the cosmos. A mere pure-blood youth below spoke in fear, he relayed. Upon learning of the events in the virtual divine realm's primordial land, the once belligerent divine mountain elders fell silent. To eliminate golden beast divine attendants without the use of forbidden artifacts like soul-exterminating needles, relying solely on pure strength, was enough to terrify even the ancient powers. Never before had there been such a formidable individual, one so powerful that even the virtual divine realm could not contain him. Although he had only revealed his strength in the primordial land, the implications of such foundational prowess were staggering. After much contemplation, the elders atop several ancient divine mountains decided not to pursue the matter further. That individual was too uncanny, too unsettling. The fury that arose swiftly dissipated, and this matter was ultimately left unresolved. Nevertheless, the formidable presence of the blood transfer realm captivated countless souls, prompting them to flock to the primordial location to marvel at the towering stone tablet. Many shook their heads in lamentation, feeling a profound sense of regret for the record holder. Had the information been complete, it would surely have been immortalized throughout the ages, cherished and sung by future generations. Yet, he seemed utterly indifferent, turning his back and departing without a glance, leaving behind an air of melancholy. In the desolation of the void divine realm, Chizang's solemn gaze rested heavily upon Bird Lord and Elder Jingbi, rendering them distinctly uncomfortable. "Do you have something to convey to me?" Chizang's sudden inquiry left the two elders momentarily bewildered. "We are strangers to each other," Elder Jingbi replied with a face of distress. "It appears you truly suffer from amnesia," Chizang mused to himself, having discerned the extraordinary nature of Bird Lord and Elder Jingbi. Chapter 70. The ultimate domain of the void divine realm. They were neither entities of the realms of spirit nor individuals who had traversed alternative paths like himself. They were not manifestations of the void divine realm's order and rules, but rather two weakened souls bearing the scars of their essence. Moreover, they were imbued with a subtle, almost imperceptible demonic power that instilled discomfort. At least, Chizang found it repugnant, as if he were inherently opposed to it. Particularly after the emergence of the record from the blood transfer realm, that demonic energy grew more pronounced. While others remained oblivious, Chizang could sense it acutely. Breaking a record in the void divine realm was akin to wielding a key that unlocked the memories of these two elders, as well as the long-dormant demonic forces within. If there were guardians of the void divine realm, they would undoubtedly be these two. "I wish to uncover the ultimate secret of the void divine realm," Chizang stated plainly, revealing the purpose of his journey. At the utterance of these words, the confusion in the elders' eyes dissipated, replaced by a fleeting clarity, their demeanor undergoing a dramatic transformation. Crack! Black lightning suddenly manifested around the two, resonating with the grandeur of the cosmos, shaking the very fabric of space. They awakened from their stupor, their appearances oscillating between the sacred and the demonic, capable of ascending to divinity or descending into darkness with a mere thought. They did not respond to Chizang immediately, instead lost in contemplation, frowning as they struggled to recall, at times peaceful, at times bewildered, at times fierce, their essence shifting continuously. "It seems we have genuinely lost some memories," Bird Lord remarked, to which Elder Jingbi concurred, admitting that their recollections were insufficient, yielding no answers to Chizang's inquiries. "How might we help you remember more? Would the Thunderpool essence suffice?" Chizang inquired. "That is unlikely. The recent change stemmed from your creation of a significant record, which has allowed us to regain some memories. To restore more, we must continue to break records," Bird Lord replied. Elder Jingbi nodded in agreement, noting that what they lacked was not vitality, but rather the means to unlock the sealed memories. Breaking records, Chizang mused, this method of unsealing evoked numerous associations. Who had deliberately sealed their memories? Was it only through record breaking that the seals could be undone? What was their true mission? To nurture the mightiest prodigies? Indeed, it would be best if we could replicate the magnitude of the recent record. Its impact would far surpass that of lesser records. "Then I shall venture once more into the celestial abode," Chizang proclaimed, guiding Bird Lord and Elder Jingbi swiftly to the vicinity of the celestial abode. Here, beyond the primordial realm, all beings could only manifest the strength of the celestial realm, unable to transcend it. They arrived at a desolate expanse, devoid of life. And without hesitation, Chizang unleashed a cataclysmic force. 10 colossal celestial abodes hovered high above, each profound and vast, akin to 10 mysterious realms of the divine. His corporeal form and essence radiated astonishing secret powers, sending rippling waves of vitality that shattered the void, obliterating distant mountains into mere dust without a hint of surprise. Boom! Another record stone tablet ascended, this one bearing a striking resemblance to the previous one from the primordial realm, both inscribed with the word strongest. Strongest of the celestial realm. Bird Lord and Elder Jingbi gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle, their presence erupting with overwhelming might, reminiscent of awakening primordial beasts. Due to the significance of this record, They unlocked a wealth of memories, recalling numerous events in an instant. The once unassuming elders transformed, exuding an ethereal aura, embodying a transcendent grace. The bird perched upon Birdlord's shoulder suddenly soared, morphing into a radiant sun that hovered behind him, casting a divine halo over his head. Witnessing their transformation, Chazang felt a stir within. Indeed, as they had claimed, breaking records could liberate their memories from their shackles. He remained silent, observing the contemplative elders, patiently awaiting their response. I recall now, we have sustained injuries and we are suppressing certain entities. Elder Jingbi suddenly awakened to a significant realization. Bird Lord too recalled a fragment of memory long lost to the ages, awakening from an endless slumber. The ultimate secret of the void divine realm you seek is likely the very essence we are suppressing. Bird Lord's eyes gleamed as he regarded Chazang. Suppressing certain entities? That must be correct. It is precisely for this reason that I have come, Chazang affirmed. Upon hearing this, the two elders exchanged wary glances. Throughout history, many beings and factions had sought to exploit this place. Should the entities they suppressed be inadvertently released, it would undoubtedly spell catastrophe. Thus, they were compelled to exercise caution. I merely seek suitable adversaries to test my mettle. I harbor no ulterior motives. Chazang sensed the shifting atmosphere and spoke to clarify. For this sole reason, it is difficult for us to assist you. We must first ascertain your true identity. Elder Jingbi shook his head. My identity? Chazang's palm suddenly revealed an ancient, mysterious thunder pool, shrouded in chaotic mist, with lightning intertwining and surging as if it concealed boundless celestial tribulation power. This is, the two elders' eyes widened. Memories of the thunder pool flooding their minds. The thunder pool? The thunder pool of heavenly punishment? They instantly recognized the extraordinary being before them, left utterly astonished. You are the Thunder Emperor, one of the 10 fiends. Only he could wield the thunder pool. Impossible. The Thunder Emperor perished, did he not? They struggled to believe. Chazang retracted the thunder pool and addressed them. It is I. I narrowly escaped death, evading calamity, and now I begin anew. The two were left stunned for an extended period before finally sighing. Since you are indeed one of the 10 fiends, you possess the right to venture there. Without a doubt, in this realm, the 10 fiends were worthy of trust. With that, they led the way toward the ultimate secret of the void divine realm. They ascended along a pathway that pierced the vast clouds, traversing an ancient road, arriving at an endless expanse of chaos. A path of azure stone unfurled in the void, and the three stepped upon it, continuing until they reached its terminus. Not far ahead loomed an immense ancient hall, surrounded by numerous cages, dark and foreboding. This is it. The entities we suppress reside within the hall and the cages. Bird Lord and Elder Jingbi's expressions grew grave. For this was the very source of the demonic essence that tainted their beings. Let us proceed, for I wish to ascertain the true strength of these entities. Chapter 71. The Invincible Ones Within the Dark Palace. With that, Qi Tsong strode forth with formidable confidence, startling the two elderly men considerably. However, they quickly recalled Qi Tsong's identity, leading them to regard his demeanor as entirely justified. After all, in the distant epochs of yore, the Thunder Emperor was certainly no inferior being to those sealed within this place. Nevertheless, caution remained prudent. The gathering of such formidable giants unleashed a terrifyingly potent, malevolent energy. And even those once known as the 10 fiends could easily fall prey to it, if not vigilant, especially since the Thunder Emperor was not at his zenith. Proceed with caution. Do not approach too closely, the venerable Jingbi urged, prioritizing safety. Fear not. Qi Tsong waved his hand dismissively, assuring them of his awareness. As he neared the obsidian palace, he was suddenly struck by the sensation of being scrutinized by a primordial beast, indicating that this place was most unusual. How intriguing. Qi Tsong mused, a smile gracing his lips, for he sensed he had arrived at the right location. His intuition told him that the entities sealed here were undoubtedly on par with his peak form, belonging to the same echelon of beings. The two elders followed closely behind. Upon their arrival, the dark energy swirling around them began to manifest faintly. It was the source of malevolence hidden deep within their souls. A remnant of prolonged exposure to the black mist, and it was nearly impossible to eradicate. Qi Tsong cast his gaze into the depths of the palace and discerned its interior. Though dimly lit, the features were discernible. The hall housed several stone statues. Ancient and enigmatic, marred by cracks and coated in a thick layer of dust, the duration of their existence here a mystery. Iron chains bound the statues, holding them captive as if they were ferocious prisoners. Transcending the extreme realms, Qi Tsong murmured to himself. Approaching the grand hall, He felt an overwhelming sense of threat emanating from a formidable power, even with his ascension beyond limits. Deemed the strongest in the blood transmutation and cave heaven realms by the void god realm, he could not afford to lower his guard. At that moment, Qitsong noticed wisps of faint black mist emanating from the statues, which stirred an unsettling sensation within him. So, this is the so-called malevolent energy? Have you all been tainted by this black mist? He inquired, turning to the venerable bird and Jingbai. Not just them. The venerable bird indicated towards the back of the hall. There lay a sizable prison, home to a disturbingly peculiar altar, each bearing a blood-stained pot, numbering in the dozens. Just as the venerable bird had suggested, these pots were also releasing black mist. Together, they formed a staggering quantity, swirling ominously in the void. A sight both shocking and alarming. Long-term guardianship of this place inevitably led to their corruption by the black mist, a fate unavoidable, coupled with the wounds to their souls. The venerable bird and Jing Bai had become deeply rooted in malevolence over time. What is that? Qitsong's eyes shimmered with radiant symbols as they fixated on two extraordinary bone tablets. Ancient and suffused with ethereal energy, the mysterious archaic characters barely visible upon their surfaces. To his astonishment, the two bone tablets flickered brilliantly, erupting into resplendent red light, as if transforming into two vividly lifelike true phoenixes, soaring through the darkness. True phoenix techniques. Qitsong recognized the origin of the bone tablets. They belonged to one of the 10 fiends, the true phoenix, and were exceedingly precious. Indeed, the true phoenix techniques. The most invaluable treasures of the void god realm. The venerable Jing Bai nodded in affirmation. These techniques are designed for invincible beings of the same tier. You may learn them. The previous records in blood transmutation and cave heaven did not yield any rewards for you. But this true phoenix technique may serve as a reward for breaking records. However, you cannot take these bones with you. You may only learn them here, though it is fraught with peril, as you are likely to succumb to malevolence. Indeed, once tainted by malevolence, you shall plunge into darkness, and the void god realm will face catastrophic consequences. Exercise utmost caution. The two elders understood they could not dissuade a 10 fiend. Thus they cautioned him that if Qitsong were to fall into darkness, the repercussions would be dire. Rest assured, I command the thunder, darkness shall not claim me. Qitsong enveloped himself in crackling lightning, resolved to test the strength of the stone statues. He sealed away his celestial and ancient powers, as well as his cave heaven and spirit transformation abilities, retaining only his blood transmutation level, and then stepped boldly into the Black Palace. At that instant, the iron chains binding the stone statues inexplicably began to tremble, radiating a terrifying power that pierced the soul. The once immobile stone figures stirred to life, extending massive hands towards Qitsong in a ferocious assault. Qitsong's expression hardened. This was far beyond the power typical of the blood transmutation realm, exceeding known limits. Undoubtedly, these ancient beings had traversed far along the path beyond extremes, posing a significant threat. With a resounding crash, Qitsong's blood surged powerfully, his blood-like divine essence flowing swiftly, emanating brilliant light, all converging to enhance his combat prowess. He extended his hand, engaging fiercely with the stone statues. A total of 4 statues, each representing unparalleled power, attacked him in unison, their arms crashing down. The chains rattling with a metallic clamor that instilled a profound sense of oppression. In that moment, it was as if 4 ancient invincibles had emerged from the most primeval of ages, intent on engaging Qitsong in a fight to the death. The battle was fierce, with 8 stone arms filling the sky. Any one of them could effortlessly slay the so-called geniuses of the blood transmutation realm within the void god realm. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming force, Qitsong stood his ground, unmoving, merely using his 2 arms to fend off the tempestuous onslaught. His stature imposing and strength truly astonishing. Remarkable. The venerable bird gasped in astonishment. No wonder he is one of the 10 fiends. Outrageous. He stands alone against 4 supreme beings. The venerable Jing Bai's eyes widened, transfixed by the battle unfolding within the palace. I recall someone mentioning that one could cultivate and temper the strongest beings of a particular realm here. He certainly possesses that aura now. At this juncture, the commotion within the palace intensified, the battle transcending the blood transmutation realm. Qitsong released his seals, elevating his realm to the cave heaven level. Correspondingly, the power available to the statues also surged significantly, escalating the confrontation. Qitsong and the 4 ancient stone statues clashed violently, their battle shaking the very foundations of the Black Palace. The venerable bird and Jing Bai watched in utter disbelief. Was this strength not excessive? Song had yet to manifest the 10 cave heavens outside, yet he effortlessly withstood the combined assault of 4 beings and appeared to have ample reserves of strength. This was an astounding outcome. It must be noted that the 4 statues sealed within the ancient palace were each regarded as invincible beings. Once venerated in temples by the ancients, their origins beyond imagination. Yet now, even when faced with these 4 terrifying existences, Song remained unscathed. Chapter 72. The Mightiest. Throughout history, a prodigy who achieves remarkable feats within a specific realm may etch their name into ancient annals, becoming a formidable entity. And he, possessing such terrifying prowess in both the blood transmutation and cave heaven realms, what path was he destined to tread? The 2 elders exchange a glance, each recognizing the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. This will not suffice. We cannot gauge my true strength. Can we unshackle them and allow them to unleash their full power? Song's voice suddenly rang out amidst the chaos of battle, startling the venerable bird and Jingbai. Do not. Absolutely not. They waved their hands vehemently, their eyes wide with alarm, resolutely opposed to the idea. There exists a record. As the venerable master Jingbi pointed out a certain location, where the ground bore inscriptions of indistinct characters, cautioning future generations against the unsealing of the shackles. For within every statue lies a veritable invincible being, unmatched by any in the world. An invincible being? Can I not claim such a title? I am filled with curiosity. If all can be deemed invincible, then who is the true embodiment of invincibility? When 2 invincible beings clash, there must surely be a resolution. Kang, however, was somewhat disinterested in this record. For the celestial prodigies of the lower realms, such a warning would warrant careful contemplation. Yet for him, it required no such gravity. There lies another prison. Let's first explore that, suggested Lord Niao, wiping the sweat from his brow. To unlock the chains upon the statues was indeed a most imprudent undertaking, fraught with peril. Indeed, the entities sealed within the jars upon that altar are dreadfully terrifying. Possessing the power to transcend the utmost boundaries, Master Jingbi nodded in agreement. Observing Chong's eagerness, the 2 elderly guardians felt a twinge of concern. As protectors, they wished to avert any calamity and simply hoped that the prison could satiate Chong's curiosity. Very well, I shall attempt it. If it proves futile, I shall inevitably unbind these chains, Kang affirmed, nodding resolutely, before unleashing a forceful blow that shattered the arms of 4 statues, striding towards the altar behind. The moment he stepped into the dark prison, the jars upon the altar began to tremble, emitting eerie and terrifying vibrations. As he approached, bloody claws and hands would reach out, attempting to strike down Kang. This was merely a fragment of the dark prophecy, a rehearsal wherein the imprisoned warriors were ensnared to temper future generations. At that moment, Lord Niao spoke in a trance-like manner, uttering words that surprised even himself, as if memories long buried were resurfacing, having been forgotten due to demonic influence. Kang glanced at him, but chose to disregard his musings, extending his hand to meet the onslaught of bloodied claws and hands. The altar was laden with bizarre jars, each stained with blood, from which hands and claws emerged, unleashing formidable ancient powers, their might overwhelming as they assailed Kang. However, Kang, with iron resolve, retaliated with sheer strength, repeatedly repelling those ghastly assaults without the need to employ any magical techniques. Compared to the statues within the Black Palace, the entities within these jars were significantly weaker. The only solace for Kang was the considerable number of jars, numbering in the dozens, which compensated for their lack of offensive power. Nonetheless, it still fell short of his expectations. This is insufficient. It appears I must unbind the chains that seal the statues, Kang remarked with a shake of his head, striding through the expanse of altars, unstoppable as if traversing an uninhabited realm. At this moment, both Lord Niao and Master Jingbi were rendered speechless, recognizing that the imprisoned warriors posed no real threat to Kang. Let me first study the true Phoenix technique, Kang declared, deciding not to return to the prison, but rather to acquire the true Phoenix bone scripture that lingered at its center. He approached the scripture, standing before it, while bloodied hands and claws continued to assail him, though they were effortlessly thwarted. The scripture detailing the true Phoenix technique was inscribed in part with celestial writing, while the remainder consisted of profound pathways, embodying the most elemental rules through the most primitive bone script. They resembled the stars in the heavens, constantly shifting and indescribably intricate. Mere memorization would not suffice. One must comprehend them here. Kang calmed his mind, silently contemplating the true Phoenix technique inscribed upon the bone scripture. To him, These bone characters danced like ethereal phoenixes, adorned with flames, soaring toward the heavens, reborn from the ashes of their demise, transforming from withering to resplendent beauty. This encapsulated the quintessential essence of the true phoenix technique, vast in depth and unfathomable in scope. After a considerable duration, Shi Kang grasped the essence of the phoenix bone within the prison. He no longer lingered, turning to stride towards the dark palace. Throughout this ordeal, the dozens of jars relentlessly assaulted him, releasing dark mists imbued with terrifying demonic power that sought to engulf him. Alas, the black mist could not approach. Shi Kang was enveloped in crackling lightning, bathed in thunder, shattering any dark mist that dared draw near. He resembled a supreme, majestic sovereign of thunder, capable of obliterating all. Even the most fearsome darkness dared not approach. Soon, Shi Kang returned to the dark palace, delaying the unbinding of the chains on the statues. Instead, he proceeded to the second true phoenix bone scripture, enduring the statue's attacks to fully comprehend the true phoenix technique. With a thunderous roar, a layer of brilliant flames enveloped him, resembling the resplendent plumage of a true phoenix, bursting forth with vibrant vitality. In the next moment, lightning surged within the flames, intertwining fire and thunder in an intensely fervent display, incinerating the surrounding dark mists with crackling sounds. He had truly mastered the true phoenix technique. Combined with his Thunder Emperor technique and the grass character sword technique acquired from the mountain treasure, he now possessed 3 of the 10 fiend techniques. Adding the laws from the Willow deity, Shi Kang had come to wield 4 techniques that could be deemed forbidden. He glanced at the anxiously tense Lord Niao and Master Jingbi outside the palace, urging them to relax and not to be alarmed. He then set about unbinding the shackles from one of the statues. There should only be one true invincible being. In an instant, a deluge of dark mist surged forth, flooding the entire dark palace. The statue transformed entirely, no longer exuding the aura of mere stone, but rather resembling an unparalleled powerhouse returned from the distant past. Akin to a war god reborn, suffused with overwhelming strength. Boom! The battle of the blood-transcending realm was about to commence, this time with the statue's seal unbound. The pressure upon Shi Kang multiplied suddenly, surpassing even the combined might of the previous 4 statues. Engaging in direct confrontation, Shi Kang felt pain for the first time. Excellent. His ebony hair stood on end, flames and lightning intertwining, unleashing unimaginable force as he clashed with the statue. Amidst the astonished gazes of Lord Niao and Master Jingbi, Shi Kang laughed heartily, proceeding to unbind yet another statue's chains. Ha ha, still not enough. Chapter 73. Suppression of the Invincible Beings. Roar. The statue emitted a tremendous roar, seemingly summoning the glorious fruits of ancient epics, intent on restoring its absolute pinnacle and annihilating Shi Kang. Both statues erupted with terrifying power, the dark mist enveloping every corner of the palace, followed by an overwhelming onslaught of dreadful attacks. Ancient, forbidden divine abilities manifested, and cataclysmic phenomena began to unfold. This was a grand enactment of the concept of invincibility, destined to be recorded in history. The palace contained inscriptions, stating that the 4 statues sealed within could each be deemed invincible beings, and Shi Kang, as one of the 10 fiends, harbored an invincible conviction, confident in his ability to triumph over his peers. Thus, the battle between these 2 forces was undoubtedly a clash of titans. Once the ancient statues unbound their chains, they could unleash their full might, meaning neither side held an advantage. This battle was a fair contest. It is crucial to note that these statues, prior to their sealing, have been revered as towering existences in temples by the ancestors of another realm, their peak prowess rivaling that of Shi Kang, although they had been sealed for an extended period. If the contest were to be based on foundational realms, such as the blood-transcending or cave-heaven realms, they could undoubtedly unleash their full powers from their prime. It was precisely for this reason that Shi Kang found himself in deep trouble. The joint assault of the 2 statues exerted a heavy pressure upon him, a stark contrast to his earlier confrontation against 4 foes. The fierce battle raged on for an extended period, as the black mist and lightning clashed and intertwined. At times, the ominous fog surged forth, engulfing the heavens and the earth. At others, the thunderous might shattered the darkness, illuminating the sky and ground. Master Bird and Lord Jingbi watched with bated breath the epic confrontation within the Ebony Palace. Amidst the enveloping darkness, they beheld an immense thunder willow rising from the ground, its myriad branches transforming into blazing divine chains that pierced through all. They also witnessed a lightning-wreathed 9-leaf grass spiraling upward, unleashing boundless sword energy that cleaved the sun, moon, and stars asunder. Ultimately, a colossal thunderous giant roared defiantly, emanating cataclysmic waves that rendered all darkness to naught, epitomizing dominion and the might of the Thunder Emperor. Boom! Boom! The resounding clamor echoed as the stone figures were repelled, returning to their original positions, followed by the thunderous clinking of chains. The once ensnared beings, now freed from their shackles, were mercilessly sealed once more. Only a single figure remained in the arena, the ultimate victor. It was astonishing indeed, how he had managed to re-imprison two invincible beings that had just been released from their seals, prompting the two old men to converse in astonishment. Roar! The two stone figures, unwilling to concede, emitted ferocious growls and struggled violently, causing the chains to rattle incessantly. The other two stone figures seemed eager to join the fray, intent on subduing Chazang. Do not rush. Each of you will have your turn. Chazang repelled the encroaching stone arms and strode forth from the dark palace. At that moment, he had fully restored himself, with all wounds sustained during the siege vanished, appearing no different from when he first entered. Yet, he felt an underlying incompleteness. Shaking his head, Chazang pondered. The blood transfusion and the celestial realms were cultivated in the barren underworld, where the laws of heaven and earth were imperfect, always bearing certain flaws that required the cleansing of a complete grand realm's rules to attain the pinnacle. Furthermore, during his confrontation with the stone figures, Chazang uncovered several issues. The cultivation systems of these ancient beings bore a striking resemblance to the contemporary laws, seemingly sharing a common origin. Reflecting on the discussions with the Willow deity regarding the source of their system, it appeared that the contemporary laws originated from another complete grand realm, famously known as the homeland of the immortals. Considering these revelations, Chazang contemplated much. Eons ago, when the four stone figures were once revered in temples by the ancestors of the homeland of the immortals, their realm had already begun cultivating the contemporary laws. Subsequently, the predecessors of these four stone figures fell into darkness and obscurity, sealed away by the powerful denizens of the immortal homeland. Their exploration of the contemporary laws ceased at that juncture. In the ensuing ages, the contemporary laws underwent continual development and transformation, with many individuals forging new paths. Then, a cataclysm struck the realm where Chazang resided, the darkness invading and shattering the world, leading to the gradual obsolescence of the ancient celestial system, which was deemed in need of change. The contemporary laws, as they stand today, were transmitted to this realm post-cataclysm, mastered and practiced by countless beings. As time passed, eras shifted, and the sands of time slipped away. The cultivation system within the homeland of the immortals may have undergone significant alteration, with astonishing beings potentially charting new courses. Meanwhile, this shattered realm, constrained by myriad limitations, found the contemporary laws stagnating, lagging far behind. The system of the four stone figures was even more antiquated, being older than the contemporary laws Chazang had encountered. After all, they had been petrified and sealed away long ago. Taking all these into account, Chazang understood that though he had achieved much, he must not succumb to complacency. In the homeland of the immortals, there must be countless prodigies who have already embarked on unprecedented paths. I shall return. My limits should not merely be the suppression of two stone figures. Chazang declared to the two elderly men. That is indeed formidable, Masterbird thought to himself, having subdued the two invincible beings within the Dark Palace, particularly under the condition of having unshackled them. Such an accomplishment was worthy of being etched into history. Had it been any other being in this realm, they would likely have perished in a single strike at the hands of the entities within that jar. The three retraced their steps along the azure stone path, swiftly distancing themselves from the chaotic expanse. Meanwhile, the void divine realm was far from tranquil. Following the astounding emergence of the strongest record in the blood transfusion realm, a new record for the strongest in the celestial domain surfaced, stirring turmoil throughout the wasteland as both records captivated public attention. Given that both records bore a common trait, none had been signed. Many speculated that they were established by the same individual, namely the being who had appeared in the primordial ground, possessing the divine liquid. In an instant, conjectures about this being proliferated, with some proclaiming him to be a prodigy who had emerged once in a million years. Others asserting he might be a true god, or even a heavenly deity. Opinions abounded. Numerous powerful factions sought to locate him, eager to pay their respects. The sudden emergence of such a being as the ruler of the wasteland, unbeknownst to them, was an intolerable affront. Yet none of this pertained to Chazang. He returned from his divine wanderings, awakening languidly beneath the willow tree. Merely a few days had passed since he entered the void divine realm, and he had not long to wait, as Sure How still out on his journey, had yet to return. Upon awakening, several willow branches swept before his eyes. In the next moment, the melodious voice of the willow deity inquired about the happenings within the void divine realm. Shazang, withholding nothing, recounted all that he had seen and heard to the willow deity. Chapter 74. Commercial Opportunities. The Dark Prelude. A glimpse into the future, the willow deity mused. The void divine realm indeed harbors terrifying beings related to darkness and the bizarre. Upon learning that Shazang had single-handedly subdued the two stone figures, the deity was taken aback. It was crucial to understand that resuppressing the unshackled stone figures signified not a mere victory, but a substantial advantage. Perhaps Shazang's current limit lay with 3 stone figures, a result that was undoubtedly astonishing. Shazang was embarking on an invincible path, with potential to traverse the heavens and the earth in the future. Subsequently, the two engaged in further discourse regarding the contemporary laws. The underworld indeed possessed flaws, necessitating completion within a complete grand realm, the willow deity affirmed. Perhaps before long, the path I seek will manifest, and when we set out, we shall have the opportunity for completion, the deity continued. Shazang nodded, feeling a sense of relief. In the time that followed, while Shazang cultivated the spirit transformation realm, he frequently ventured to the ultimate domain of the void divine realm, confronting the terrifying stone figures within the dark palace. He regarded those stone figures merely as training partners, and they were more than willing to oblige. Even in defeat, they would not perish, for Shazang had yet to possess the ability to slay them. Conversely, if he were to be vanquished by the stone figures within the palace, it would spell his irretrievable doom. The 4 stone figures had countless opportunities, while Shazang had but one. Naturally, the stone figures were eager to attempt suppression and destruction of Shazang. Thus, they exerted themselves fiercely, growing increasingly ferocious with each encounter, during which Shazang's methods and path underwent the finest refinement with daily progress. What left Shazang somewhat speechless was that each time he entered the void divine realm, he would witness Master Bird and Lord Jingbi peddling information about him at the primordial ground. 100 things you didn't know about true gods. The youthful divine method to rapid ascendance. Secrets of becoming the strongest in the blood transfusion realm and celestial domain, and a myriad of other manuals, secret histories, and assorted topics, all related to Shazang. To be fair, this truly represented a splendid commercial opportunity. The sales were nothing short of explosive, with volumes flying off the shelves, and the primordial ground bustling with eager visitors, all drawn by the allure of his reputation. 2 elderly gentlemen, quite notorious in their own right, have taken to peddling their wares before the monument that records the pinnacle of blood-moving prowess, inciting fervent dreams in the hearts of passionate youth who revel in their fantasies. Even the seasoned, white-bearded elders could not resist the temptation to descend and invest a princely sum in a few tomes for their scholarly pursuits. The spectacle of a formidable figure escorting these 2 old men away had been witnessed by many, creating an aura of credibility around them, as they were the only ones still alive who had encountered the now-turned-golden beast goddess servant. Moreover, some influential beings sought to exert pressure, compelling the 2 venerable men to divulge the secrets of the enigmatic Shazang. However, they were met with a resounding rebuff before the bird perched on Birdmaster's shoulder, which retaliated fiercely, leaving them in tears. This incident illuminated the exceptional nature of the 2 old men, as even their pet bird exhibited considerable might. Consequently, the demand for their arcane texts and histories surged. Yet, fiction remains fiction. Many zealous youths approached, lamenting that the divine speed training method had failed them. Despite diligently following the manuscripts, they had not ascended to the apex of blood-moving mastery. In response, the 2 elders merely uttered a single phrase that rendered the youths speechless. After all, there can only be one who stands at the summit of blood-moving prowess. Otherwise, how can one expect there to be several? Shaking his head, Shazang chose to disregard the matter. Recognizing that Birdmaster and Elder Jingbi had deftly navigated the ethical boundaries without truly selling his secrets. Time flowed like a river, and 2 months later, Shurho returned from the vast wilderness, accompanied by a child and a striking black and red unicorn. Both Shurho and the child bore the appearance of wild men, adorned in tattered hides, stained with the blood of countless battles. Upon their return, they were immediately surrounded by the village children, who exclaimed, 2 wild men? No, it's little Shurho. Both Shurho and the child appeared somewhat disheveled. Even the fluff ball they brought back was sullied with the remnants of beastly confrontations. Little Shurho, you're back. We were all terribly worried. You were gone for 2 whole months, exclaimed the village children, who could hardly recognize the once familiar figure. Who is this child? They inquired, glancing at the newcomer. His name is Shikingfeng. He will henceforth be our brother, Shurho replied. The attention then turned to the seemingly grimy yet extraordinary unicorn. This is Xiaobai, a unicorn I encountered on my journey. It carried me across 300,000 miles of desolation. The children gazed in awe at the unicorn, its dark red scales shimmering magnificently under the sun, a sight to behold. The adults of the village soon emerged, their excitement palpable. Child, you have returned. It is a miracle that you made it back alive, one elder exclaimed. A child, daring to traverse the vast wilderness alone for 300,000 miles and returning unscathed, was nothing short of a legend. Even the usually composed clan leader was overwhelmed with emotion, having worried incessantly during Shurho's absence. This is Shikingfeng. Shurho promptly introduced his newfound brother to his uncles and aunts. Upon learning that Shikingfeng had endured hardships in Shurho's stead along the borderlands of their ancestral home, the elders felt a wave of compassion. Such a young child burdened with trials beyond his years was heart-wrenching. Child, being here is akin to returning home. We shall be your family from now on, said Xianfeng, gently patting Shikingfeng's head. The other uncles and aunts joined in comforting the boy, creating a scene of warmth and harmony. Shikingfeng felt a surge of warmth. Such an atmosphere had once been unimaginable to him, existing only in dreams. Now, being in this place, he could foresee a life filled with joy. He quickly bonded with the children of Shurtsuan, forging strong friendships. Once the clan members dispersed, Shurho made his way to the willow tree. Well done. You have successfully completed the daunting trial of training the offspring of ancient ferocious beasts, which will greatly benefit you. The willow spirit affirmed, praising Shurho's efforts. Chizang added a few words of commendation, causing Shurho to blush slightly. Your innate talent is remarkable, and your future holds boundless possibilities. However, being isolated in this vast wilderness poses significant challenges in encountering true prodigies. It is detrimental to your cultivation to be unable to engage in meaningful life and death battles with the pure-blooded beings. There exists a mysterious realm, teeming with exceptional talents and fierce competition, a veritable training ground for cultivators. Would you be willing to venture there? Perhaps you may even meet your elder brother, Shi, albeit not in his true form, but close enough. Taken aback by the willow spirit's words, Shurho pondered. To meet Shi in advance? I am willing, he declared, resolutely nodding his head. Good. Inform your clan members not to worry, and then we shall embark, the willow spirit commanded with an air of authority. Understood, Shurho affirmed, promptly heading to the elder's abode to relay the situation succinctly. Xianfeng and several clan elders were present, and upon hearing Shurho's account, they collectively sighed in relief. The realm of the void god seemed overwhelmingly daunting, filled with encounters of fierce beasts like the Bifong, Fei, and the white tiger. Not to mention the ominous figure of Shi, who had claimed the supreme bone. The prodigious talents nurtured by the Shurho clan were undoubtedly formidable. In comparison, Shurho, being younger and having lost precious time, found himself at a disadvantage. Shurho elaborated on the unique aspects of the void god realm, where beings of the same tier could engage in battle, making it conceivable that he might rival Shi. Child, you must exercise utmost caution. The offspring of ancient ferocious beasts are no trifling matter, the clan members warned, recognizing that the willow spirit intended to refine Shurho for his benefit, thus offering no opposition. Rest assured, grandfather, Shurho reassured them before returning beneath the willow tree. Willow spirit, Uncle Chizang, I am prepared. Then let us commence our journey to the heavens. The willow spirit proclaimed, her voice gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. 5 willow branches radiated brilliant light, transforming into a resplendent chain of order that soared upwards, piercing through a portal that aligned with Chizang's previous path, leading to the initial realm. Shurho felt as if he were leaving the ground, gradually ascending through the nebulous portal into a realm of the extraordinary. Guided by the willow spirit's branches, Chizang followed discreetly, his form concealed, invisible even to Shurho. As they approached the initial realm, the willow spirit halted her branches, allowing Shurho to proceed alone for his trial, while Chizang lingered behind, enveloped in mysterious symbols, transcending the constraints of the void god realm. Unbeknownst to Shurho, he arrived at the initial realm, pausing before a large azure stone embedded with numerous symbol bones, crouching down to study it with keen interest. Chizang, watching from afar, was left speechless, for Shurho was indeed beginning to exhibit the unconventional thought processes he remembered. As he stood there, it wasn't long before the 2 old men approached. Is it possible that such an entity would follow a mere child? They chuckled, their demeanor jovial yet somewhat disreputable, their eyes darting about comically. He is a junior of mine, visiting the realm of illusions for the first time, unfamiliar with the surroundings. Given his innocent nature, I fear he may become a target for bullying. Therefore, I kindly request that you take good care of him, Chizang replied. Master Niao and Lord Jingbi exchanged glances. The junior of the 10-fiend Thunder Emperor? He must possess extraordinary talent, worthy of cultivation. Ever since Chizang set a significant record that allowed them to regain a fragment of their memories, they understood their mission, to diligently nurture an unparalleled prodigy. Ideally one who could become invincible throughout the ages. Naturally, the junior of the 10-fiend Thunder Emperor merited their attention. Rest assured, we shall look after this little one with utmost care. His innocence is no flaw. Such traits can be refined, Master Niao said with a cheerful smile, with Lord Jingbi offering his assurances alongside him. At that moment, however, the peculiar actions of Shi Hao captured the attention of passers-by. He was attempting to fracture the azure stone to extract the fabled bone within. Good heavens, whose unruly child is this? Why is he vandalizing the passage? At such a tender age, it is no wonder he engages in such outrageous acts. Does he not realize the passage is indestructible? People murmured, pointing and laughing at Shi Hao. Master Niao and Lord Jingbi were momentarily taken aback. How could this child stray so far from the conventional path? To arrive and immediately cause destruction, not even sparing the initial passage of the realm of illusions. They looked questioningly at Chizang, who bore an awkward yet polite smile. My junior merely possesses a bit of innocence. He harbors no ill intentions. The two elders remained skeptical. To commence with vandalism at such a young age could lead to chaos in the realm of illusions. While they pondered, Shi Hao had already procured a massive hammer weighing 2,000 pounds, swinging it with vigor against the azure stone, the rhythm akin to a chick pecking at grains. As if the heavy hammer were made of straw. Before long, the hammer became deformed, the head flying off and rendering it useless. A middle-aged man turned pale. That hammer was his possession, now destroyed. He wanted to confront Shi Hao, but recalled having casually permitted him to use it. Who could have anticipated that such a small child could wield a 2,000-pound hammer with such ease, not even breaking a sweat? As the crowd marveled, Shi Hao made a new move, his entire being radiating light, dense runes manifesting in a myriad of forms, impossible to count. His aura transformed dramatically, from that of a harmless child into a miniature ferocious beast, his eyes emitting sparks of electricity. He swung his fist, propelled by a surge of crimson vitality, delivering a blow imbued with power surpassing the extreme realm against the azure stone. This punch was pure physical strength, devoid of any rune enhancement, and therefore, the azure stone did not activate its defenses. The rebound from the few precious bones was far less formidable than when he wielded the hammer with rune power. With a resounding crack, the azure stone shattered, several brilliant bones cascading to the ground. Shi Hao, filled with excitement, quickly retrieved one of the bones, but suddenly, the other bones began to glow and shot away through the air. In a panic, he shouted loudly. The crowd was left in astonishment. This mischievous child had indeed damaged the passage, extracting the precious bones. Master Niao and Lord Jingbi were left speechless. This little one truly accomplished it. At such a young age, he displayed such ferocity, truly deserving of the 10-fiend Thunder Emperor's regard. They discerned that Shi Hao had remarkable achievements in the blood transformation realm. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to shatter the azure stone with sheer physical strength. What a promising talent! The two elders exclaimed, their eyes gleaming as they fixated on Shi Hao. We need not interfere with his growth trajectory. A little oversight will suffice. By the way, do not disclose my existence. Understood, you may rest assured, they replied hastily, moving closer to Shi Hao. Chizang eyed the two with suspicion. Could these two old men be trusted? Had he just overheard them discussing how to obtain the bones that Shi Hao had extracted? Was he mistaken? At this moment, Shi Hao found himself surrounded by onlookers, for the bone he had acquired was truly remarkable. Young friend, considering I lent you my weapon, might you contemplate selling that precious bone to me? A middle-aged man approached Shi Hao, addressing him thusly. Shi Hao turned his head. It was Uncle Hammer. The middle-aged man felt a pang of annoyance, as the child had branded him with that nickname, simply for lending him a hammer. The crowd stifled their laughter. Amused by the situation, why bother quarreling with a young child? Uncle Hammer was then. Next, the crowd's eyes burned with anticipation, all fixated on the precious bone in Shi Hao's hand, which was extraordinary, adorned with glimmering symbols. At that juncture, the two elders squeezed through the throng. Those who were about to express their anger softened upon recognizing Master Niao and Lord Jingbi, swiftly suppressing their ire. In the current realm of illusions, who was unaware of these two notorious figures? The texts they sold had indeed ensnared many, and due to their formidable strength, even those who had been deceived dared not voice their grievances. Particularly, the bird perched on Master Niao's shoulder, whose flames could intimidate even nobles, instilled fear in many. "Little one, might we take a look at that bone of yours?" the two said, displaying what they believed to be amiable expressions toward Shihao. Upon hearing this, Shihao regarded the two with a look of skepticism. "No, I haven't even figured it out myself." He sensed that the two elders were not to be trusted. Rebuffed, Master Niao and Lord Jingbi displayed no signs of frustration, claiming they would purchase the bone with Jingbi. Yet, Shihao declined once more. The two elders were left seething. This child seemed far from innocent. An innocent child would have been easily deceived by now. Suddenly, an ancient stone tablet rose, enveloped in a hazy mist, upon which appeared a line of words, each glowing with radiant light. "Shatter the passage of the initial realm. Reward. One piece of primal bone." The crowd fell silent. Had a record been set? They stared at Shihao in disbelief. This naive child had set a record upon his first entry into the realm of illusions, which would be inscribed for all to see. Was there no justice left? "Record the pertinent information to complete the entry," Master Niao kindly suggested. In the realm of illusions, breaking any record was no small feat. Throughout endless epochs, countless beings had yearned for fame, striving tirelessly to surpass records. The records that were once considered easier had now become exceedingly difficult, making it quite rare for a child to achieve such an accomplishment. "Huh? Oh, thank you, Master Niao." Shihao stammered, realizing the bird perched on Master Niao's shoulder had led him to assign the title of Master Niao. He approached the record tablet, scratching his head, gesturing for a long while, yet failing to inscribe anything. From a distance, Chizang watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress a smile. Had he arrived? That rather unique title. "If you have any reservations, there is no need to write your real information. You may inscribe something trivial, such as your favorite thing," a kind-hearted maiden suggested. Upon hearing this, Shihao's spirits lifted, and he swiftly inscribed 5 bold characters on the tablet in one go. The tablet shimmered, runes dancing in the air. The marks he etched immediately radiated brilliance, becoming imprinted upon it, dazzling and resplendent. The crowd stood in stunned silence, the atmosphere so still that one could hear a pin drop. Shihao sensed something was amiss. "What's wrong? My favorite is beast milk? What a distinctive name, simpleton. You surely haven't been weaned yet, have you?" A chorus of laughter erupted, mouths agape in amusement. Qitsong revealed a smile, confirming that he indeed had not been weaned. Not only that, but he had also recruited a new companion to partake in Beast's milk. The Stone Village's Beast Milk Brigade provided fresh and diverse delicacies daily, and both Shihao and Shi Qingfeng indulged in substantial quantities. Shihao felt a twinge of embarrassment from the laughter. Wasn't it supposed to be about writing down one's favorite things? A kind-hearted girl clarified. "What I meant was, there's no need to write down the actual information. You can simply substitute it with your most cherished treasures or ferocious divine beasts. My name here is Kai Luan." "Oh, can be changed?" Shihao regretted his decision. "No." The crowd erupted in laughter. Henceforth, regardless of Shihao's age, he would traverse the virtual divine realm bearing the conspicuous title of Lover of Beast Milk. This name was undeniably striking, with a remarkable level of recognition. Soon, under the guidance of the crowd, Shihao completed the inscription on the stone tablet. Thus, the virtual divine realm heralded to the world, and his fondness for beast milk became a sensation. Qitsong observed Shihao and the others with keen interest. This scene mirrored his memories. Although his presence had altered certain events, such as the partial revival of Bird Lord and Lord Jing by memories, the occurrences from his recollections continued to unfold. The restoration of the immortal ancient law system to the true One Realm, or the true God, unlocked memories in his mind that spanned from the dual stone battle to Shihao-'s quest for kin in the Everlasting Mountain. While he remained unaware of who had sealed those advanced memories within his mind, Qitsong felt an undeniable connection to Shihao. His arrival in Stone Village was no coincidence. He stood at a distance, enveloped in mysterious symbols, invisible to all except for the 2 exceptional old men. Before long, many arrived, eager to obtain the precious bone in Shihao-'s possession. Some among them clearly harbored ill intentions, drawn by the allure of the treasure and possessing a tendency to dominate through sheer force. "Young brother, might I borrow a moment of your time?" a man inquired with a smile. Recalling Qitsong's admonition, Bird Lord and Lord Jing by cautioned Shihao to be wary of these individuals. However, upon seeing them, Shihao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He eagerly agreed, almost wishing to shove the precious bone into their arms without hesitation. Bird Lord and Lord Jing were left dumbfounded, realizing that these individuals aimed to seize his treasure, yet here was Sure Hao, offering it willingly. Had this mischievous child lost his wits? Only Chi Tsang understood that Sure Hao intended for these individuals to attempt to rob him first, setting the stage for his own counterattack. As expected, once they acquired the precious bone, they refused to return it, tossing out 10 Jing Bai to dismiss Sure Hao. Unwilling to accept this, Sure Hao engaged them in a fierce battle. With his prowess in the blood mobilization realm, he was practically invincible in this primordial land, swiftly dispatching his adversaries. After toppling them, Sure Hao shouted for a heist, leaving everyone present in a state of shock. However, attracting the attention of the formidable was inevitable. Soon, a so-called big shot arrived, demanding Sure Hao release them, which he naturally refused. A fierce battle ensued, and as Sure Hao revived the Supreme Bone, he broke through the limits of the blood mobilization realm, sweeping away all opposition, leaving a considerable pile of defeated foes in his wake. Robbery! Robbery! The mischievous child cried out. Bird Lord and Lord Jing Bai exchanged glances, convinced that this child was far from innocent, at least in the current context. Chapter 77. Departure. Observing the growing crowd in the primordial land, Chi Tsang smiled and turned away. This was Sure Hao's moment, requiring no further intervention from him. His debut on the desolate stage stirred a tempest, akin to a colossal stone plummeting into a serene lake, destined to create ripples of boundless magnitude. Bird Lord and Lord Jing Bai watched Chi Tsang depart, feeling exasperated. This mischievous child clearly thrived on chaos and was unbothered by the troubles he stirred, raising concerns about how to manage him. Was it feasible to step in and clear his path? That would defeat the purpose of his trials. Yet, upon reflection, if this little troublemaker could resolve all the messes he caused, it wouldn't be all bad. Being a descendant of the 10 Fiends, Thunder Emperor, such minor disturbances should be trivial. Indeed, if viewed this way, the current turmoil seems rather insignificant, Bird Lord mused, his eyes darting as if struck by an idea. I believe I've caught a whiff of a business opportunity that cannot be missed. It is bound to sell like hotcakes. Lord Jing Bai slyly thought at the same time. Don't blame us. I see this mischievous child is quite formidable and can hold his own. Following their previous setback, their reputation had plummeted to an all-time low, and they were determined to restore their image. Bird Lord and Lord Jing Bai conferred, deciding it was necessary to provide buyers with Sure Hao's coordinates in the virtual divine realm. This time, they wouldn't resort to trickery, but would instead offer some substantial goods, justifying it as a means to give Sure Hao more experience. Chi Tsang remained oblivious to these matters. His concern for the two old men stemmed solely from their role as guardians of the virtual divine realm, possessing extensive knowledge of this world, which could help Sure Hao avoid detours. Had he known of the old men's dialogue, he would have found it both amusing and bewildering. Nevertheless, Chi Tsang had confidence in Sure Hao. Prior to his assistance, Sure Hao had already thrived amidst numerous adversities. And now, having surpassed the limits, he was far beyond Sure Hao of Chi Tsang's memories, leaving no reason for failure, only a future that shone ever brighter. He ventured alone into the ultimate realm of the virtual divine realm, engaging in fierce combat with the formidable stone statues within the Dark Palace, continually testing his abilities. At this moment, Chi Tsang could not unleash all 3 statues to battle him. Doing so would require him to defeat them and reseal them, risking catastrophic consequences that could obliterate the virtual divine realm. Thus, he could only contend with the 2 unchained statues and the 2 locked ones, which was already the limit, and he could not afford to push beyond that threshold just yet. After an intense battle, he departed the virtual divine realm, returning to Stone Village, where he engaged in philosophical discussions with the willow deity beneath the willow tree. Heaven and earth, the mysteries of the universe, the lower realms harbor countless secrets, many of which are shared by beings like us who survived that great calamity, Chi Tsang lamented. He recalled the Beihai Kuanping nest from his memories. As a fellow fiend of the 10, he had restored himself to the true god level, yet the Kuanping had already fallen, a once mighty being, ultimately perishing in the desolate Beihai, a fate that evoked profound sorrow. I decided to venture out for a while. Would you care to join me, willow deity? He inquired of the charred willow tree. Not at the moment. I am on the verge of transformation. I shall remain here. Be cautious on your journey. The lower realms are not simple, the willow deity responded. Upon hearing this, Chi Tsang gazed at the 5 tender green willow branches. At their roots, the charred trunk bore several prominent protrusions, indicating that a dozen new willow branches were poised to sprout, enabling the willow deity to recover significantly. Congratulations, Chi Tsang expressed, feeling joy for the willow deity. His arrival had not only accelerated Sure Hao's growth, but also expedited the willow deity's recovery. At this juncture, the willow deity should have only just sprouted 4 new branches, gathering 5. He had accelerated this process considerably. After bidding farewell to the willow deity, Qicong sought out Lei Ke, who was instructing several azure-scaled eagles in secret techniques, guiding them in their cultivation. Now, they shared a robust sense of belonging to Stone Village, having forged deep bonds with one another. Upon learning that Qicong intended to venture into the outside world, Lei Ke was filled with delight, flapping its wings, summoning a tempest of thunder that enveloped its feathers in an extraordinary display. This is an ancient species adept in the art of thunder, possessing a unique connection with Qicong, for he is the Thunder Emperor, commanding the lightning across the realms. Thus, on this occasion of venturing forth, Qicong has chosen to take the Thunder Sparrow along. On one hand, this fierce bird exhibits remarkable speed, and on the other, he harbors intentions to elevate the Thunder Sparrow to the rank of Beast Sovereign, enabling it to better protect Stone Village. His departure alongside the Willow Deity has been firmly established, necessitating early preparations for the future. After personally guiding the training of the azure-scaled eagle and its fledgling, Qicong and the Thunder Sparrow set off. Following several hearty meals of Beast Sovereign meat and the refining of the diluted Thunder Pool liquid bestowed by Qicong, the Thunder Sparrow has shown marked improvement, nearing the threshold of Beast Sovereignty. This caliber of ancient, ferocious bird, when it spreads its wings in the firmament, is akin to obscuring the sun. However, their journey is not aimed at ostentation. The Thunder Sparrow adeptly manages its size, maintaining just enough to carry Qicong. As they sweep across the earth at breakneck speed, Qicong sits cross-legged atop the Thunder Sparrow, quietly gazing down at the endless wilderness and the majestic mountains and rivers sprawling beneath them. Their velocity is astonishing, akin to the swift winds and the shifting of stars. The vast wasteland of hundreds of thousands of miles swiftly passes beneath them. As the man and the bird approach a superlative human settlement, they observe the construction of grand ancient nations, with towering tribes rising like islands scattered across the endless primal expanse. Under Qicong's directive, the Thunder Sparrow heads towards the fabled ancient sanctuary of the Repairing Heaven Pavilion. There lies a gourd vine nearing the end of its life, serving as the sacrificial spirit of the pavilion, having survived countless eras and participated in the ancient divine wars. Now, it is depleted of vitality, gradually withering, teetering on the brink of death. In Qicong's recollections, the future sacrificial spirit of the Repairing Heaven Pavilion will be besieged by the devouring sparrow, the Qiongqi, and humanoid beings from the south falling divine mountain, alongside the sacrificial spirits from Little Western Heavens, ultimately leading to the demise of the gourd vine and the disintegration of the pavilion. Presently, the devouring sparrow and Qiongqi have already become sustenance for the inhabitants of Stone Village, transformed into the cyclical essence of the cosmos. Thus, they cannot possibly resurrect to assault the pavilion. However, the beings from the south falling divine mountain and Ishan remain unscathed and will undoubtedly attack. As the current state of the pavilion's sacrificial spirit is utterly incapable of withstanding such an onslaught, it serves as the bastion of the pavilion's strength, should it fall. This ancient sanctuary will immediately unravel without a doubt. Qicong's expedition is to ascertain the condition of this divine vine. In the future, Shihao and Qing Feng will join the Repairing Heaven Pavilion, which maintains a harmonious atmosphere within its ranks. Qicong believes it should not simply fade into oblivion. Chapter 78, The Old Vine. Compared to the Willow Deity, Qicong remains more grounded. If he possesses the ability to effect change, he is more than willing to do so. This difference in their circumstances is significant. Qicong has experienced complete amnesia, retaining only memories related to Shihao, akin to embarking on a new life journey. The Willow Deity, however, retains fragments of past memories and emotions, standing at a lofty vantage point high above the 9 heavens. Unlike Qicong, who can easily connect with the villagers. If Qicong were still the former Thunder Emperor, his thoughts might very well align with those of the Willow Deity. In any case, the current Qicong acts with spontaneity. His thoughts are straightforward, as he simply wishes to witness how history unfolds if the Repairing Heaven Pavilion persists. As the man and the bird draw near to the pavilion, they catch sight of a colossal stone tablet inscribed with the words Repairing Heaven Pavilion, its calligraphy vigorous and powerful, exuding a faint yet grand aura, a sensation felt by the Thunder Sparrow, but of little consequence to Qicong. They continue to soar inward, the formidable stone tablet merely marking the external area, not constituting the true mountain gate. At last, they arrive before a magnificent mountain gate, where 2 stone mountains stand side by side, forming a natural portal, towering and majestic, shrouded in ethereal mist. Before the gate, An elderly man sits cross-legged, deep in meditation, entirely oblivious to the arrival of Shi Kang and the Thunder Sparrow. At this moment, the Thunder Sparrow is enveloped in shimmering, mysterious symbols, cloaked in the void. Even a being of the elder's strength cannot perceive its presence. Shi Kang pays no heed, allowing the Thunder Sparrow to fly freely along the way. Various formidable restrictions are effortlessly dismantled by him in advance. They traverse unimpeded, as if strolling through their own backyard. It is inevitable, for Chi-Chang's power is overwhelmingly formidable. He operates at a level akin to a true deity, and in reality, few true deities can contend with him. The myriad restrictions of the Repairing Heaven Pavilion are naturally incapable of hindering him. The Thunder Sparrow spreads its wings, sweeping over boundless mountains and palaces, approaching the sacred grounds of the Repairing Heaven Pavilion. During their journey, they encounter numerous powerful figures, some meditating amidst the mountains, others beneath cascading waterfalls, all engaged in cultivation. A glance reveals picturesque mountains and rivers as far as the eye can see, with spiritual springs and waterfalls cascading one after another, celestial cranes soaring, and ancient medicinal herbs flourishing in the woods, rich in essence, their fragrance wafting through the air. In the desolate lower realms of the 8 domains, the sights here are akin to a celestial paradise. No wonder it is renowned far and wide, attracting many beings to yearn for this haven. Shi Kang and the Thunder Sparrow do not linger, proceeding directly to the most enigmatic locale of the Repairing Heaven Pavilion, the very site where the ancient divine vine lies dormant. Sprawling across dozens, even hundreds of miles, within a vast ancient garden, long abandoned by those who dare to approach. There is no guardian present, for none is needed. Consider, does the sacrificial spirit of the Repairing Heaven Pavilion require protection? For countless eons, it has safeguarded the entire ancient sanctuary. Who would dare to trespass upon the domain of its sacrificial spirit? It is noteworthy that this divine vine possesses an illustrious record, having participated in the ancient divine wars, later vanquishing a formidable being from the lower realms, instilling fear across various factions, who dare not act recklessly. Therefore, this place is devoid of life, desolate in nature. Shi Kang dismounts from the Thunder Sparrow's back, alighting on the ground and advancing deeper within. At Chi-Chang's behest, the Thunder Sparrow diminishes in size, transforming into an ordinary sparrow, perching upon Chi-Chang's shoulder as they proceed toward the roots of the divine vine. The closer they draw to the central area, the more desolate it becomes. The vegetation diminishes sharply, the ground laid bare, until ultimately, not a blade of grass can be found. All vitality seems to have been siphoned away by the divine vine, rendering other plants incapable of surviving in this vicinity. After taking a few steps, Shi Kang finds himself amidst a barren expanse, sensing an inexplicable force seeking to consume the essence of life. Above, countless stars cascade down strands of starlight, accompanied by a multitude of divine radiance descending into the depths of the wasteland. Have I already lost control of my instincts? Shi Kang muses, as the phenomena observed thus far allow him to envision the true condition of this divine vine. It is indeed dire. Its life is nearing its end, and thus, the instinct to absorb the essence of the world is inherent to a dying being. It is precisely this that has given rise to this barren wasteland, while the divine vine also consumes the celestial power of the falling stars and the essence pervading the universe. Shi Kang continues onward, soon arriving at an ancient garden, where crumbling walls stand testament to the passage of time, their surfaces marred by the ravages of the years, teetering on the brink of collapse. He leads the Thunder Sparrow through the walls, reaching the innermost sanctum, where he finally beholds the true form of the divine vine. Before his eyes, an endless cascade of light rain descends, enveloping the area in a silver glow, radiating a sense of sanctity and tranquility. Ahead stands a very plant that is the purpose of Chi-Chang's journey, the sacrificial spirit of the Repairing Heaven Pavilion. It appears as he had envisioned, yellowed and ailing, as if on the verge of withering away. This is a gourd vine, clinging to a pile of stones, devoid of luster and divine radiance, presenting only a withered yellow hue and a sense of decay. Its body is not particularly large, measuring merely 5 or 6 meters in length, with sparse leaves that lack vitality, embodying a state of desolation. Jitsong observes keenly that this divine vine clings to its last vestige of life, sustained only by an unwavering obsession, preventing its immediate demise. Even as the starlight from the firmament cascades down, infusing its withered form, it remains unable to alter its waning condition. The gourd vine persists in its listlessness. Suspended above the divine vine is the sole azure object, a small gourd. No larger than a palm, entwined with wisps of chaotic energy, its interior seemingly containing an entire universe. Truly extraordinary. Jitsong's eyes, sharp as lightning, penetrate the azure gourd's depths, revealing a mysterious symbol coalescing within, reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, encapsulating boundless possibilities and the essence of cosmic genesis. The azure gourd, indeed, is a divine seed, which explains why the sky-swallowing sparrow and its ilk are willing to take immense risks to assault the heavenly pavilion. His gaze shifts downward, where light rain continually descends beneath the divine vine, exuding a sacred aura. Those who cultivate within this luminescence stand to enhance their spiritual journey. In summary, the divine vine desperately requires vitality, for only such energy can salvage a deity teetering on the brink of death. However, ordinary vitality proves futile. As this ancient vine has suffered grievous wounds, its internals nearly entirely decayed. In memory, the sand soaked in the elixir of immortality that Shurhao once seized was of no avail. The old vine was still destined to perish, primarily due to the inadequacy of the life force's quality. Even the Thunder Tribulation liquid acquired by Mu Yin, proficient in thunder laws, was but a drop in the bucket. Nonetheless, for Jitsong, obtaining high-grade vitality is a mere triviality, as he draws from an inexhaustible source. Without hesitation, a droplet of Thunder Tribulation liquid from his ancient thunder pool materializes in his palm. In an instant, the power of creation surges forth, transforming the once desolate wasteland into a vibrant expanse, where shades of green begin to emerge. Chapter 79. The Revival of the Spirit. The vitality contained within this Thunder Tribulation liquid is of an unimaginably high caliber, possessing the power of creation. It is worth noting that the ability to conjure life from thin air is a taboo, one that even the immortal and celestial realms are still exploring, yet cannot fully achieve. This illustrates just how precious the Thunder Tribulation liquid Jitsong has provided is. However, to Jitsong, this ultimate Thunder Tribulation liquid holds little value. He can summon as much as he desires, as his innate thunder pool continuously generates it. In this process, the most crucial element is the primordial symbol residing deep within the thunder pool, regarded as the source of all heavenly punishments in this realm. By merely grasping a fraction of the primordial symbol's secrets, he is able to unleash the forbidden thunder chain, ensnaring the celestial executioner's blade and escaping certain death. Should he attain complete mastery over it, he would truly become the embodiment of divine retribution. The duality of divine punishment is manifested in the thunder pool, where the primordial symbol reveals its aspect of vitality, thus rendering the Thunder Tribulation liquid within astonishingly effective, teeming with life, capable of resurrecting the dead. As Jitsong releases his grasp, the resplendent droplet of Thunder Tribulation liquid ascends, entering the withered, yellowing gourd vine, vanishing from sight. Initially tranquil, the liquid sinks into the vine as if cast into an ocean, creating no disturbance. However, the next moment, the desiccated vine erupts in a brilliant radiance. Enveloped in golden light, as though forged from divine metal, mysterious symbols dance from the glaring azure gourd, spreading throughout the gourd vine, emitting heavy, dark mists that appear eerily ominous. This perilous remnant, a consequence of the old vine's prior grievous injuries, is now forcibly eradicated by the potent vitality of the Thunder Tribulation liquid, dispelling years of affliction. The ancient vine trembles, with golden patterns flickering among its leaves, resonating with an inexplicable cosmic melody. At this moment, the vine radiates fervently, exuding vast amounts of life force, enveloping the surroundings in a mist that nourishes all nearby beings, prompting their evolution. It is crucial to understand that the droplet of Thunder Tribulation liquid Jitsong provided is not a diluted version, but a pure essence, greatly beneficial even to the willow deity, who, however, chooses not to restore itself, adhering to the natural course of rebirth. Otherwise, Jitsong could have effortlessly employed the Thunderpool liquid to expedite the willow deity's recovery. Such an astonishing elixir, absorbed by a gourd vine merely at the divine fire level, is bound to yield remarkable effects. The ancient vine, in fact, cannot fully absorb it, as much of the vitality overflows into the air, forming a mist. In an instant, the garden transforms into a celestial realm. Even a being on the verge of death could enter and immediately escape the clutches of demise. Soon, the vine revives, a mysterious aura radiating outward like an immeasurable ocean, unparalleled in its breadth. This wave is intercepted by Jitsong, detectable only within this garden. Boom! The garden erupts in chaos. As countless beams of light burst forth from the gourd vine's body, all teeming with vitality, absorbed by the withered yellow leaves, revealing a hint of green that swiftly spreads throughout. The very earth trembles, runes proliferate, and the life force within the garden swells, connecting the heavens and the earth. Various legendary phenomena manifest, from galaxies shining in the azure sky to golden lotuses sprouting across the land. It is profoundly sacred, the chaotic energy surging as if returning to the primordial era of creation. After a considerable duration, tranquility finally descends upon the garden. The old vine truly revives, brimming with vigor, more formidable than at its zenith, with a blazing sun swirling within. Undoubtedly, it has regained its peak state and, bolstered by the transcendent thunder tribulation liquid, ascends to new heights. The once dull, withered leaves have transformed into a deep green, translucent, radiating a harmonious, precious light, flowing with brilliant emerald hues. The azure gourd trembles with a resonant sound, seemingly undergoing an unimaginable metamorphosis. Powerful waves of life force radiate, vitality flowing forth, as a deity emerges from adversity, reborn from the brink of death. The old vine sprouts new shoots, resembling luminous green jade, resplendent and immensely powerful. It is enveloped by a divine chain of order, sacred and inviolable, emanating a tremendous majesty. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. I was destined to wither away. The verdant old vine expresses its gratitude to Jitsong. It was nothing, merely a trifling effort, Jitsong replies, causing the old vine to momentarily pause in astonishment. A trifling effort? In this realm, it is exceedingly rare to find a divine entity capable of reviving it, for it has existed for far too long and endured grievous wounds. Its impending demise is entirely natural. Anything capable of restoring its life resides in a higher realm. Thus, in the old vine's eyes, Jitsong is a figure of great significance from the upper world, the one who planted it. The founder of the heavenly pavilion in the lower realm once spoke of the upper world beneath the vine, and it was then that the old vine learned of an even more powerful sky beyond the firmament. After composing itself, the old vine solemnly states, "Esteemed elder, your act of saving my life is an immense favor. As long as it does not harm the heavenly pavilion or disrupt the earth, I shall do anything for you." It understands that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The other party has expended great resources to bestow such immeasurable divine liquid, undoubtedly with an agenda. However, the old vine has sworn an oath to protect the heavenly pavilion, and being inherently peaceful and magnanimous, it would never engage in actions detrimental to the pavilion or cause chaos in the world. Do not be anxious. I assure you, it is merely a trifling matter. For that drop of thunder calamity liquid is of little consequence, Shikang calmly articulated, not exaggerating but merely stating a fact. The old vine gasped, for it could discern that Shikang spoke the truth. This astonishing divine liquid had healed all its wounds, restoring its vitality to a state far superior to its peak, almost on the verge of transcending into the true realm. Yet to him, it was insignificant. What level of being was Shikang? A celestial deity? No, far more formidable than any deity. The old vine felt a tremor in its heart. Who exactly was this being that saved it? Such terror. And what could be his purpose? Shikang sensed the unease of the divine vine and pondered before speaking. If you truly wish to repay me, take care of my descendants in the future. Upon hearing this, the old vine's heart stirred. Could it be that this mysterious powerhouse's kin was cultivating within the pavilion of heaven's restoration? Pray tell, esteemed elder, who might your descendant be? No sooner had the words left its lips than the visage of Shurhao appeared in the old vine's mind. Though he had not yet arrived, he was expected to reach the pavilion shortly. There was no need for undue concern. After all, a young one's path must be tread by themselves. However, should anyone attempt to bully the weak, it would no longer be a matter of mere tempering. The junior understood. The elder sought its assistance in watching over this child. There was no need for excessive interference, only to step in when faced with insurmountable danger. Chapter 80. The Thunder Pool in the Clouds. Very well, so be it. By the way, many covet the divine seed you bear. In the past, when your life was waning, there was little you could do. Now that you have regained your peak and made a breakthrough, what shall you do? Shikang inquired. Without hesitation, the old vine replied, "The junior shall continue to feign the appearance of nearing demise. Only in this way will all enemies reveal themselves, and then none shall escape. Every last one shall be captured." Having heard the old vine's strategy and plans, Shikang nodded. To masquerade as a pig to eat a tiger was indeed the optimal choice in this scenario. Subsequently, The old vine continued. Centuries ago, those with ulterior motives coveted this gourd. Had they come in force back then, I would have perished long ago. Yet, I managed to cunningly ensnare a revered elder from the divine mountain, which deterred those with nefarious intentions, enabling the pavilion of heaven's restoration to endure to this day. It recounted a tale from the ancient times, as it was a divine vine that had survived through the ages, its divine seed attracting attention from all sides, with no powerful being devoid of desire. Very well, Shi-King nodded. This old vine was indeed skilled at deception. This time, who knew how many scheming beings would pay the price for their greed, meeting their doom before the pavilion. With that, he departed with the Thunder Sparrow, not demanding anything from the old vine, for he sought nothing in return, merely acting out of convenience. Perhaps one day, when the pavilion found itself besieged, he would return to witness the unfolding drama. Shi-King sat upon the back of the Thunder Sparrow, moving undetected, like a specter, swiftly exiting the sacred grounds of the pavilion. He paid no heed to the beings below, gliding directly towards the periphery of the pavilion. As he passed through a region where electric arcs intertwined and thunder roared, he halted. Atop the mountain stood a solitary temple, emanating an immortal aura amidst the lightning. The temple's interior was desolate, save for a formidable figure seated solemnly amidst the sea of thunder, exuding an imposing presence. His hair stood rigid like steel needles, and his eyes, opening and closing, pulsed with thunderous energy, signifying his extraordinary prowess at the level of a sovereign. Von der Ancestor Muyan, Shi-King mused, recalling this individual's identity. In his memory, he had imparted to the young Shur how that within thunder, there existed not only destruction but also vitality, greatly expanding Shur Hao's understanding and path in the realm of thunder. However, it was rather awkward, for he himself had not grasped the vitality amid destruction. His talent fell somewhat short. Now, as the 10-fiend Thunder Emperor, Shi-King descended upon Stone Village, teaching Shur Hao the essence of the Thunder Path, laying a far broader foundation for him. From a perspective of insight, Shur Hao stood unparalleled in the lower realms, destined to be a paragon even upon ascending to the higher realms. Should he arrive at the pavilion and encounter Thunder Ancestor Mu Yin, it was likely their roles would reverse, with uncertainty as to who would teach whom. Just as Shi-King was deep in thought, Thunder Ancestor abruptly ceased his meditation, exiting the temple and hastening in a particular direction. Shi-King, intrigued, instructed the Thunder Sparrow to follow. After traversing several hundred miles, Thunder Ancestor came to a halt. Not far ahead in the heavens, a mass of thunderclouds loomed, crackling with lightning and rumbling thunder, unleashing a torrential downpour. This was the true thunder of the 9 heavens. Unlike the lightning wielded by beings, imbued with overwhelming celestial might, far surpassing any earthly conjuration, the Thunder Ancestor awaited patiently, biding his time until the rain subsided and the ferocity of the lightning diminished before he moved, stepping onto a treasured artifact and plunging into the thunderclouds. The sky darkened, and amidst the swirling clouds, flashes of electricity flickered. Though not as fierce as before, the sight remained formidable, particularly as he approached. After the deluge, an inexplicable aura emerged from the clouds, a force of life, gestating within the thunder, destined to form the legendary Thunder Calamity Liquid. This was precisely Mu Yan's aim. He was risking immense peril amidst the annihilating power of the thunder to seek that precious glimmer of vitality. Bolts of lightning descended, exuding cataclysmic might, striking Thunder Ancestor Mu Yan, causing his body to tremble and crimson blood to seep from his lips. Yet he did not relent, continuing his pursuit within the thunderclouds. Regrettably, Thunder Ancestor Mu Yin failed to discern the vitality within the thunder, only grasping destruction. Thus, he remained lost, groping about in desperation, refusing to abandon his quest. For years past, he had invested countless hours and efforts, serendipitously obtaining a drop of the invaluable Thunder Calamity Liquid. Over the years, he had tirelessly endeavored to replicate that prior success. This time, it was not solely for his own mastery of thunder, but also for the withering sacrificial spirit. That Thunder Calamity Liquid, infused with precious vitality, could prove beneficial to the spirit, and he must find a way to procure more. Mu Yin was struck repeatedly, his treasured garments charred, his body stiffening, and his form cracking under the immense strain, severely wounded, yet he still could not find the correct path, merely flailing about in blind luck. This scene evoked even a sense of urgency in Shi-King, who sat atop the Thunder Sparrow not far away. He quickly spotted an ordinary thunder pool concealed within the depths of the thunderclouds, which housed not genuine Thunder Calamity Liquid, but merely a dense purple mist. If gathered in sufficient quantity, it might yield a few drops, albeit with limited efficacy. The talent displayed here was rather disconcerting. Mu Yin failed to perceive the vitality. Wandering in the thunderclouds like a headless fly, the chance he had encountered previously seemed to have consumed all his fortune, and now he could not detect that thunder pool. Before long, the thunderclouds gradually dissipated, and the ordinary thunder pool was on the verge of vanishing. Mu Yin sighed. Had he failed yet again? He shook his head, acknowledging that seizing the thunder calamity liquid was no simple task, requiring substantial cost, with success far from guaranteed. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, and he prepared to abandon the endeavor, a mysterious surge of energy erupted, resplendent amid the annihilating force of the thunder sea. He squinted, his eyes ablaze with brilliance, directing his gaze towards the source of this enigmatic wave. In the next moment, Mu Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. An ancient stone thunder pool inexplicably emerged from the thunderclouds, radiating with vibrant life, astonishing all who beheld it. The heavens brimmed with an extraordinary vitality, transforming into a divine pool capable of nurturing the liquid of thunder tribulations. Mu Yin could scarcely believe his eyes. The thunder pool, which he had long sought but never found, had manifested before him, soaring forth from the thunderclouds. Had he been struck by lightning, rendering him delirious? He shook his head and slapped his face, then reopened his eyes, only to find the thunder pool still racing away, albeit not in his direction. His gaze was fixed intently on the thunder pool, desperate to discern its destination. At last, a formidable ancient creature, the thunder sparrow, emerged from the void. With the thunder pool ascending onto its back, there stood a young man of remarkable bearing, exuding an aura of nobility, his eyes as profound as the starry cosmos, akin to an exalted monarch. The archaic thunder pool floated in the palm of the youth, swaying gently as if it were an ordinary artifact under his command. Mu Yan's pupils constricted, his mind struggling to comprehend the scene. A young man, summoning a thunder pool capable of producing liquid thunder tribulations from beyond the thunderclouds? This must be a fabrication, right? You are the thunder ancestor? Asked Chi Tsang, his tone nonchalant. Mu Yan's heart tightened at the inquiry. Yes, no. Chapter 81, The Chaotic Little World. Chi Tsang, perplexed, pondered the meaning behind this response. So is it or is it not? Observing the question mark in Chi Tsang's eyes, Mu Yan hurriedly clarified. Senior, I am Mu Yan, and others refer to me as the Thunder Ancestor. However, in truth, I am far from deserving of such a title. Especially in your esteemed presence, I would not dare to presume. To me, only a venerable figure like yourself, who has achieved such profound mastery, is worthy of the title of Thunder Ancestor. Mu Yan was acutely aware of the difficulty in seeking the thunder pool. He had encountered it merely once in all his years, and the act of summoning it from thin air was the stuff of legends, scarcely documented even in ancient tomes. This time, he had likely truly encountered the progenitor of the thunder path. Chi Tsang remained silent, realizing the reason behind Mu Yan's modesty. No matter. Thunder Ancestor it shall be. Mu Yan quickly acquiesced. You lingered in the thunderclouds for the sake of this thunder pool, did you not? Mu Yan's face flushed with embarrassment as he nodded hesitantly. In his quest for the liquid thunder tribulations, he had exerted every ounce of strength amidst the thunderclouds, enduring considerable punishment, and even now, a lingering ache throbbed through his body. Your aptitude, in the context of this realm, is commendable, though you have surpassed your golden years. There remains opportunity for advancement. Dedicate yourself to your cultivation. Chi Tsang suddenly remarked, tossing the thunder pool to Mu Yan. The ancient thunder pool, imbued with an unfathomable energy, pulsed with life, vibrant beyond measure, standing in stark contrast to the destruction typically associated with thunder. This was utterly unexpected. Mu Yan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This was a thunder pool, a treasure so rare that even those with extraordinary fortune had merely tasted the liquid of thunder tribulations. But none had ever grasped the thunder pool itself. Its value was beyond imagination. Consequently, the other party had so casually gifted it to him. And Mu Yan was overwhelmed by this sudden stroke of fortune, left speechless. When he finally regained his senses, the powerful ancient thunder sparrow and the regal young man had vanished, leaving only the thunder pool hovering in his hand. A testament that the previous events had not been a mere dream. Who was he, really? Mu Yan's hands trembled, his heart still racing. The experience had been so surreal that few would believe it if he recounted it. At that moment, Chi Tsang had already mounted the thunder sparrow, soaring countless miles away from the pavilion of mending the heavens. As he flew over the boundless, desolate expanse, Chi-Tsang's gaze shone like two radiant lanterns, each eye harboring a mysterious symbol that radiated a profound insight, capable of perceiving vast distances with a single glance. He was attuned to the anomalies of the land, emboldened by his strength. Otherwise, traversing the vast wilderness would take a lifetime to explore every corner. Chi-Tsang's curiosity was piqued. Such a powerful cultivator as himself possessed an astute intuition, adept at divining fortunes and misfortunes. Thus the occasional whim was not to be disregarded. Upon reflection, the wilderness was not as simple as it appeared. Hidden within the sparsely populated desolation lay the legacies of supreme realms, coveted by the venerable. Remarkably, within an unassuming village like Shurtsuan resided the reclusive and formidable Lu God. Above the northern sea loomed a colossal nest left by the 10 fiends, concealing the coveted techniques of the Kuanping. This humble lower realm was indeed a sanctuary for hidden talents. As for Chi-Tsang himself, he was but one among them. His sudden desire to explore this land stemmed from such considerations. The Thunder Sparrow flew swiftly, and as it propelled forward, the scenery below blurred into elongated lines. Traversing distances that would be inconceivable for an ordinary person in a lifetime, all accomplished in a mere instant. They soared over infinite majestic mountains, passing grand cities, tribes, and ancient nations punctuating the wilderness, igniting the flames of civilization. As landscapes shifted, a sense of nostalgia washed over Chi-Tsang. Those flourishing ancient nations, seemingly eternal in the eyes of common folk, were but ephemeral illusions, fleeting as the wind. Even the grand universe would one day wither. To endure, one must transcend the realms and become the sovereign of existence. As his thoughts wandered, vivid memories of glorious past surfaced, him standing above the heavens, commanding countless thunders, enacting divine retribution, and overseeing the cycles of life and death. These images were hazy, surreal, veiled by a shroud of mist. Were these my own memories? Kikangumuzet, a yearning for transcendence echoing from eons past, unsettling his spirit. He then murmured to himself, only through transcendence. Kikangesse, gaze ardend, unwavering. He resolved to be that transcendent being, destined to endure eternally, even as the great realms decayed and the heavens fell into ruin. After traversing 800,000 miles in a single direction, a sudden voice pierced through the air, causing Chi-Tsang's expression to momentarily freeze as he commanded the Thunder Sparrow to halt. He turned towards the source of the voice, astonished and incredulous, realizing he had indeed stumbled upon a significant discovery. Master, the Thunder Sparrow called softly, sensing the gravity of the situation from Chi-Tsang's expression. Let us descend. Without uttering another word, Chi-Tsang leaped from the Thunder Sparrow's back, plummeting through the tempestuous winds, light flashing around him. In the next moment, he found himself amidst the vast mountain ranges below. After a brief search, he arrived before a seemingly bottomless cavern. The Thunder Sparrow shrank in size, perching on Chi-Tsang's shoulder, peering into the intricately complex abyss, yet its limited strength prevented it from discerning anything clearly. Without hesitation, Chi-Tsang advanced into the depths, where numerous ancient caves sprawled like a spider's web. However, these ancient caves served merely as a facade. Chi-Tsang and the Thunder Sparrow navigated along a singular path through the labyrinthine tunnels. The chaotic energy surged around them, thick and palpable, as if an entire world had been forged from the chaos. Upon reaching the end of their path, they beheld the chaos itself, alongside a sealed small world. Here, the path ended, and to proceed further, the seal of this small world must be unraveled. Yet Chi-Tsang did not take such a step. He gazed at the seal and spoke, "Comrade, I have arrived. Please open the seal." The Thunder Sparrow, perched upon his shoulder, felt its heart race. Instinctively aware that the comrade Chi-Tsang referred to was an extraordinary powerhouse, capable of manifesting a small world from the chaos, an unimaginable ability. As soon as the words fell, a resounding crack echoed, and the seal split open, creating a passage large enough for a person to pass through. Stepping forward, Chikao was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming and inscrutable aura, one that emanated from an extraordinarily powerful being. The Thunder Sparrow perched on his shoulder was instantly struck with a chilling dread, as if it had plunged into an icy abyss. This was the weight of its lineage, an inescapable suppression. Even with Chikao's protection, the Thunder Sparrow trembled uncontrollably, acutely aware that this was the oppressive presence of a supreme entity, far beyond its comprehension. Chapter 82. The True Dragon's Last Will. Through the fissure, Chikao and the Thunder Sparrow entered this miniature world, both awestruck by the sight before them. A towering cliff loomed, shrouded in mist and entwined with chaotic energy, atop which rested a nest, modest in size yet constructed from divine wood. Most astonishingly, within the nest lay 3 eggs, each approximately half a meter in diameter, their shells intricately adorned with dragon patterns, complex and dense, faintly resonating with the sounds of dragon roars that echoed into the heavens. True dragon eggs. Chikao was taken aback, while the Thunder Sparrow was visibly terrified, compelled to bow before the dragon aura. The patterns on the 3 true dragon eggs intertwined, bearing the unmistakable marks of the true dragon, from which a rich dragon energy emanated. Moreover, the miniature world held other remarkable sights, not far ahead. A broken horn lay suspended in the air, dripping with blood, dim and forlorn. This was a fragment of a true dragon's horn, its essence long depleted, with its blood vanishing into the void. Had it not been so, a single drop of true dragon blood could sever galaxies and annihilate countless stars. Chikao gazed up at the broken true dragon horn, where numerous images materialized, depicting fragments of battles fought by the foremost among the 10 fierce beings, swirling in the void. As it turned in the cosmos, the vast universe fractured, and innumerable stars shattered, forever reduced to dust. The might of the true dragon transcended both heaven and earth. Clashing against multiple immortal kings, a resplendent golden spear pierced through time and space, engaging the true dragon in fierce combat. Chikao's eyes widened. As a fragment of memory surfaced, he too had once battled the wielder of that spear, the immortal king Anlin. Chikao murmured, uttering the name of his opponent. Through the images of the true dragon's combat, he recalled events from the past, and soon recognized familiar figures, calling out their names. Utah, Chiwon. Clenching his fists, Chikao felt an inexplicable surge of hatred and resentment. As the youngest of the 10 fierce beings, he was destined to ascend to kingship. Yet, he had been ambushed by the immortal kings, leading to his current predicament, a profound regret in his life. After a long pause, he managed to regain his composure. These karmic ties would one day demand reckoning. Turning his gaze toward the 3 dragon eggs and then to the broken true dragon horn, he spoke. Did you summon me here, my friend, to oversee them? He discerned that the true dragon's current state was perilously close to complete dissolution. Perhaps in a few decades, it would entirely fade away. Indeed, a faint voice responded, that of the true dragon, which had merely left behind a remnant imprint concealed within the fractured horn. Chikao sensed the true dragon's frail condition and waved his hand, releasing a vast expanse of thunder calamity liquid. In an instant, the miniature world was infused with vibrant life. Flashes of lightning converged into a magnificent ocean, brimming with vitality, nurturing all living beings, all flowing into the broken true dragon horn. This was Chikao's first time unleashing such a large quantity of thunder calamity liquid, and the spectacle was nothing short of astounding. This liquid flowed from the innate thunder pool, its effects astonishing, despite the fact that the Hotion vine of the Bution Pavilion did not immediately ascend to true divinity after consuming a drop. The primary function of thunder calamity liquid was to heal wounds, enhance vitality, and bolster foundational strength. The spirit of the Bution Pavilion would not have to worry about lifespan for a long time, and with its deep reserves, it would soon ascend to true divinity, harboring infinite possibilities for the future. Now, with so much innate thunder calamity liquid pouring into the broken true dragon horn, the effect on that damaged imprint was exceedingly apparent. The mark of the true dragon, the foremost among the 10 fierce beings, significantly strengthened, escaping the brink of dissolution. Roar. Meanwhile, the dragon aura guarding the nest gradually materialized, and a vividly lifelike true dragon manifested before Chikao and the Thunder Sparrow. Though merely a manifestation of dragon energy, the ability to solidify indicated a marked improvement in the true dragon's condition. With unblinking eyes, Chikao continued to pour forth the thunder calamity liquid, reinforcing the true dragon's imprint. However, this method had its limits. Once the true dragon's imprint reached a pinnacle of restoration, the thunder calamity liquid would lose its efficacy, unable to yield further benefits regardless of how much was consumed. Yet, for the true dragon, this was already sufficient. It had temporarily averted its fate of extinction, allowing this imprint to endure. From another perspective, it could be considered a form of survival. Thank you, my friend. The voice of the true dragon resonated, now robust and filled with vitality, embodying the authority of the foremost among the 10 fierce beings. As one of the 10 fierce beings, what need is there for such formalities? Rather than entrusting the care of your offspring to me, the one who wields thunder, it would be better for you to attend to them yourself. Although only a remnant imprint remained, I believe there is hope for restoration in the future, Chikao remarked. The true dragon sighed, genuinely grateful to Chikao for allowing it the opportunity to witness the growth of its offspring. The earlier perception of a familiar aura above the ground, followed by its transmission of energy to Chikao, had ultimately salvaged its existence. I truly did not expect you to survive that ambush, the true dragon suddenly remarked, leaving Chikao momentarily speechless. The implication of its tone mirrored that of the willow deity, both seemingly believing him to be dead. He felt a flicker of indignation. If he were truly deceased, how could he stand here now? Chikao cleared his throat. I am quite resilient. At that time, everyone thought the Thunder Emperor was undoubtedly perished. You had not yet truly ascended to kingship, and with so many immortal kings assailing you, survival seemed utterly hopeless. Moreover, with the war pressing, no one sought you out. The true dragon recounted a past event, indicating that it had still been present when the Thunder Emperor fell. Chikao fell silent, his memories of the battle in the Xian ancient realm largely blank. It was only today that he recalled a few names of enemies, but he had learned much relevant information from the willow deity. The primary reason for the defeat in the original ancient realm was a lack of preparedness. No one had anticipated a sudden full-scale invasion from the foreign realms. Previous incursions had been small-scale, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. The sudden large-scale invasion, employing overwhelming numbers to pick them off one by one, had caused the strongest forces in the original ancient realm to suffer significant losses, ultimately leading to a complete rout, marking the end of a brilliant and flourishing era. In hindsight, had they been vigilant against the foreign realms, considering the possibility of a full-scale invasion, they would not have been caught off guard without preparation. Perhaps everything would have turned out differently, and the brilliance of the Xian ancient era would have continued. All that is past. I have never held any grievances. In that situation, even with reinforcements, it would have been too late, Chikao stated calmly, questioning his heart. He was not the only powerful being besieged. This was not an isolated incident, but rather a calculated scheme by the foreign realms, and he could not blame others. Just like the true dragon before him, had it not also been besieged to become what it was today? Chapter 83. The True Dragon's Vigilant Foe. Upon hearing Chikao's words, the true dragon sighed. Regardless, they should take a look. At the very least, they needed to ascertain the fate of the Thunder Emperor. Alas, the circumstances at that time did not permit such an action. The illustrious Thunder Emperor, one of the infamous 10 Fiends, lay forgotten by the world, sprawled upon the ravaged battlefield amidst the frigid ruins, his life and death shrouded in mystery, eliciting no inquiries from passers-by. To this day, the true dragon harbors a sense of guilt regarding this matter. Fortunately, the Thunder Emperor ultimately did not perish. He endured and embarked upon the path of recovery. Let us depart from this place, he urged, to my temporary abode, where resides another formidable being who shares a similar fate. You should be familiar with him. The radiant Shi Kang spoke, requesting that the true dragon accompany him back to Stone Village with 3 dragon eggs and a dragon nest. The remnant imprint of the true dragon within the dragon horn responded, Is there another fellow cultivator? If so, we shall impose upon him. It is indeed unwise to linger here. I have sensed a formidable adversary and have been on guard against him. Upon hearing this, Shi Kang felt a stir within. Being labeled a formidable foe by this once revered first fiend indicated an extraordinarily terrifying power. The true dragon's vigilance suggested that this being had not been vanquished and remained concealed within the lower realms. Might you disclose the identity of this formidable enemy? Shi Kang inquired, his expression growing slightly grave. The adversary in the true dragon's eyes was no jest. It pertained to the safety of the lower realms. A being of such caliber, on par with the true dragon, could obliterate the 8 domains with alarming ease. Their combat prowess was unfathomable, far surpassing even Shi Kang at his zenith. Despite both being among the 10 fiends, there was a substantial disparity between the Thunder Emperor and the true dragon. Their powers were akin to the heavens and the earth, where the Thunder Emperor was but a mere shadow of the true dragon's might. This disparity stemmed from their differing cultivation histories. The Thunder Emperor was still too young, though endowed with astonishing talent and potential. He had not fully realized it before his early demise. In a true confrontation, Shi Kang would be comparable to an ordinary celestial king. Far from the Titan-level strength of the true dragon, he was the king of demons, one of the colossal entities from another realm, who had slaughtered countless experts from my domain, known for his violent temperament and extreme bellicosity, often eschewing conventional tactics. Initially, he clashed with me and was wounded. Then he engaged in conflict with the 6 paths, suffering a series of defeats. In a frenzy, he faced Wuzhong, battling fiercely, only to be pursued from the heavens to the lower realms by Wuzhong, ultimately meeting his demise. However, his corpse mysteriously vanished post-battle, disappearing without a trace. The situation was dire, and Wu Zhong did not pursue the matter further. Later, I was ambushed by the forces of another realm, arriving in the 8 domains in a battered state, establishing a chaotic small world to protect my child, thus retreating into obscurity. Little did I expect, after several 100,000 years, to sense the presence of the king of demons. He had not perished entirely, but had manifested in the world, only to later fade into silence once more. Shi Kang mused, recalling the overwhelming pressure that accompanied hearing the name of this terrifying being. He recalled the formidable entity, a being of boundless power from another realm. Had he not been so reckless in seeking confrontation with the strongest, he might not have met such a fate. If my conjecture holds true, he must have concealed himself within a small world, preserving his residual soul and body, later emerging to wreak havoc upon the earth, only to be thwarted by the beings of the 8 domains who sought to dismantle his plans of consuming all life. The true dragon articulated his hypothesis. In truth, he lay dormant within the chaotic small world, his perception of the outside world being quite vague, and the specifics remained unclear. Shi Kang contemplated, recalling the ancient legends of the Pumag tree clan from the 8 domains. In ancient times, a peerless demonic tree had emerged, unleashing boundless slaughter upon the land, leaving millions dead and rivers of blood in its wake. None could withstand its might. The seeds it scattered, known as the cursed demonic whiskers, could root themselves within the bodies of the strong, siphoning their essence to amplify their own power, rendering them utterly terrifying. During the reign of the Pumag tree, even the strongest ritual spirits worshipped by various clans dared not confront it, retreating in fear. For the ancient ancestors, it was indeed a dark and harrowing epic. Later, the Pumag tree even planted the cursed demonic whiskers upon a deity, draining their life essence and spirit, leading to its own transformation, becoming truly invincible. However, ultimately, its excessive bloodlust incited the collective wrath of the saints of the 8 domains, who banded together to vanquish it, albeit at a great cost. Since then, the Pumag tree ceased to appear. On rare occasions, one might encounter a member of this clan, but they remained low-key, far from the legendary stature of their forebear. Such legends resonated with the true dragon sensations. Indeed, there existed a peerless Pumag tree that once roamed the earth in ancient times, devouring all in its path without restraint. However, it was eventually besieged and destroyed by the ancient saints, leaving nothing behind. He relayed this ancient tale to the true dragon. Thus, it appears the king of demons truly lives. My perception has not been mistaken, the true dragon stated gravely. Given the king of demons' potential to wreak havoc upon the earth, his condition was undoubtedly far superior to that of the true dragon, representing a monumental threat to the 8 domains. Should his growth go unchecked, it would yield a most terrifying outcome, an inexhaustible onslaught of cursed demonic whiskers, engulfing countless lives and resulting in apocalyptic devastation. The true dragon continued, having once contested with the warlike king of demons in the realm of immortals, possessing profound understanding of him. Such beings possess an unparalleled vitality, making them exceedingly difficult to eradicate completely. We must devise a method to locate him and ensure his return to the cycle of reincarnation. Otherwise, one day, the king of demons will return, Shi Kang asserted, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Indeed, the uncertainty surrounding his existence is a constant source of unease, the true dragon replied, laden with worry. This matter is not urgent. Let us first depart from here. Shi Kang understood that haste in seeking the king of demons would be futile. At least in the memories concerning Hao's future, there had been no occurrences of the king of demons wreaking havoc in the 8 domains. Suddenly, Shi Kang recalled a pertinent detail. Upon entering 100 Break Mountain, Hao had encountered a Pumag tree, which possessed the weapon of the ancient world-shaking demonic tree, indicating a significant connection. Capturing that Pumag tree might yield valuable clues, allowing them to trace back to the king of demons. Calculating the time, the opening of 100 Break Mountain was imminent. What troubles you? A voice emanated from the true dragon's horn, laced with curiosity, as Shi Kang appeared lost in thought. I believe I know how to locate the king of demons, Shi Kang responded. Let's leave this place first. Chapter 84. The Meeting of Titans. Very well. The dragon horn radiated light, carving out a space in the void, enveloping the entire stone cliff and dragon nest within. Subsequently, a brilliant glow erupted, and a pristine bone flew forth, smooth as jade, resembling a treasured mirror. This was the Tao bone left behind after the true dragon's fall, akin to the relics of ancient monks, possessing boundless utility, capable of revealing all secrets of existence, rendering them utterly transparent. Undoubtedly, The dragon bone mirror was a rare treasure, a priceless artifact. The true dragon naturally intended to take it along. Additionally, the true dragon's aura that spiraled within this small world had been entirely absorbed by the dragon horn, enhancing the remaining imprint significantly. With a thunderous rumble, the chaotic small world, already difficult to maintain, began to collapse as the true dragon abandoned it. Shi Kang turned, swiftly fleeing with the thunder sparrow, retracing his steps to the surface, with the broken dragon horn following closely behind. Upon ascending to the high heavens once more, gazing down at the vast expanse of mountains and rivers, Shi Kang felt as though he were in a dream. He had not anticipated that this impulsive search in the desolate realm would lead to the discovery of another supreme being who had likewise survived. Though the true dragon state was far from optimal, with only a remnant of its mark remaining, it could still be regarded as a unique form of survival. Ultimately, it utilized the essence of thunder calamity to solidify its mark, and the true dragon consented to accompany him back to Stone Village. Thus, the elderly, the weak, and the ailing of Stone Village gained yet another member. They traversed the vast expanse of 8 million miles of desolation and soon arrived above Stone Village, where the Thunderbird descended slowly, reaching the village's entrance. They did not conceal their presence. Hence, the villagers sensed the return of Shi Kang. Uncle Shi Kang is back. The village's mischievous children exclaimed joyously. The adults emerged to greet Shi Kang, and the ancient beings stepped out from their stone abodes to welcome him. Shi Kang, both amused and exasperated, remarked that he had merely gone for a short stroll, yet the villager's demeanor suggested he had been away for several months. With a smile, he entered the village. At first, the villagers did not notice the fractured dragon horn hovering beside Shi Kang. However, as the fireball demon, the golden-haired lion, and the golden swan and I observed the Thunderbird regarding the broken horn with reverence, they communicated telepathically, inquiring about it. The revelation they received was utterly shocking. The broken horn belonged to the true dragon, one of the legendary 10 fiends. This revelation left the ancient beings gasping in astonishment, causing the surrounding air to grow warmer. The villagers of Stone Village looked on in confusion, unaware of the ancient beings' reactions. It was late autumn, not particularly cold, making their gasps seem unnecessary. Where are Shi Hao and Qing Feng? Shi Kang inquired, noticing their absence. They had departed for a forest known as the Butian Pavilion just moments ago, insisting on going alone. In this vast wilderness fraught with danger, he worried greatly about their safety in reaching Shurian Peak. Fear not, with Shi Hao's current strength, he is more than capable of taking care of himself, and Qing Feng, Shi Kang reassured them. The willow deity echoed this sentiment, and with their words, the villagers felt at ease. Shi Kang nodded. Shi Hao's wings had grown strong enough for him to soar independently, and it was time to let him carve his own path. After exchanging greetings with the villagers, Shi Kang approached the charred willow stump. Tender green willow branches swayed in the air, about to bloom, releasing endless ripples of emerald hues, creating a serene atmosphere that enveloped Stone Village. The willow deity had become increasingly extraordinary. One could see several protrusions at the bases of its 5 green branches, almost ready to break through and grow, which would further enhance its power. Upon witnessing the remarkable willow deity, the true dragon horn trembled, clearly agitated. Ancestral spirit. The voice of the true dragon resonated, imbued with profound melancholy, evoking a sense of time's fleeting passage and the transformation of the world. The last time they had met was during the grand epoch of the celestial ancient era. In the blink of an eye, endless time had elapsed, and the great ages had turned. They were no longer in an era where they looked down upon the heavens. Yet the vibrant faces of the past and the magnificent epic scenes still flickered before their eyes, as if they had occurred just yesterday, never truly distant. The willow branches danced, their tender buds shimmering with a golden luster, exuding a gentle radiance. A true dragon? The willow deity remarked in astonishment, taken aback by Cheat Song's return with such a formidable being, an unexpected surprise. It quickly grasped the true dragon's current state, which was dire. Its true form had fallen, leaving behind only a trace of its mark, no longer the splendor of yesteryears. As the wheel of time turns and epochs shift, we have lost our former valor. Fortunate is it that you still possess the hope of resurgence, the true dragon reflected, feeling a sense of joy for the ancestral spirit. In the great battle of the celestial ancient era, the ancestral spirit had contributed immensely to the primitive ancient realm. After the 2 great leaders of the realm perished, returning wrapped in a flag, it had plunged alone into the foreign lands, engaging in its final glorious battle. Against the backdrop of universal enmity, it had ventured in and out 9 times, instilling fear in the heart of the immortal king of the foreign lands. Alas, in the end, it was outnumbered and retreated, only to be besieged by foes during its rebirth, sustaining grievous wounds and compelled to undergo nirvana, wandering until now. We were once acquaintances, comrades in arms. However, I have lost a portion of my essential memories and cannot recall many things. Please forgive me, the willow deity admitted, not concealing its own state. It was still far from fully recovering its memories and rediscovering itself. Regarding its past with the true dragon, it was indeed vague. The voice of the true dragon resonated from within Horn. It matters not. After nirvana, all returns to zero, and everything must begin anew. This is entirely natural. Its tone carried a hint of desolation, for it lacked the possibility of rebirth, with only a trace of its mark remaining. 3 of the unparalleled powerhouses left from the celestial ancient era gathered in this small stone village, exchanging stories of their experiences and current states. Does this imply that your sole remaining offspring requires to remedy its congenital deficiencies in order to be born complete? Indeed, the descendants of the powerful from the celestial ancient era have all been schemed against. To my knowledge, many descendants of true immortals have completely vanished and cannot be revived. As for us celestial kings, we risked our lives to barely preserve one descendant. I suspect the circumstances of other comrades are similar. The foreign lands employ truly heinous tactics, aiming to eradicate our lineage and diminish the foundation of life in this realm, rendering us vulnerable, the true dragon expressed with indignation. The extermination has been executed with ruthless precision. Many formidable descendants have been ensnared and sealed within chaos. Their forebears expended great effort to establish a defying array, activating their life vitality, hoping that they might emerge after countless ages. Chapter 85. Remedying Congenital Deficiencies. Shikong and the Willow Deity sighed. The foreign lands indeed plotted meticulously. Had those descendants of the remarkable bloodlines not been targeted, born normally, even though the primitive ancient realm has become battered and broken, retaining only 9 heavens and 10 earths, they would still rise. The strength of the 9 heavens and 10 earths would undoubtedly exceed what it is now. Alas, the misfortunes have transpired, and this outcome must be accepted. It remains uncertain how many powerful beings like the true dragon have managed to preserve their lineage, to remedy Gugu's congenital shortcomings. The essence of the true dragon is required. The broken horn and the dragon bones left after my fall would be quite suitable, as they can be ground into powder for its use. As for other items, the dragon scale grass grows abundantly in the dragon's nest. In addition, divine herbs like the 9-turn revitalizing grass and others were listed by the true dragon, all exceptionally precious, for otherwise they could not be employed to rectify the congenital foundation of a true dragon descendant. Shikong fell into contemplation. Divine herbs are manageable, as both he and the Willow Deity possess items far surpassing divine herbs, which can fully replace them. However, the 9-turn revitalizing grass is indeed challenging to find, and it may take some time to locate. The true dragon, aware of the rarity of such items, continued, if it proves exceedingly difficult to find. Gugu can be born early, albeit with some congenital deficiencies. Nevertheless, there are ways to address this. As its cultivation progresses, it will eventually restore itself completely. That would be excellent. Shikong nodded in agreement. In the ensuing time, the true dragon began preparing to remedy its child's congenital deficiencies. Its last trace of mark hid within the fractured true dragon horn. However, the young true dragon Gugu required the powdered horn to supplement its being, and thus, the true dragon bones could not be retained. Ultimately, the true dragon's mark escaped from the horn, attaching itself to the dragon's energy entwined around the dragon's nest. With a resounding roar, a living true dragon materialized, coiling majestically above Stone Village, its dragon might overwhelming, as its roar shattered gold and split stone, inundating the skies. A magnificent and overwhelming presence spread throughout the vast wilderness, causing the ferocious beasts of the realm to cower and tremble upon the ground, gripped by a primal fear emanating from their very souls. This was a manifestation of racial dominance, a true dragon, heralded as the supreme race of the world. Even a mere glance from such a creature was beyond what the beasts of the lower realms could withstand. The ancient progenitors of Stone Village gazed in wide-eyed astonishment at this divine spectacle, their hearts racing and sweat pouring down their faces. This was indeed a true dragon, a being that existed only in legends, now vividly present before their eyes, a sight so astonishing it could induce mortal terror. The scene was so overwhelmingly striking that it felt like a dream. The venerable elder from the celestial mountain, bearing the surname Yun, dropped his hoe in sheer astonishment and gazed upwards in awe. A genuine true dragon coiled majestically above, its formidable horns cleaving the very fabric of the void. Its colossal form, adorned with glistening scales, radiating a chilling luminescence that sent shivers down the spine. Could such a magnificent creature truly exist in this world? The elder Yun's heart was tumultuous, unable to settle for what felt like an eternity. Boom! The true dragon arrived swiftly and vanished just as quickly, its immense form retracting to a more ordinary size. Soon after, the dragon's body dissipated, transforming into an ethereal humanoid being shrouded in chaotic light. Appearing to the common eye as a transcendent deity, with its features shrouded in obscurity, it descended beneath the willow tree, receiving a few drops of divine essence from the willow deity and a significant quantity of thunderous liquid from the entity known as Shikang, before departing from Stone Village to a nearby mountain peak. This was a cliff that had been transported from the chaotic microcosm, and the dragon's lair was situated atop this precipice. The humanoid manifestation of the true dragon scattered the remnants of its once mighty horns and bones, now reduced to dust, over the sole surviving dragon egg, utilizing over 30 dragon scale grasses in the process. These peculiar grasses thrived only in the presence of true dragons, displaying vibrant colors and adorned with scales, occasionally exuding wisps of dragon energy. Subsequently, the true dragon infused the dragon egg with the divine sap granted by the willow deity and the innate thunderous liquid bestowed by Shikang. Instantly, the dragon egg illuminated with brilliance, intricate dragon patterns emerging on its surface, releasing astonishing power. At that moment, a small, sentient true dragon materialized in the true dragon's hand, composed entirely of runes, gliding gracefully within the palm and emanating an unparalleled dragon majesty. Gugu and the other two dragon eggs had suffered sabotage, lacking not only innate potential, but also the secret techniques of their ancestral legacy, meaning Gugu was devoid of the true dragon's treasured arts. The true dragon was aware of this predicament. However, at that time, it had exhausted its last drops of blood, dedicating them entirely to the dragon egg, rendering it incapable of manifesting the true dragon's legacy. Now, with Chichang's assistance, the remaining imprint had been reinforced, allowing the transmission of the true dragon's heritage to be actualized, aiding Gugu in his completion. It was nearly time. In a few days, the true dragon would speak, announcing the imminent arrival of its offspring. Even though it had once been a formidable entity, a sense of trepidation lingered in its heart. In Stone Village, Shikang, seated beneath the willow tree, seemed to sense something. Abruptly opening his eyes, he stepped forth to Stone Village, where an ancient jujube tree stood, known to the villagers as the nest of the five-colored sparrow. It had long been a frequent sight in the vicinity. At that moment, as Shikang arrived, the enigmatic five-colored sparrow was perched upon the jujube tree, preening its resplendent plumage. Upon noticing Chichang's arrival, the five-colored sparrow remained silent, dropping a wooden stick. Shikang caught it in his hand, his eyes shimmering with ardent symbols as he examined the stick. And soon a look of astonishment spread across his face. This stick, formed from a desiccated plant, appeared dry and rigid. However, within its fibrous structure lay an extraordinary vitality, revealing itself to be an exceptional medicinal herb. In Chichang's mind, 5 words flashed. It was precisely the 9 turns resurrection grass necessary to resolve his child's congenital deficiencies. Could it be that this seemingly lifeless, stick-like plant was the 9 turns resurrection grass? The five-colored sparrow then spoke, its voice clear and melodious. It was not the 9 turns resurrection grass, but its effects were quite similar, possessing certain benefits for the true dragon's young. Thus, it could be likened to a divine entity comparable to the 9 turns resurrection grass. Quite so, this herb thrived in a highly unique environment, requiring an astounding amount of vitality, and once matured, its efficacy was boundless, capable of aiding resurrection, the five-colored sparrow replied, leaving Shikang astounded. Such a miraculous herb must originate from an extraordinary place. If the five-colored sparrow had ventured to such a realm to retrieve this astonishing medicinal plant, it must harbor remarkable secrets. Suddenly, Shikang recalled a previous conversation with the five-colored sparrow, in which it had mentioned taking him to a certain location once it had regained some strength. Chapter 86. The complete 10 fiends and their offspring. There lay the object of its pursuit, albeit fraught with peril. At that time, the five-colored sparrow had stated that only it could approach, and it would take Shikang there once he had regained some strength. Back then, Shikang had just broken through to the blood-shifting realm, his ancient celestial techniques restored to the level of a respected elder. Now, however, Shikang had ascended to the realm of spirit transformation in this world, with his ancient celestial system restored to the level of a true deity capable of sweeping through his peers, a far cry from his former self. It was time to inquire about the location the five-colored sparrow had mentioned. He asked the five-colored sparrow if they could go there now, feeling a sense of connection between that place and the sparrow's origins. Upon hearing this, the five-colored sparrow paused its preening, a distant look clouding its eyes. After a lengthy silence, it regained its composure. For some reason, the obsession with the object of its pursuit was gradually dissipating. Perhaps it would vanish entirely soon. However, going there now was out of the question. It was better to wait until you regain more strength, the five-colored sparrow said, somewhat dejected. What kind of power will be necessary to approach that place? Shi Kang inquired, worried for the five-colored sparrow, fearing that once its obsession had completely faded, the mystery of its origins would be forever lost. Supreme power, nothing less. Anything below that would be a certain death. The five-colored sparrow's words weighed heavily on Shi Kang. He would need to restore himself to the level of a supreme being to assist it. At the current pace, it would take several more years. By then, the five-colored sparrow's obsession would likely have vanished. Could you provide me with the coordinates in advance to avoid the risk of your obsession fading and these matters being forgotten? Upon hearing this, the five-colored sparrow regarded Shi Kang earnestly, pondering for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Shi Kang received the coordinates of the mysterious location, which lay far away in the chaos, inaccessible without supreme power and fraught with peril. It was only because the five-colored sparrow trusted him that it divulged the coordinates at all. With this concern alleviated, Shi Kang bid farewell to the five-colored sparrow and stepped forth to the dragon's lair. The true dragon was diligently nurturing the dragon egg, awaiting the arrival of its young. Without hesitation, Shi Kang produced the wooden stick gifted by the five-colored sparrow and presented it to the true dragon. Though this herb was not the 9 turns resurrection grass, its properties were remarkably similar and could serve as a substitute. By applying it to the young true dragon now, the final flaw could be rectified, ensuring the young dragon's complete emergence. Upon hearing Chi Chang's words, the true dragon paused in surprise, taking the stick and examining it closely. After a considerable time, it shifted its gaze, a grave expression settling upon its visage. Indeed, it could serve as a replacement for the 9 turns resurrection grass and would be of immense benefit to Gugu. After contemplating for a moment, the true dragon inquired about the origins of this dry, hard medicinal herb. What is it? Does its origin pose any issues? You should be aware of the dragon scale herb, which grows abundantly on this cliff. It typically thrives in places where true dragons reside, requiring prolonged exposure to the essence of dragon energy to flourish. This particular herb, now desiccated, harbors an immense vitality within, of a quality so extraordinary that it could never be produced in the barren lands of the lower realms. If I am not mistaken, this herb appears to be imbued with a rich aura of the true phoenix, its internal vitality possessing unique properties akin to immortality, as the true dragon elucidated. A tremor of realization coursed through Ji Tsang. The credibility of the true dragon's assessment was unquestionable. This implies that the location where this herb thrived may indeed be saturated with the essence of the true phoenix. The five-colored sparrow, known to be active in that enigmatic realm, raises the question of whether its identity is intertwined with that of the true phoenix. Ji Tsang resolved to lead the true dragon to observe the five-colored sparrow for further judgment. However, upon scanning the area, he found no trace of the five-colored sparrow perched upon the old jujube tree behind the stone village. This elusive creature, shrouded in mystery, could only be sought when it chose to reveal itself. Left with no other option, Ji Tsang relented. He had promised the five-colored sparrow that he would not venture into that mystical domain until achieving the status of a supreme. Thus he could not breach his vow. Upon learning that this herb originated from a five-colored sparrow, the true dragon's interest was piqued and many thoughts flooded its mind. Yet, without the presence of the five-colored sparrow, they could only wait for another opportunity. The true dragon ground the suspected immortal true phoenix herb into powder and sprinkled it upon the resplendent eggshell. The powder swiftly vanished, absorbed by the shell. In an instant, the radiance emanating from the eggshell intensified, accompanied by the resounding roar of the dragon, exuding an unparalleled life force. This was the progeny of the 10 Fiends' true dragon, a being destined for greatness once its innate deficiencies were rectified, establishing a foundation unparalleled in history. Days later, the true dragon egg cracked open, heralding the imminent arrival of the young true dragon, witnessed by the true dragon, Ji Tsang, and the spirit of the willow. With a crisp sound, a fissure appeared, and radiant light burst forth as a true dragon emerged, its body adorned with crimson clouds, vibrant and resplendent. resembling the glories of a sunset. In the next moment, dragon energy permeated the air, enveloping the entire stone village and nurturing all life within the land. All the inhabitants of the stone village felt a tremor. The birth of a true dragon was a sacred omen, a sign of great fortune. Indeed, the moment the young true dragon emerged, it bestowed precious true dragon essence upon the village, bringing blessings to all its residents. Particularly, the ancient progenitors felt a stir deep within their bloodlines, awakening latent factors that made them feel fervently alive, as if a return to their ancestral form was imminent. Their once mixed bloodlines instinctively gravitated towards purity. The 6 ancient progenitors, already striving towards the esteemed realm, found their paths further illuminated by the true dragon essence, making their ascent to the revered state increasingly tangible. The villagers also felt a warm surge within, their physical constitutions vastly enhanced. Most remarkably, a primal dragon energy surged beneath the village, nurturing its very foundations, promising that in the near future, the stone village would transform into a sacred land, a bastion of prodigious talent and divine spirit. Many gazed up at the dragon's nest with unparalleled astonishment, for indeed a young true dragon had been born. This was a crimson dragon, akin to a glowing ember in the night, its vibrant red hue shimmering, with its dragon horns resembling blood diamonds. The diminutive dragon, barely a few feet in length, was undeniably youthful and tender. Endless rays of light and auspicious energy cascaded as the young crimson dragon slowly descended, approaching the true dragon and Jitsong. Its innocent gaze sparkled, large eyes blinking without a hint of sharpness, reminiscent of a sheltered flower untouched by the storms of life. It looked towards Jitsong with profound gratitude, its voice tender and youthful. "Thank you, Uncle Jitsong, for your assistance." Jitsong smiled and nodded, walking over to gently pat the little dragon's head. "Your name is Gugu, is it not? Your potential is truly remarkable, befitting the offspring of the foremost among the 10 fiends." Chapter 87, Celestial Deity. The progeny of the 10 fiends emerged successfully, endowed with a perfect innate foundation and unmatched true dragon techniques, poised to shine brilliantly in the world. The stone village was enveloped in a festive atmosphere, celebrating for several consecutive days. The young true dragon, Gugu, gradually mingled with the villagers, becoming one of them, and everyone adored this little creature. Every day, it underwent rigorous training under the true dragon's watchful eye, adhering to the stringent standards of the true dragon clan. In between training sessions, Gugu frolicked with the village's rambunctious children, exploring bird nests and beast lairs, reveling in their playful antics. The true dragon did not deter Gugu, wishing for it to have a memorable childhood rather than a life solely devoted to cultivation. As time passed, Jitsong perfected his cultivation in the transformation of spirit realm, achieving an unparalleled state, with his physical body harmonized and his spirit rejuvenated, resonating with an astonishing divine brilliance that elevated his otherworldly demeanor. The 12 celestial realms each nurtured his spirit. The earlier stages of body transformation and spiritual rejuvenation could be seen as nurturing the physical and spiritual realms respectively. Moreover, the 10 external realms nurtured various other entities, such as techniques and weapons. For Jitsong, who had opened the 12 celestial realms, his connection to the transformation of spirit realm was truly seamless, allowing him to unleash greater potential and combat prowess. Having attained the physical celestial realm, his physical form was vastly superior to other prodigies who had reached this level, placing him in a league of his own. The same applied to the spiritual celestial realm. The rejuvenation of his spirit made it more radiant, with the small figure seated at Jitsong's brow, symbolizing the center of all worlds, radiating divine light and auspicious colors. Many untapped potentials of the ancient celestial system were awakened, forming the foundation of Jitsong's grand path. His gains were monumental, taking the transformation of spirit to unprecedented heights. The 10 external realms resonated with thunderous sounds, displaying extraordinary phenomena. In the first realm, an exalted embodiment of the Thunder Emperor loomed high above, surveying the vast world, where destruction and vitality intertwined, creating a symphony of beauty. At times, the Emperor would transform into an enigmatic thunder symbol, flashing with terrifying arcs of electricity. In the second realm, a colossal willow tree took root, its myriad golden-green branches soaring through the air as if forged from divine metals. Each branch capable of transforming into chains of order that pierced through all chaos. Within the third realm, boundless chaos surged, rolling and tumultuous, where a 9-leaf swordgrass thrived. each leaf exuding an overwhelming sword aura, seemingly capable of cleaving countless stars. In the fourth realm, a vividly radiant true phoenix spiraled through the air, surrounded by blazing flames, embodying the essence of immortality, symbolizing the phoenix's eternal rebirth through fire. The fifth realm housed an immense true dragon, its horns piercing the heavens, shrouded in chaotic mist, its formidable form and menacing claws instilling fear. The sixth realm was particularly unique, with 6 enormous black holes slowly swirling, their enigmatic sounds resonating, inducing dizziness. This was the cycle of reincarnation, terrifying in its profundity, as if 6 boundless universes revolved, wielding immense power to obliterate all adversaries in existence. The other 4 positions remain vacant for the time being. Should suitable treasures of corresponding caliber be discovered in the future, they shall be filled accordingly, with the Thunder Tao runes serving as temporary placeholders. The 6 supreme techniques are all nurtured within the cave heavens, imbued with an extraordinary vitality, as if they truly possess life. When he gathers the 10 formidable treasures of the highest caliber, each nurtured within the cave heavens, it will conjure an exceedingly terrifying spectacle. Exhaling softly, Chikao halted his cultivation. With the elevation of his realm and the breakthrough in his Tao, the chains extending towards the thunder pool within his 12 cave heavens have significantly strengthened, hastening the absorption of the primal symbols and forbidden laws. This has substantially augmented his mastery over the Thunder Tao, particularly in regard to the taboo laws that previously required the Thunder Pool's celestial seeds for activation and control. Now he can exert them to a slight degree by his own means. Overall, Chikao is gradually liberating himself from dependence on the Thunder Pool's celestial seeds. This is a positive development, a feat unattainable by the Chikao of the ancient celestial era, embodying the essence of seeking transformation through contemporary cultivation. Having reached this stage in the spirit transformation realm, there is no further advancement to be made. Without a moment's hesitation, Chikao stepped directly into the 4th realm of the contemporary law, the inscription realm. Boom! In the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from Chikao, shaking the vast wilderness, instilling fear in all living beings, compelling them to submit. This was the presence of a celestial being, grand and majestic, capable of traversing the 8 domains of the lower realm with impunity. With Chikao's unparalleled combat prowess and acute battle awareness, he could easily contend with practitioners of the Void Tao realm. In just a few short years, Chikao had recovered from being stripped of all magical power to the level of a celestial. If this were spread, it would undoubtedly cause an earth-shattering upheaval. In the lower realms, even divine fire is a rarity, let alone celestial beings. Chikao could distinctly sense the terrifying power residing within him, akin to radiant suns, dazzling and blinding. However, compared to the dormant forces still within him, these are merely the tip of the iceberg, hardly worth mentioning. When he fully regains his strength, he will become a being of the highest caliber, capable of traversing the heavens and the earth. Having achieved a significant breakthrough, Chikao stretched his limbs, his entire being brimming with explosive power, capable of annihilating an entire domain with a mere wave of his hand. He concluded today's cultivation, stepping forth to return to Stone Village, where golden lotuses adorned the ground and the sounds of the Tao resonated continuously, embodying the essence of accomplishment in the Great Path. "It seems you have made a significant breakthrough," spoke the willow deity as 18 tender green branches danced in the air, each adorned with golden buds. The several protrusions had already extended beyond the willow branches, allowing the willow deity to recover significantly, radiating an astonishing aura imbued with a powerful energy. In the distance, Chikao faintly heard the endless sounds of offerings emanating from the willow deity's 3,000 divine realms. "No, it is merely a natural progression," Chikao replied, shaking his head. He had indeed not made a breakthrough akin to blood manipulation or cave heavens within the spirit transformation realm. However, his 12 cave heavens were so perfectly intertwined with the spirit transformation realm that no further alterations were necessary. After exchanging insights with the willow deity for a while, a thought suddenly struck him. His eyes sparkled with intensity as profound symbols floated within, piercing through layers of void, extending for millions of miles into the distance. After a long moment, he withdrew his gaze and conveyed a message. Shortly thereafter, a hazy figure enveloped in chaotic energy approached, none other than the true dragon, the foremost among the 10 formidable beings. Upon seeing the true dragon's arrival, Chikao spoke. "I previously mentioned that I would send the demon King Pu to hell. Now, the time has come." His words rang out with a resonant clarity, carrying a murderous intent that chilled the air around them. Hearing this, the willow deity and the true dragon exchanged solemn glances, all eyes turning toward Chikao, awaiting his next words. Conspiring to target a frenzied giant from another realm was no simple task. They were aware that although they had once roamed the world freely, their current states were far from what they had been in their prime. Caution was paramount. Fortunately, the Demon King Pu was in a dire state, lingering on the brink of survival. Otherwise, his character would surely provoke chaos across the 8 domains. It is worth noting that during the ancient celestial era, he was pursued by the renowned Wuzhong celestial king. Surviving was already a remarkable feat in ancient times. The Demon King Pu had emerged with the intent to devour countless beings to restore himself, only to be severely wounded by the united efforts of the saints, subsequently vanishing from sight. Chikao surmised that the so-called saints were indeed those great powers with backgrounds from the higher realms, possessing the capability to contend against the reborn Demon King Pu. Ordinary divine beings could not pose a threat to him. Regardless, Chikao believed that the current state of the Demon King Pu would not be overly formidable, and with the combined strength of the Willow Deity and the True Dragon, they could decisively eliminate this threat. The vitality of such a being is alarmingly tenacious. If not eradicated promptly, he would undoubtedly resurface to wreak havoc upon the realms. Baiduan Mountain is a secretive microcosm arranged by a supreme being, containing the remains of the supreme and various divine treasures. For the Demon King Pu, who desperately requires the absorption of life essence while striving to conceal his movements to avoid ambushes, it presents an excellent refuge. Now, only a few days remain until Baiduan Mountain opens. If the Demon King Pu intends to venture there, he will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to enter during this opening. Thus, our objective is Baiduan Mountain, Chikao elaborated. Indeed, Baiduan Mountain, the Willow Deity murmured. Then let us embark on this journey. Although I'm left with but a fragment of my former self, after your thunder calamity liquid has mended me, I possess a measure of strength. Though I may not return to my zenith, I should be quite formidable in the lower realms, the true dragon asserted, expressing his intent. Very well. We shall set forth immediately. Chikao nodded, reaching a consensus to eradicate the Demon King Pu's vitality entirely. The three of them moved together, ready to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Buzz. Radiance flowed abundantly. Ethereal mists enveloped the air, and a figure clad in white emerged from the charred willow stump, resplendent in white garments. With 3,000 divine realms swirling behind him, transforming into a brilliant blaze, reminiscent of a divine flame wheel, sacred and inviolate. This was the Willow Deity, who had become increasingly extraordinary since regaining the 18 branches. Beside him, the true dragon stood amidst the chaotic energy, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial being of great stature. Observing their formidable appearances, Chikao glanced at his own form, which bore no extraordinary traits and felt somewhat out of place. After all, when facing adversaries together, one's demeanor should not falter. Crack! Suddenly, lightning materialized and fierce thunder erupted, creating a terrifying cacophony around Chikao, who was enveloped in a radiant glow of lightning, rendering him indistinguishable to others. The three powerful beings prepared themselves and, in unison, tore through the endless void, effortlessly opening an immortal passage. Subsequently, the trio stepped into the passage, vanishing from sight. A similar scene unfolded at the Sky Mending Pavilion, outside the small garden where Chikao had once descended. The elders of the Sky Mending Pavilion, accompanied by young disciples, engaged in earnest prayers, surrounded by the remains of ancient primordial creatures. Shortly thereafter, with a resounding boom, a burst of brilliant radiance ascended, revealing a green gourd that opened a verdant passage in its wake. The group stepped forward, all entering the passage, disappearing from the Sky Mending Pavilion. This passage seemed forged from azure gold, suffused with dazzling symbols, akin to a sky full of stars, creating an atmosphere that was both sacred and serene. As the group from the Sky Mending Pavilion stepped inside, they experienced a sensation of temporal shifts and spatial chaos. As if their spirits and bodies were on the verge of separation, an extraordinary experience. After an indeterminate period, as the symbols flickered and the azure light surged, the passage reached its conclusion. With a flutter of bone inscriptions and the blazing of divine power, a mysterious portal was constructed, through which the members of the Pavilion of Heaven's Restoration emerged, safely landing on solid ground. Is this the path forged by spirit sacrifices? Stonehao mused to himself, glancing back, feeling that Uncle Shikang and the Lu god should possess greater strength. The terrain of their arrival was notably flat, devoid of the majestic mountains, and far removed from their intended destination, 100 Fracture Mountain. As the group gazed into the distance, a grand, ancient city became faintly visible at the horizon's end. Are we not headed to 100 Fracture Mountain? Someone voiced, bewildered by the desolate surroundings that lacked even hills. The mountain could not be seen directly, nestled within a smaller realm, and no one could ascertain when it would open. However, it was expected to be within the next few days, quite close at hand. Let's first seek refuge in that city, Elder Tao Yi of the Pavilion of Heaven's Restoration suggested, taking the lead on this journey to Fracture Sky City. Tasked with escorting several young prodigies, they swiftly arrived before the imposing gates of Fracture Sky City, which boasted a magnificent entrance and towering, weathered walls, bearing the scars of time. Although the city appeared to be thriving, bustling with traffic and a myriad of cultivators, it was a hub of commerce where various shops and stalls offered treasures such as precious beast bones, ancient herbs, weapons, and bone manuscripts. With the imminent opening of 100 Fracture Mountain, many formidable beings had flocked here, making Fracture Sky City a veritable gathering of the strong. As the pavilion's members settled in and prepared to rest, an innocent remark from a female disciple inadvertently offended a young white tiger from West Ridge Beast Mountain, stirring up unexpected turmoil. The other talented disciples expressed their concerns, for the creature was a pure-blooded beast, threatening them with a confrontation within 100 Fracture Mountain, should they cross paths. Stone Hao, however, remained unfazed, quipping that he would stew the white tiger, asserting that tiger meat was quite delectable. The group was left speechless. Was this truly just an ordinary tiger? Subsequently, Stone Hao proposed that they venture out to observe which powerful figures had arrived. They encountered the likes of Fei Yi and the Nine-Headed Lion, all formidable opponents, deemed insurmountable by the pavilion's disciples. Yet, in Stone Hao's eyes, they appeared weak beyond belief. He believed he could easily overpower them all. Stone Hao's mood darkened, however, upon learning that a major force was hunting for the mischievous child of the Void God realm, offering substantial rewards. As the saying goes, under great rewards, brave men emerge, and many began forming alliances, aiming to capture the troublemaker. He muttered to himself, contemplating that anyone who sought to capture him would ultimately face repercussions. Half a month later, a sudden surge of ethereal mist rose at the distant edge of the land, followed by a thunderous roar that reverberated across the skies, unleashing myriad rays of light. Such a commotion undoubtedly roused the inhabitants of Fracture Sky City, who understood it as the harbinger of 100 Fracture Mountain's opening. In the 99th chapter, Treasures, chaotic energies churned at the horizon, with lightning weaving through the storm, thunder echoing, and torrential rain falling as if heralding the apocalypse. The once desolate and flat ground now bore numerous indistinct shadows, resembling rising mountains. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that these were mere illusions, with the true entities residing in another realm. The imminent opening of 100 Fracture Mountain would create its own world, concealing limitless opportunities. Those who entered could soar to unimaginable heights or plunge into eternal despair, all hinging on their ability to seize chances and avoid calamities. An elder cautioned his juniors, reflecting on the harsh reality that once they entered 100 Fracture Mountain, they would have to rely solely on themselves, as their seniors could offer little assistance. With time until the opening still remaining, the elder urged everyone to prepare. Many began to mobilize, encompassing a variety of races: Fei Yi, Bai Fong, the White Tiger, the Nine-Headed Lion, Demon Butterflies, Trance, Stone Beasts, and more, each exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Yet, the human race predominated, with elites from prestigious families, ancient sects, and illustrious kingdoms converging, densely populating the city walls. Numerous prodigies were busy preparing, for while opportunities within 100 Fracture Mountain were abundant, dangers also loomed. As their elders had thoroughly warned, the disciples of the Pavilion of Heaven's Restoration were likewise diligently readying themselves, especially mindful of the earlier encounter with the young white tiger, anticipating potential conflict upon entering the secret realm. While most prepared typical provisions, Stone Hao appeared somewhat out of sorts, having inexplicably acquired an oversized bundle that seemed disproportionate to his youthful frame. With each step, the sounds of clashing metal rang out from within, drawing attention. "Junior brother, what do you have there?" his seniors from the Pavilion of Heaven's Restoration queried, puzzled by the contents of the burden. Nearby cultivators also turned their gazes toward him, intrigued by the clamor emanating from his package, which appeared to contain a considerable haul. Could it be filled with a trove of treasures? "Only treasures," Stone Hao exclaimed, unceremoniously dropping the hefty bundle onto the ground, producing a resounding clang. "What? All treasures?" The onlookers gasped in astonishment, even members of other races taken aback. A whole sack of treasures. Was this child a fortune-teller of sorts? Of course. These are all essential treasures for our journey. One cannot set forth without them, or it would be utterly lacking, Stonehow casually declared. The pavilion truly wields great power, for one individual possesses such an abundance of treasures, someone marveled, causing the elder Tao Ye's face to flush with embarrassment. These are hardly treasures. They are merely pots, pans, and utensils that Stonehow pilfered from kitchen. Young friend, might you unveil your bundle for us to behold your treasures? With so many present, including your elders, none would dare to seize anything, an elder inquired. Keenly interested in the contents of the bundle, Stonehow surveyed the curious expressions around him and reluctantly acquiesced, nodding in agreement. Very well. Just as he was about to unravel the package, Elder Tao Ye could no longer restrain himself. If the kitchen items were revealed, it would surely lead to ridicule. What is there to showcase? Quickly, put it back on your back. There are too many to carry. If you could provide me with a single treasure or spiritual vessel, I could store everything within. Stonehow extended his hand, requesting a treasure. None, Tao Ye retorted indignantly, sensing that the mischievous child was attempting to extort him. The surrounding beings grew insistent, eager to catch a glimpse of the treasures within. Without hesitation, Stonehow untied the bundle, and in an instant, a cacophony of pots, pans, and utensils tumbled out, creating a startling scene. Elder Tao Ye covered his face, unable to bear the embarrassment. This child was simply too disgraceful. All onlookers stood in stunned silence, having anticipated the bundle to contain magical artifacts, only to be met with a collection of useless iron trinkets. An alien being laughed, regarding the child as if he had lost his mind, mistaking these scraps for treasures. What are you laughing at? You're the first to go into the pot. Stonehow retorted fiercely, directing a hostile gaze at the alien. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the creature as a predatory crane, and his mouth watered at the thought of its delectable flesh, recalling the exquisite dish prepared at a recent banquet in Stone Village, featuring a crane warrior's meat. A memory that lingered fondly in his mind. What do you intend to do? The members of the Crane clan felt as though they were being scrutinized by a primordial beast, their legs chilled with trepidation, no longer daring to mock Shurhao. It's nothing. You appear quite robust, possessing ample flesh. Surely, you would make a delightful broth, they remarked. The seniors of the Butian pavilion beside them were utterly bewildered, realizing that this individual had mistaken the perilous 100 Break Mountains for a picnic spot. In the heights above, 3 indistinct figures loomed in the void, casting their gaze upon all below as they searched for the young OPMC tree mentioned by Cheat Song. Should they capture it beforehand, entering the 100 Break Mountains would become unnecessary. However, to their astonishment, even the prowess of these 3 formidable beings failed to reveal the presence of the OPMC tree. This was unexpected. Neither Lu Shun nor the true dragon doubted the authenticity of Cheat Song's information. Thus, there remained only one possibility. The OPMC king had sensed impending danger and concealed itself. Consequently, they had no choice but to enter the 100 Break Mountains themselves, ensuring that before anyone else did, they must not raise alarms. Once the OPMC tree truly set foot within, it would be unable to escape its fate. After all, this was an immortal giant, who could fathom what contingencies it might possess. Hence, prudence was paramount. Shurhao, burdened with a substantial array of culinary supplies, displayed them to the onlookers, inevitably catching the attention of Cheat Song and the other 2. Cheat Song, being familiar with Shurhao, was not surprised. But Lu Shun and the true dragon were somewhat perplexed. While others ventured into the treacherous realm with treasures and elixirs, this child stood out, laden with pots, ladles, and bowls, even including spices, an assortment that was utterly extraordinary for a treasure hunt. It was as if he were preparing for a picnic rather than a quest for fortune. Even the true dragon, who remained composed in the face of calamity, was taken aback by this scene. Is this truly Shurhao? He is indeed unlike any other, the true dragon commented, offering his assessment. Without a doubt, Shurhao was the most unique among those present, possibly even unparalleled among the elite explorers of the 100 Break Mountains throughout history. It was almost unfathomable to envision a small child traversing the crowd, burdened by a pack several times his size, filled with kitchenware. Chapter 90, OPMC. An air of awkwardness enveloped the gathering. The true dragon had never encountered Shurhao, only having heard tales of such a genius emerging from Stone Village, nurtured by Cheat Song and Lu Shun. This naturally led him to draw various conclusions. Lu Shun, on the other hand, remained fixated on Cheat Song, recalling how he had previously demonstrated the use of a large black iron pot to capture the bee sovereign. In Lu Shun's eyes, Shurhao's actions were undoubtedly learned from him. Cheatsong felt somewhat uncomfortable under Lu Shun's scrutiny. He understood her thoughts, but would not take responsibility for the pot. In a sense, his own method of using the iron pot to stew the bee sovereign was also influenced by memories associated with Sure Hao. Haha, this child possesses exceptional talent. He requires substantial energy and has always had a hearty appetite. Cheatsong chuckled softly. After this brief interlude, the tense atmosphere surrounding the hunt for the OPMC king dissipated significantly. Soon, the young prodigies began to file in, including those from great powers, top-tier youths from ancient nations, and pure-blood beings from the primordial divine mountains. Sure Hao, too, followed the disciples of the Butian Pavilion through the colossal luminous gate leading to the 100 Break Mountains. Once the last individual had entered, the three powerful beings stepped through as well, their forms enveloped in mysterious and terrifying symbols, isolating them from all else as they passed through the luminous portal. The other strong figures present remained utterly oblivious to their entrance. Even the Emperor of Humans and the Beast Sovereign, who surveyed the vast expanse below, were unaware. Upon traversing the portal, the trio found themselves in a realm rich with essence, the interior of the 100 Break Mountains. Far more astonishing than the so-called sacred grounds of cultivation in the outside world. Undoubtedly, it was a place favored by the OPMC king, a paradise for its nourishment, which it would not overlook. As they gazed around, they beheld vast lakes sprawled across the land, crystal clear and pure, with wisps of spiritual energy rising like steam. The fragrance of ancient herbs wafted through the air, accompanied by the continuous roars of wild beasts, causing the very void to tremble. Nearby stood majestic peaks, resplendent with colors, teeming with spiritual vines and exquisite trees, shrouded in celestial mists, resembling a realm of immortals. The young prodigies who had entered before were already captivated by these wonders, embarking on their own treasure-seeking journeys. However, for Cheatsong and his companions, the spiritual treasures held little significance. They had no intention of pausing to search, as their mission was not one of treasure hunting. Had they set out with such an aim, none would dare to compete with them. Yet, this was evidently not the case. It was inconceivable for three supreme beings to vie for opportunities against a throng of lesser talents. After some discussion, the trio decided to split into three groups, each heading in a different direction to search. They retained memories of the young prodigies who had just entered the 100 Break Mountains, and now it was a matter of systematically investigating each one. If the OPMC king had truly entered, it was indeed remarkable, having sensed the impending calamity and managed to disguise itself from the watchful eyes of these three powerful beings. Conversely, if it had not entered, it may have been frightened away by the foreboding omen. Having concluded their deliberations, the three swiftly set off in their respective directions, moving with such speed that they seemed to traverse the very stars. The 100 Break Mountains, not particularly vast, posed no significant barriers to Cheatsong and his companions. Thus, they were unimpeded in their journey, searching with remarkable swiftness. It would not take long to scour the entirety of the 100 Break Mountains. Within this pristine land, radiant hues danced in the sky, the spiritual lake glimmering like warm jade, its shores lined with ancient trees, each venerable and gnarled, their branches twisting like serpents, a testament to their long existence. Deep within the grove of ancient trees, a seemingly ordinary young man suddenly emerged, slowly approaching one of the ancient trees. He extended his hand, resting it upon the trunk, and, astonishingly, he melded into the ancient wood, his entire being merging seamlessly, rendering him invisible from afar. In the next moment, his face appeared at the heart of the tree. His hand emerged, grasping a charred black staff, exuding no extraordinary aura, seemingly an ordinary staff. Yet, the young man bore a look of reverence as he addressed the black staff with respect. Supreme Ancestor, I have successfully infiltrated as per your instructions, without drawing any attention. The black staff remained silent for a considerable time, during which the young man kept his head bowed, displaying utmost deference. Suddenly, the staff trembled slightly, and strange phenomena began to unfold. A land soaked in blood emerged, filled with the cries of countless beings, as ancient tribes were slaughtered and kingdoms fell, leaving only a towering demonic tree reaching towards the heavens, ruling over vast mountains and endless wilderness, with even the gods forced to retreat in resignation. Shortly thereafter, clusters of pure white fluff began to fall, translucent and radiant, blanketing the heart of the tree, cascading gently. Then, an ancient, hoarse voice emerged from within the charred staff. Is that so? Why do I sense that danger is drawing ever closer? The young man, filled with trepidation, hastily recounted every detail of his entry into the 100 Break Mountains, fearing that he might provoke the wrath of this supreme ancestor. This staff had been sought after by the OPMC tree clan for ages, ever since the defeat of their unparalleled progenitor in ancient times. It was only a century ago that they stumbled upon it within a chaotic rift. Since ancient times, it had been said that the weapon of this legendary OPMC tree possessed unparalleled power. To wield it meant to command respect across the realm. Yet, upon their discovery, they realized that the staff contained the essence of their ancestral lineage, the very source of their bloodline. They had originally believed that possessing the staff would allow the OPMC tree clan to reclaim their former glory, only to find that the ancestor within the staff advocated for a low profile. Thus, it was decreed that the OPMC tree clan should seek out a sanctuary to assist in its restoration, leading to this expedition into the 100 Break Mountains. However, the reality proved to be far less smooth than they had envisioned. Upon the youth's arrival at Duankong City, the ancestral spirit within the staff sensed an impending crisis. If their aim was stability, they ought to have departed immediately. Yet, the entity contained within the staff had been ensnared within the chaotic fissure for a considerable duration and was in desperate need of a sanctuary like Baiduan Mountain to take root and absorb the essence of life. With the realization that Baiduan Mountain would only open for a limited time and that the next opportunity would not present itself for several centuries, the ancestral spirit devised a plan to transform the descendant of the OPMC tree into a human youth. This transformation would allow it to conceal its presence and infiltrate Baiduan Mountain, where it could lie in wait until the mountain's closure, at which point it could emerge and freely consume the surrounding vital energy. However, the ominous sensation of danger did not wane. Rather, it intensified. This indicated that peril was drawing near. I should have no issue intervening personally, so what could be amiss? At this moment, the staff's voice emerged, raspy in tone, urging the necessity to extinguish all traces of presence and merge with the ancient wood, lying in wait until the foreboding signs of danger dissipated. Indeed, the youth transformed from the OPMC tree dared not defy the command of its ancestors. Although it felt a thrill at the prospect of hunting down the vibrant young prodigies to devour, given the current circumstances, such an opportunity seemed unlikely. Just then, an unexpected voice broke the tranquility of the moment, strikingly out of nowhere, catching both the OPMC tree youth and the staff off guard. "Excuse me, may I inquire as to what kind of tree you are?"